biology and minored in chemistry at Alabama A&M. Actually considered being a heart surgeon.
Haven't we all? He's called with 8-3.
His wife, April, in the house tonight rooting him on, but she needs to root a lot. He's just got an 8-3 here. Doesn't help on this flop of Jack 10-5. He is going to check. And Joe with a gut shot straight draw. He's going to make a bet and take down the pot.
Good things are happening for Joe right now.
This guy is a machine at poker.
All right, action on. David, quick fold. Joe Keitha now with a pretty decent ace-5 of spades, raises.
Well, players are going to get tired of this soon, Vince. He's just raised 4 pots in a row. Won them all. You finally pick up an ace-jack. You're most likely going to come back over the top of him, and that's exactly what Maurice is doing here. Makes it $600,000 to go.
Jim out, back on Keitha.
Joe going nowhere, makes the call with the ace-5 of spade. Flop, queen 7 deuce rainbow.
Check.
Maurice checks. Joe checks right behind him. Now a 3 comes off. Well, now all of a sudden Maurice is going to bet. Might have won the pot if he'd have made a continuation bet. Might still win it, but Joe now has a gut shot straight draw. And he's going to make the call.
Going to the river.
And a 6 comes off.
Check.
Check by Maurice. And now Joe going to try to get Maurice off the best hand here by betting, and a healthy bet, $925,000. Let's see how Maurice can call here. He doesn't. He lays it down. Chalk another pot up to Joe Keitha by his terrific ability and betting skills.
We have plenty of poker still to come from Borgata in Atlantic City. Plus, we'll find out who Tony Dunst captured in the Raw Deal.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
Standing by in Command Central to scrutinise today's play is Tony Dunst with the Raw Deal.
Joe Keitha might not be a household name in the poker world, but if you look over his results, you'll learn that he's a remarkably consistent player. And though he's won numerous tournaments, the only thing lacking from his resume is a major title. If things fall his way tonight, he can end that drought. But it makes me wonder, is there something lacking in Joe's game that's kept him from a major title? Let's break it down.
I don't know. I don't really pay too close attention to those things.
I don't think there's one hand from this final table that encapsulates Joe's poker talent. Instead, we see him play several small pots that display his skills. We start with a blind versus blind hand versus David Paredes. Joe calls a raise with Queen 7 suited and bets on a flop that gives him numerous outs. David calls with ace high, but is forced to fold on the turn when Joe bets again on a deuce that brings his flush draw. Then we see him play a pot against Jim Gilbert, the only person on the table who can bust him. Notice that Joe uses pot control by just calling pre-flop and checking on all 3 streets after the flop. He knows his ace-10 is likely good, and that his opponent will often let him get to showdown cheaply. We see Joe utilize pot control again when he checks back the flop with an open-ended draw that many players would automatically bet. This not only reduces the chance that he plays a huge pot with Jim, but makes his hand harder to read if he hits his straight, which he does this time. And lastly, we see Joe call a re-raise from Maurice Hawkins holding ace-5 suited in position. The flop goes check-check, but when Joe turns a gut shot, he calls the small bet from Maurice. The river is a brick, but after Maurice checks, Joe deduces that his opponent likely has weak showdown value, and that his small ace is no good. So he turns it into a bluff and gets Maurice to fold the better hand. I'll admit, none of these were the type of flashy, dramatic hands that we often cover on the Raw Deal. But as a compilation, they reveal a polished and thoughtful player, and a guy that's probably not that far away from his first major title. Or is he?
Well, one thing's for sure, Joe knows poker.
Now he's the chip leader with about 11 million in chips. And he's at 20,000, blind 6120. Joe possibly going to roll in the dough here tonight at Borgata.
Well, action is on, Joe.
Let's take a look. It's a queen 5 of hearts.
Well, Vince, I guess he's just going to play every pot till I lose one. He's going to raise it up here with a queen 5. Makes it 250,000 to go.
Jerry out. A quick call by Maurice, who has a 6 deuce, has position.
I'm not a fan of this call on the button. I could see you 3-betting it and take the lead to try to win the pot in case you missed the flop, but his call then brings in David Paredes out of the blind as well, so we're going to have 3-way action here. Flop comes king, queen, 8. 2 clubs. David's got the flush draw, but checks.
Joe has queens.
He's going to check middle pair. And Maurice is going to check his Garfunkel. Now a jack comes off, so gives David a gut shot straight draw to go along with his flush draw. He checks. Now Joe's reaching for chips. Going to bet the 2 queens. Feels like they're the best hand at the moment. Indeed they are. Bets 375,000.
Maurice goes out, and now Paredes.
He is getting out raising chips. Those yellow chips are 100,000 apiece. And he is check raising here to 900,000. He's played tight all day. Just thought he'd get respect by raising. Indeed he does. As Joe goes out, well done by David Paredes there. And he breaks into a grin, Vince. Wonder if that sends a message to Joe. Ha ha ha, got you there.
And David Paredes, a tough player, has made over 1.5 million in total lifetime earnings. Back to the next hand. Quick fold by Jim Gilbert. And Paredes now out as well. Now Joe with ace 5 of spades going to just call.
Limps in on the button. Jerry goes out.
Check.
And Maurice, happy to see a flop with a 10-6. Says, all right, let's go. And a good flop it is for Maurice as he's flopped 2 pair, queens and 6s, and leads right out and bets 120,000. Joe with the ace high, thinking it might be good, makes the call. Now queen comes off. This gives Maurice a full house.
Check.
But he is going to check. Get called on the flop. Fearful Joe might have an overpair.
Joe is checking as well. Now look at this. Maurice has bet before the card came out, 175.
He bet in the dark, Vince.
Yes, he did.
Now when a guy bets in the dark, you're wondering, why would he do that? Joe going to make a hero call here with ace high. It's not going to work, though, as Maurice shows him a full house and is going to take down the pot, and Maurice happy to be stacking chips.
The crowd loving this action here at the Borgata Poker Open. Stay with us. 5 players remain, and we're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour. ClubWPT.com offers up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
Are you playing right now, Vince?
Yeah, I actually am.
Wow.
There's one person at this table that's an absolute pest, dominating the table.
Oh, yes! ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Borgata tournaments are structured very, very well. They get huge fields. I'm super excited to be here. Borgata's actually always had a special place in my heart because the first tournament that I ever won was here.
This is the mecca of poker on the East Coast. They take care of their players really well, and we have a great tournament.
I can't say enough about the Borgata. I love the place. It's my home. Borgata is just so well run. People come here and they want to come back.
Well, certainly poker players love it here. It's a beautiful property. They run great poker tournaments and have a great poker room for cash games as well.
Jim Gilbert, 9.8 million in chips. He's the chip leader. Outside the beautiful salt air of the Atlantic Ocean, inside the beautiful air of the poker room. Let's go to Joe Keither.
Speaking of salt water, Joe Keither looks like an old sea captain, doesn't he?
A little bit, maybe.
Finally found a hand he can throw away, the 9-3 offsuit.
Jerry Payne.
Fold. 250.
Jerry Payne out as well, and Maurice,
At least let me finish saying fold.
a former football player, going to raise it up with the 49ers. Jim goes out over to David Paredes now. You wonder if the snap raised by Maurice get his attention. He might not be that strong. David's going to make the call with the Queen-8 offsuit. Going to defend.
All right, 9-4 versus Queen-8.
Flop ace-7-7, 2 diamonds. David checks.
275.
A snap continuation bet of 275 by Maurice. And David is going to give it up. Maurice stacking up chips. That's the beauty of poker. Just shows you don't have to have a hand to win. Just bet.
My wife is one of the most important people in my life. Without my wife, I couldn't be the family man that I wanted to be and be a poker player. It's impossible. We slept on floors. We've had big houses. And at no point did she ever tell me that what I'm doing is not what I should do. I love poker, but I love my wife all day long, every day. I told her straight up, I do this for us. That's not you at the final table. I told her we at the final table. And that's all that matters. Because we are at the final table for life.
There she is right there, April. Well, you gotta love the emotion and love he shows for his wife.
Maurice is very entertaining. A lot of heart there, and what a poker player. And he has picked up a great hand, pair of aces.
Well, then you've got to be an amazing woman to have 5 kids and put up with a poker playing husband.
He's raised to 300, and behind him, David with a pair of 9s here.
This hand could spell trouble for David, especially if he 3-bets it here. But he doesn't. He just makes the call on the button with the 2 9s.
Joe Keith are getting out of their way. Jerry Payne doesn't play.
Action. It's going to be on Maurice after this flop. And the flop is 6 deuce deuce, a very nice flop for 2 aces. And there's a continuation bet of 500,000. But no way you're going to throw away 2 9s here, Vince. He's going to make the call, so this could spell trouble for David.
Turn card 5 of diamonds. Doesn't change much. Maurice is going to slow down and check.
When it got called on the flop, I think you have to continue here on the turn in terms of betting. David checks 2 9s.
Oh no, the 9 on the river. 9's full for David. This is ridiculous.
Maurice bet 700,000 on the river. Action's on David now. He's got 9s full. It's definitely going to get raised. Just a matter of how much.
David's wife, Caitlin, in the audience.
What discipline David showed in checking on the turn there. I'm wowed by that.
Here it comes, the hammer coming down.
And what a hammer. A 2 million raise on the river here by David Paredes. And Maurice has got aces up, Vince, and how do you throw them away here the way this betting's gone? The guy called a raise before the flop, called your bet on the flop. But look at that. Maurice mucks 2 aces, and he mucks them face up to show David, I read you like a book, my friend.
David's not going to show the hand. That's the fold of the year.
That's incredible laydown by Maurice Hawkins right there. Money saved is money earned in poker.
That was the one I needed.
And right there was a perfect example of it.
I'm stunned.
Vince, had he bet on the turn, he would have bet on the river, and that would have been the end of him.
David Paredes this time with a pair of deuces. Quickly muck a pair of deuces. That's surprising. Joe Keith are also out. And now Jerry Payne with a king 9.
On.
Well, he's moving all in on the button with the king 9.
And Maurice this time has queen jack of hearts.
I feel like gambling so bad now that I'm not winning, playing good. I feel like gambling.
He didn't call with 2 aces on the river a minute ago. Now he wants to call an all-in bet with queen high.
He's spinning a little bit.
Nah, I'm gonna play good. I fold.
But he does make the fold here.
I call. Oh, wow.
Well, Maurice has got to feel good about this.
Oh, wow. If a queen come, you would have been bad beat. I had queen jack of hearts. So you found it.
Jerry all in here. He's got a lot of friends on the rail rooting him on.
King of diamonds.
He needs their rooting help right now because his tournament life is on the line, and he's the underdog.
Let's see if Jerry can get lucky here. No.
Queen, no!
Maurice, squawking in the back, realizes he would have hit queens. Jerry in a lot of pain. His king-9 not looking good at this point.
Take a red 7.
I'm not rooting for any suspense on this one.
You want the jack of diamonds then?
10 of clubs.
I'll take the jack of diamonds.
Got an inside straight draw now.
Always a
There's only one left, fellas. Chill out with all that.
Another 4, right?
Wait, a 4? 4 for money trees?
Jerry can now win with a jack as well as a king.
So sick. Turn the board.
Can he get lucky here? No, it's a 4 of clubs. Not to be for Jerry.
So Payne feels the pain of going out in 5th place.
Jerry Payne, a good sport, gonna take home $180,000. He said he learned poker watching you, and he's out of here. Let's go commiserate with them.
I feel fine. I don't feel I made any mistakes. I'd rather win, but it's a good run. Beat 1,000 people, so can't complain, I guess.
We are down to 4 players with Jerry Payne's elimination in 5th place. The Borgata Poker Open continues after this.
We've said before that playing on ClubWPT.com can enhance your game. And Club WPT VIP member Andy Markover is living proof.
I've won fabulous prizes on Club WPT. I've won the 400 chip entry tournament. I've won that at least 20 times. I've won the trip to the Aria. I've won numerous smaller prizes. It's a lot of fun and I really enjoy it. Fits my lifestyle. There we go. My experience at Borgata has been fabulous. I felt very confident in my ability to play at this level, and I will be back. If you want to experience very realistic online poker where you can't lose any money, but you can win fabulous prizes, I'm living proof of that. So sign up today and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Well, Mike is stealing your line.
Well, thumbs up for Andy, but right now it's thumbs up for Jim Gilbert as well. He's the big chip leader with 13 million in chips. Can he cross the finish line with them and capture his first WPT title?
Joe Keither with Queen 10 of hearts.
Well, playing short-handed poker, you have to play these kind of hands. Joe going to raise it up here, makes it 250,000 to go.
Maurice quickly calling with a 5-4. Going to speculate.
Not a fan of this play. I saw him call a raise on the button a minute ago with a 6 deuce. Now he's called it with a 5-4.
Jim goes out and David as well.
If you're going to play these junk hands, I think you have to 3-bet before the flop, take control of the hand, make continuation bets, and try to win it that way. And look what's happened here. Joe's flop top pair, Maurice's flop bottom pair.
Joe will make the continuation bet.
300. Call.
Getting the call by Maurice.
Maurice doing this on the short stack at the table. So trouble brewing perhaps, but no more maybe. Lightning for Maurice right there. He's made 3 4s. Well, Joe's gonna check.
One a card for Maurice Hawkins. Oh, wow, and he is going to bet it 750.
I don't see Joe throwing this hand away.
Call.
There you go. All in snap call.
So Maurice Hawkins got lucky on the turn there to make 3 4s and is going to double up unless a queen comes off.
It's always the 4, baby.
There's Sean Koenig.
Yeah, he's talking to Maurice's sister there saying, we're in good shape here, baby.
I hit 3 4s today.
Lucky still allowed out here on the World Poker Tour. But now he's hoping that luck holds up.
I don't want to look at it. No cider. No cider. Hey, I hit the 4 again.
Let's see what happens here, Mike.
4.
It's a 9 of diamonds.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Hey, yo, it's always the 4, baby. That's 3 houses with a 4. I made 3 boats with a 4 in this tournament.
Play those junk hands, get lucky, double up, and have some fun. It's party time here at Borgata.
Pump a little bit, homie.
Well, Vancy's all laughs and giggles, but the truth is they got lucky and outdrew Joe in that hand to win it.
It's still allowed. All right, the blinds are going up to 8160 with a $20,000 ante. Action on Joe. Just taking a hit there, and Joe has a pair of jacks.
Yeah, got the fish hooks. Gonna raise Makes it 350,000 to go.
And Maurice again gonna call with a junk hand, 8-7.
He's on the button. He just calls raises with these junk hands. It worked out well for him last time when he made 3 4s, but I don't think this is winning poker. I think you have to 3-bet with these kind of hands, take the lead and try to win the pot rather than try to outdraw your opponent to win them.
Flop comes up queen, 5-3. And they both check. 5 on the turn, pairs the board.
And again, Joe checking, just doesn't want to get raised out of this pot. And Maurice checking right behind him, didn't fall for that trap. Now a 4 comes off. Possible straight, possible flush out there, but very unlikely anybody's going to have that. There's nobody's bet since before the flop. And Joe, very confident his 2 jacks are the best hand now. He's going to make a wager of $525,000 to take down that pot.
Aces any good?
Maurice getting away from trouble there.
He makes that quip because he showed him 2 aces that he folded earlier at this final table. A fold we're still shocked about, I might add.
Fold by Mo and Jim now.
And he's going to make a button raise, 360,000.
David out. Joe with Jack 5 of clubs will make this call. King 7 versus Jack 5, and the flop is a King Jack 9.
The 2 young guys, the 2 chip leaders going at it again. One's got top pair, Jim. Joe's got middle pair. Goes check, check. I can't believe that Jim would check top pair here after raising pre-flop, especially with the possibility that a straight or a flush could come up, as is the possibility on the turn when the 8 of diamonds hit.
Now Joe gonna take a stab at it. He bets 475.
Bets he is betting for value here. He thinks jacks are the best hand after his opponent checked on the flop. We know they're not, but he doesn't. Jim makes the call. And now Jim makes kings and 7s. Jim also had a king high flush draw on the turn. Now Joe is checked, and now Jim is betting here, but what can he get paid off with that he's going to win the pot with? Only possibility of 2 pair, I suppose. Joe's going to lay down the 2 jacks. So Jim Gilbert going to take down that pot. Played it a little puzzling in my mind.
4 players battling for this major championship at Borgata. We're coming back. Stay with us. We're at the Borgata Poker Open where 4 players remain, going after a major title here tonight.
Jim Gilbert well out in front, 13.6 million. Joe Keither in second place with about half that many chips. 4 guys left fighting it out for their first WPT title.
Down to the pit we go. Action on Jim Gilbert. Quick fold by him. David out of Brookline also going to fold. Joe Keither now.
Yeah, Joe's in a small blind, but he's going to raise it up to 400,000. And Maurice with a jack 10 wants to see a flop, so he makes the call. Maurice has him dominated. Flop comes ace 9-3, 2 clubs. Joe reaching for continuation betting chips, and he does make it. 450,000. And you just see the look in Maurice's face. He just can't go any farther with jack 10 here. Gives it up. Joe Keither taking down the pot. Just shows you the power of raising before the flop and making the continuation bet. That's why Joe won the pot.
Action on Maurice. And he's going to take a look at a nice pair of 10s.
That's a very nice hand in a 4-handed poker game. He's going to raise it to 350,000.
Jim goes out, and now David. Oh boy, he has picked up a pair of aces.
David Paredes, who's been very conservative this far at this final table, made 1 good check raise on a drawing hand to win a pot. But other than that, hasn't really caught any cards. He's got a hand here. He's going to 3-bet it to 880,000.
Joe out, and Maurice has snap all in.
880,000.
I call.
And obviously David's going to call. Maurice just pushing hard here. Can't really blame him.
Well, Vince, he's on the short stack at the table. Picks up 2 10s. That's a big hand in a 4-handed game.
10 for a sweat.
Even though David's been very conservative thus far, tough not to move all in with 10s there.
Hey, you beat my aces, so it's only right if I beat your aces, right?
Just a short while ago, he had aces against David Paredes' 2 9s. David caught a 9 on the river to win that pot.
9-7-8 is a good flop too. Just open in it. No, 9-7-8 for a sweat too. All right, I need a 9-7-8 flop.
Here we go. Can Mo get lucky? Not there as a Jack-4 deuce appears.
Spade, spade, back door.
Oh.
Spade. Come on, give me some outs.
Some hope for Maurice, a backdoor flush.
6 of spades.
In spades would win the pot for him, other than a 10.
6 of spades. Spade.
Mo got
Here
a
we go, we
spade.
got 18%er. Oh, actually, a little bit more. 6 of spades.
Any spade will do.
6 of spades.
Any 10 will do.
Whatever that means.
David's still a 3-1 favorite to win the pot, though. Staying calm, cool, and collected.
Look at me. 6 of spades. 6 of spades.
Our river.
I think it's coming. 6 of spades.
Can he get it? Nope, a 5 of hearts on the river.
Well, that's going to do it for the Hawk. Maurice Hawkins out tonight in 4th place.
A great tournament.
Picked up the 10s with shorthanded with 4 left. Most guys would get an advance, just wasn't meant to be.
First betting. Maurice has to take that long walk down the boardwalk of Atlantic City, out in 4th place, gonna take home $220,000. Let's go see what he has to say.
I mean, what can you do? I mean, I pretty much played every spot right. I don't think of a spot I played bad. You gotta learn, take it like a man, regroup, go get my 200 grand and call it a night. It's wonderful having my wife here and my friends and family because they give you support.
Baby.
He hit a 2-outer, and then he gets aces on it. Nice life. Those guys ain't better than me at all. They not better than me. That's all I can tell you. Nobody at that table better than me. Let me get out of here because I'm gonna say something wrong. Ain't nobody over there better than me.
Maurice Hawkins has to say goodnight, but we don't. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more from Borgata.
We're here in Atlantic City for the Borgata Poker Open.
We are down to 3 players. There you see the chip counts. Jim Gilbert out in front, 15.5 million. David Paredes in 2nd place with about 9.4. Joe Keither in 3rd place right now with 5.8 million.
And the winner's going to take home a whopping $723,000 here tonight. Let's go to the felt. Joe Keither with a pair of 7s.
Picks up the walking sticks on the button, going to raise it to $350,000.
Jim Gilbert, our chip leader with King Jack, just going to call.
Well, David getting the right price. He's got ace-9. He wants to see a flop too. He joins the party. So everybody playing in a raised pot. Flop king-8 deuce. Jim has flopped top pair and checks.
David checking behind him. They all check. So we're going to the turn, and it's a 7.
The dream card for Joe Keither right there.
3 of a kind.
Has them all drawn dead.
Jim let him in, and now he's betting. Everything going backwards. 525. David out.
Joe Keither just calls, does not raise with 3 7s here.
God, disguise the strength of your hand. The river card pairs the board, so 7's full for Keither.
Well, Jim's probably thinking he had a straight draw or one of those middle pairs, so he's going to make what he thinks is the value bet here. 1.1 million on the river, but this pot is going to get raised, folks. Make no mistake about it, just a matter of how much. And there it is, a healthy raise, up to 2.7 million. Well, there you see the phony grin by Jim Gilbert right there. He's saying, you've got to be kidding me. This guy was trapping on the flop. Does he really have a full house? He wouldn't raise with anything else, would he? Now, even though you have kings up, you know in your mind all you can beat is a bluff here. If he had a king or any other kind of pair, he would just call here on the river. He wouldn't raise, so he's either got a full house or zippity-doo-dah. Can Jim Gilbert figure it out?
Well, he's got a lot of chips, so he can afford the curiosity call. But he makes a great laydown.
Well, he sure does. Nice laydown by Jim there. So Joe did all he could do to camouflage the strength of his hand until his final bet on the river. But you just wonder what would have happened had Jim let out and bet the flop. Might have won the pot instead of lost a lot of chips.
And Joe's saying, I'm happy, but I could have been much more happy if he would just called me for a little bit more. Anyway, the blinds are going up to 1 in 200 with a $25,000 ante.
All right, well, right out of the gate, Jim raising with a Jack-4 clubs on the button to $450,000.
David goes out, and Joe Keither has called with King-5. Let's go to the flop. It is a king, 10-9.
Joe has flopped top pair. He's going to check. Jim has the gut shot straight draw. He's also got steam coming out of his ears from the last pot. And he's going to bet 550,000. Joe staring him down there. Just can't see him throwing away top pair, and he's not. He's going to make the call here.
To the complete discomfort there of Jim.
Putting that sweater up to his mouth again so he didn't gag where Joe can see him.
3 of diamonds. Joe's going to check. Invite another bet. Nope.
Just check, check. Now a 7 comes off. And again, Joe checks top pair. He's hoping the guy will bluff at it on the river. I mean, Jim's got to know that's the only way he could win at the pot, but he just gives it up, waves the flag, says, you take this one, maybe I'll get the next one. Doesn't lose any more chips, though. Joe Keither taking down the pot.
He's starting to punish these guys, getting right back in there. Jim's still the chip leader, but not by much.
And look how close the chip count's getting now. 11-8 for Jim Gilbert, but David and Joe both sitting on about 9.5 million.
Now this time David has a pretty strong ace-queen. He is first to act. He will make the raise to 425. Joe Keither folds. Jim has ace-jack.
He's played conservative all night. Now he's going to 3-bet the guy who's played the tightest at the table in David.
To 1.3 million.
Oh boy. He is getting 4-bet. What a bet here by David Paredes. Almost 3 million, 2.9 something million. And now I think you just take the ace-jack and just throw it away.
All in.
Whoa! He has moved all in.
Call.
And David has made the call with ace-queen. Wow. Vince, I'm a little bit shocked at both of those plays. That is a tough call to make. If David's hand holds up, he'll be the big chip leader with 3 left. If not, we'll be down to heads-up play, and Jim Gilbert will have a massive chip lead.
Let's see the flop.
And the flop is a king 9-7.
Well, if the board paired twice, they'd split the pot, but Jim knows he's got to hit 2 runners to make a straight or catch a jack to win this pot.
David's ace-queen out in front.
Well, the board pairs kings.
Always a sweat.
Jim can win the pot with a jack. He'll split it with a 9 or a 7. Otherwise, David is going to double up. All right, everybody on their feet.
It's a 10.
Well, a 10. So David Paredes has doubled up and taken the chip lead for the first time at this final table. Yeah, there you see David's wife, Caitlin. She can breathe now. Her man's doubled up. He's still alive, and he's got the chip lead.
Well, just a few hands ago, Jim was dominating. Now, he's on a short stack.
Well, that will end our second hour of coverage from Borgata in Atlantic City. Tune in next time when the WPT crowns its next champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight we will crown the next Borgata Poker Open champion.
Feel like $1 million. Always a sweat.
At Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa, we're close to discovering whose name is destined for the WPT Champions Cup. Hi everyone, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. It's been a thrilling final table so far and action is about to resume. But before we get back to business, let's check in with my world-class colleagues Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Lynn, been a great final table so far, and I look for a really exciting finish to this because we've got 3 very strong players left fighting it out for this title. The current chip leader is David Paredes. He finished runner-up in a WPT event here at Borgata in 2014. In second place is one of the strongest players in the world, Joe Keither. And in third chip position right now is Jim Gilbert, of course. He came to this final table as chip leader. He's sitting third in chips. Vince, I look for a whale of a finish for this tournament.
Well, yeah, we lost the voice at the table, the great trash-talking Maurice Hawkins, and then Jerry Payne. He took the Payne. He's out of here, but it is up for grabs because we have 3 tough professional players that want to make their name at the Borgata Poker Open, take home $723,000. Should be interesting.
Thanks, guys. With nearly $750,000 waiting for the first place finisher, these fellas are sure to play their hearts out. So let's head back to the table.
So let's take a look at the Club WPT chip count. David Paredes from Brookline, Massachusetts, well out in front with 19 million. Joe Keither in second with 9.2 million. Jim Gilbert sitting in third place right now with 2.5 million.
First place, 723,000. Andy's 25. Blinds are 1 and 200,000. Let's do this. Action's going to Jim Gilbert, a local out of Pennsylvania.
He came to this final table as the big chip leader and had it most all the way until the last pot where he just doubled up David Paredes. And David's going to raise it out of the small blind with King 5 of diamonds. Joe Keither, one of the most consistent, toughest players in the world, makes the call out of the big blind.
And the flop is a King 5-4 that gives 2 pair for David Paredes, our chip leader.
And he's going to lead right out and bet 625,000. Joe, of course, nowhere near connecting on that flop, gives it up. David Paredes extends his chip lead.
David graduated from Harvard, worked on Wall Street, now a professional poker player.
He said he's out for redemption here. He finished second here at Borgata a couple years ago.
All right, Jim has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, pair of aces.
All in.
Goes all in with it. David out. Joe with a pair of 3s.
How much is it? 2.555. Call.
Joe's going to make this call.
I'm a little surprised at that. It's another 2.3 something million for him to make this call. He knows the best position he can be in is in a race. Then he's got to try to win it, but I'm not sure Joe's going to be happy with himself for making this call.
All right, let's go to the flop.
Well, maybe he feels lucky. Will he be here? Not there. It's a deuce, king. Jim Gilbert and the aces out in front.
Yeah, Jim breaking into a little grin right there. Knowing he's way out in front right now.
Going to the turn, there's no 3 there. It's a 6. So Jim, the local, 27 years old, with a chance of doubling up now. Just got to sweat one more card. Here it comes.
Well, it's a 10 on the river.
He's safe.
And Vince, I don't think Joe Keither's made a bobble at this final table until possibly that play where some might think it's a little bobble, including me. So Jim Gilbert doubling up to get back in the hunt here.
I grew up in Bensalem, Pennsylvania, which is the first suburb north of Philadelphia. I think that the Northeast has a lot of really tough players. I think that the Philly, New York attitude is really perfect for poker.
Busted ass. That's a busted ass right there.
We're confrontational people. We don't take no stuff from anybody. That type of swagger really works well at the poker table. I like to think that I can be very aggressive and also very patient, and I think both are key when you're up against like a very tough final table like this one.
You gotta respect this guy. He says, we have attitude on this East Coast. We're not afraid to show it. He also calls this his biggest moment in his poker career.
He better catch some cards. He wants to beat these 2 guys, I can tell you that, because they are very, very tough poker players.
Jim Gilbert's cards. 3, king.
Man, he's going to make a button raise here.
Right, he makes it to 450. David goes out. Joe Keither has an ace, 5 of hearts. Makes the call.
And flop is 9-4-3.
So Jim gets a piece of that.
Joe is checked. Jim's got bottom pair. He's going to bet. 450,000, and Joe with the gut shot straight draw. He's going to make the call.
Going to the turn.
Well, an ace comes off.
Wow.
Joe now has the best hand with 2 aces, as well as the straight draw. He checks. And Jim wisely checks right behind him. But now a king comes off, giving Jim 2 pair and the best hand. Yes, there's 3 diamonds out there, but Joe is betting this hand for value right here, folks. He thinks the 2 aces are the best hand, the way this betting's gone.
And Jim, just when you thought you were giving up on your hand, you make something work there.
Well, he's definitely going to call. Not going to raise with 3 diamonds out there, but you do make the call. He's going to win the pot with 2 pair. And Joe takes a big swallow right there. He knows he was outdrawn on the river.
Well, Jim Gilbert needed a big break, and he's getting it right there. He's coming back. Blinds are still 1 and 200. Action on Joe. This time looks down at a pretty solid king, jack of diamonds.
He is going to raise it
to 400,000, and now Jim has an ace-6, staring his man Joe down.
And he just got lucky and beat him the last pot on the river, so he's going to 3-bet right here to 1.1 million.
David gets out of their way.
But Joe's going to make the call and look at a flop. So same 2 guys battling it out.
Jim in front with ace-6, up against king, jack of diamonds.
Now flop 10-9-5. Action's on Jim. He's going to check the ace high. Joe with the gut shot straight, checks right behind him. Now a deuce comes off. Jim out in front with an ace high. He's going to check.
Neither player has a piece of this, but Joe is going to take a plunge here.
Well, Vancy's saying the guy checked twice in a row to me. Looks like he just got ace high. Let me bet this hand, see what happens.
800,000.
Just tough to call with ace-6 in this spot. Jim lays it down, so nice bet on the turn there by Joe Keither. Wins him the pot.
The WPT holds tournaments around the globe for players at every level. Recently, the WPT was overseas at the Paradise Casino at Jeju Grand in South Korea for the WPT National Jeju Challenge, where Junichi Nakagiri from Japan took home the trophy and over $46,000. Then WPT Deep Stacks traveled to Florida and the Seminole Casino Hotel Immokalee, and it was Philip Harvin from St. Pete, Florida, who emerged victorious. And finally, Brad Lawn won over $27,000 at Parla Casino in northern San Diego at the WPT Foundation Parla Poker Open. But Brad was not the only winner that weekend, as nearly $20,000 was raised for the Special Olympics of Southern California. It was definitely a great event for a great cause. If you would like to join us at an upcoming WPT event, log on to WPT.com for a complete tournament schedule. Now, let's get back to the final table here at Borgata.
3-handed action continues. Action on Jim Gilbert, the local from Pennsylvania. Has a lot of pride in the back of these players.
Well, he looks down at 3-4 diamonds. He's on the button. Looks like he's going to make a position raise. Indeed he is. 450,000 to bet.
The chip leader David goes out, and now Joe Keither will make the call with a king 5. And the flop is a king 10-8, but they're all diamonds.
Wow.
Gilbert has flopped the flush.
Yeah, this pot could spell doom for Joe Keither. Joe checked. Jim is betting 550,000 here. And when you flop top pair in a flush draw, it's hard not to get a lot of chips in the pot. Joe just calls, though, doesn't raise. So we're going to the turn. Now the ace of hearts comes off. That card could save Joe some money, possibly. He checks. Fearful his opponent's made 2 aces, perhaps. Jim, of course, with the diamond flush. Well, Jim is going to bet his flush on the turn. 675,000. Only about a third the size of the pot. And Joe is going to make the call. As the cards lie, Joe must catch a diamond to win this pot.
River card coming up. Will it be a diamond? No, it's an 8 of hearts.
The board pairs 8. And again, Joe checks. Action's on Jim. Let's see how much he wants to extract or attempt to extract from his opponent here by getting a value bet in.
All in.
Wow. He's bet 3.5 million here.
He wants it all.
Well, he wants it all. Maybe the oversized bet will make Joe think he's bluffing, but I'm not sure he's going to. I just can't see him calling 3.5 million with just 2 kings here. And Joe's going to lay it down. I think that large bet might have cost him some money, Vince. I think if he'd have bet 800,000 or $1 million, might have got paid off.
We have to take a short break, but there is more action to come from Borgata, including a taste of a local delicacy, as well as some pearls of wisdom from our very own Tony Dunst.
Club WPT qualifier George Manikas has enjoyed playing here at Borgata, but he has always paid his own way until this week when he won a seat and a VIP package on ClubWPT.com.
I've been playing at Club WPT about 6 months now. It's very inexpensive way to get into these tournaments.
George from Club WPT.
Hey, George.
And the treatment is very well. And you meet a lot of excited people. It is a VIP experience for me.
So I was at the table with George. I was lucky enough to play with him, and it was great. He was having a blast. He was putting big bets out there, playing lots of hands, getting involved. He won a lot of the hands that he played against me. He definitely held his own.
Oh, felt like $1 million.
Now, why let another month go by and miss out on your chance at $100,000 in cash and prizes? You can't do that. Just go visit ClubWPT.com today. You'll enjoy it.
Okay, 3 players left fighting it out for this title. David Paredes well out in front with 19.6 million in chips. Jim Gilbert in second place with about 7 million. Joe Keither now in third place, just 4.1 million.
All right, let's go to the guy from Brookline, Massachusetts, David. He's got a 4-3. Quickly mucks his hand, and Joe Keither with king 3 of clubs will just call. And Jim Gilbert, jack deuce, just calling. The flop is a jack 9-10.
Well, Joe, with just a gut shot straight draw, is going to lead out in bed here. 200,000, but Jim with top pair going nowhere makes the call.
Turn card is a queen. That gives Joe a straight to the king.
Just a dream card for Joe Keither right there. So he hits a gut shot straight. He's checking it, as there's 3 spades on the board, I guess. We're hoping his opponent will bluff at it.
And it goes check, check.
Now a 6 on the river. Well, Joe, now confident his king high straight is good, is going to bet 475,000. That's with 2 jacks here. All you can beat is a stone cold bluff.
He's going to get out.
Joe Keither taking down that pot.
And these are up to 50,000 blinds, a 153, Mike.
Ooh, putting the pressure on us.
And Jim Gilbert this time.
700?
Ace deuce of diamonds will make it 700,000 to go.
David out. Joe Keither with a nice king queen. See what he's going to do.
All in.
Well, he's going to ship it for 5 million.
And Jim just doesn't want to stick around, goes away. Joe Keither will take this one.
Well, it's the 2 bearded guys, the 2 youngest players at the table, seemingly playing all the pots right now. Chip leader David Paredes has just gotten a rocking chair. He's just going to sit back till one of these guys get broke and then play heads up for the title.
Now Joe Keither has a queen 10. Joe makes it 600,000 to go. Jim now with an ace 3.
All in.
He's going to go all in. David out.
He said, look, you moved all in on me the hand before. Why can't I do it to you this time? Nice all-in bet by Jim there to take down that pot.
This week at Borgata, we've seen some movement in the Hublot WPT Player of the Year race. Reigning Borgata Poker Open champion Darren Elias added to his point total with another deep run here this season. And Joe Keither, who came into this tournament with 2 cashes under his belt, will be adding to his point total tonight. We'll keep you updated on the race all season long. But now, let's get back to the action.
Well, David Perez slipping a little bit because he's just sitting back and binding his money off here lately, but still has about 18 million in chips. More than the sum total of his two opponents.
Plays on Jim Gilbert. And he has a pair of nines. Gotta like a nice wired pair.
$700,000.
He'll make it 700,000 to go. David behind him with a king, queen. Makes the call. And Joe Keither with an ace-jack.
Let's see what he does.
All in.
He's going to squeeze here. He's moving all in over the top with the ace-jack.
All in.
Jim?
Gilbert goes over the top, all in with his nines. Gets David to go out.
Could have ended this.
Joe.
I know. Come on.
So if Joe wins this pot, we'll still be three-handed. If Jim's nines stand up, we'll be down to heads-up play.
Don't forget, ace-jack was the hand that Jim lost his entire first-place stack with. Maybe some irony here.
Got to win races to win tournaments. Who's going to get lucky here?
The flop is an 8-5-4. That is good for Jim.
Yeah, very good for Jim. He's well out in front with the two nines.
Joe Keither, the most experienced player at the table, in a lot of trouble.
You're looking for an ace or a jack and hits an ace on the turn. There you see the grimace and the pain. Fell by Jim Gilbert there. No reaction, of course, by Joe Keither. He's a stoic guy at the table. Doesn't laugh, doesn't joke. All business.
What a turn card for Joe.
Knows it's not over. Got to dodge a 9 on the river, and he does it. As the 4 comes off, Joe Keither going to double up.
510 or 550? Yeah.
Well, he had to get lucky to do it. He did so. Reversal of fortune. Now Jim Gilbert back on that short stack with 2.7. Oh, this game can be brutal.
Well, he was down to this amount once before at this final table and bounced back to double up and get to about 7-8 million. Let's see if he can do it again from the short stack.
David, our chip leader, with a king 10 and the button. And he'll move it up to 600,000 to go. Min raise. Joe Keither going to take a breather. Jim now with ace, deuce.
All in.
Saying all in.
2,075,000 more.
David making this call.
Jim Gilbert's tournament life on the line. David making that call because he could well afford to make it. Knows if he can win this pot, he'll be a big chip leader playing heads up for the title.
Here comes the flop. And it's a good one for Jim Gilbert. 8-5-5. No problems yet for Jim Gilbert. Turn card. It's a jack. Another safe card for Jim. One card away from doubling up.
Well, David must catch a king or a 10 to win it.
Six of spades on the river.
So again, Jim Gilbert battling back from the short stack to double up to stay alive.
It's okay. Come on, David.
They just won't die off here, Vince.
That's right, an epic battle here at the Borgata Poker Open. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action in just a moment.
Borgata, our casual dining, offers just about everything for everyone. We have noodles of the world. We have the buffet, Metropolitan, bread and butter, Borgata Baking Company. People like to come in, get something really good, and get right back out on the floor. One of the most popular features we have here at the Metropolitan right now is our raw bar. We have shrimp, we have crab claws, clams, oysters from different areas. We also feature oyster shooters. Our oysters come right from the boat to the restaurant. Really nice and fresh. Customers love it. Service is great here, and it's just a great, great operation.
He is so right. So many great dining options here at Borgata.
Yeah, Vince, and don't forget about where I eat a lot. The food court right below the poker game. Good food, and you get it fast.
Well, let's forget about our stomachs for just a moment. Get back to the game. 3 players left at Borgata. Joe Keither with 13.5 million. But action's on Jim Gilbert. He's got the button. He's got a strong ace-jack of spades.
All in.
There you go.
Well, he is going all in with it.
See if he gets action. David out. And Joe with pretty strong ace-9.
Cool.
He's making the call.
Joe just assumed the chip lead and could just as quickly give it up if he doesn't get lucky here. Well, Vince, ace-jack has been extremely unlucky for Jim Gilbert so far at this final table. He's got broke with it, and he's got broke against it.
The flop is an ace 10-5. Beautiful for Jim.
Yep, Jim looking good this time with his 2 aces and a better kicker.
Joe just hating that flop. Here we go to the turn. 7. It is safe for Jim.
Well, neither player has a heart in their hand. So Joe must catch a 9 on the river.
If he does so, he'll knock out his man. It'll be heads up, but it's a 4 diamonds.
So there you go. Jim Gilbert has battled back from the bottom of the heap to where he now sits in a strong second chip position.
He just won't go away.
He was at the top for a long time, now at the bottom. He's battling back, and like that man said, he just won't go away. Cards go to Jim first. He's got just an 8-4.
Well, he goes out. David Paredes in a small blind. Looks like he's just going to limp in and call with the king-5 of clubs. Because he just called, Joe going to try to win the pot right here. Might be steaming a little from the last pot. Raises it to 800,000 with just an 8-4. So a $500,000 more to David, who calls it with the king-5. And when it comes king, 6, deuce, nice flop for David. He's got top pair and checks. Joe checks right behind him. Now a 5 comes off. David now has 2 pair. Joe with the 2-way straight draw.
David's gonna bet $1,250,000. And Joe, he's gonna shovel it out, it looks like.
Is gonna call or is he gonna raise? Just makes the call, takes the conservative route against the chip leader.
Hoping to hit. And the river card is a 6, so Joe does not hit.
It's got to be a bit of a scare card for David.
David's going to check it.
Because that kills his kings and 5s. He's now got kings and 6s with a bad kicker. And here comes Joe. Knows he has to bet to win. He's going to try it right here. 1.7 million. And if you're David, you're sick right now. You had kings and 5s. Now the best you can do is kings and 6s with no kicker. Your opponent could have a flush, could have been slow playing a straight, could have a better king. What you can beat is a bluff, and that's what he's got, is a bluff. David Paredes is going to win this pot and increase his chip lead.
David Paredes. His wife loving that moment.
Well, she should love it, Vance. That was a tough call to make.
I've been playing this game a long time. I've never won a big tournament. The last final table, my wife was pregnant with Savannah. That gave me a little motivation to do well because I knew she was on the way. Maybe I let the pressure get to me. To get that close and to not play your best heads up is something I regret.
Well, no doubt about it, if David Paredes loses this tournament, he will remember this hand for the rest of his life.
Fatherhood makes you a little bit of a softie, I feel. So I've had to reclaim my killer instinct. I feel like if I get heads up this time, I'm gonna give a better showing.
He's got a great shot to get heads up because he's a chip leader now with 15.8. Jim Gilbert in second with 11 million. Joe Keither now in third place with just 4 million in chips.
Quick fold by David Paredes. Joe Keither now with a 10-8 of diamonds.
All in.
Well, he's moving all in here.
Call.
And Jim is going to call with ace-6.
Joe going to have to get lucky to stay alive in this tournament. So far in this 300 battle, numerous times, the all-in player has stayed alive.
Flop is a 6, jack, deuce. So very good for Jim.
Well, 2 6s now for Jim. Still out in front. Got to dodge a backdoor straight, backdoor flush.
And a 5 of diamonds. Wait, not so fast.
Always a sweat.
You can now win the pot with a diamond, a 10, or an 8. A lot of outs for Joe.
Yes, he does. The 6 is still a nice favorite to knock out Keither. Down the river we go. And the diamond hits. Oh, man. Deuce of diamonds makes Joe Keither the flush.
Nobody will die in this 300 battle.
They won't.
David Paredes, former lawyer, out in front.
These guys just bouncing around, and the blinds are going up to 2 and 400 with a $50,000 ante. Action on Keither. He's got queen 4 of hearts, and he's going to fold that. And now Jim with an 8-7 of clubs.
All in.
Whoa.
Wow, Jim going all in here.
Taking a stab. David with ace-4 of spades. He likes it. He's going to make this call.
Just since the overbet, he wasn't that strong. Called him with the weak ace. It's the best hand. Let's see if it holds up for David.
David with a big opportunity to knock out the local Jim Gilbert right now, and the flop is at 8-5-3. That is good for Jim. He's out-flopped David.
David wincing over there. Knows he's been out-flopped.
Let's have a straight draw.
Now must catch a deuce or an ace to take the lead.
There is no safe haven here at Borgata. Going to the turn. It is a 6.
Good one.
Now that means a 7 would win the pot for David, as well as a deuce or an ace.
Deuce.
What drama? Last card's coming up. It's a 5 of spades.
We still have 3 left, and we have a new chip leader at the final table. Jim Gilbert has reassumed the chip lead. And Jim was all the way down to $2 million at one point in this three-handed battle. He has now battled his way back up to nearly $15 million.
Like rock, paper, scissors at this table, huh?
Oh, that's true. Another game I've lost a lot of money in.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
In Atlantic City, no one has a monopoly on tough spots, but Tony Dunst knows where to find a get-out-of-jail-free card in tonight's Raw Deal.
We've all been there before. You're facing a big bet with a marginal hand, and you can't decide what to do. After thinking over the numbers and the circumstances, you tell yourself, I'll wait for a better spot, then fold. But it's a fold. But if you're at a tough table, it's questionable whether that better spot will ever materialize. And even if it might, should you really be waiting for it? Let's break it down. Our three-handed final table has truly been a roller coaster. But after acquiring the chip lead, David Paredes seemed content to avoid conflict and didn't play a major pot until calling an all-in from Jim Gilbert.
All in.
David is holding ace-4 suited in the big blind and facing an 18-blind shove from Jim. I can't tell you what Jim's precise shoving range is, but I think it contains enough hands that David's call expects to show a profit. Now, perhaps you believe that because David has to risk half his stack to make the call, he should pass up this small edge, retain his chip lead, and keep searching for that better spot. But the reality of poker is, when everyone's playing well, you're not going to be handed any easy spots. At the professional level, poker is a game of pushing small edges, and just because the stakes are high doesn't mean it's time to become risk-averse. And if your professional opponents realize you've become risk-averse, I can promise they'll punish you.
Nobody will die in this three-handed battle.
No, they won't. He just won't go away.
Even though David didn't win this hand, you have to trust the numbers, because they're a representation of what happens over the long term. So if the old poker adage was to wait for a better spot, I advise you replace it with this new one. Don't be a little bitch.
Don't hold back, Tony. Tell us what you feel.
Well, David did the best he could. He got the money in with the best hand. That's all you can do in poker. Just didn't hold up.
Three-handed poker continues at Borgata.
Jim Gilbert, once again, the chip leader at this final table.
That's true. Big seesaw battle he's been going through. And right now he's got a 9-7 with the button.
Yeah, I'm going to make a button raise there.
Makes it 800,000 to go. David goes out. Joe Keither, though, with an 8-7.
Yeah, going to make the call.
The flop is a king, jack, 9.
Okay, Joe's got the gut shot, straight draw, and checks. Jim's got bottom pair.
He bet before the flop, but no, he's not going to make the continuation bet. Kind of surprising.
Very surprising to me. Now 6 comes off, giving Joe an open-end straight draw. See what he's going to do. Well, he said the guy didn't bet the flop. He must not have any of that. Let me just try to steal the pot right here. So Joe is going to bet 1.1 million. And this is the problem. When you don't make the continuation bet, you're at a guess as to what to do. And Jim guessed wrong as he folded there.
Got to run away with the tail beneath your legs. Not attractive.
If you're going to raise pre-flop with 9-7 offsuits, I think you have to make continuation bets when your opponents check to you, but there'll be a continuation bet here by David, I promise you. He's picked up 2 aces on the button.
Makes it 980, and Joe Keither picks up a huge hand as well, ace-king.
This could be doom for Joe Keither, Vince.
All in.
He's gone all in. Jim out, and of course the insta-call.
It's automatic, just what we call a cooler in the business. You can't get away from it. In a 3-handed poker game, especially when blinds are this high.
Give me covered, right?
I've got like 8, 9, 9, 7, 9, 8.
I like 9-5. It's a good spot.
2 guys that have made World Poker Tour final tables, but never champions before. Here comes the flop, and it is a 5-5-9. That is safe for David.
Yeah, very safe.
Crowd on its feet.
That's got to come king-king, Vince, or 5-5 to get the split. Nothing else will do.
But he catches the king. This is not over. David looked sickened there.
Could he possibly hit king-king to win this pot?
If he does, I'm going to see this piece of paper. I'll eat it.
Oh, my God.
Oh, always a sweat.
Well, please, I hate paper. Don't make me eat the paper.
And the river.
I don't have to. It's a queen of hearts.
Well, tough luck for Joe Keither. Played so good all night long. Then ran into what we call a cooler. Ace-king versus aces. Joe Keither out tonight in 3rd place.
Highly respected in the poker world. You can see why. Unlucky right now, but he's lucky to take home $262,000. Let's go talk to Joe.
I mean, I'm obviously feeling a little disappointed. I wanted to win, but, you know, 3-handed, we went back and forth quite a bit and, you know, just ran into cooler in the end and couldn't win. I'll take a big win any day, and, you know, I might not show emotion more than most people, but, you know, I still care just as much and just, you know, trying to do my best. Hopefully I'll be back soon.
With Joe Keither's elimination, that leaves David Paredes and Jim Gilbert to battle for the WPT title. Heads-up action at the Borgata Poker Open starts after this.
Good, guys.
What if there was a place where over $1 million in cash prizes and WPT entries were given away every year?
Well, Mike, there is. Join ClubWPT.com today for a chance to win a share of over $1 million in cash and prizes every year.
Heads-up play at the Borgata Poker Open is about to begin between David Paredes and Jim Gilbert. Royal Flush girls Bijan and Jennifer have brought out the money these two are playing for, plus an impressive Hublot watch to be awarded to tonight's champion. And on the last break, I had the chance to speak with both players. Jim, you said that you are always learning from the game. What have you learned tonight?
Definitely another lesson in patience. It's been a really, really tough table, and I got really short at one time. But just wait it out, and hopefully you get aces.
You can't always wait for aces.
You can't always wait for aces, but sometimes there's ace-king instead.
Yes, sometimes there is. All right, well, good luck.
All right, thank you.
David, you've been here before. Heads up for a title. What's it going to take to close it out this time?
Just going to take me playing my normal, solid game and not making any mistakes and getting lucky.
Is 2nd place good enough?
No, this time I'm going for the title.
It's all about the title.
Absolutely.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, David Paredes in good shape to get that title as right now. He's the chip leader with 2 left. He has 19.8 million. Jim Gilbert, 11 million.
Lines of 200 and 400. Here we go. Action on Jim Gilbert, the 27-year-old.
He looks down at an ace-deuce. Any ace is a good hand playing heads-up poker, and Jim knows that, so he's going to raise this to 1 million.
Into David, the former child actor. Went to Harvard, now known poker player. He's going to call with an 8-6 and speculate. Here's the first 3.
Now flop comes 9-7-4, so David's flopped an open-end straight draw. He's going to check, and Jim checks right behind him.
No continuation bet. A queen changes nothing.
What will David do now? He is going to bet $1 million and take the pot down. So David staying aggressive. It wins the pot for him. He extends his chip lead.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing where you don't have to catch the river card. You just take the pot, just steal away. David just doing so. Back into the action. Jim this time with a pair of eights.
And Jim's going to come in for $1 million.
David, on the other hand, with a solid ace-6. Just calling.
Flop comes 9-7-6. Nice flop for Jim. He's got the best hand and the best draw. 2 8s and an open-end straight draw. David is checked, bottom pair.
Jim's gonna bet it. 1.1.
David gonna make the call.
4th Street.
And the board pairs 7s. And David's gonna check. And Jim also checks.
River card coming up.
And now an ace comes off.
Oh no.
Giving David the best hand with aces up. Now David's gonna check. Jim checks behind him.
Oh.
Well, there you see the agony of Jim right there as he knows he got outdrawn on the river to lose that pot.
David Paredes and his wife, Caitlin, enjoying the moment. Can he close this out and take home his first WPT championship at Borgata? We will see.
You're watching the WPT from Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa in Atlantic City.
There you see the chip count. 19.9 for David, 10.9 million for Jim. This is right where they started when the heads-up battle began.
Everyone loves a heads-up battle. This is a good one. Blinds at 2 and 400. Action's going to David Paredes. He's got a 9-10. He's going to raise to 800,000 to go into Jim, who has ace-4.
All in?
He's going all in. David concedes.
Nice all-in bet by Jim there. That's the power of ace-high playing heads-up. You move in, you win a lot of pots.
Looks a little nervous. He's got chips, but you just never know what's going to happen next. It's on him. Well, he's got a pretty strong ace-9. Getting out those raising chips makes it 800,000 with the min raise.
Yeah, it's going to get the job done, though, as Jim goes out. David Paredes been a pro for 6 years. Former lawyer, worked on Wall Street. Quit that to become a poker pro. Got a chance to win his first WPT title.
Second time at the final table, and this could be his time. Jim Gilbert now with a pair of jacks.
Since he's just calling, limping in on the buttons.
Hoping that David has a hand. But does he have a hand? He has a pair of kings.
Well, Vince, this is liable to get raised, re-raised, all in. I'll be shocked if all the money's not in before the flop with these two hands.
Raised to 1.2.
All in?
Call.
Yeah, all in and called. Doesn't matter what seat you're sitting in, you're getting all your money in before the flop with either one of these hands.
Good call.
Playing heads up for the title.
I got Jaybirds.
David's in great shape to take home his first ever title. There's his wife, Caitlin.
If David's kings hold up, he will be the king of the Borgata Poker Open.
5 cards to come. Poker destiny on the line. Here's the flop. It's an 8-8 deuce.
So far, so good for David. He's just got to dodge a jack or 2 running diamonds. That's not the king of diamonds to put the crown on his head.
The 36-year-old out of Brookline, Massachusetts, with a big chance. Ace of spades on the turn.
Magnets work.
Well, down to the river. Jim Gilbert must catch a 2-outer, must hit a jack on the river, otherwise David will take down his first WPT title.
And it's a 5 of hearts. He's done it.
David Paredes has done it, Vince. He has won the Borgata Poker Open.
Caitlin ecstatic.
Well, Jim Gilbert made a valiant effort, came to the final table as chip leader, just wasn't quite meant to be for him, but really, he did great.
going to take home $434,000. Before we talk to our champion, let's talk to the runner-up, Jim Gilbert.
That was awesome.
Won it. Sweet. I came in as chip leader, but honestly, I can't say that I'm disappointed at all. Coming in second with the players that I was going up against is perfectly fine with me, and I think I did a good job of staying out of the way when I needed to and getting involved when I had to. I really held my composure, and I tried my best to fight back, and I definitely think I represented the locals pretty well here, and hopefully I'll be under the lights again soon enough.
And now, let's talk to the winner of the Borgata Poker Open from Brookline, Massachusetts, David Paredes. David, first of all, congratulations. It wasn't that long ago, right here at Borgata, that you were playing heads up for a WPT title, and you finished runner-up. Tell us how much sweeter it is this time around that you crossed the finish line with the cash and the title.
Last time, I felt like I didn't play my best heads up. I don't know if I let the pressure get to me, but I really, really wanted the win this time. And I just told myself I wasn't gonna make any mistakes. I was just gonna play my game and do the best I could because I really wanted that title. It means a lot to me.
Well, you sure did. Your strategy was perfect, your game was perfect, and you are the WPT champion at the Borgata Poker Open. Congratulations one more time. In addition to over $723,000 in cash that you win, you also get this beautiful Hublot watch to commemorate your victory and your name etched forever on the WPT Champions Cup. Let's hear it one more time for our champion, David Paredes. Glenn, back to you.
What a night for David Paredes, the season of 14 Borgata Poker Open champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
Nice to be a winner.
Definitely. Feels good.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The Best Bet Bounty Scramble starts now.
Feeling like $1 million.
We did it. We made it. It only took 6 tries.
Tonight in Jacksonville, the Best Bet in Poker takes center stage in Florida. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. 4 days ago, hundreds of players at the Best Bet Bounty Scramble had their sights set on becoming the latest WPT champion, as well as getting their hands on a $2,500 bounty bonus as play got underway.
Hi, everyone. Allow me to welcome you to Best Bet Bounty Scramble. Players, this is a special event. The guys and ladies surrounding me are bounties in this tournament. When you knock them out, you get a nice cash bounty of $2,500. So players, best of luck to all of you in making it to the final table. Dealers, let's shuffle up and deal.
Players had their eyes on the target, and the first bounty claimed was our very own Vince Van Patten.
I just got a hand that I couldn't get away from. I mean, I could have. I chose not to. That's why I'm leaving.
And although Vince was the first bounty eliminated, he was not the last. The captured bounties included former Ones to Watch Matt Affleck, 3-time WPT finalist Daryl Fish, and Season 12 Best Bet champion Jared Jaffe, who not only lost a bet to former NFL pro Richard Seymour, but then lost all his chips to 2-time WPT champion Darren Elias.
Got it in good, but nobody ever beats Darren. I know that. I haven't beaten him in 7 years.
Another player celebrating was Season 10 Foxwood finalist Eli Berg. After flopping a royal flush, Eli won a free cruise for 2, courtesy of the Royal Caribbean International Royal Flush Bonus.
All right, yes!
Known for his defensive prowess on the field, 3-time Super Bowl champ Richard Seymour was all offense, dragging in huge pots and building a massive chip stack. And though Richard had a strong finish on the day, he fell just short of capturing the $5,000 chip leader bonus.
Second and 2, too. It's cool.
He was one of the 73 players to survive Day 1A and move on to Day 2, where they would all be chasing poker pro and Florida native Barry Hutter, who bagged over $280,000 in chips.
Just made the nuts a lot, and people didn't really fold. It was a good day.
On another beautiful, sunny Florida afternoon, a new crop of players entered Best Bet Jacksonville to take their shot at the WPT title. The field included some Day 1A bust-outs, plus some new bounties, including recent WPT Choctaw finalist Mina Greco.
This is the first time I've been bounty. It feels good. I don't think anyone's out to get me, but I'm kind of covered up too, so I don't even know if some people know I'm even the bounty at the table.
Fresh off his victory at Borgata, WPT champion David Paredes took another shot at advancing while getting used to his newfound bounty status.
It is tough to be a bounty, I'll say. I mean, a guy just 4-bet me with ace-5 offsuit. You know, is it because I'm a bounty? I don't know. I feel like I've learned a little bit from yesterday and maybe learning a little bit today. So hopefully let the theories marinate.
Another player taking advantage of the unlimited re-entry was WPT champion Jared Jaffe. As the field began to thin out, several bounties were among the fallen.
Good luck, you guys.
Including WPT Deep Stacks ambassador Tristan Wade, Season 11 Best Bet Jacksonville champion Noah Schwartz, and WPT champion Scott Clements, who busted thanks to the rivered two-pair of fellow bounty, two-time WPT champion Marvin Rettenmeyer. With registration closed, the official numbers were in. 412 entries combined to create a nearly $2 million prize pool. 53 players would make the money, with first place taking home almost $400,000. With his eye on another title, reigning Player of the Year Anthony Zeno hit a few bumps in the road.
That's when you have to recenter yourself and say, all right, I had whatever, but who cares? That's in the past. I still have this. They'll play good, you know? They'll play good.
When the dust cleared, 84 players remained, with Floridian David Farber at the top of the counts, earning the $5,000 chip leader bonus. And after numerous entries, Jared Jaffe survived the day with over $122,000 in chips.
We did it. We made it. It only took 6 tries. If I make the final table, I might break even.
The combined 157 survivors of the 2 Day 1 flights took their seats with the money bubble looming in the distance. Mike Sexton checked in with Richard Seymour about being one of the chip leaders.
In football terms, we're still in the first quarter here.
First quarter of the game. Yeah, no, it's a lot of football left.
Off to a great start in season 14 was two-time WPT champion Darren Elias.
This year's been great. I played 4 events. I've cashed all 4. I think I've made the final 2 tables of all of them. So it's been good. No wins yet, but I'm getting on the board, which is good.
Several players were on a roll, building up huge chip stacks early in the day. Among those stacking chips were main event champ Ryan Reese, Season 10 WPT champion Kevin Eister, and New York native Jake Schwartz, who continued to build on his strong Day 1A start.
Day 1A, I zoomed to the top of the counts, and today has been more like a grind.
Also having a good day was the Psycho Ninja himself, Kurt Kohlberg, who won a huge pot while knocking out local player James Joyner and bounty Blake Bond. But the rising fortunes of some came at the cost of others. The field began to thin out and we lost several prominent players, including bounties Jonathan Little.
Oh, sweet. I didn't know that.
WPT champion James Calderero, and Mina Greco.
My luck ran out today, but I had a really good time. This is a really nice place. I really like it here. I will be back.
With the tournament now on the money bubble, Kurt Kohlberg, who'd been cruising earlier in the day, found himself all in and at risk, holding pocket sevens against the pocket aces of Ben Zamani. With no help on the board, Kurt was sent home just short of cashing at best bet. With the rest of the room in the money, WPT champ Jared Jaffe, who re-entered multiple times, needed a few more people to bust before celebrating.
I need top 9 to profit in this thing. I'm doing it right. I think I'm gonna final table this thing and turn a profit.
The field started to thin out, and in addition to the rising payouts, there was still cash on the table to be collected.
My man.
Bounties whose exit would fatten the wallets of other players included Byron Carverman in 39th place, WPT champ Mike Linster in 37th place, and Ryan Reese in 33rd place. The final elimination of the night was Richard Seymour, who cashed for the 2nd year in a row at Best Bet Jacksonville.
Play patient, waited on great spots, and it is what it is.
4 bounties survived to play on day 3. Tyler Patterson finishing 3rd on the leaderboard. Poker pro Ben Zamani ended the day as the chip leader with 1.2 million, followed by WPT Deep Stacks Jacksonville winner George Wolf in 2nd with over 1.1 million. The final 28 players settled into their seats at the start of day 3, with visions of the final table and their name on the WPT Champions Cup. One such player was the man they called Duckman, Marvin Carlins, who collected the first bounty of the day after knocking out his former student and WPT finalist, John Racner.
He used to be my professor at USF, which is kind of funny. That was when I was 18. He actually got my career started. I stopped going to school because he wouldn't let me take an exam early.
Fresh off his 5th place finish at the Legends of Poker, Stan Jablonski was looking good and shared the secret to his recent success.
You know, I think just the more you play, you sort of pick a few things up. I watch the good players all the time, see what they're doing. I think I've just been a little more patient and picking my spots better overall.
But falling short of making another WPT final table were Darryl Fish, Ray Khartoumi, and Jared Jaffe, whose flopped set of 3s were no good after his opponent turned a set of kings.
Another WPT, another interesting ending.
All in pre-flop with pocket aces, Anthony Zeno was poised to double up against the Duckman's pocket queens. But a queen on the flop sent the reflective 3-time WPT champion to the rail.
The thing about poker that everyone has to embrace, including me, is that there's just such a high amount of variance. This year I've been on the better side of variance, so I'll never complain about a poker hand ever again after this year that I've had.
When the remaining players combined to 1 table, 2 bounties remained. After hours of play, Lonnie Harwood ran into the red-hot Marvin. Her pocket jacks would not improve against his pocket kings, and Lonnie was eliminated in 9th place.
I mean, I'm happy with how I played. It's just I got jacks against kings. Pretty tough spot against somebody who's raising to 10x every hand pre-flop. Can't complain though. I had a blast being a bounty.
With Lonnie's departure, Tyler Patterson was awarded a trophy and a bottle of champagne for being the last bounty standing. But his bounty status would not protect Tyler, as he was all in and dominated against George Wolf with just 7 players left. Ace-5 against Ace-Queen. Tyler needed some help or he would be knocked out just short of the televised final table. But a 5 on the flop gave Tyler the lead. No help on the turn or river doubled up Tyler and left George with just 1 big blind. 2 hands later, George was taken out by businessman Ryan Dunn.
Congrats, guys.
And the final 6 were set.
Yeah, you played great, man.
Marvin the Duckman Carlins would lead the charge of a tough final table filled with strong recreational players and talented poker pros. Here now to give us more insight on this final table are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, we've got quite an interesting group of players here.
Yeah, Lynn, we've got a nice mix of the old guard and young guns at this final table. And certainly make no mistake about it, there's a lot of poker talent. Now, the 2 guys with the most poker pedigree at the table, Ben Zamani and Tyler Patterson, who incidentally is the last remaining bounty left in this tournament. Between them, they have over 4.1 million in live tournament winnings, and they each have a World Series of Poker bracelet to their credit. They're experienced, and they'll be tough to beat. But also keep your eye on Stan Jablonski. This is his 2nd WPT final table this season. He was 5th earlier this year at the Legends of Poker, and if he finishes in 4th place or better tonight, he takes the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race. But Vince, as well as those guys are doing, they're not the ones that everybody's talking about so far in this tournament. That distinction, at least thus far, goes to our chip leader. They call him Duckman.
That's right, the Flying Duckman. Now, we have a senior at the table. The chip leader is 74 years old. Doesn't look it, but he has an opportunity to become the oldest player in the history of the World Poker Tour to take down a WPT title that is held by the great Doyle Brunson. Now, he's a non-professional, he's a professor, he's a writer, he's a philosopher. He is the Flying Duckman, but he doesn't fish, he doesn't hunt, no. He likes to throw dice, he likes to throw the hard 4. Those are 2 ducks, 2 deuces. Let's see if he can do it tonight and take down this title.
Can he do it? All right, guys, and before the players took their seats, we got the last bounty standing, Tyler Patterson's take on this table.
It's not going to be an easy final table at all. There's kind of a cluster so far of the chips and a lot of good players left. So there's only one real recreational player, and that's Marv, and he's been dominating. So it's going to be tough for sure.
So who will take down the season 14 Best Bet Bounty Scramble title? Action begins right after this.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
I've watched the World Poker Tour for so long, and I thought, what would it be like to be at one of those tables? I'd be scared out of my wits, but I'm sure looking forward to it.
Bid some money. Stan Jablonski.
I'm not going to look to ladder up. I'm going to look to get chips and hopefully make a run at winning it.
Ryan Dunn.
It's kind of hard to soak it all in. I'm sure it's going to hit me in a couple days, but the lack of sleep, I think it's helped, actually.
Jake Schwartz.
I don't have a big live one under my belt, and I'm very determined to get one, so that would be crucial to me. My grandma would be in tears. That'd be exciting.
Tyler Patterson.
I have pretty high expectations, so I guess the pressure isn't off, because I do really want to win. I would love to be the first bounty to win WPT, yeah.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Marvin Carlins, the amateur, 74-year-old out in front with about $3.7 million in play. That's what they're playing for. The winner tonight taking home over $375,000.
There's the beautiful Hublot watch. Goes to the champion. Down to the table we go where the antes are 5,000. Blinds are 20 and 40. Action on Ryan Dunn. 29 years old, the non-professional. He quickly folds.
Jake Schwartz, the youngest player at the table at 24 from New York, folding.
Tyler Patterson not going to play, and so here we go around to the chip leader, Marvin. No, he's not going to play.
Benzimani with the ace high.
So I got to set the tone, right?
That's the way it's going to be, eh? You and I.
Make sure we're left off. You know, first hand.
Okay. I thought you were mellow.
And Stan Jablonski says, we're going to start that way. You're going to raise me already, right?
We should play show one every hand. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Winner shows one card.
Okay.
And Stan's going to let Ben get it.
Pick one.
It has to be random. It has to be random, too.
I'm not in for that.
You're not in for that?
I'll show one for sure. I don't like random.
No, you get to pick. If you win the hand, you pick. I just let him pick because I wanted to.
Well, Ben suggested that they show one card. He's the first to do it.
You're the last person I'd expect that idea to come from.
Sounds like a good
And as you saw, Jake Schwartz quickly agreeing. So the two young pros at the table trying to get everybody to show as many cards as they can to pick up info. What do you think of it?
You got to love it. Okay, on to the next hand after Ben took the first one. Jake Schwartz going out. Tyler out into Marvin Carlins.
Look at his little duck in front of him, Vince. You got to love it.
Yes, they call him the Duck Man.
This guy just plays poker as a hobby. He loves it.
150.
Just took it up 4 years ago.
He's got a pair of nines, raises it to 150 to go. Everyone folding. Now it's around to Ryan Dunn.
For you.
Excuse me, Vince.
Oh no, what was that?
Yeah. He's got two ducks.
You coming here with props, Mike? Oh no. All right, he's called with the deuces. Let's go to the flop.
Oh boy, the ducks are really quacking now. He's flopped three of a kind. He checks, and Marv checks right behind him.
The queen on the turn. Ryan Dunn, the non-professional, flopping a set, and now he's coming out to bet. Yep, 150.
Marvin going nowhere, even with the two overcards out there.
300.
Not only not going anywhere, he's raising, Vince. Well,
interesting move.
Man, it's not going to work, as we know, because Ryan has three deuces.
800.
Well, he's going to come right back over the top for another $500,000, just in case the Duck Man had some kind of flush draw or straight draw here.
The Duck Man still the chip leader, but it must be sickened by this going.
Good bet.
And Marvin Carlins has to let it go. The flying Duckman flies out of that.
The Duck Man got out his little as well and saluted his opponent who had the ducks.
It's got to be a long night, isn't it? Okay.
Oh, boy.
Moving on, Tyler Patterson now picking up a little pair of threes. In first position.
Tyler, the last bounty standing in this tournament.
Yep, he makes it 95 to go. Duckman going to take a breather. Benzimani out. And Stan, the jet ski man, going away. Around to Ryan. He's got ace-7.
Wow, that's a strong play, Vince. He is re-raising out of the small blind, meaning he's out of position. Coming right over the top of Tyler here with just an ace-7 offsuit.
Jake going out. Now Tyler with the pair of threes. We'll see the flop.
Hope to flop a 3 where you can bust a guy.
Let's see. No 3. King 7 deuce.
Yeah, Ryan now has the best hand. Middle pair with top kicker. He was going to make a continuation bet, whatever hit out there, but
160, yeah.
Feels better they caught a part of it.
Yep, and Tyler can't compete. So Ryan Dunn, the environmental driller, having a nice strong flurry in the beginning.
I know all these players have a lot of success and they're tough. I don't have a lot of scores, but I have put a lot of time in. I'm a real quick learner. People probably have no clue who I am, and that's fine. I have to make sure I'm not dreaming. This is what poker players dream of, you know, get on TV, win in first place. This is a dream come true. I'm hoping I win. I'll be speechless.
So Ryan Dunn, the 29-year-old from Tallahassee, Florida, runs an environmental company. He's done that for 3 years. This is his first WPT cash. Here he is at the final table.
On to the next hand, a quick fold by Stan. Let's see if Ryan likes this. Nope. Goes out. Jake Schwartz out.
Over to Tyler.
King 6 will make a raise to 90,000. Into the Duckman Marvin Carlins, and let's take a look at his cards.
Oh no.
Oh,
Vince, sorry. Got to do it.
Pair of deuces. We call them the Ducks.
400.
And he loves that. He's going to raise it. And everybody goes out.
You won.
Which one you showing, Duckman?
The Ducks coming to play, Vince.
Really?
Plenty more action to come from Best Bet Jacksonville, and when we return, Tony Dunst breaks it all down in the Raw Deal. The old saying, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all, never really resonated with Tony Dunst. He's here tonight to speak his mind in the Raw Deal.
Final tables on the World Poker Tour can often be serious affairs, with everyone remaining quiet and stoic, which is smart poker when the stakes are high. That's why it's strange to see tonight's final table in Jacksonville transform into a home game when Ben Zamani suggests they play show one card. But now that everyone's having fun and flashing cards, how does the game change? Let's break it down.
We should play show one every hand. What do you guys think?
Now, it's true that getting to see one card is a useful piece of information, especially for pros trying to figure out the habits of an amateur like Marvin Carlins. But I think the real advantage of getting the table to play show one is changing the tone of the game. Of course, the professionals on the table aren't going to alter their tactics because they're having a good time. But more casual players might be induced into taking it easy by the sociable dynamic show one creates. For casual players, it's unnatural to laugh with someone one moment and try to break them in the next, something that becomes second nature for us professionals.
Pick one.
And sure, it's unsettling to think that there's psychologically strategic reasons for professionals to play nice with amateurs. But that's poker. So I'm not suggesting that you should spend the entire event stone-faced. But if you're the amateur at the table, you probably shouldn't agree to give anything away for free. Unless you value having a good time more than winning money, in which case, I want your life.
Well, they are having a good time tonight, Vince, no doubt about it. And I like that they're showing one card. It just adds a dimension to the game that makes it fun.
Now that I think about it, I think it's an advantage to the tighter player. He gets to see these other guys stealing pots all the time, and then he doesn't have to show as many hands down and show how he's playing. So I think there's an advantage there to the tighter player. Okay, a bunch of folds, and now around to Marvin, the duck man who loves to play deuces.
100.
He's the chip leader. He's got queen 10 right now. He makes it 100,000 to go. Ben out.
Stan looking at the 6 deuce. He's got some money invested, so he's going to make a call here. And what a nice flop it is for Stan. He's flopped a flush draw and a gut shot straight draw, but he checks. Marvin misses the flop.
175.
Well, he's going to make a continuation bet here.
175.
Well, Stan is going to check raise here. You can see the way he's looking to grab the big stack of chips over there. And there it is.
675 total.
Let's see how Marvin can go any farther with his hand.
Good bet.
Conceding right there, mucks it. So Stan Jablonski.
Deuce.
No way.
No way. I don't believe it.
Get ready.
Yeah, he shows the deuce of hearts.
Nobody believed it that he had a deuce and check raise with a deuce there, but he did.
Well, Stan Jablonski has made $1.3 million in live earnings. Pretty good for a guy that has a jet ski business.
It's pretty amazing to be back again so soon, especially at the final table, since it took me like forever to make the first one. I know these young guys that are really good. They talk poker constantly to each other, and they have an edge on us. So we have to sort of do the same thing to see what's going on. I talked to some of the other older guys like myself, Cornell Simpan, Will Fiala, and they've really given me some good advice. I think it's happening more where, you know, we're trying to talk to each other and help each other improve our games.
Well, he's right about that. The young guys live, breathe, eat, sleep poker 24/7, Vince. They are tough to beat, but he's countering that by talking to old guys. Will it help him?
Stan is originally from Buffalo, New York.
Well, he loves playing on the World Poker Tour. This is his hobby, and he said with the money he wins here tonight, he's just going to have a better time in Montreal, our next stop on the World Poker Tour. He'll be there.
All right, well, Stan folds his hand. Now Ryan Dunn with a little suited connector. Apparently likes it. Enough to raise, 100,000 to go. Jake Schwartz going out.
Over to Tyler. He's getting out raising chips here. He is going to 3-bet here with the ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah, he's got the button, so he's got position. Duckman goes out. Zamani not going to play. Nice raise into Ryan Dunn, who has done well so far tonight. Will he give this a call?
Well, you want to see a flop with it, but
to see one of
still
those.
the guy's 3-bet. It's just 5 high. Ryan opts just to give it up, so
I have it.
Tyler's going to show the ace.
he's demonstrating that he's only 3-betting with premium hands. Most guys like to show the weaker of the two cards, but Tyler changing the strategy there.
Yeah, there's Tyler's girlfriend, Carolyn Wilson, in the audience. She's got to be proud. Tyler's going to fold the next hand. Marvin going out. Ben Zamani not playing.
Stan also folding. Over to Ryan. Now he looks down to 2 3s. He just got 3-bet out of the pot a minute ago by ace-10. Oh, and look at this, Vince. Jake Schwartz picks up ace-10, this time suited.
He's on the short stack at this point.
I'm all in.
Yeah, he's going to push all in.
I had a feeling that was coming. How much is it?
Into Ryan.
Yeah, like 1.1.
The environmental driller.
Under 1.1.
I call.
He's going to make this call.
Well, we have the race. As he makes the call with 2 3s. Jake can't believe he called with 2 3s. He's wincing because he knows he's hitting the rail if he doesn't win this race.
This is huge, guys.
Well, we just never cease to say it, Vince, because it's so true. To win tournaments, you got to win races. Who's going to win this one?
Yeah, big moment for Jake Schwartz right now.
All right, let's see the flop.
Here we go with the flop.
Oh, great flop for Jake. He's flopped a pair of 10s to take the lead.
They would have gone all in on the flop anyways.
You're just open chipping and I'm calling, right?
Ben folded a 3, which means Ryan now has just 1 out to win this pot. Must catch the case 3.
Yeah, turn card is a 5 of clubs, no 3. So Ryan Dunn, long shot to knock out Jake Schwartz.
1-outer.
All right, let's see the river.
Can he make a 3 appear? No, it's a deuce of diamonds.
What a sweat, though, right?
So the New Yorker Jake Schwartz gonna double up.
I saw it was a diamond. I saw it was a diamond, so I knew we were going to.
All right, well, here in Jacksonville, we met a player with true horse sense. Club WPT qualifier, Brent Furna.
When I arrived here, I'd never been to Best Bet before. I own and operate Journeyman Stud in Ocala, Florida. It's a thoroughbred breeding and sales organization. There's nothing more interesting than going down to the barn and thinking this might be the next Kentucky Derby winner. You get the same kind of thrill racing a horse that you do winning a big pot. I just can't take off, leave the farm, go play poker at a casino. When Club WPT became available, I really started playing quite a bit on the club site. I think anybody who's interested in poker and owns a computer should be playing on Club WPT.
Brent won his seat by playing on ClubWPT.com. You know how many dimes he lost, Vinny?
I don't know. Let me guess, none. Because on Club WPT, you never lose a dime playing poker.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
All right, back to the table we go. Marvin Carlins, as you can see, well out in front with over 3.3 million in chips. He's doing amazing here.
Back down to the money pit. It's gonna be on Marvin Carlins. Quickly folds his hand. Ben Zamani lives in Boca Raton, Florida. He's 29. He won't play. And now on Stan.
Well, he's out as well, so over to Ryan Dunn, who looks down at King Jack on the button.
From Tallahassee, non-professional, likes his hand.
Well, just limps in, doesn't raise.
That's interesting, yeah.
It might be good he didn't, because right behind him, Jake has picked up a pair of 10s. And he's certainly going to raise with these, especially after a guy limps in on the button.
That's right. King Jack doesn't raise with the button after everybody folds, so he's disguised the strength of his hand so far. And here comes the raise by Jake, of course. Moves it up to 175 to go. Back on Ryan. He will make this call.
Ryan calls. Flop.
Let's see if he gets lucky on this flop. Yes, he does as a king 4-3 appears.
It's the kind of flop that if you're sitting in Jake's seat, you understand that only kings can beat you here. And it goes check, check.
Only gets better as a jack hits. So Ryan now with 2 pair.
Jake checks.
Well, again, Jake checks, and I don't think Ryan will be checking anymore. Probably thinking his opponent's got something like ace-10. I'll give him a free draw to straight, but in fact, it's 2 10s. Ryan is going to bet. It's like 160,000 here. Now, if you're sitting in Jake's seat, the guy didn't bet on the flop, so you don't put him on a king.
Right.
Maybe hit a jack on the turn, but Jake is making the call to find out.
Deuce of clubs.
Deuce of clubs on the river.
Well, possible straight, possible flush out there now.
375.
Jake is going to check a quick bet here of 375,000 by Ryan, and I promise you, Jake is going to have a dilemma here as to what to do. Because Ryan checked on the flop, you don't put him on kings. Would he really value bet a pair of jacks with a possible flush and straight out there? What do you do with 2 10s here? I'm telling you, Jake's got a problem.
Yep, be a great fold.
I call.
Oh, he's going to call it. Oh, he's stunned.
Well, he says, oh, wow, for a couple reasons. Wow, you didn't raise before the flop. Wow, you didn't bet on the flop.
There's a good mix-up play by Ryan Dunn.
Well, there you see Ryan's wife, Heather, rooting her man on.
Yeah, he's playing some very sneaky poker for a non-professional.
So just like that, he almost got all the money back. He just lost the previous pot.
Yep.
So easy come, easy go. At least that's what Jake's saying right now.
On to the next one, Jake. Taking it back a little bit. He's still trying to figure out that last hand. Will fold an ace high. Tyler also out, and now Marvin.
Marvin looking down at ace-6 of clubs.
175.
It's Marvin. Looks a lot like a guy we used to play a lot of poker with. Frank Mariani.
Yep, he does.
450.
Part owner of the Los Angeles Lakers. Jerry Buss's best friend back in the day. And Marvin going to raise it up here.
But Ben behind him with king 10 of spades has re-raised to 450.
Oh.
And now back on Marvin. We'll make this call. We'll see 3 cards for sure. Oh, look at this flop, Mike. 6-5-3, 2 spades.
We could see some action here. Ben has flopped the flush draw. Marvin's got the top pair with top kicker.
Marvin's going to come out with a bet. 550.
See how Ben is going to play his flush draw.
All in.
Oh, wow. He's just going to push all in. Putting the pressure back on Marvin Carlins, the Flying Duckman.
Yeah, tough decision now. Fearful the guy's got an overpair here in this spot. Could have a flush draw with overcards.
No, I folded.
And he is going to lay it down. Going to give the pot up to Ben Zamani. Now he has to show one of the cards, so.
But whatever one he shows you, you either think he's got a pair of that or he's got the flush draw. either of which you're the underdog to.
6 players battling at best bet. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to Jacksonville, Florida for the Best Bet Bounty Scramble.
Benzamani is now the chip leader after winning that last pot off of Marvin. He's got about 3.5 million in chips. Marvin, as you can see, with 2.7 million.
Yeah, total prize pool of close to $2 million here tonight at best bet. Blinds at 25 and 50. Action on Marvin. And he goes out. Now Benzamani, our chip leader with a Jack-10.
Well, a lot easier to play these kind of hands when you have the chip lead.
He has raised it, makes it 130 to go, but right behind him, Stan Jablonski picking up a pair of aces at the right time. You gotta love it. The jet ski man.
300.
With the gigantic hand, makes it 300,000 to go. Doesn't want to scare anybody out. Ryan folds.
Ryan folds,
Jake out, Tyler out.
Just you and I, Ben. I see that. You just got all those chips from Marvin. Be good to hang on to him.
One stack yellow, right?
Not even a stack.
And then Stan with a little table talk. He's trying to induce a call here, of course.
Heavy side.
All right, that one got me.
Whoa!
Well, Ben picked up on it, and he goes out.
Yeah, Stan has talked his man out of calling.
Which one?
The far one.
That one?
Yeah.
That one?
Nope.
Good fold.
You know, once in a while in poker, you're better off just to dummy up, Vince, and just hope they play rather than talk them out of the pot. Especially if you have aces. But, you know, Stan, very fun-loving, talkative guy anyway, but...
Moving on. Couple folds. And now Marvin. Ooh, he has a pair of jacks.
200,000.
Makes it 200,000 to go.
Pretty healthy raise here with 2 jacks.
Benzamani. King 6 of clubs. Won't play it.
Stan out as well. Ryan with the suited connectors. We all love to see flops with these kind of hands. In the pot for the big blind, but still costs him another 150,000 to call, but he does it.
Yeah, he's going to splash around. He's up against jacks. Let's see if Ryan can get lucky as a 7-4-4. That's unlucky because he hits top pair. And he's going to check.
500,000.
Well, Marvin boldly announces 500,000.
It could look like ace-king, ace-queen, or is it an overpair? Ryan's got to figure this out.
This looks like a standard continuation bet, and Ryan is going to make the call here. As the cards lie, he's going to need a 7 to win this pot, probably. 2 runners to make a straight, but Ryan in bad shape. Now a 10 comes off. I'm sure you're going to check to the...
All in.
Better. And a quick all-in here by Marvin, and this is going to really make the situation tougher but more crystal clear to Ryan. He knows if he plays this pot and loses it now, he's out in 6th place.
I think it's a pretty easy lay down. You give credit to Marvin. If he was bluffing you, and there you go, he's going to lay it down.
So the duck man wins the pot.
Where do you come up with these kazoos? What do you have? Where are these props coming from, Mike?
Vince, I have people. They tell me who's at the final table. I get things done.
Oh, long night.
Why just watch the World Poker Tour on TV when you can get in the game for free?
Go to clubwpt.com today and see how you can win an entry to a WPT tournament.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
My name is Dr. James Joyner. I'm a pediatrician here in Jacksonville, Florida. My practice, All About Kids and Families Medical Center, sees everywhere from children to adults. But my passion and dream is to be a professional poker player. I'm fortunate enough to live down the street from Best Bet, and after a long day's work, I can come down here, play my hands, maybe have a nice drink. For me, it's meditation. Of all the poker rooms I've been through, Jacksonville Best Bet is by far one of the best in the world, and I really mean that.
And there's Dr. Joyner on the rail here tonight.
Well, Vince, most players would agree with the doctor. This is a phenomenal poker establishment. Players love it here. Folks, if you ever get to Jacksonville and like poker, check out Best Bet.
What a battle we got going on here tonight. Close to a $2 million prize pool. And Ben Zamani is our chip leader. But let's go to the felt. It's on Stan Jablonski. The jet ski man quickly folds his hand. Ryan Dunn out of Tallahassee.
He's got a Jack-8 offsuit. I think he's been the most aggressive player at the table so far. He's going to continue that aggressiveness here, raising with the Jack-8 offsuit.
Yeah, nicely done by the non-professional player. Everyone going out. Now it's around to Ben, our chip leader.
And he picks up ace-10. Now Ben going to make the call here.
Yeah, Brian Dunn looking over saying, uh-oh, what did I get myself into? Here's the flop. It's a 7-3 deuce. No help for Ryan.
Action on Ben. He's going to check.
Does Ryan have the nerve to make the continuation bet?
Well, you have to with Jack-8.
There you go. He's going to put it out there, 135.
Wow, that's pretty impressive here. Ben didn't even consider folding. Ben calls him with the ace-high.
Doesn't believe Ryan. Ryan's sickened by that, but he hits the 8.
Well, Ryan went from stone bluffing to now has top pair. Ben checks again, and here comes Ryan. Now betting for value.
Gotta love a 280. And Ben.
Wow. He didn't think he hit any of the flop, and now he doesn't think an 8 helped him either, so he's going to call again here in the turn.
Floating around, but now he's behind. Going to the river, and it's a jack, making 2 pair for Ryan Dunn.
Yeah.
Ben's going to check. And that's a beautiful thing when you're trying to bluff off the hand, and all of a sudden you start hitting cards.
All in.
All in. Ryan will move all in.
That'd be a little bit much for Ben to stand now. Might have paid off a smaller bet and may still pay this one off. We'll see.
There's a little advantage that he'll get to see one of the cards. That's what they're doing here tonight. They're showing at least one card for uncalled hands.
Well, you just wouldn't ever put him on ace-king or ace-queen here, thinking he'd just check on the river, but you're wondering.
Ben finally does the right thing.
Here's where you wouldn't want to show one.
Yeah, now you don't want to show it because you got 2 pair.
Well, they made a deal, Vince.
There you go.
And one card is all it takes to beat Ben Zamani in that hand, so he now feels good about laying it down.
And we move on. Ryan Dunn looking like a star here tonight. Action on Tyler Patterson. Quick fold by him. And Marvin the Duckman with Queen 10. Just gonna call. And right behind him, Ben Zamani with a very strong ace-king.
Just got burned a bit with the ace-10. See what it does with the ace-king. Well, he's going to raise it here.
160 to go into Stan Jablonski, who has an ace-queen. He says all in.
All in. Ryan fold.
Ryan out.
Jake fold.
Jake folding.
Good luck, Stan.
Thank you. Marvin not going to play, so
Why can't I get the
this
good
is
luck?
pretty auto call. Ace-king.
Well, good luck to you.
There it is.
His license stay.
Makes the call, shows the hand, and Stan Jablonski, jet ski man, in a lot of trouble.
Just need a queen.
Well, that's exactly the hand that Ben was hoping he would turn up, his ace-queen.
You finally have a hand, Ben. You finally have a hand. Duckman. I need some of the Duckman luck here now. I need the Duckman luck.
Second time at the final table, Stan Jablonski.
Okay.
In a lot of trouble.
Just a queen one time.
Well, Stan needs to draw out to stay alive in this tournament.
Okay, I think it's gonna be ugly, but what are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying?
There's gonna be a queen, there's gonna be a queen of hearts.
Queen of hearts. Duckman's calling for the queen of hearts.
He says, I feel the queen of hearts coming. A lovely lady.
Can he be correct?
One time.
Here comes the flop.
Wow,
It is a
no, it's gonna be a
10,
river.
6
I know it's gonna
deuce.
be a
Not
river.
good for Stan.
It's a good flop for you.
Jet ski
What do you
man
think?
is leaking
You say-
oil at this point.
You're in or what? What do you think?
You know the percentages.
50-50.
Exactly.
Either it comes or it doesn't.
Exactly.
Okay, I gotta do a will fail. I gotta get down there low and, peel it out. One of those, Okay, dealer, you can do it.
Still
One time.
hope, Stan, believing. Here's a queen. He's hit the queen. Oh, man.
Wow.
Either it comes or it doesn't.
But Stan felt a queen was coming. Bam, there it was on the turn. Can he hold?
Crowd is stunned. I'm stunned. Going to the river. One more card. Stan has to sweat out.
Well, that's a 3.
Yep.
So there you go.
Duckman.
Stan has outdrawn Payne to stay alive in this tournament.
You and I.
He just can't believe it.
The old guy's got to do it, right? Really.
And with that hand, we have to say farewell from
I said
Florida
Tony
and
Diamond,
Best
so-
Bet Jacksonville. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Season 14 coverage of the Best Bet Bounty Scramble continues right now.
Feeling like $1 million.
We should play show one every hand. What do you guys think?
You're the last person I'd expect that idea to come from.
In Jacksonville, Florida, a WPT title hangs in the balance. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. The final table of the Best Bet Bounty Scramble is almost ready to start back up, but before it does, I turn to my esteemed colleagues Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to get us up to speed on where we stand.
Well, Lynn, it's been a very fun, action-packed table thus far at this final table. One thing that's unique about it is that all players agreed to show at least one card when they win a pot. So that's a new dimension that we haven't seen yet ever on the World Poker Tour. It'll be fun to see how that plays out as this final table progresses. All these players looking for their first WPT title. Vince, this should be a good one.
That's right, WPT history on the line here because Marvin Carlins is 74 years old and he might become the oldest WPT champion ever. He's got a lot of chips. This is going to be great.
Thanks, guys. With the WPT Champions Cup and the nearly $400,000 first place prize still up for grabs, we're sure to see plenty of action here tonight. So let's get down to it.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Marvin Carlins, the 74-year-old recreational player, out in front with $3.3 million. That's what they're playing for. The winner taking home over $375,000.
Yes, and on top of that, they get the gorgeous Hublot watch. The champion will win. Every poker player's dream. Let's go to the felt. Blinds at 25 and 50 with a $5,000 ante. Marvin Carlins, the Flying Duckman, quickly folds. And now Ben Zamani,
In fact, I'm going to take him
tough poker pro out of Boca Raton with King 10 of spades, will make it 105 to go.
Stan, Jablonski going out.
I'll probably be out the door before you will.
When did I get out of here?
Ryan Dunn, who's a non-professional player out of Tallahassee.
But he's been the most aggressive player at this final table thus far, and look at this. Most people, when someone raised in front of me, would just quickly jettison an ace-6 offsuit. But Ryan going to 3-bet with it.
Yep, makes it 220 to go. Jake Schwartz out. Tyler Patterson out of Scottsdale. Tough professional player. Won't play around this time. And now Ben Zamani's going to re-raise.
He's 4-betted here with the King 10, Vince.
335, putting the pressure on Ryan Dunn. He's got to fold the hand.
Ben takes down the pot. Just like he could see through the back of the cards there, Vince, the way he played that one.
All right back to it. Ben Zamani this time with a pair of eights. Ben's got a World Series of Poker bracelet to his name. He's made close to 2.5 in poker earnings. He's going to raise. 105 to go. Stan owns a jet ski company.
Yeah, I got the Queen 10 of clubs, but opts not to play it.
Now Ryan Dunn, this time with a decent ace-5 of clubs.
Well, we know Ryan likes to play pots. We've seen that. And he's going to play this one. He makes the call.
Jake Schwartz from New York out. Tyler not going to play that one. And now Marvin.
Yeah, Marvin, 74 years old from Riverview, Florida, lays it down.
We're going to see a flop. Eights versus ace-5. And the flop is a King 10 deuce.
What do you do if you're Ben here? 2 overcards out there. The guy called a pre-flop raise. Well, Ben has the 2 8s. He's going to make a continuation bet and hold his breath with the 2 overcards out there.
Yeah, just hoping against hope. Ryan did not catch. First time ever playing in a WPT tournament. Ryan Dunn been very impressive so far. trying to stare down his man, and he's going to release this one.
So a nice continuation bet by Ben there to win that pot. Ben Zamani from Boca Raton, Florida. Originally from Germany. It's his 9th WPT cash.
You got like 50 years to win one of these. You know, Duckman and I, we got about 40 only.
Next hand, Ryan Dunn. This time, even Ryan can't play a Jack-3. Jake Schwartz with King-Queen.
He's definitely going to play that, and he's going to raise it right here to 105,000.
Tyler with Ace-3.
Tyler likes to play and get involved, but just not with this kind of hand.
Oh, wait a moment, folks. This is a dramatic hand.
And now Marvin Carlins.
Come on, we got to get... That was wimpy. What do we got here? Oh, you already got a big bet out.
King-10. And he won't play that. Ben Zamani, though, picks up Ace-4. Seems interested.
Wow.
He has raised to 325 to go.
Let's see, 4-bet a minute ago with just a King-10. Now he's 3-betting it here with just an Ace-4. He won the last pot. Let's see what's going to happen here. And he's going to win this one, too.
Top one.
Now, which one do you show, the Ace or the 4?
Come on.
Oh. Shows the 4.
Ooh, Jake not happy seeing that 4, Vince. Feels like he got outplayed there. That means everybody knows the best he could have was 2 4s, and yet he still 3-bet the hand.
Yeah, guys, very playful here at the final table.
All right, Tyler Patterson, the lone remaining bounty left in this tournament. Going to raise the pot here.
Marvin, the Duckman, has picked up a whopper. Ace, King of Diamonds, big slick.
500,000.
And he's going to move it up to 500,000 to go.
That is a healthy raise of 385,000.
Everyone folding,
including Tyler. So the Duckman takes down the pot.
Now, he's a great unorthodox player. Marvin Carlins, the Duckman, would be the oldest player in the history of World Poker Tour if he should take down this title at 74 years old.
They call me the Flying Duckman. It originated when I used to be a degenerate craps player. There's a term for hard ways. That's when the dice come up in pairs, 2 deuces, called a hard 4. They're called ducks. Now when I get deuces in the hole, I usually play them very aggressively. And if I win, I got a duck call and I toot it.
The ducks come into play, Vince.
This is new uncharted territory for me. I don't know what the heck's going on. I mean, I'm not totally a neophyte, but the bottom line is I think I have an advantage because they're not going to be able to predict what I'm going to do because I can't predict what I'm going to do.
So Marvin, very intelligent guy, professor, writer, consultant for 50 years. Vince, the guy's written 21 books.
Wow, I haven't even read 21 books. All right.
And you're talking about children's books, too.
Anyway, the antes are up to 10,000, and the blinds are 30 and 60. Let's go to the felt action on Tyler Patterson. Quickly folds the hand.
Now back over to Marvin.
Looks at a Jack-7. Won't play that. Ben out. Stan Jablonski. King high.
Expecting you to snap fold.
So, battle of the blinds. Ryan Dunn.
For more than 2 seconds.
Oh, with a nothing 5 deuce. Will he get fancy with it?
Ryan, you can fold here. There you go.
Oh, I got the deuce
Jake Schwartz on total tilt now. The first ground scanner we've had all night, meaning everybody folded to the big blind, and Jake looks down and finds 2 aces. Vince, sometimes even when you win the pot, you're sick as a dog.
I was going to say, that's not very good acting, Jake.
Jake Schwartz from New York, living in Atlanta now, 24 years old.
You're just so frustrated when nobody plays the pot in front of you when you got 2 aces in the big blind.
It makes you so happy at the table, too, when you dodge that bullet.
Thanks.
All right,
Appreciate it.
into Marvin.
I really thought long and hard.
He goes out this one. And Ben has a pair of 4s. And he's going to raise to 150. Stand goes out.
Well, back to Ryan. It's time the 5-4, throws it away. Well, Jake Schwartz has the 2 threes.
Wow, he's going to go all in with it. He's on the short stack.
Well, action back to Ben. Now we can see he's got him totally dominated, but fact of the matter, you think you're up at worst 2 overcards where you're in a race.
How tilted am I?
135.
Jake is all in for one.
You don't tilt.
135,000.
Ben doesn't tilt.
Well, Vince, it's about 40% of a stack to make this call. Now, at this table, you just have to feel like you can find a better spot to put your money. You know, there's 3 amateur players at the table, 3 pros. Do you really want to fight against one of the tough pros here with this hand?
Oh, he's not going to do it.
Oh, he is going to be sick when his opponent turns up a 3.
Threes, look at this.
Oh, boy.
Doesn't show one, shows them both, Mike. Get out the barf bag. Oh. He puts that salt in the wound.
Oh, boy, oh, boy,
Spits in
oh, boy.
it.
Didn't even have to ask you.
Stirs it up. I love poker.
He tortured me enough with his 4-bet showing, his 3-bet showing me the 4, so.
Jake loving his moment right now.
Well, Ben's just had the 2 4s, but now he picks up 2 10s the very next deal.
140 to go.
You okay, Ben?
Nope.
Come on.
I'm gone, baby.
Chernobyl meltdown or anything like that?
I'm gone.
You're gone? I don't believe you.
Good table talk by Stan Jablonski. His second time at a WPT final table. He's impressive. He goes out, and now Ryan folds it. Jake taking a break. Tyler Patterson with ace-jack. He's going all in.
Wow. And he threw the bounty badge out there on the table.
That might make a difference.
That means if anybody busts him in this pot, they collect $2,500 in real cash to go along with all his chips.
I need a count from both people.
Marvin, ace-6. Oh, kidding around. The duck man.
I definitely want the bounty.
And Ben, of course, has to make this call.
Need a bounty.
Well, Ben wants the bounty, but he wants Tyler out of this tournament and wants his chips.
Wow, the money just thrown in there. Holy
nice
cow.
Maloik.
So do I win that if I win?
10 diamonds, 10 hearts.
I think you do.
I mean, I probably will.
That's a classic race. Tyler must win it to stay alive in this tournament.
I have to go to the bathroom.
You're due, Ben. Touch it. Hey,
And right there, Ben Zamani leaving the room.
He's gone. He's going.
He's going to the restroom. His work is done, Vince. He got it all in. He can't do any more than that.
That's pretty good.
Tyler,
What's up?
touch the duck, man.
I got to touch Duckman? I don't know. That. I mean, whatever helps, man. Thanks, Duckman.
Now look at Tyler has touched the duck man for apparent luck.
I'm not going to wash my hands.
Well, everybody knows who's running good here. It's the duck man, so why not get a little good luck from him?
And the flop is a 6-6-4. No luck for Tyler.
That's pretty tough.
I think he got
Oh,
backdoor
wow.
spades.
Yeah.
Tyler could backdoor flush.
I'll take a spade.
Could hit ace or jack to take the lead, but in bad shape right now.
And he catches a jack.
Wow. Lightning on the
Duck
turn.
man does it for you, I'm telling you.
Duckman.
I should be touching myself more often.
What a car.
Wow.
Marvin's saying he should be touching himself more often. Could have kept that
Oh, boy. Yeah.
to himself.
Not going there.
All right, river card is an 8 of diamonds. Ben, come back to the room.
Well, Ben's going to come back and see he's got a very short stack left after that.
500 on the line now.
Best Bet has become the land of the suck-out. 6 players remain here on the WPT. We're coming back with more action in just a moment. Stay with us.
We're about to play a sit and go with some VIP players at the Best Bet.
And we're gonna take them down.
Yeah, these are the best of the best in the VIP world. Who are they? We will find out. Let's take them down!
Woo!
I'm like a cockroach. You cannot destroy me! We have our winner of the VIP in Jacksonville Best Bet, and this is Marshall. How'd you do it, my man?
Hey, man, just run good, you know, get aces a couple times, kings, whatever. Whatever it takes to win.
And who were you surrounded by?
The Royal Flush Girls. Absolutely.
Everybody having a great time here at Best Bet. Vince, how'd you do in that little tournament? Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry I asked.
I had a lot of fun. It was a good time. We do that every year. Get to meet some nice people.
All right, Marvin's still out in front. Tyler Patterson now in second chip position here.
Blinds at 30 and 60. Let's go back down to the felt. Stan Jablonski quickly folds his hand.
Now, Ryan Dunn gone for a minute, so they just muck his hand automatically. Jake out as well. Over to Tyler. He's out.
And now the duck man. Ace 3.
Call.
He limps in the small blind with just an ace high.
Ben Zamani with King 5.
Check.
Now Ben says, okay, let's see a flop here. He's not going to put Marvin on an ace because he didn't raise before the flop. Flop comes Jack, 8, deuce, 2 clubs. Action on Marvin.
2,000.
Marvin's coming up with a bet of 200,000.
You don't raise before the flop with ace high, and now all of a sudden you bet when you don't connect at all with the flop.
Well, I guess the duckman's gonna get me.
Now Ben's calling because he thinks he may have the best hand with king high. Wants to see what might come off. Now Ben has got 2 5s.
Ouch. That hurt me.
Yeah. They both go check, check on the turn, and now the board pairs 8s.
I'll check it.
Marvin checks.
Well, Marvin checks again, but Ben's going to make a value bet here, thinking 2 pairs got to be good by now. And a pretty healthy bet, over half the size of the pot.
305. And the duck man losing interest.
You know, they never change.
Well, you could easily call with ace high here the way the betting's going this hand.
Okay, you're shorted.
But he doesn't. Lets it go. Turns out to be a good laydown.
Yeah.
Come on, Ben.
Ben Zamani, second time at the WPT final table. 9th cash on the World Poker Tour. Once World Series of Poker bracelet. There's Mina Greco in the audience. 5th place, of course, at Choctaw.
Yeah. Vince, you went very deep in that tournament as well.
Got to play with Mina. She's a fine player. Okay, right back at him. Marvin quickly folds. Ben also out. Stan not going to play.
Over to Ryan.
5-10.
He's got the button, though, but still, it's about as junky a hand as you can start with.
It's not going to slow this man down.
Well,
He's going to
right.
raise.
Raises right on the button.
But behind him, Jake with a quality king, queen of hearts.
We know Jake's playing. Just a matter if he's 3-betting, and if so, how much.
He's on a short stack.
Come on.
And there he goes. Pushing all in. Tyler out. And Ryan saying, what was I doing? Shame on me. He folds.
So Jake Schwartz taking down that pot. Tough 24-year-old. Trying to capture his first WPT title.
I am originally from New York City, New York, and went to college in Indiana. To pay my way through college, that's when I started to play poker. I had 7 different majors. I was a sports management major, and then I was a business major, econ major at one point, and then telecommunications, and Spanish, and now I'm not remembering the other 2. I really wanted to graduate on time and travel and play poker, and I thought that lifestyle seemed really cool and what I was destined to do. I did graduate with a degree, though. Very rare for poker players, but I'm unique in that regard, I guess.
Jake Schwartz, very tough player. Got his work cut out for him now as he sits in 5th chip position.
Well, he's living his dream, though. Good attitude, only 24 years old, Jake Schwartz. Back to the felt we go with Stan. And he quickly folds his hand. Ryan Dunn. Queen 8, won't play that.
Now Jake picks up the ace-jack here. And he's going to raise it to 130,000.
Tyler and Marvin go away, and Ben Zamani with a pair of 7s.
How do you play the mid-pair here against the other top pro at the table?
Well, he just called it, so no raise. We'll see the flop. 7s versus ace-jack. The flop is a 6-5-3.
Yeah, certainly a good flop for 2 7s. Ben has checked him. Jake is going to make the continuation bet. Guy called to raise before the flop. You just don't put him on that kind of garbage that's out there.
125 has been bet.
And Ben just calls. Doesn't raise here with the 2 7s.
Turn card, deuce of clubs.
Now a deuce comes off. So 4 cards straight on the board. Now, all of a sudden, Ben is going to represent like that dude's helped him.
Well, he's betting 215. Jake Schwartz.
Jake has none of that. He just can't stand the heat here or what might come on the river in terms of heat, so he just opts to get out. So Ben Zamani taking down that pot.
Second time at a final table on the World Poker Tour. Looking good here tonight. 6 players still remain at Best Bet.
You're watching Season 14 of the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the Best Bet Bounty Scramble. 6 players remain.
Well, Marvin Carlin's still out in front, but as you can see, the gap has lessened considerably here. Tyler Patterson in second place there. Ben Zamani in third place.
And right now, action on Ryan Dunn. Quickly folding Jake out.
Over to Tyler. Tyler has an ace-3 here, but that's going to be enough for him to raise it.
Yeah, former poker dealer. That's how he got into the poker world. And now a great young player. He has raised, and Marvin Carlins behind him has a king-queen.
Call.
Gonna make the call.
Over to Ben.
Ben Zamani lives in Boca Raton now.
Yeah, knows you're getting a good price to call, but you just can't do it with that junk. He goes out. Stan Jablonski now has king-queen. He's going to play for sure. Doesn't matter if he calls or raises.
Call.
And he does just call, so we have 3-way action.
Ooh, I feel like somebody's going to get eliminated in this hand. This could be it.
Little does Tyler know what good shape he's in, Vince. Both opponents have the king-queen.
Look at this flop, Jack 10-9. 2 guys have flopped the nuts.
Unbelievable. Now Stan's going to check, and Tyler wisely checks.
I've always wanted to say this on television. I raise $1 million.
Well, he doesn't raise, but he bets $1 million.
Even the same thing at this point. Duckman.
Get out of my pot.
So excited. Get out of my pot.
Not as excited as Stan right now.
Of course, Stan is going over the top with his nuts all in. Tyler out.
You said it, Duckman.
I call.
Well, Marvin makes the call.
Let's look at their face where they realize they have the same thing.
You got a diamond.
Diamonds!
Yeah.
Queen of diamonds.
Stan, of course, does have a diamond, so he can go runner, diamond.
That wasn't exciting.
And win the hand.
I didn't want to bust you anyway, so.
Oh, right.
Boy.
Just take it from you.
Stan, your nose is going to grow.
Actually, it's going to be a 4 of hearts.
Let's see if Stan can get a diamond and make this suspenseful.
All
no,
right.
10 of hearts. So they are going to split this up and move on.
Oh, there's the diamond.
This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship, I believe, out of these two.
Laughing and joking going on.
Very, very nice.
Players having a lot of fun tonight here at Best Bet. Why not? One of them's going to walk away with a WPT title and a paid entry into the WPT Tournament of Champions at the end of the year. We still have 6 players left. That's pretty amazing after playing this long.
Certainly is. All right. Marvin, professor at University of South Florida.
Well, he's not only a professor, Vince, he's a writer, a consultant. He grew up in Minnesota, actually co-wrote Lyle Berman's book.
Couple folds. Now look at this. Ryan Dunn, who usually doesn't get many hands, has a great hand this time. Pair of aces. And the button. Great place to be disguising your hand.
We've seen him raise with 10-5 offsuits on the button and all kinds of other hands.
150 to go. Can he get
They raise
action?
him on those hands. Here they fold, and he wins the pot with 2 aces. Same thing happened to Jake Schwartz earlier at this final table. He was in the big blind. Everybody folded to him. Now, Ryan wasn't in the big blind, but when you bet nobody plays with you, you just feel like you lost something.
There's our new Royal Flush girl, Marilyn.
This may be Marilyn's first season with the WPT, but she handles herself like a seasoned pro thanks to a little help from her fellow Royal Flush girl, Brittany.
Club WPT is so easy and so fun.
We have a sit and go with Vince later, and Club WPT is a good way to get prepared.
There's different types of tournaments you can enter. You can see right here. There's the dealer button right there. Okay. There's the small blind, big blind.
And then there's a chat.
Hi, everyone. Good luck. Oh my gosh, he raised. Uh-oh. Bet the pot. I'm gonna bet a lot. I called. Oh, God. It's fun, it's really easy, and now it's your turn to practice because we have a sit and go with Vince later.
Okay, let's do it.
Go for it.
All right. You know, I did pretty good. I got my money all in a couple times there, and I think I'm doing better and better because of Club WPT.
Now, Marilyn's practice on ClubWPT.com has definitely paid off. And you know what? It can pay off for you, too, with $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month. So don't miss out. Join ClubWPT.com today.
All right. Well, there's the chip count. Marvin Carlin, still our chip leader. 74 years young, over 3 million in chips. Tyler Patterson in second chip position.
Down to the money pit we go. Ben Zamani, tough young poker player.
Well, Ben has the Jack-6 offsuit, just nothing. He goes out. Stand with the King-Queen. Last time he hit that, it come Jack-10-9, and he split the pot, Vince.
But he likes his hand. He has raised, and right behind him, Ryan with a solid pair of jacks.
Ryan got no action with his 2 aces a minute ago, but gonna get some here.
Yep, he's gonna make the raise. Couple folds. Everyone going out. Back on jet ski man, Stan Jablonski.
Ryan.
How do you know my name?
Ryan with the Ray-Ban.
Raisin Ryan.
Doesn't Ryan look like one of those characters out of The Hangover?
He does.
Okay, I'm gonna let you take that. I got
Oh,
coaching.
Stan. Gonna fold it. And Ryan, not used to getting good cards, now getting a flurry. Really like his game. He's played brilliantly.
15-20%.
Speaking of The Hangover, Vince, you know the director of that movie and writer, Todd Phillips, made our final table at the Legends of Poker a number of years back.
Yeah.
I'd played with him in some private games in Beverly Hills, and he's quite a poker player.
Yes, he is. All right, Ryan, this time with 10-8. Gonna splash around, make it 125 to go. Jake behind him with a 9-7 of clubs. Doesn't like that. Tyler also out.
Now Marvin with the Highway Patrol hand goes away. And Ben out, back to Stan. And he's got the speed limit hand here, the 2 5s.
125?
Well, he likes it. He's gonna call it.
Duckman, come on, one time.
Going to the Duckman for a little luck.
I'm in trouble.
Well, it doesn't help him with that flop as it comes Queen Jack 3. And it's quite a flop for Ryan, as you can see, a flush draw and a cut shot straight draw.
Yeah, he can't quite believe it himself.
You know, but it's a kind, really, you just have 10 high, so you have to bet here. But you don't mind getting action, that's for sure.
140, he's bet, stands in front, but hard to know it with that board.
2 overcards, a guy bets, just hard to continue, Vince, because you're going to face more heat coming up on the Turning River. Stan opting to fold. Ryan taking down that pot. We still have 6 left.
Going after a big prize here at the Best Bet Bounty Scramble. Stay with us. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to Jacksonville, Florida, and the Season 14 Best Bet Bounty Scramble. Tonight, it's a clash of poker titans, all hoping to be the last player standing and holding that WPT Champions Cup. Action is starting back up, so let's get back to the game.
Marvin Carlin still out in front with about 2.9 million. Tyler Patterson in second chip position with 2.6 million.
Go to the felt. Actions on Jake Schwartz.
Tyler, of course, the last remaining bounty in this tournament, meaning whoever knocks him out will get $2,500 in cash.
A couple folds around to the Flying Duckman.
200.
Looks down at Jack 10. Gonna bet 200,000.
Ben Zamani with a pair of deuces.
All in.
Wow. He's playing these stronger than the Duckman plays them. All in by Ben.
And next, Stan Jablonski with a king-queen. That won't do it.
Ryan out as well.
What's the matter with you guys? I always have to do the dirty work.
I tried.
Yeah.
So Marvin gets squeezed by the vice. Uncallable at this point. Oh.
The 2 ducks, Vince.
He would have shown the other one just out of spite. Come on.
You can sound the horn over there.
Duckman, he needs a horn for that.
No, no, he's gonna show 2 deuces.
Oh, Marvin doesn't think he had 2 deuces because he just showed 1.
He needs 2 deuces.
Doesn't get the horn unless he's got 2 ducks. Marvin, he had him.
Did you go to like a $1.99 store today and pick that kazoo up?
Love this
What'd you
kazoo,
do?
whatever it is. I love it. I want to take it to the poker table with me. To get everybody on tilt.
Well, it's funny because Marvin has one at the table and he's blowing his. You guys are in unison.
He doesn't blow unless he gets 2 deuces. I like to blow it every other hand to drive him nuts.
All right, back to Marvin. He's got a solid ace-10.
400,000.
Gonna make it 400,000.
Big blind is just 60,000, folks. He's bet 400,000.
And a couple folds around to Ryan Dunn, who has a pair of 5s.
But Vince, because of that large raise, he knows if he moves in, he's going to get called.
Yeah.
Or at best, he'll probably be in a race. So the large bet drove Ryan out of that. If it had been a standard smaller bet, Ryan would have been the guy moving in, probably.
Jake has some money in there, but he can't call with King 10 because of the large raise.
This is going to hurt.
Now, Marvin's going to show one of his cards.
They all want to see.
I'm sure it's going to be the 10, and it is.
Well, it is the 10. And there you see Jake. He thinks he laid down the best hand with the King 10.
I guess I should have went all in again.
These guys made the agreement, of course, to show one card even in uncalled pots, so...
That was Ben Zamani's idea, and Jake quickly agreed to it, and all the rest of them did too when they started this final table.
Made the game very different tonight.
No sweat. Or regret.
And a fold.
All right, Jake out. Tyler with King Jack. Mux. Marvin with ace-7.
Call.
Well, he limps in and calls with ace high. So nobody's going to put him on an ace, that's for sure. Now Ben with the King 10. What do you do now when the guy limps in front of you? Well, you limp also. See a flop. Maybe. See what the blinds do. Stan folds out of the small blind, and Ryan happy to get a free flop here with the 9-5. The flop comes Queen 8-7. Ryan, as you can see, the gut shot straight draw. He's going to check.
Ryan checks.
Check.
Marvin with bottom pair, top kicker checks. See what Ben's going to do with zippity doodah.
Yep, just king high. Says you're checking, I'm betting. There you go. 130. Taking a stab. Got one of them to go away.
Well, Ryan goes out, but Marvin's going to call him with his pair. Has the best hand right now.
Snap call.
Something like that. And the king on the turn hits Ben.
300,000.
Marvin's going to lead right out and bet here. He does have a flush draw with the 2 7s. But he was just hoping that Ben didn't have a king in his hand where he could possibly win the pot right here.
300.
But 300,000 is the bet by Marvin and called by Ben. So a decent-sized pot brewing now between these two.
No club, 3 of hearts. Doesn't help the Flying Duckman. He's going to check, and Ben Zamani.
Well, Ben's going to try to get a value bet in here.
Bet.
190,000 into a pot that's got over 1.1 million in it.
Yep, trying to induce the call, but
oh,
Marvin too smart. Ejects the hand quickly.
Oh, amazing lay down there. Many players would have made a curiosity call right there.
Wow, 10 of diamonds.
Ben Zamani going to take that one down. He started playing poker in high school with friends. Now he's playing for championships. We're coming back with more action in just a moment here on the World Poker Tour. Stay with us.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the Best Bet Bounty Scramble here in Jacksonville, Florida.
We still have 6 players left fighting for this title. Ben Zamani now the chip leader with 2.8 million. Tyler Patterson right on his heels, also with 2.8 million. Marvin Carlin's now in 3rd chip position after leading most of the night.
Down to the felt we go. Tyler Patterson quickly folding, and now Marvin Carlins
500,000.
with a pair of threes, gonna make it 500,000.
A bring-in bet when the big blind is only 60,000. You just don't see that often,
No.
folks.
Ben goes out.
You're just absolutely going to force somebody to have a hand to play against him.
Stan, the jet ski man, going away. Ryan and Jake folding, so the flying duck man.
There you go. Forget all those men raising and all that. Just bet a $500,000 and take it down, Ben.
The duck man is back.
Don't mess around.
Yep.
If you were here, you would have won.
Don't get 3-bet. Don't get outplayed.
I told you that.
Blinds at 30 and 60. Ryan Dunn, very unorthodox, strong, non-professional player, quickly folds his hand, but Jake has ace-king behind him. Likes his hand, gonna make 130 to go into Tyler Patterson.
30.
And now Tyler looks down at 2 queens. The lovely ladies.
Tyler's going to love this.
275.
About the first real hand he's picked up at this final table. And he is going to 3-bet it to 275,000.
Duckman gets out of the pond. Ben out.
With a stand, he's out as well.
So back on Jake.
Jake's one of the 2 short stacks at the table. He's going to go all in with ace-king. A snap call by Tyler. And this is the classic race, folks. The ace-king versus 2 queens.
Ace-king.
Both players have a big hand.
Good one.
The queen's a slight favorite to win the pot, but
Jake, should we go pee?
Yes.
Let's both go.
Tyler Patterson obviously has him way covered, so
yeah, Jake's a player at risk here. If he loses this pot, he's out in 6th.
he's vulnerable.
The duck man. Yeah, I gotta get the fist pound. Duck man.
Cowboy of spades.
Give me the fist pound. We can pull
Cowboy of spades.
There we go.
Cowboy of spades.
Goes over to the duck man, trying to get a little luck rubbed off, and the duck man happy to give it here, Vince, because they're going to lose a player where he can move up and pay this time. So
Duckman should just go to WPT events and sit in a corner and just high-five people for 20 bucks a person. Here we go with the flop. Jack 7-7.
So far, so good for Tyler. 2 queens out in front.
Yeah, but the turn card has been the creepy card of the evening so far. 2 outdraws on the turn. Let's see if it'll happen again. Nope.
A 6, so we are down to the river. Jake must catch an ace or a king, or he will be our 6th place finisher. Everybody on their feet. Can we see another card caught at the river? Not this time. 4 comes off. That's going to do it for 24-year-old Jake Schwartz out of New York. Came to this final table in 6th chip position, but boy, oh boy, did he stay alive a long time, went up and down, eventually succumbed in 6th place.
Yeah, fine player, young guy, Jake Schwartz, taking home 72,000. Let's go see what Jake has to say.
I am definitely not happy, but it's poker. It's standard flip. It's not like it was a bad beat or anything, so I'm obviously unhappy, but there's always another tournament next week, so see you guys probably there.
Well, there you have it. Jake Schwartz is our 6th place finisher here at Best Bet. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more from Jacksonville, Florida.
There are thousands of reasons to love Club WPT and become a VIP member. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
That's right. Get in the game at clubwpt.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, this quick break in the action, so let's get the viewers up to speed on some of the recent happenings on the WPT.
Well, Vince, the WPT has been traveling non-stop. In the UK, we held another installment of the wildly popular WPT 500 series. This was at Dusk Till Dawn Poker and Casino in Nottingham, England. And while in Europe, we kicked off a long stretch of WPT national events. We started at the Montesino Wien in Vienna, the Holland Casino Valkenburg in Amsterdam, the Grand Casino Brussels Viage in Belgium, and the WPT National Georgia.
All great places to play poker, but the WPT also hits some other continents as we travel to Africa and the Casino de Marrakech in Morocco, then to Asia and the MGM Grand Sanya for WPT National China.
But that's not all. Back in the States, there was a WPT Deep Stacks event at Oceans 11 in San Diego, California, and then 3 new names were added to the WPT Champions Cup. WPT held our first ever main event at Maryland Live Casino, where Aaron Mermelstein won his second WPT title and over $250,000 as the inaugural WPT Maryland Live champion.
We went to the Emperor's Palace Hotel Casino in South Africa, and Katie earned his first title at the WPT Emperor's Palace Poker Classic. Well done.
And finally, Vance, back at Dusk Till Dawn Poker and Casino in Nottingham, England, Aaron Lightburn earned his spot on the WPT Champions Cup for his impressive victory at WPT UK.
Big ups to all of our WPT winners. And for those of you who are at home who think you have what it takes to become a winner, just log on to WPT.com for a complete tournament schedule. But for now, let's get back to the action here in Jacksonville, Florida.
We are down to 5 players, and as you can see, Tyler Patterson, now the chip leader for the first time tonight. Tyler with $3.8 million in chips. Marvin Carlins in second chip position with $3 million in chips.
Yeah, action's gonna be on the chip leader. Tyler quickly folds his hand into the Flying Duck Man. Mr. Marvin, Queen 4 of Hearts, won't play that. And now Ben Zamani has a big one, Ace King.
No, I don't think that's
He's got it, and he's definitely going to play it.
Yeah, that's... Oh, maybe he was. Yeah, maybe he was. Yeah, he could be right.
And he's going to raise it. Makes it $155,000 to go.
Well, if it's time, Ben. That's the way I say. It's not quite time now, but...
Stands, makes the fold.
It is time of the time.
All in.
All in.
Ryan Dunn with King Queen
Call.
has gone all in because he's on the short stack at this point. And of course, Ben is going to call this.
Well, Ben's going to love it. He's got Ace King up against King Queen. About as good as you can do.
You've been running bad at flips.
If you were suited, it would be a flip.
Oh, you're sick. How do you get that on the button?
So Ryan Dunn at risk here. Nearly a 90% underdog to win this pot.
There's a lot of queens in this deck.
Not as many queens as you think. We saw Tyler fold a queen. We saw Marvin fold a queen.
We're chopping this thing.
You can see that.
He's one tough, non-professional player, and now he's on the ropes. Let's see if he can turn it around. With a good flop, here comes the flop.
Flop 4, 7, 8, all spades. Stan Jablonski would have flopped a flush with a straight flush draw, Vince. Wow. He's kicking himself for not being in there, but as it is, Ben is in great shape. He's not only got the best hand, but the best draw with the ace of spade in his hand.
The upturned card is a 5 of hearts, no good for Ryan.
Well, it's good for him, and he can now catch a 6. It's not a spade and split the pot. Gives him 3 more outs to stay alive in the tournament fence, but he only has 1 queen in the deck he can catch to win this pot. The other 2 are already gone.
Well, he is a long shot prayer right now.
Must catch a case queen or a 6 to get a split. Nothing else will do for the guy.
Let's see if he can do it. Not to be a 5 of spades on the river. It is over for Ryan Dunn.
We're getting it all in on the flop anyway.
That's going to do it for Ryan Dunn, the 29-year-old from Tallahassee, Florida, out tonight in 5th place.
That is right. Ryan is done. He's out of here. Going to take home $90,000 and some experience. Let's go see what he has to say.
It was amazing. It was a dream come true. I had a lot of fun with these guys. They're all super good guys and play very well, so I'm glad to make it this far.
Well, Ryan is done in 5th place, and we are now down to 4 players at the Best Bet Bounty Scramble. That will end our 2nd hour of coverage from Best Bet Jacksonville. Be sure to tune in next time when we will crown a new champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight, there will be a champion at Best Bet Jacksonville.
Feeling like $1 million.
I've always wanted to say this on television. I raise $1 million.
It's a race to the finish in Jacksonville, Florida. Hi everyone, welcome to the WPT's coverage of the Best Bet Bounty Scramble. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Joining me now to call the action are 2 guys who had their bounties claimed, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Lynn, you're right. Vince and I were bounties. We bombed out early on day 1. But it's come down to a great Final Four, and certainly this could be one of the most fun finishes we've ever seen in the history of the tour. Out of the 4 players, we've got 2 tough pros left, a guy that took over the WPT Player of the Year lead by finishing in at least 4th place, and Vince, we've also got the Duckman.
Oh, man, the Duckman, the Flying Duckman. He is exciting. He is old. Doesn't look it, but he could become the oldest WPT champion ever. Very, very exciting. That is Marvin Carlins. Let's see what happens next.
Thanks, guys. Looks like we're in for another epic battle. Play's about to start back up, so let's get down to the table.
There you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. 4 players left. Tyler Patterson out in front, 3.8 million. The winner tonight taking home over $375,000.
That's right. The antes will be 10,000. The blinds are 40 and 80,000. To the felt we go. Marvin Carlins, the Flying Duckman, first to act.
Well, Ben Zamani, tough pro.
Ace-8 of diamonds will raise to 175 to go. Now Stan Jablonski behind him owns a jet ski rental business in Laughlin, Nevada.
What you doing to break? Anything exciting or no?
The usual.
Well, plays poker as a hobby, loves playing on the World Poker Tour. This is 2nd final table this season.
I think that's
pretty incredible.
He will fold it.
Tyler Patterson out as well.
Yeah! Oh!
I hadn't even looked.
Now, the reason you turned up that card, folks, is at the beginning of this final table, Ben is the one that suggested it, in fact, hey, how about we all show a card after we win the pot? They all went along with it, so all night long at this final table, players have been showing a card after they win a pot.
Uncalled hands. Added a lot of fun to it. Now it's on Ben Zamani, quickly folds. Stan with a nothing hand.
200.
The jet ski man gonna raise with just a 4 deuce, making it 200,000 to go. Tyler folds Queen 10 of hearts just like that.
Oh, this doesn't look too good for the Duckman today.
And on to Marvin, who has a 6.
Better. How much is it?
200,000, Duckman. Just let me have one.
You've gotten so many of them.
You don't have to play every hand, Duckman. You can let your friend have a hand.
I will.
Okay, you're okay.
What a play by Stan to win that pot.
In honor of the Duckman.
God. Let that one go.
I had the ducks.
Yo, I wish you were short because I could blow them for you.
Can you pull that other deuce out of there, please?
And Stan's trying to pretend like he had deuces. We know better.
Well, it's going to be fun to see how this plays out, Vince. 2 recreational players at the table, just play poker as a hobby, and 2 tough young pros.
All right, a quick fold by Stan, and now Tyler Patterson with the 9-10 of diamonds, going to go to 175.
Right now, the 2 pros are in 1st and 2nd chip position.
Marvin going
I know
away.
you don't like the big ones, so
I feel like you meant to limp and just misclicked. Is this true?
Oh yeah, that could be. I didn't see how that would work out.
Ben's going to go out.
I'll show both, and then you still won't know if I was limping.
And Tyler's showing the complete hand.
Jack 10.
9-10 of diamonds.
Wow, I'm glad I didn't limp then.
And these guys have been a very cheerful final table.
It's been the most friendly final table we've seen in quite a while, man. It's been a lot of chit-chat.
Yeah.
I think showing one card has sort of relaxed everybody to a degree, sort of like a home game. Just a friendlier environment tonight than we usually see.
All right, everybody's going to fold to Stan, who has pocket deuces.
Get it ready.
Oh, yeah. I'm with you, Marvin. Little shout out for the Ducks.
There are all kinds of whistles and bells going on here tonight.
Oh, yeah. We're having fun tonight in the Best Bet Bounty Scramble. And, Vince, we still have 1 bounty remaining at this table. Tyler Patterson, his mission now to win his own bounty, take down the title.
Ben folds.
Duckman, I'm not going to take your blind here.
A couple folds.
Raise it.
Tyler is going to raise with ace-9. Looks like 200,000 to go. But behind him, Marvin.
I'm 1 inch away from it all in here.
I don't believe it.
Well, very obvious the first card's an ace or a king, the way he's acting.
Well, that's pretty strong. Ace-jack.
All in.
Oh, wow, he's going to do it.
How much we got?
I got about.
Marvin moving all in for about $3 million.
2.9.
All right, you got it.
And Tyler can't compete.
Don't show the good
Goes
one.
I'll do the
out.
first one.
Whatever the other card was, Tyler knows he made a good laydown.
Where'd all the chips go?
You got him in white.
Oh,
Duckman
those are
taking
nice.
down that pot. You know, he's a very smart guy. Professor at the University of South Florida. Teaches management. He's written 21 books.
That is impressive.
Been playing good poker here tonight so far. All right, Tyler has raised to 175 with a pair of sixes.
Call. How much?
Marvin's going to call it with the Jack-9 of hearts. And Ben's going to stick around with 7-5 off.
Yeah, why not join the party? Well, three-way action here in this four-handed game.
And the flop is a King-Queen 5.
Two clubs out there.
Check. Marvin checks.
Marvin checks. He's got a gut shot straight. And Ben is going to lead right out here with the bottom pair, 2 5s.
2-10 to go. Tyler with sixes has to throw it away. So does the Flying Duckman.
So what a bet by Ben there.
And this is Ben's second final table on the World Poker Tour. His 9th WPT cash.
We've seen him make a lot of good decisions at this final table, Vince, in terms of when to play back over the top.
All right, and moving on. Now it's on Ben. He quickly folds. Stan with king high.
180.
Makes it 180 to go. Big blind is 80,000.
Tyler's gonna fold. And Marvin also folding. Easy win for Jablonski.
Well, Stan also showing the highest of the two cards that he has.
Pretty card, King of Diamonds.
Pretty than my 3 of diamonds.
Yes.
Winner's going to take home $375,000 here at the best bet.
And Vince, we should tell everybody what a phenomenal poker property this is. These people do poker right here at Best Bet. If you're a poker player and ever in the Jacksonville area, come check out Best Bet. You will enjoy the experience.
That is for sure. But right now, Tyler's going to enjoy this. He's got a pair of queens. He is raised. Oh, right behind him, Marvin's got jacks.
All in.
Wow.
He's going all in. Ben folds. Stan out.
Call.
And Tyler, of course he's going to call.
Oh, tough.
Yep. So Marvin in big trouble now. And let's not forget, Ben folded a jack.
Ain't over yet. You got the special Duckman juice.
Marvin's got one jack he can hit to win the pot.
He does. He does.
Yeah.
A monster pot, the biggest pot so far of this final table.
What a clash of hands we're seeing.
Duckman, I hate to say it, but I have to root for you. Normally I don't root for the opponents, but I have to root for you. Give it hell.
Well, certainly you can't fault either player for getting their money in with these hands.
Give it a good shot. Give it a good shot. Come on.
In a four-handed poker
played good.
game, it's just hard to
Either
get
way.
away from big hands like this before the flop.
Big hands, big chips. We're going to see it happen here.
Big risk, big risk.
And here comes the flop. It's a 10-7 deuce. Duckman loses a few feathers with that one.
8 or a 9 would be a good sweat.
Yeah, I got a little sweat.
Part of his problem is Ben folded a jack of clubs. So he's only got one jack he can hit to win. Could hit a running 8-9 to win.
Well, it's going to come as a club.
Jack of hearts is the only card that will do.
4th Street is an ace.
Well, we're down to the river. Duckman must catch the jack. Otherwise, back to the pond.
Yeah, he'll be gone. Out in 3rd place. Here we go to the river card. Nope, it's a 4.
4 comes off. So a great ovation for the Duckman. He is going to be out tonight in 4th place. Not much he can do about that, Vince. Tyler Patterson has assumed the big chip lead with 3 players left. But Vince, you know what? Even though he lost the pot, I think we need one more salute to the Duckman. Well played, Duckman.
That says it all. They're talking to each other in duck language. Marvin is going to take home $119,000. The crowd loves him here, as we do too. Let's go talk to the man that talks to ducks.
My goal was to finish third or fourth. Yeah, I mean, I'm being realistic. I've been very lucky throughout the tournament, and I'm playing with people that got more skill than I do. You're a guppy with the sharks. Usually you get eaten. So I'm extremely happy with what's happened, and the people here have been absolutely fantastic. Best experience of my life.
Well, we are one step closer to crowning a champion here at Best Bet Jacksonville with the elimination of Marvin Carlins. Find out who that'll be when we return on the WPT.
Well, we first met Club WPT qualifier Jeff Myers back in season 12 when he won his entry to the LAPC. Now, he made the money here in Jacksonville last season, and this week, the man did it again.
Last year, 48th place, and this year, 15. I'd like to thank Club WPT for getting me involved in this. I'm going to keep coming until I get to that final table.
And he's just one of several Club WPT members that we've seen cashing in live WPT events.
I finished in 161st place for a total of $2,800.
Won the free roll in the Club WPT. Made $4,800.
That's where I honed my skills to get on to this tournament, and I cashed. I went really far.
Feels really good to cash in my first live tournament.
We love seeing Club WPT members enjoying success at our tournaments. Learn how you can win your way into a live WPT event by visiting clubwpt.com.
All right, three-handed poker here at Best Bet Bounty Scramble. And right now, Tyler Patterson out in front with close to $6.1 million in chips.
Ben Tamani in second place with $4.5 million. Stan Jablonski in third place at the moment.
It is up to Ben. He's got a 9-7 offsuit. He'll gamble with it, make a call. Stan goes out with that horrible hand, and now Tyler Patterson with ace-4, not going to raise.
Yeah, just doesn't want to get re-raised here. Waiting to throw the hand away. Now it's come king 4-3. Tyler with middle pair and top kicker, plus he has the ace of hearts, but he checks.
Gonna get Ben to bet with 9 high, 90,000. With absolutely nothing but position. And Tyler with that pair of 4s gonna make this call. And we're gonna go to the turn.
On the board pairs 4s. Tyler cannot lose this pot now. Unless he folds, but that's not gonna happen. I don't care what comes up. Got 3 4s, and it goes check, check. Now the Queen of Hearts comes off, so there's a possible flush out there now, but Tyler believes his 3 4s are the best hand, which in fact they are.
That's 200,000. Now Ben has 9 high. Gonna try to make a hero call there. Oh man, that's a little gift. Ben is going to show, he's going to advertise a little bit.
It's pretty cold, right?
Yeah. Sounds like I beat something big over there.
Nice imagination there by Ben. Doesn't work out, and we move on. On Stan, the owner of a jet ski rental business. Part-time poker player, but he's made 2 final tables this season on the World Poker Tour. Pretty incredible. He folds. Tyler with a queen 6. Just calling.
Check.
Slowing down the play. Ben, happy with queen 3. The flop is a 6-5 deuce. Tyler hitting top pair with 6s.
Ben with a gut shot straight draw. Tyler's going to come out and bet 100,000.
Ben's going to take a shot at a steal here with an inside straight draw. Raise the pot, 235 total.
Well, Tyler's going to call him. Got top pair.
Big kicker. Turn card, 10 of hearts.
Well, it goes check, check here. The 2 tough pros checking it down on the turn. Now a 9 comes off on the river. Tyler checks the 6s. Ben now knows the only way he could possibly win this pot will be to bluff at it.
Well, he called with 9 high last hand, so now he's going to try to bluff at 350.
Tyler's going to look him up with 2 6s and win this pot. Nice call by Tyler Patterson. Certainly can't fault Ben for trying to steal it on the river, but might have waited too late, Ben.
Well, things are starting to go the wrong way for Ben Zamani and the right way for Tyler Patterson.
I've been playing poker probably 13 years. High school friends, we made up a version of Hold'em that wasn't even how you play. A few years later, I got a job dealing. I got to see a lot of hands, and I found out really early that I was into it. And when I thought that I might be good at it, I started researching, learning, finding everything I could about the game, and I had success really early. Actually, my biggest score ever was 3rd in the Borgata WPT a couple years ago.
Tough luck for Tyler Patterson.
I don't have a WPT title yet. Winning a WPT would be a big deal to me for sure.
Poker is amazing. 1 minute, you're playing for tips. The next, you're giving tips out to young poker players. That's what Tyler's doing because he's one of the best.
Well, certainly Tyler in great shape to take his first WPT title tonight. Big chip lead at the moment.
And he gets out of the way on this hand, and now it's up to Ben. He's got 6-5.
I have a good time. I'm getting the hang of a little bit of it.
Just calling. And Stan with an ace.
All in.
7. Oh, he's going to push all in.
Nice play by Stan here.
Want the good one or the bad one?
The bad one.
Just recognize that if Ben limped in, he's just not that strong. He's got an ace high. He shipped it, takes it down.
We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, Tony Dunst will offer his perspective on the action so far. The Raw Deal is coming up next.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Ublo, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
Never afraid to call out a player for making anything short of the best bet, Tony Dunst is ready to break it all down in the Raw Deal.
In the glory years of online poker, Ben Zamani went by the screen name The Stein and developed a reputation for unconventional play. And if you didn't know he was a longtime professional, you might have watched his play and questioned whether he even knows the rules to the game. So was Ben throwing away chips with 9 high, or just being unconventional? Let's break it down. The 3-handed pot opens with Ben limping on the button, which is already unusual. But if you look at the stack sizes, it makes perfect sense. Stan Jablonski has a stack that's natural to shove over a raise, and Tyler Patterson has the chip lead in the big blind. By limping, Ben reduces his risk against Stan and reduces his variance against Tyler. The play on the flop is pretty straightforward. After Tyler checks, Ben makes a small bet that hopes to end the hand. Tyler calls with a second pair, and both players check the turn. The river is where things get weird. The Queen of Hearts completes the flopped flush draw, and Tyler leads out with his trips. Ben doesn't even take long to make the call with 9 high, but he does recheck his cards, so we know he didn't misread his hand. So what the hell just happened? Basically, Ben's call is an attempt to catch Tyler bluffing with a missed straight draw. Because Tyler can have literally anything in the big blind, some of his holdings are 6-deuce, 5-deuce, 6-5, and 7-5. If Tyler has one of those hands, he's definitely going to bluff the river. And although Tyler could be bluffing, that doesn't mean Ben should call. After all, Tyler will usually show up with kings, trips, or flushes making a value bet. So while I appreciate that Ben gets unconventional, I think this time he was just being wasteful.
Well, when he bet on the flop and his opponent called, you put him on something there, so why not the straight draw? I like to call with the 9 high, Vince.
All right, you keep playing that way.
Tyler Patterson's going to hopefully keep playing this way. He's got the big chip lead right now, 7.1 million. Ben Zamani in second place with 3.5 million.
Action is on Ben. He quickly folds Stan with Jack Deuce. The jet ski man, talented non-professional player, makes a call. Now Tyler with a 5-10.
Well, complete junk here. Look, he can get a free flop, Vince, but he is going to raise it. Going to try to represent strength here, when in fact he has nothing but weakness.
2:30 to go.
That was the limp test. I wanted to see how you did. If I limped, I test you out. I'll limp with my big one next time.
I'll tell you how he did. He passed with flying colors. That's how he did, Stan. Well done there by Tyler Patterson.
Hit the ace-5?
Take that pot away from Stan.
I would have showed the ace.
No, you wouldn't. Give me the needle. Nice. Whatever it was. 5-6 suited.
With his performance here tonight, Stan Jablonski is guaranteed to take the lead in the Hublot WPT Player of the Year race. How big will that lead be? We'll have to wait and see. Stay tuned all season long for the most current standings. But for now, let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
Well, we got the WPT Player of the Year leader at the table. We've got the last bounty standing in this tournament at the table. And we've got another tough young pro in there fighting out for the title.
And we've got Tyler Patterson that's picked up a pair of kings.
Wow.
175 total. Ben out. Let's see if Tyler will get action with it. Stan with just a 6-3 of diamonds. Oh, but he might make a contribution. Yes, he does.
He is going to make the call here, Vince. Well, he hit the gut shot straight draws. It comes Jack 7-5.
Yeah, he's got some potential, but he's going to check. Here comes the big over pair. Quick 200,000. And Stan quickly gets out of the way. Tyler shows one of the kings. And Tyler's got to be a little disappointed. He couldn't break someone with those.
Well, he did hit a gut shot straight draw, though, and quickly folded. I mean, what do you expect to hit with a 6-3?
All right, moving on. On Ben this time. Queen 7 won't do it.
All in.
And Stan is going all in with his ace-5, but Tyler's got ace-10. Stan on the short stack.
Maybe.
With about 1.5.
It's a probably.
It's a probably.
Wow, probably.
Got here.
I would think it's a
absolute.
Well, it's not an absolute, but I'll be surprised if he doesn't call.
This is an instant call.
Not instant. But he does make the call.
Oh, this is only fitting. This is only fitting.
Well, Stan says it's only fitting because with 7 players left,
We need a 5,
Tyler
guys.
Patterson was all in with ace-5 against ace-queen. He spiked a 5 to win the pot. Stan hoping to do the same thing here with 3 left so he can stay alive.
I'll go to the bathroom.
The jet ski man Stan is sputtering right now. Not in a good place.
Everybody's smiling though, Vince.
Yeah.
Look.
Is this the hand you won? The other
It was against ace queen, but yeah, ace-5 has done me well, so it's fair. If you win this one, I won't be upset.
It'd be fitting. It's sort of like even the universe out here. You know what I'm saying? I think we need it.
The former poker
5
dealer
of
Tyler
spades.
Patterson in a great position to knock out Stan. Here it is, and it's a 10-7-7.
Oh!
Tyler hitting 10s and 7s.
Well, just about the worst flop that Stan could see. The only way he can win the pot is to hit 5-5.
7-7-5-5.
He could tie it if it comes 7-7. So he is getting up his stuff. He knows he's less than 1% to win it. Stan Jablonski drawing dead. Vince, he's going to finish 3rd tonight, but with his finish, he takes over the WPT Player of the Year leaderboard. He is in first place as the Player of the Year right now.
That is right, Stan. A great sport. Going to take home $162,000. Let's go talk to Stan.
I think my game's getting a little better. Just playing more and playing with these kids that are good players. I observe everybody watch them play, and you pick up a few things here or there, and the more you get deep, I think the easier it gets. And I'm very satisfied getting 3rd and getting some Player of the Year points.
With Stan Jablonski hitting the rail in 3rd place, we are down to the final 2 players here at the Best Bet Bounty Scramble. When we return, Tyler Patterson and Ben Zamani go heads up for the WPT title. The heads-up battle is about to begin here at Best Bet Jacksonville between Ben Zamani and Tyler Patterson. Royal Flush girls Brittany and Marilyn have brought out the money these 2 are playing for, plus an extraordinary Hublot watch to be awarded to tonight's champion. Before play gets started, check out the conversation I had with our bounty, Tyler. Now, you have just locked up your best finish in a WPT event. Is that in itself an achievement for you?
Yeah, that's a little bit of an achievement for sure. Still really want to get on that trophy though. And now there's the new Tournament of Champions at the end of the season for the championship, so you got to win one to get in it. So it means a lot to me.
Even extra motivation.
Yeah.
All right, well, good luck in this heads-up battle.
All right, thanks a lot.
So 2 eager competitors going after a championship. As you can see, Tyler Patterson, 8.8 million in chips compared to Ben Zamani's 3.4. Blinds are still 40 and 80. Here we go.
Now, Tyler with a king high here. Knows that's a favorite over a random 2-card hand, so he's going to raise here with it. Makes it 175,000 to go.
Ben has a pair of 9s, 99.
Now, this will get re-raised for sure.
There it is, close to 375 total. Tyler goes away.
Are we still showing one? Are we still showing one?
I don't care.
So hand number 1 going to Ben. Now wait.
You remember the pact that everyone had when we started this final table, that when you won a pot, you had to show a card? Well, these guys have agreed not to show cards, playing heads up.
Okay, I object. How about that?
I don't.
On behalf of the other 4 players.
I think it's a wise move to do.
On behalf of the other 4 players who are loyal to that
They're
vow.
gone, Vince. They're out of here.
How quickly they forget.
They're at the bar. They're out on the beach. They're somewhere. They're not here. They have no say anymore.
I don't like it. Still a final table. They got to honor the agreement. Absolutely. Oh.
Well, all the laughing, all the joking, all that's history now, Vince.
Yeah.
These 2 guys are all serious. Young pros. They understand a WPT title looks very good on their resume. They're trying to get it here.
Well, Tyler raised before the flop with queen high. Called by Ben now. Flop comes up ace-9-5.
Now, Ben's going to lead out with a gut shot straight draw. Pretty bold play right here. And if it gets raised, that'll be it. But Tyler has none of that flop, so he gets rid of it. But still, bold bet by Ben. We heard Tony Dunn say he was a bit unorthodox player online, and certainly to lead out into the pre-flop raiser when an ace hits the board, that's a little unorthodox.
Yeah, Ben, a tough player. Learned in high school how to play poker. On to this hand. Tyler now with king 7 will raise to 175. Ben with queen 7 of diamonds.
He's going to make the call.
Flop is a 10-5-4. Helps neither player. Ben checking.
Now Tyler going to make the continuation bet.
Easy bet of 175.
You just wonder what Ben's thinking about here. Check raise, possibly. Just not thinking any of that flop hit. Tyler is right about that, but he didn't pull the trigger. So Tyler going to stack up some more chips.
Tyler, the chip leader. The last bounty standing here tonight. He could be the first bounty to win a WPT title.
And collect his own $2,500 bounty.
That's right.
Well, Ben with the 7 deuce here. He's in position, but 7 deuces are not what you want to be playing.
He has called it. Not going to raise. Tyler with an attractive queen 10 of hearts. Will raise it.
Tyler sensing correctly that Ben just not that strong ready to raise before the flop. But he does call the raise with the 7 deuce, so here we go.
They're splashing around, and here is the flop. It's a 6-5 deuce, so Ben gets a little piece of that. There's 3 spades.
Well, neither player has a spade in their hand. Well, Tyler making a continuation bet, even though he doesn't have any of that flop. And Ben with bottom pair, let's see what he's going to do. He is going to call, and a nice call it is. He's got the best hand at the moment. Now 4 diamonds comes off.
Nothing's happening for Tyler there. He slows down with the check.
Yeah, 4 cards straight out there. And it goes check, check.
River card. Can Tyler outdraw him? Nope. 6 on the river, making a pair.
And again, Tyler checks. Now Ben's got to feel confident that the 2 pair is the best hand. He's going to bet $375,000.
And Tyler quickly mucks the hand. So Ben Zamani making a little value bet in case the guy had ace something. We are coming back with more exciting heads-up action in just a moment.
Ryan Reese has good luck, guys.
There are thousands of reasons to love Club WPT. Become a VIP and play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every single month. Get in the game at clubwpt.com.
We have some new offerings here at Best Bet Jacksonville. They're fun, they're exciting. You can come in with a group of friends, have a few drinks, easy to play. We have 5 different games: 1-card poker, 2-card poker, 3-card poker, Ultimate Texas Hold'em, and Pai-Gow poker. If you're not familiar with any of these games, it'll take the dealer about 2 minutes to explain it to you and you'll be in action. It's a great time for everyone. A lot of excitement in that area of the room constantly.
That is Jesse Hollander. Great to work with.
Yeah, he does a terrific job here at Best Bet and talking about the new poker games that they have here for visitors to come play.
They are a lot of fun. Let's get back to the heads-up action here. Tyler Patterson out in front with $8.2 million. He has an ace-3. Gonna raise to 175 to go. Ben Zamani picks up deuces. Somewhere in the bar, the duck bin is quacking.
Well, he's just gonna limp in, Vince.
Here comes the flop. It is a queen 8-6, 2 hearts.
Tyler has flopped a nut flush draw. Ben with just 2 deuces.
Tyler's bet 175 with the 4 flush, and Ben, whoa, he is gonna raise. Total of 450, thinking that Tyler's full of it.
Well, Ben's a nut flush draw. You might want to just ship it right here.
Well, some would at that point, but he is just gonna call it. Hope to hit the flush, and it's not there. 7 of spades.
Well, Ben not liking it when he got called by the raise. No way he can think the 2 deuces are good now.
Yeah, he's rethought it.
Goes check, check.
River card coming up. It is a 5.
Well, again, Ben waving the flag.
1 pair.
Well, it goes check, check. Ben's going to win the pot with 2 deuces, much to his surprise.
Yeah.
The ducks are quacking here. Tyler kicking himself for not betting anymore during that hand. He would have won it had he bet on any other street after the raise.
All right, the antes and blinds going up to 15,000, 50 and 100. Ben Zamani this time with a queen 10.
Well, Ben gonna raise it up with to 250,000 to go. Tyler with a queen 3. You just wonder if misplaying that last hand is gonna upset him any event. Sometimes it does. You're kicking yourself when you see you had 2 or 3 chances to win the pot and you passed on all of them.
Well, the flop is a king 10-8, so 10s for Ben. Nothing for Tyler.
Well, Tyler checks and Ben checks middle pair. And now makes 3 10s on the turn. Flint to Saginaw, 30 miles.
Oh, when he gets to see his
boy
nemesis betting.
Well, whatever Tyler puts in the pot from here out, just wave goodbye to it. He's drawing dead.
Bet 250, and Ben is just gonna...
Well, he just calls, man, so that should turn the caution lights on, I would think. Tyler.
Sure, 5 of diamonds on the river.
Tyler is going to check. He's going to wave the flag. Just say, okay.
He got the memo. And now Ben trying to figure out as much as he can to extract, of course, from Tyler, but 550.
Well, Tyler knows now all he can beat, basically, is a straight draw. Figures he's probably beat, which indeed he is. So Ben taking down that pot.
Ben lives in Boca Raton, Florida. Born in Germany, he's 29 years old. He's made over $2.4 million in live worldwide earnings. And he doesn't give interviews, Mike. He's like Cher or something.
Like Cher?
Yeah, she doesn't give interviews. Okay, back to the action here. Ben Zamani this time with a king 10. Will call. Tyler with just a 5 deuce.
Now, Tyler raises to 300,000. And Ben makes the call with the king 10. And flops top pair, 2 kings. Well, on the other hand, could spell big trouble for Tyler here, because he has to bluff at this pot to win it. He knows that he's bluffing at it, but his opponent will be going nowhere with top pair. Just a matter of how he plays it.
Yeah.
He just calls.
Turned card is a deuce. That gives Tyler deuces. Now he slows down with a check. Ben's going to check behind him.
Oh, look at this. Tyler Patterson has made 2 pair on the turn and the river to win this pot, or at least have the best hand. There are 3 clubs out there.
Bet with nothing. He turned something, and he finished with a lot.
Well, he's going to bet 550,000 here. Hard to throw top pair away the way this hand's been played. Ben Zamani is not going to like it when he sees this hand. His stomach feels like a washing machine right now, I can tell you. After losing that pot to a runner.
Yeah, big swing right there. Tyler Patterson, our chip leader at this point. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Let's get back to the action here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
Tyler Patterson, 8.4 million. Ben Zamani with 3.8. And he's at 15,000. Blinds are 50 and 100. Down the stretch we go.
Tyler Patterson trying to capture his own bounty of 2,500. Can do that by winning the tournament. Both players going after their first WPT title.
Well, Tyler has raised with ace-queen. Ben's called with ace-7.
Now flop queen, jack 10. Both players have an ace-high straight draw, but Tyler's got top pair to go with his. But Ben is going to lead out and bet 125,000. That's what I call a blocking bet. It's working as Tyler just calls with top pair, top kicker. Now a 3 comes off. Action again on Ben. He's going to fire a second shell here, Vince. He's just hoping that if Tyler's got a pair of 10s or jacks, he throws the hand away. But that's not the case. Tyler's got 2 queens with the top kicker and makes the call. Deuce on the river.
So Ben with nothing but ace-high. Slowing down with the check.
Well, now Tyler's going to get the value bet in for 400,000. Ben calling with just ace-high, Vince. Now all he can beat there is a king-high straight draw or a flush draw that didn't pair.
Well, the thing was that Tyler never came back and raised. He played it very coyly, and he got the money at the end because of it. Nicely done by Tyler Patterson. All right, back to the table we go. The antes have gone up to 20,000. Blinds 61-20. Ben Zamani now with ace-jack. And he will go to 240. Tyler with the seductive little 4-5 of hearts.
Well, Tyler can afford to make this call and look at a flop, and that's what he's going to do. Hoping to get lucky to hit a flop that'll end it.
And the flop is an 8-4 deuce, so Tyler out flopping Ben.
If he's got 2 4s, he's checked, and Ben going to make the continuation bet here, 215,000. And Tyler going to make the call. Well, king of spade comes off. Ben now has a flush draw. Now Tyler's going to check, and Ben checks right behind him. Now a 3 comes off. Tyler going to bet 300,000. And Ben, again, thinking about making a hero call. Vince, what could he possibly beat here other than his opponent had to have specifically a 6-7 to call a bet on the flop? And that's not the case. He shows him 2 4s and wins the pot. Wow. What a bet by Tyler on the river, and a pretty much incredible call by Ben. This guy sleeps good at night, Vince, I can tell you that. You just don't steal his money, folks. He pays you off with a hero call about every time, it looks like.
He's sleeping in the alley if he keeps it up.
Raise.
All in.
Okay, all in by Ben with queen jack. And Tyler's got a big hand as well, ace-9 of spades.
Yeah, it doesn't look that big for another 2.2 million, though. He's got a big chip lead right now. Do you want to just go ahead and go for the win right here, right now? 55. If you lose the pot, you still got plenty of chips to play with. And that's the mentality of Tyler. And it turns out he's got the best hand with the ace-high.
Tyler Patterson, the former poker dealer, a big opportunity to become a WPT champion on this very hand. Here we go.
If it holds up, he'll be our champ.
Uh-oh. Flop is a 10-king 4.
Going to flop.
Well, now Tyler wants no pairs, I can tell you that, because either one of them would give his opponent a straight.
I made plenty of pairs today.
Made some pairs today?
I made a lot of pairs today, yeah. I'm due to miss.
Let's go to the turn.
Tyler looking for baby cards.
And he got a baby card.
Well, there's a 4.
Yep.
If Tyler Patterson can dodge an ace, a queen, a jack, or a 9, he'll be our champion.
Oh, man. 1 card away from the championship. All the money going to the river.
Everybody on their feet.
Here it comes. It's a king!
Tyler Patterson has done it!
Yep!
He has won the tournament bids and captured his title. Nice effort by Ben Zamani. Well done by him to finish in second place.
Oh, man, Tyler had to sweat it out, but he is the champion. He's going to take home a whopping sum.
Okay, let's talk to the Best Bet Bounty Scramble champion, Tyler Patterson. Tyler, congratulations to you. You came to this final table in 3rd chip position. You played a little conservative early on. I don't know if that was your strategy or not, but it sure paid off for you. You had the chip lead against a very tough player playing heads up. But tell us right now what it feels like to be a WPT champion.
It feels great. It's quite a relief. I felt like there was a lot of pressure. I was kind of expected to win, I think, when we were heads up. So all the spotlight was on me. I felt like I had to do it, and it worked out.
Well, you played fantastic all week long, especially here at this final table. In addition to your $375,000 in cash that you win, you get your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup. You get the beautiful Hublot watch to commemorate your victory. And now you also get to play in the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions. One more time, let's hear it for our champion, Tyler Patterson. Lynn, back to you.
What an amazing run by Tyler Patterson, the season 14 Best Bet Bounty Scramble champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
WPT Montreal starts now.
Feeling like $1 million.
I'm back to defend the belt. I gotta give it a go.
In Montreal, the gloves are off as the game's greatest square off on the felt. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We are excited to be back in Canada at Playground Poker Club, and so are the players, who gave it their all in the battle for a WPT title.
Bonjour, I'm Mike Sexton. The World Poker Tour is thrilled to be back here at the Playground Poker Club. Good luck in your quest to make it to the final tables. Good luck to everybody. Dealers, let's shuffle up and deal.
Split into 3 starting flights, Day 1A got underway with many familiar faces taking their seats, including Season 11 WPT Montreal finalist, Jeff Gross.
I'll never miss WPT Montreal. I love Playground Poker. I've had 2 of my better results here. I love the city. I love this poker room, and yeah, I come 3-4 times a year.
Also showing up to play were Montreal native and main event champ Jonathan Duhamel, 2-time WPT champion Antonio Asfendiari, and 3-time WPT champion Anthony Zeno, who was welcomed by the man he bested at the Season 13 LAPC final table, Mike Lear. Those players who busted out would have the option to re-enter on one of the remaining starting days, an option plenty were sure to take advantage of.
Get a good night's sleep and come back tomorrow. All right.
At the end of the day, 127 players had entered, with 45 surviving to play on day 2. Season 13 Lucky Hearts Poker Open champion Brian Altman finished well in front of the pack with over 220,000 in chips.
Today seemed to make a lot of strong hands, and people had second best hands, so, you know, I got a lot of chips.
With Day 1A survivors free to explore Montreal before their return to play on Day 2, a new crop of players descended on the Playground Poker Club, ready to take their shot at the title and the belt, including the defending champion, Jonathan Jaffe.
Back to defend the belt. Yeah, I got to give it a go. It's always pretty unlikely repeating a big tournament win, but you got to give it a try.
In addition to advancing, players were also hoping to hit a royal flush and win a free cruise for two, courtesy of the Royal Caribbean International Royal Flush Bonus. And although some players found success, others were sent home early, still having the option to return to play on Day 1C.
Try again tomorrow.
Two-time WPT champion and recent Season 14 Legends of Poker runner-up, Freddie D, got involved in a big pot near the end of play when his all-in was called by Season 12 WPT Montreal finalist Serge Cantin. Freddie's Pocket Kings were in the lead against Serge's Pocket Tens. No help on the board sent Serge to the rail and sent Freddie's chip count soaring. All told, 235 players entered on Day 1B with 96 bagging chips to continue playing on Day 2. Freddie D finished in fourth with 180,000. And Abdallah Aljbol captured the chip lead with over 250,000 in chips. Since it opened, the Playground Poker Club has become one of the premier stops on the poker circuit. Known for its accommodating staff, great food, and comfortable atmosphere, it continues to attract local and international players alike, including former ones to watch, Matt Affleck.
I come to Montreal for the first time. Poker is really nice. Super expensive, comfortable chairs. Don't hurt your back.
Matt was just one amongst a huge field of Day 1C players taking advantage of their final chance to advance to Day 2. There was no shortage of action, and players found ways to chip up, like poker pro Mike Dentale, who used an interesting method.
Basically, I kind of signed a pact with the devil last night. I just said let my hands hold up, and he did today.
With registration closed after the 6th level of the day, the official numbers were released. 697 entries created a prize pool of nearly 2.4 million Canadian dollars. 81 players would make it to the money, with first place taking home over 450,000. Failing to advance were past WPT finalists Sylvain Sibert, Aaron Overton, and Ben Tarzia. Play ended with 153 players remaining from Day 1C, and Gregoire Denis in the lead with over 200,000 in chips.
It's cool.
Canadian poker pro Marc-Etienne McLaughlin finished the day with 198,000, good for second on the leaderboard. The combined 294 remaining players took their seats on Day 2, with still plenty of poker to play before capturing the belt and the WPT Champions Cup.
Base camp of Mount Everest right now in this tournament. That's where we are, so long way to go.
With over 200 players standing between the start of play and the money bubble, action began to heat up in Montreal as many players' tournament life came to an end, including Andy Frankenberger, Jeff Gross, Antonio Spendiari, reigning champ Jonathan Jaffe, and WPT finalist Esther Taylor Brady.
You got to get a hold of chips, so that's the most important thing. And wasn't able to do that today, so I'm out the door.
Down to 82 players, Season 13 Fallsview Poker Classic runner-up Mark Bailey was all in and called by WPT finalist Darryl Fish. Mark had the lead with pocket tens against the ace-king suited of Darryl. Mark stayed in the lead on the flop, but would need to fade a diamond or an ace or king. A queen of diamonds on the turn gave Darryl the nut flush and sent Mark home on the money bubble.
I didn't come to cash. I came to make a deep run, so and make my play.
With the bubble burst, one of the first players to cash was recent WPT Best Bet Bounty Scramble finalist Jake Schwartz.
It's all good. It's been a good couple weeks.
Players continue to fall, including Timex Mike McDonald, Liv Boree, and Lou Zhang. At the end of the night, Kate Hall was eliminated when her ace-jack failed to improve against her opponent's pocket kings. When the remaining players finished play and bagged their chips, it was a close race at the top of the leaderboard. WPT finalist Trevor Delaney was in second place with 968,000, just behind Harpreet Gill, who had captured the chip lead with just shy of 1 million.
My plan tomorrow is to come back and stay focused, play good, and hopefully everything works out.
Day 3 was moving day in Montreal as the 63 remaining players took their seats, hoping to move one step closer to the televised final table. One of the first eliminations was Freddie Deeb, who came into the day as one of the short stacks. His ace-queen offsuit fell to Daryl Fisher's pocket nines.
Good game. You can't just play good, it's not good enough. You gotta catch some cards.
And after another deep run, Anthony Zeno was eliminated in 31st place by Harpreet Gill. Anthony was followed out the door by poker pro Scott Davies, who was busted by the surging Trevor Delaney. In a huge hand,
I'm all in.
Jeffrey Mulder was all in and called by Harpreet Gill. Jeffrey turned over pocket kings and was stunned when Harpreet turned over pocket aces. No help on the board, sent Jeffrey home. Mike Dentale couldn't believe the massive swings that he was seeing.
The way these guys are running hot and cooling people back and forth with massive stacks, it's insane.
One player personally filling the swings was Tony Gameboy Toe. After being knocked down to just 9,000 in chips, Tony went on a tear, first quadrupling up, then after several double-ups, built his stack up to 1.2 million in chips.
Wow.
But the roller coaster took an unexpected drop when he ran a failed bluff into Brian Altman.
Aces again in that seat, huh?
I know. I call.
Soon after, he was all in against online qualifier Rainer Kempe. Tony was ahead with ace-deuce to jack-9. But Rainer caught a 9 on the flop and held on to eliminate his opponent in 18th place.
And now it's game over for Game Boy. Blah.
When play ended for the night, 16 players remained. After a strong finish to his day, Champions Club member Brian Altman finished with just shy of 2 million, good for 3rd place. He was followed by Rainer Kempe in 4th with nearly 1.9 million. But in 1st place with a massive chip lead was Trevor Delaney, who had amassed almost 3.3 million in chips.
Day 4, and ask for more than that.
As the last playdown day before the televised final table, a tough field that included 3 WPT champions settled in for a fight to be among the final 6 players standing. Rainer Kempe came out swinging, knocking out 2 players almost immediately. After already losing a big pot to Brian Altman, Trevor Delaney was all in and called by Brian. Brian had flopped 2 pair and was poised to eliminate the beginning of day chip leader. Trevor needed an 8, queen or 7 to win the pot.
One time, dealer. I'll take my one time.
It's a good time to use it.
Good time to use it. My one time.
But a king on the river knocked him out in 13th place. Celebrating his birthday, 2-time WPT champion Darren Elias set his sight on another WPT final table. But his wish was cut short by Daryl Fish, who busted Darren in 11th place. When the final 10 players combined to one table, Brian Altman and Rainer Kempe had almost half the chips in play. Rainer added to his stack after knocking out WPT champion Giacomo Fundaro in 9th place.
Next time, try again for the next WPT.
Down to the final 8 players, Rainer had a little trouble keeping up the momentum, which wasn't an issue for Brian Altman. Brian eliminated Mike Dentale in 8th place when his ace-king outflopped Mike's pocket jacks. Then, with 7 players left, Brian called the all-in of Chris Arvanitis. Both players had paired their queen on the flop, but Chris was in the lead with an ace kicker.
Oh, come on.
But a king on the river gave Brian 2 pair and sent Chris home in 7th place. And with that, the final table was set. Brian Altman would take a huge chip lead into battle with hopes of winning his 2nd WPT title. To do so, he would face 5 tough opponents, all trying to win their first. Now ready to weigh in on tonight's final table are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, what kind of a match are we in for tonight?
Well, Lynn, this is going to be a good one. We've got 6 young pros at this final table, 5 of whom are in their 20s. Now, with all these young guns around, tonight could be the WPT's version of shootout at the OK Corral. As for the favorites, look no farther than the 2 chip leaders. Brian Altman is the chip leader. He's also a WPT champion. But the guy I fancy tonight is sitting in second chip position, Darryl Fish. And trust me, folks, he is nothing like a fish when it comes to playing poker. This guy is tough as nails.
You guys heard that, right?
Vince, the two chip leaders will be the guys to beat tonight.
They're going to be very tough, but let's talk about the guy in third chip position, Rainer Kempe. He is from Germany originally. He's made $750,000 this year playing poker. Then we have a couple locals we'll talk about, and one of them is AJ Gambino. He's an excellent player. He's a good athlete as well. He rides a unicycle, he juggles, does it all. And then Carter Swidler, a fine player also, and his favorite poker player, he says, is you, Mike Sexton. How do you like that?
He must be on a short stack.
He is. But he's good. He has tattoos. In fact, I think one of the tattoos is of you on his shoulder. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, these guys are good. They're fantastic. It's going to be fun. Let's see what happens.
All right, thanks, guys. And before the players took their seats, we got the chance to speak with chip leader Brian Altman.
Coming in as chip leader, I'm going to put a lot of pressure on some of the middle stacks and just kind of play my game. I'm feeling very confident. I'm feeling excited, and I'm just looking to get out there and play.
Which player will claim their WPT title here in Montreal? Action begins right after this.
I don't have as much experience as some of these other guys, but a WPT title is something that I think almost every poker player dreams about.
I love that any person can enter any tournament and put their money on the line and test their skills against someone else.
I play poker for a living because it's my passion. I'm constantly working to improve myself and trying to outthink, outsmart, outplay them.
Every decision is very important. Just looking to get my chips in good and get back into this tournament.
I do have to be a little patient, leveling up at a few places, getting it in good, and then hope for the best. Taking third place, taking second place, everything would be huge.
I'm gonna win this tournament. I've visualized it, and I just know it's my time.
There you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Brian Altman out in front with about 8.2 million. Darryl Fish in second place with 5.4 million. That's what they're playing for. The winner tonight taking home over 453,000 Canadian dollars.
And the champion will win the beautiful Hublot watch to go along with the big money.
And the winner also gets that beautiful championship belt fence, something we don't have anywhere else on the tour.
Let's go to the felt. The antes are 10,000, blinds 30 and 60. We are at the spectacular Playground Poker Club. Action on AJ Gambino. AJ, a poker pro, quickly folds Darryl Fish, who has made 4 WPT final tables, never a champion, has a pair of sixes. And he likes his hand. Makes it 140 to go. Rainier Kempe out.
Chip leader Brian Altman goes out, as does Carter Swidler.
Carter is a local from Montreal, and now Jared Mahoney, the short stack, has king 8 of clubs.
You'd like to see a flop with this out of the big blind. Cost him 80,000 more. His problem is he's got just under $1 million in chips starting the pot. It's going to cost him about 15% of his stack.
Oh.
But he makes the call here.
How much are you playing, Jared? 2 stacks of gray?
Yep.
Okay.
Jared from Abington, Massachusetts, 32 years old. Let's see if he gets lucky.
Let's come King, Jack, 8, all hearts. Jared's flopped 2 pair, kings and 8.
Jared checked, and Darryl has a little heart, 6 of hearts, and Darryl's going to make a continuation and bet 100,000.
All in.
And a shove all in, Mike.
That's all you can do with 2 pair here.
Putting the pressure on the fish man. The fish man swims away. Our first hand going to Jared Mahoney. Says he loves tennis, played in high school and college.
Notice what happens if Jared doesn't raise it. Darryl would have made a flush on the turn to win the pot to eliminate him from that tournament.
Yeah, but almost impossible to call at that point when a guy goes all in, of course.
Yeah, can't do it.
And we are moving on. Brian Altman, the WPT champion from Longmeadow, Massachusetts. First to act, he has an ace-10.
140.
Makes it 140 to go.
Vince, this guy has a pharmacy degree, but opted to play poker as a career instead of be a pharmacist.
Carter goes down to Jared, who won the first hand, has a pair of 10s in this one.
Well, Vince, you know he's going to raise this as well, just a matter of how much. Do you move all in or do you make a smaller raise?
He's going to make it $500,000 to go. AJ Gambino goes out.
Everybody knows that's essentially an all-in bet because he's not going to fold if you set him all in.
Wow.
Brian going to give it up.
Yes, we are at Playground Poker. We just found the bully in the playground right there.
Oh, man. Jared Mahoney off to a great start. And after the first two pots, Jared Mahoney has moved into fourth chip position after starting in last place at this table.
140.
Carter, the local with ace-king of clubs, makes it 140 to go. Everyone going out so far. Around to Brian Altman, who has a pretty decent king-jack of diamonds.
Call.
We'll make the call.
First flop. Oh, maybe not. Third flop. Second flop. Third.
Carter is a local from Montreal, plays down here at Playground Poker Club all the time.
Oh, what a flop. Carter's flop top pair, top kicker. Brian has the nut flush draw and checks.
135.
Carter makes 135,000 bet after the flop. For sure Brian is going to play, just a matter if he's going to check raise or not.
Well, he's the chip leader.
Call.
He's just going to call, Vince. I would have check raised here, but he opts to call.
Going to the turn. Let's see if he picks off a diamond. No, 4 spades.
Well, there is a possible straight draw out there now, though. Well, Brian checks again.
255.
255,000 to bet now.
Raise.
Brian's getting out raising chips. He is raising on the draw here. It's going to cost Carter the rest of his stack, which is about 700,000 more in chips, if he wants to make this call.
All in.
Call.
Well, he's opted to go for it.
And Brian quickly calls, of course, hoping to get the diamond.
Carter's thrilled he's got the best hand here. Many times when a guy check raises you there, you think one pair, you hate to put your money in. Carter did. Out in front, can he hold off the diamond draw?
River card coming up, big card. It's gonna work, 9 of clubs.
Carter Swidler has done it, he has doubled up.
A local from Montreal taking down a big one against the chip leader at this point.
Just a little dent. Next time it'll mean a bit more.
Next time it might hurt more.
We've got 6 players at Playground Poker Club just getting started. We'll be right back on the World Poker Tour.
Wasn't too happy when you snapped.
Welcome back to Playground Poker in Montreal. We are just getting started. 6 players battling for this championship.
Brian Altman still out in front with 6.5 million, even though he started this final table with 8.2. Darryl Fish still in second place with 5.1 million.
Down to the felt we go. Rainier Kempe.
He won his way to this tournament by winning a satellite on Party Poker. He's from Germany, lives in Brighton, England. Folds.
140.
Brian Altman, the chip leader, raises with ace-queen to 140.
Carter out.
Jared Mahoney not playing. Gambino folding.
Around to Darryl Fish. He's going to make the call with the 2 6s. So these are the 2 chip leaders going at it.
6s didn't work out with him earlier, and here's the flop of 9, 5-3.
Well, Darryl's going to check. Brian checks. Now that would tell me he's got 2 overcards there. No pairs. Now the 10 of diamonds comes off. Well, I think Darryl thinks he's got ace queen or ace jack. He's going to make a bet here of 160,000, but because Brian has the flush draw, he makes the call.
Let's see if Brian gets lucky on the fish, man. River card is a diamond. Wow.
So 4 diamonds out there now, possible straight. Darryl's 2 6s just went in the tank. He's going to check here.
425.
425,000 to bet.
Brian Altman, a former wrestler in high school, now coaches wrestling.
Darryl gives it up. So 2 6s not working out for Darryl at this final table so far. There you see Brian's parents in the house.
What do you think about that play?
I think that's a great hand for a great player. Didn't realize how loose you'd be playing.
I know. It's crazy. Something in the water.
And the blinds are moving up to 40 and 80,000, right back on Brian Altman. This time, he is going to look down at a king 7. Folds it.
Over to Carter Swidler. He's got the highway patrol hand, the 10-4. He's out.
And now Jared Mahoney with a very nice ace-jack of clubs.
He's going to make it 165,000 to go. AJ out.
Darryl Fish now with just a jack 4 of diamonds. He's got to be frustrated so far.
Now Vance, he is in the small blind, meaning he's out of position. He just has a jack 4, but you just have the sense that he's thinking about making a move, and he is. He is going to 3-bet it here to 455,000 with a jack 4. Rayner goes out. Now what do you do with ace jack?
All in.
Wow, what a bet.
And Darryl quickly folds the hand.
Jared Mahoney moving all in for his tournament life there with just an ace jack over the top of Darryl Fish.
And you could boil a pot of coffee on his head right now. He is steaming like a cheap economy car. Nothing working out so far for Darryl. Let's see if he can turn it around. Action on Carter, the local from Montreal. He idolizes you, Mike Sexton.
Looking at the size of his arms, I'm glad he's on my side.
And he quickly folds.
Carter out, Jared out. Over to AJ Gambino. He looks down at 2 9s. AJ's from Pennsylvania, now lives in Montreal, been a pro for 9 years, plays mostly online poker.
Makes it 180 to go, and now Darryl Fish has ace-queen. Nothing going right so far for Fish. He wants to change that around. He's going to raise again, 355 total.
Second time in a row, he's 3-bet a pot, this time 355,000.
Goes back around to AJ.
Come on.
And he is going to push all in.
What's the total?
They're all picking on Darryl tonight. Darryl Fish makes the call.
The classic race, the overcards versus the underpair. AJ Gambino must have his 9 stand up to stay alive.
AJ is a juggler, rides a unicycle, plays a lot of poker. This is his first time at a final table on the WPT. The flop comes up ace-5-3. That is good for Darryl.
AJ in dire straits now, must catch a 9 to stay alive in this tournament.
9 hearts.
We were both thinking it. Okay.
So the king of hearts comes on the turn. Well, AJ doesn't want the 9 of hearts now because that would give Darryl a flush. AJ's drawn dead now.
Last card, irrelevant. 10 of hearts.
That's fine. Good luck.
Well, that's going to do it for AJ Gambino, the 27-year-old who lives in Montreal, out tonight in 6th place.
AJ's going to take home 87,000 Canadian dollars. Let's go see what he has to say.
There wasn't too many things I could do or decisions to make, but can't win all the flips. I'm definitely rooting for Brian. He's a close poker friend of mine, and I hope he takes it down. I'm going to join the crowd now and finish watching the rest of this table for sure.
C'est la vie for AJ Gambino. He's the first one out in 6th place.
Hi, Mom.
Action continues from WPT in Montreal right after this.
At ClubWPT.com, you can play for a share of $100,000 worth of cash and prizes every month. So we don't need to make this spot too flashy.
Not at all. We don't need to. But
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
WPT has been a staple in poker for such a long time. Basically, you know, my entire poker career.
I've been watching the World Poker Tour on TV since season 1. I have all the seasons on DVD, watching all the legends like Gus Hansen, Phil Ivey, Negreanu. That's basically why I got into poker.
I was so young, and I was looking at these guys on TV, and I was like, you know, I want to be one of these guys.
Yeah, it's kind of a dream come true to finally be at a final table.
You know, obviously, Brian and Carter happy to be here, as are the others. 5 players left fighting it out for this title. Brian Altman still out in front with $6.5 million.
We just lost AJ Gambino. He's a unicyclist. And actually, I just saw him riding his unicycle to the cage, cashing out.
Gotta love the color commentary.
Oh, Vince is the best. Makes the whole thing so much more fun.
I thought he hated me. So nice to hear. Thanks.
Hey, you have a fan club you didn't know about.
All right, to the felt we go. We got a few folds. Rayner also out.
Call.
Brian Altman calling.
Check.
And Carter, happy to see a flop with the Queen 5 offsuit.
Battle of the blinds. Here we go. Flop is a 7-3 deuce, so Brian gets a piece of that.
Well, he is reaching down for betting chips. Gonna bet the 2 threes, makes it $85,000 to go.
Into the local who has none of that.
225.
Oh boy, but he's got heart.
What a raise here by Carter Swidler with no hand, no draw.
700,000.
Now what is that?
It's a 3-bet Vince with just 2 threes, that's what it is.
Amazing.
It's like he just suspected Carter was making a move, which in fact he was. Wow, these guys are playing right now, Vince. I admire both of them for fighting for that pot. Carter made a terrific move. It's going to win 90% of the time, at least. But Brian figured it out, came back over the top to take down the pot.
Junk over junk, impressive play, and now Daryl Fish has picked up aces.
Yeah, no junk here. As premium as it gets.
He is in first position, and he's going to move it to 200,000, inviting a call. Rayner can't play that mess, and now Brian Altman with a little suited connector.
540,000.
Oh, he's going to raise.
Wow, he is feeling his oats, Vince. Here he's 3-betting the guy sitting in second chip position with 5 high.
Carter and Jared get out of the way, and now it's back on Daryl. Just going to call.
Now, Vince, most players would re-raise in that spot. Daryl Fish just hiding the strength of his hand. Now, flop comes 9-8-4 with 2 clubs.
Brian gets a little piece of that. Daryl's going to check him.
Well, Brian bets 420,000.
400.
That's one thing I can tell you about these 2 players. They're not looking to move up and pay. They're looking to take down the title. They go out 5th, so be it. They're looking to get all the chips right here if they can.
The strategy behind Daryl, just gonna call this. Gonna milk him like a Holstein.
Yeah, taking a chance. He could get outdrawn here, Vince.
9 of spades pairs the board. A little bit of a scare card there for Daryl. He checks it.
Let's see what Brian's gonna do now.
He looks like he should be working at a pharmaceutical lab.
Put an apron on him, he'd fit right in the lab, wouldn't he?
Mixing up the powders.
Fussing with test tubes. He does look like that.
He does.
Well, Brian is a pharmacist. He's going to check here, though.
Check, check. River card coming up. It's a queen of spades.
So now possible straight out there, possible flush. Board's paired. Again, Daryl checking 2 aces. He's definitely going to call if Brian bets, however. But Brian is going to check it down. He sees Daryl's 2 aces. They are going to win the pot. He's also going to make a mental note that he didn't get re-raised before the flop when Daryl held 2 aces. Beware.
Daryl Fish take it down, a good one.
He also takes over the chip lead after winning that pot. Daryl Fish now out in front with nearly $6.5 million in chips.
He started off slow, but things are turning around for Daryl Fish. Going after his first WPT title after his 4th WPT final table. Action on Brian, a quick fold by him. Carter.
And Carter looks down at his Jack-10.
Raise.
He's going to raise the pot. Makes it 175 to go. Jared out. Daryl Fish has king-queen in the small blind. Going to make the call. Rayner just not catching any cards. He's going to give it up here.
So king-queen versus Jack-10. Daryl Fish starting to get hot. Let's see the flop. And the flop is a 10-6-4, so 10's there for Carter.
Nice flop for him. Darryl checks.
It's just a thing of beauty when you raise before the flop with Jack 10 and you pick up top pair. Makes the continuation of 140.
Not a big bet into a pot that's got nearly $500,000 in it, though. And because of that, Darryl Fish is going to make the call here with the king-queen. But remember, he has to act first the rest of the way here.
9 of spades.
Now he has a gut shot straight draw. Again, he's going to check. Carter still has top pair, so he is going to bet again. $275,000 is the bet. Now what do you do if you're Darryl? He's going to make the call, Vince. As the cards lie, he needs a face card, king, queen, or a jack, to have the best hand.
Can Darryl pick this off? No, a 4 pairs the board.
Darryl's going to check.
Check.
And Carter checks right behind him. Darryl shows the king-queen, holding his breath like he's hoping it'll be good, but we see it's not.
Nice hand.
Carter winning the pot with 10s up.
Yeah, he's a local. We have 5 players going after the Playground Poker Club title here tonight in Montreal. We're coming back for more.
If you come to Playground Poker Club, you are going to be treated to the best poker experience possible. Our championship belts are unique to WPT events. You put this on a trophy case in your room, everybody who walks by takes notice, and they know you're a champion.
I just held the belt for like 5 seconds or something, and I really enjoyed that. I don't think I would lay it down again. I would literally wear it all the time.
People don't come here to win hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars. It's all about the championship belt.
Well, he is so right. What an exciting belt. Shiny, beautiful. But the money's not bad either, Mike.
Oh, you're right, Vince. Over $450,000 goes to the winner. What would you rather have? The belt over $450. The belt over $4. Vince, the winner gets both. Let's get back to the felt.
Darryl this time with a queen, 4 of hearts in first position.
Well, right under the gun, he's going to raise it to $200,000 with just a queen 4.
He is aggressive. Now Rayner, the German, with ace 10.
Yeah, he's played very conservative so far at this final table. And now all of a sudden he's going to 3-bet it here. $575,000 is the bet.
Brian Altman behind him with a pair of 8s.
Well, what do you do with a mid-pair when it's been raised and re-raised in front of you? You pitch it.
Carter, ace 9 of diamonds folding, and now it's on to Jared. Also folds his hand.
Well, Darryl will be following him right in the muck, I promise you that. There he goes. So Rayner can't be taking down that pot.
Rayner actually got in this tournament through a $500 satellite, won his way in here.
Yeah, on Party Poker. He's from Germany, lives in Brighton, England now, but loves playing in big-time poker tournaments.
All right, back to his bad hands. He's going to quickly fold that.
200,000.
Brian Altman now with a strong ace-queen makes it 200,000 to go. Carter releases queen 10. Jared now with an ace 10.
Yeah, he's in a small blind. He's going to make the call. Darryl Fish has the king 9 of diamonds. He's also calling. So we have 3-way action here among the chip leaders.
All right, let's see who gets lucky here. Is the flop, and it's a 10-5-4. It is Jared hitting top pair, ace kicker.
And he's got the key card, Vince, the ace of hearts as well. But it's gone check, check around to Brian, who's very consistent, making continuation bets.
225.
And he's going to do it again here, $225,000 with just the ace queen. Now let's see how Jared's going to play this top pair, top kicker.
Raise.
There it is. $900,000 is the bet now. A check raised by Jared.
Darryl folds, of course, and Brian can't take the heat, so Jared Mahoney, the 32-year-old out of Abington, Massachusetts, taking that pot. 5-handed poker will continue at the WPT Montreal.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
Well, you know, it's hard to explain what it feels like when you play your first WPT event. But check out some of these ClubWPT.com members, and you'll get the idea.
Just being here playing with these guys is an unbelievable experience.
Club WPT, playing very well.
I never thought I'd be rubbing elbows with him, but it was fantastic.
I guess it's my lucky day today.
I had pocket fives, flopped a full house.
I saw him get it in once, and it was against me, and I doubled him up.
I flopped a set of kings against a guy who turned a straight, but I rivered a full house. I'm having a ball.
Club WPT, you're fabulous.
I bagged chips twice.
I made it to day 2. It's amazing, simply amazing.
Oh, there's nothing like that winning feeling. Head on over to clubwpt.com and find out who you can compete for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes each month.
It's fantastic. Count me in.
Well, 5 players left. There you see the chip count. Everybody's got chips over 3 million. Daryl Fish out in front with just over 5 million.
And the antes are going up to 15,000. Blinds are 50 and 100. Brian Altman picks up the queens.
225.
And he's going to make it 225 to go.
Yeah, he's made a lot of moves with nothing. This time he picks up a real hand. Carter out. Jared out as well.
And now Daryl Fish with a pretty solid pair of 9s.
Doesn't re-raise with them though, Vince. Just calls.
Now the German has a 4-7.
Call.
He's going to invest deeper.
A lot of money out there, Vince. $625,000. Just cost him another $125 to make the call, so he does so. And the flop comes king 6-4. Daryl checks the 9s. Rayner checks bottom pair.
Check.
And surprisingly, Brian checks the 2 queens. Now a deuce comes off. Well, Daryl's got to think his 2 9s are the best hand, Vince. I would certainly think it in this spot. So I would bet, just like Daryl's doing here, $260,000.
Into Rayner, who has just got a little piece of that pair of 4s.
It looks like he is getting out raising chips. He's not calling here. He's betting $800,000 with just 2 4s.
He's going to try here. He gets the best hand out, the pair of queens. And back around to Daryl Fish.
And Vince, when you get raised here in this spot, especially with 3 players in the pot, the only thing you can beat is a bluff with the 2 9s. Do you really want to put your chips in there with it? Daryl doesn't. Well, the 2 big chip leaders.
Good bluff.
Just outplayed there, Vince.
Daryl Fish says, nice bluff.
Vince, there are times in poker you just get outplayed. You just got to salute your opponent when he does so.
That's why you don't want to play with good players.
Guys, 3-betting, 4-betting, making moves, gambling, coming back over the top. Wow, this is fun.
Carter Swindler, first to act. He's got an ace-9. Learned poker by watching, he says, the WPT. Loved it, and now he's playing with the big boys, and he's going to raise to 215. Jared right behind him with a pair of 4s.
Well, you always like to see flops with small pairs. You're always hoping to flop that set. If other cards come out there, it's easy to get away from them if you don't help. So Jared does make the call.
Couple folds behind him, around to Altman.
Call.
Oh.
He's getting a good price to make the call. $655 in the pot, cost him $115 to call. So he makes it, again, 3-way action before the flop.
Ace-9, Jack-8, pair of 4s. Who will be lucky? The flop is a 10-5 deuce.
Well, no help to anybody.
Check.
Brian checks. Carter is going to check. And Jared with the 2 4s, thinking, hey, those guys didn't bet. They might not have any pairs. Let me bet here. $350,000.
Brian goes out. Back on Carter, who was the original raiser before the flop.
And he's got the key card and the ace of clubs as well. Looks like he's getting check raising money out here with just the ace high. What a play this would be. And he is doing it. He is check raised to $700,000.
The min raise too. Very scary. If you're Jared, you got to be thinking this guy just trapped me.
But Vince, he has not mucked his hand yet, which is sort of surprising.
All in.
Oh, no. You got to be kidding.
All in, virtually for his tournament life, Vince.
Oh, Carter goes out.
Jared, he has moved to the chip lead from worst to first as we started this final table in terms of chip count. What a play by Jared Mahoney.
Au revoir from Montreal and Playground Poker Club. Please join us next time for continuing coverage of WPT Montreal. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
WPT Montreal continues right now.
Feel like $1 million.
Gotta love the color commentary.
Vince is the best. Makes the whole thing so much more fun.
In the city of Saints, only one player will reign triumphant tonight in Canada. Welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We have seen plenty of action here at WPT Montreal, and there are no signs of it slowing down anytime soon. Here to set the stage for us are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Lynn, this has been a fun final table so far. We came in here with 6 young pros fighting it out for this title. 1 is gone, 5 young guns left, trying to take down the title. Jared Mahoney, who started the final table as the short stack, is now the chip leader. And Brian Altman came to this final table with the chip lead, so it really is anyone's game. But Vince, I still like the fish. Darryl Fish has a great shot at taking home a WPT title tonight.
He's tough. I mean, the Fishman's been at a WPT final table 4 times. Now he wants to become Moby Dick and take home a title. But how about Carter Swidler from Montreal? He's tough. He idolizes you. You're his favorite poker player. Pretty amazing. The crowd loves this guy. This is going to be great.
He's going to be mine if he wins this tournament.
Well, Mike, I'm with Carter. You're definitely one of my favourites too. Now, with the lion's share of the more than $2.3 million Canadian dollar prize pool there for the taking, action will be intense. Let's check on the standings and get back to the game.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Jared Mahoney has gone from worst to first in terms of chip count, now out in front with 5.1 million. That's what they're playing for tonight. The winner taking home over 453,000 Canadian.
Everyone wants that, and of course the Hublot watch the champion gets, and the bragging rights, and the belt. The antes are 15,000, Mike, and the blinds are 50 and a 100,000. Let's go to the felt. The great Darryl Fish in first position. King Jack he has.
This is the 4th time Darryl has made a WPT final table. He has yet to take a title. He is looking to do it tonight.
He's going to move it up to 250 to go. Rainer Kempe
from Germany, lives in Brighton, England.
Got in this tournament through a satellite, will quickly fold.
Over to Brian Altman, who came to this final table as the big chip leader. He's going to muck this hand. Carter Swidler out as well.
Jared Mahoney, a poker pro out of Abington, Massachusetts. He's got Queen 6 of hearts.
And Vince, he had less than $1 million when this final table started in chip count. Now he's up over 5 million. Incredible.
Well, he's been making these moves you just can't believe, just bluffing with air.
Well, he's running so good, he's going to make the call here with the Queen 6 of hearts out of the big blind. So let's see what flops.
All right, King Jack versus Queen 6. And the flop is at Ace 9 8.
No help to either player.
Check.
Jared's going to check, and Darryl checks right behind him.
Turn card is another ace.
Well, Ace of hearts comes off. This gives Jared a flush draw. He's going to check, though. And Darryl's thinking to himself, well, if this guy hasn't bet yet, my king high must be good. Let me just try to pick up the pot right here. He bets 350,000. With the flush draw, you just don't see Jared going anywhere. And he might have the best hand with Queen high. He does make the call.
Hoping to hit a heart and hurt the fish. River card, not a heart, it's a 4 of spades. Jared's gonna check.
Darryl, who could just check it down and win the pot. He's gonna bet here, but must put his opponent on a small pair, hoping he can get him off of it by betting the king high.
725. We know, of course, Jared has none of that, but you never know what this kind of guy will do. Well, folds the hand.
So Daryl Fish going to take down that pot. Daryl Fish has $1.9 million in live tournament winnings. His biggest cash, $235,000. He can top that if he comes in first or second tonight.
Daryl lives in Hollywood, Florida. He's into yoga, meditating, healthy living. Great guy, a great poker player. On to the next hand, Jared Mahoney. First to act, he's got a king-9 of clubs.
And he's going to lay it down. Daryl Fish out as well. Over to Rainer Kempe. He looks down at the Jack-7 of spade. He's on the button.
He has a reputation as a very loose, aggressive player.
He's going to make the men raise to $200,000.
600,000.
Brian Altman coming back over the top.
He's going to 3-bet here with the small pair. Going to make it $600,000 to go.
Carter goes out, so back on Rainer.
That's another $400,000 to make the call, but do you really want to call a re-raise with a Jack-7?
Well, he's getting that raising chips. Oh.
He is 4-betting it to $1.3 million here.
Unbelievable, putting the pressure back on the little pair of fours.
Well, Vince, I don't know how you can go any farther with 2 4s here.
I don't either.
And you made your move. Just didn't work.
All-in.
Oh, wow. Are you kidding me?
Wow. I take it back. There's the move right there, the all-in bet.
Bluff over bluff, and Altman's going to show him one card.
Rainer Kempe now knows at worst he was even money to win that pot. That's the worst case scenario. You can see the steam coming off his head right now.
Think that one will be on TV?
I might as well show. You guys are going to see it anyways.
Show us all of them then.
It was a king, offsuit king.
There's exactly 4 cards it could be.
You have to sweat to see what the other one is. It's quite a shock.
Well, Daryl Fish then, there's only 4 cards it could be. One of the 3 remaining 4s or the ace that was suited with the 4. Nothing else. He's right.
So the thievery continues here at the Playground Poker Club. Rainier has raised it with ace-jack.
480,000.
And a re-raise by Brian Altman with just a 9-8. He's going nuts on us here.
Just incredible how fast these guys are playing at this table.
Back on Rainier.
Vince, it doesn't look like anybody is looking to move up in terms of payday. They're all looking to get that belt. They are playing for the W.
Rainier's going to make the call. Flop is a king-jack-5, so Rainier catching jacks here. Brian with absolutely nothing.
Well, it goes check-check on the flop. Now a 6 comes off. You'd think Rainier would bet here now when his opponent checks, but he doesn't. He checks again.
Now Brian's got the inside straight draw.
425.
And he's going to bet 425.
I don't see Rainier going anywhere with 2 jacks here.
Jacks with a great kicker.
He's going to make the call.
Can Brian spike the miracle?
Nope. Queen comes off.
Rainier checks, and now Brian.
950.
He's going to continue the larceny. He's going to take a stab at this. 950,000.
The only way he can win it is to bluff at it, and he's sure trying it, Vince. What do you do now with 2 jacks? And you can just see the puzzled look on Rainier's face here. Just not buying the fact the guy's got kings. He checked on the flop. Would he really bet queens here for nearly $1 million on the river? You wouldn't think so. What does the guy have?
This would be an amazing call if he could possibly make it. So expensive, he's got to lay it down.
Give Brian credit there. Outplayed his opponent by betting on the turn and betting on the river to steal that pot. These guys are playing.
Recently, the WPT Foundation visited New York City for the All In for Kids charity poker tournament, benefiting the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. This is one of my favorite nights of the year. Check it out.
Children's Hospital of Philadelphia does such great things in the community, so I definitely try to come out every year.
It's a great group of people for a great cause,
and hopefully we'll raise a lot of money for the kids.
In 7 years, we've raised $6 million for Children's Hospital of Philadelphia.
We especially love the people that have come back year after year. I'd just like to say one more thing really important. Shuffle up and deal.
This is one of my favorite events of the entire year. It's a great opportunity for the World Poker Tour and the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to come together.
It's so much fun for people to play poker, but at the same time, it's another way to raise awareness and raise funds for the great work that we do for our patients and families. Philanthropy plays a very big role in developing new treatments for children because we don't get funding to support all the research that we do.
The three things we do at SHOP are cure, educate, and discover, because if you save the life of a child, you save a lifetime.
Any initiative that it involves making sure that children get the best care possible is always going to get my support.
I highly recommend, if you haven't been to a charity event like this, to try to come out next year. It's a lot of fun, and you'll get to mingle, play some poker, and do it all for a great cause.
What a fun night for all, but most importantly, nearly $700,000 was raised for such a worthy cause. For more information, head to WPTFoundation.org. Now, let's get back to the final table here in Montreal.
Vince, so proud of the WPT Foundation for getting involved with the CHOP tourney. It's just fantastic that they can raise this kind of money for such a worthwhile cause.
And we have Brian Altman as the chip leader with 7.6.
Well, he's going for his second WPT title tonight, Vince.
Carter Swidler first to act. Quick fold by him. Action on Jared. Jared also out. Daryl Fish now with the button, Queen 10.
That's a big hand in this crowd.
Makes a raise of $250 into Rayner, and Rayner's got an ace 10.
All in.
All in. Wow, and he's gone all in for $2.7 million with just the ace 10.
They are playing fast. Brian folds. Daryl wants no part of that. Rayner going to take this pot with ace 10.
So aggression, the word of the night, no doubt about it.
I have two buddies watching me, Mats for an ace, and I forgot the name of the other guy. But we were really close.
All the German guys that I know are huge sharks.
I played with Rayner on day 3 and on day 4 of the tournament, and he plays real aggressively, isn't afraid to put chips in the pot.
I love the competition. I like thinking about what I'm doing, and it's a little deeper than most board games. It's a fun game to play.
Well, I will tell you one thing. The Germans have a reputation of being phenomenal tournament poker players.
That's right, and also forgetting their friends' names.
Well, Rayner's biggest live cash is $365,000. By winning tonight, he'll top that number. But he has had an amazing year, won over $750,000 this year, so he is running good and playing good.
Well, he's got 9s on this hand. He has raised to $200,000. Brian Altman taking a break. Carter Swidler, the local from Montreal, won't play it. And now Jared Mahoney, the 32-year-old, came in as the short stack with a 7-5.
And he's in the big blind, Vince. There's $425,000 in the pot, cost him $100,000 to call, and he does make the call.
So pair of 9s up against 7-5, and the flop is a 7-6 deuce.
So Jared has flopped top pair, but could get him in serious trouble here, Vince, as his opponent has the overpair.
He's checked to Rayner. Rayner's going to make the continuation bet, 180.
Raise.
He's going to take a shot here and check raise.
$700,000 now the bet. Now, Vince, because Rayner wasn't re-raised before the flop, you're never going to put him on an overpair higher than 9s.
Raise.
Rayner is going to try to punish him.
All in.
And this is the worst play he could possibly do at this point.
He has gone all in. So Rayner does make the call.
And Jared's in terrible shape right now.
Jared looking for a 7 or a 5 to take the lead. Vince, he went from worst to first place in chip count and will have less than $1 million in chips if he loses this pot.
Ace on the turn.
Jared must catch a 7 or a 5.
Otherwise, he'll be demolished, not out.
He'll be a limping gazelle, Vince, that's for sure.
Can Jared do it? Knock out his man. If it's done, it's a jack of spades. Not going to work out for Jared Mahoney.
So just like that, Jared Mahoney, who started in last place and went to first, is now back in last chip position again.
Montreal is one of my favorite cities in the world, and I've been all over it. Playground Poker Club is such an amazing place to play. It's one of my favorite venues. The facilities are great, the staff is professional. It's tough to miss a playground event.
We're at the Playground Poker Club. Five-handed poker continues for the championship. Pretty exciting.
Well, we've seen some pretty good swings in recent play here, Vance, no doubt about it. The guy that came to the final table was the big chip leader. Brian Altman went down several million. Now he's reassumed the chip lead again. But the guy that's moved up in second chip position, Rainer Kempe, with a big double up a minute ago, now has over 6.3 million in chips. Jared Mahoney in trouble now.
Blinds are 60, 120. The Andes are going up to 20,000.
Well, action's on the chip leader, Brian Altman.
300.
Brian, a very good high school wrestler back in his day, now helps coach a high school wrestling team.
Well, he's raised with ace-8 to 300,000, and Jared Mahoney now with a little pair of fours. Jared on the short stack at this moment.
All in.
And he is going to shove all in.
Well, he is just shipping it with the 2 4s.
Daryl Fish swims away. Rainer not playing.
I call.
Back on Brian. He makes the call. They show the cards.
Jared Mahoney is racing for his life now. If the 4s hold up, he doubles up and stays alive. If not, he'll be out in 5th place.
Well, the graph shows Brian's the favorite. That's because Rainer mucked a 4.
Can Jared Mahoney get lucky and stick around?
Must win this pot to stay alive in this tournament.
Here come the first 3.
A 4 right on the flop.
Wow.
So 3 4s for Jared. He is going to double up here unless Brian hits 2 runners to make a straight.
10 or 6 for a sweat. Just for a sweat.
Well, the case 4 popping out there.
Going to the turn. Well, now he's got 4s full of 7s.
No sweat.
That'll wrap things up.
Now the ace on the river meaningless, of course. Jared Mahoney going to double up there.
That's got to feel good from the man from Abington, Massachusetts.
Jared trying to claw his way back into this thing. He started in the last chip position. We started the final table. He went to first place. Then he went to a distant last again. Now he's doubled up. Who knows what might happen from here?
And he's an aggressive poker player, like all these guys at the table. There's no nits at this one. Back to the next hand, followed by Carter Swidler. Jared Mahoney now going to peek down at a jack 10.
Yeah, Jared majored in finance, went to Bridgewater State University. Was on the tennis team there. He's trying to ace this tournament right now.
Well, he likes his jack 10. It's going to go to 270. Daryl Fish with ace 10 will make this call. And now Rainer.
Folds the king jack.
850,000.
No, 850,000 to bet by Brian,
who has picked up queens, the ladies.
And Daryl looking at him like, are you making a squeeze bet here?
Well, he's pushed Jared out. And Daryl thinking this through, but no, he's going to fold it.
Well, Daryl reading him right there, giving up the ace 10. And Brian Altman extending his chip lead. There you see it. He's now up over 7 million in chips. Rainer Kempe in second chip position with over 6 million. 5 players left fighting it out for this title and that beautiful championship belt.
All right, play goes to Daryl Fish. He folds the hand. Rainer with ace 5. Nope, folds as well.
So over to Brian on the button. He's up against the 2 blinds.
It's got an attractive jack 10 of spades, suited connector.
All in.
Well, he's going all in.
Carter behind him with Ace-9 of clubs.
I call.
We'll make this call. Let's see if Jared sticks around. Nope. He folds his king-10, so they flip him up.
Jack 10 suited, Jack 10 spades, Ace-9 clubs.
Well, a bold all-in there by Brian. He got looked up by Carter Swidler, who must win this pot to stay alive. Let's see if he can do it.
And the flop is a 7-4 deuce, so the ace-high out in front. Carter looking good.
So far, so good for Carter. Just looking to dodge a jack or a 10 here, where he can double up.
Going to the 4th street, and it's a jack. Oh, no.
But it is a jack of clubs, Vince, meaning that Carter has a flush draw. So any club, any ace is what Carter needs to stay alive. There you see Carter's girlfriend Zoe in agony.
3 of clubs. Coming at you.
The local has to pick this one off, otherwise he's out of here. Jack of diamond appears.
Tough luck there for the man from Montreal. Got his money in with the best hand. It didn't hold up. Carter Swidler out tonight in 5th place.
The fine player, a local. He has to leave the playground, but he'll take home 108,000 Canadian cash.
He's going to call you a king 10 too.
Pretty bummed out. I mean, I'm happy with 5th place money, but I would have liked to have gone deeper and taken down the title for Montreal, but it's the way it goes.
And Carter Swidler is out in 5th place. It's the final 4, all looking to go the distance here in Montreal when we return.
Yeah.
You're the man, bro.
Yeah.
Such a wild run, man.
Yeah.
It's going to work out for Jonathan.
Jonathan Jaffe, our champion.
My good buddy, John Jaffe, won the event last year, and rumor has it he might be sporting the belt in the audience. I went to high school with him, so it would be really cool to keep the belt in Longmeadow. I wrestled year-round for 4 years in high school, and the reason why I felt confident and felt prepared going into a match is because every weekend I was hitting a tournament. Every weeknight I was going to a club. If you put the time in, you can get a lot out of it, and it's kind of like the same thing with poker. It's a lot of preparation behind-the-scenes stuff that you don't really hear about. To be playing for my 2nd World Poker Tour title means more to me than the money. When you win that title, they can never take that away from you.
This year, Brian stays in Longmeadow. Yes.
Very nice. His buddy won last year. He's trying to take the title this year. And Brian Altman out in front right now, as you can see, with over $8 million in chips.
Yeah, it's impressive. They went to high school together. And now both famous poker pros. Pretty exciting. But let's go down to the felt 4-handed poker.
Wonder if he'll take those belts and put them in the high school trophy case, Vince.
Quick fold by Jared Mahoney.
Now Daryl's going to raise it up here on the button with a king 7 offsuit. Makes it $275,000 to go.
Rayner folds Brian Altman with a pair of 6s.
All in.
And he is just going to say, all in.
Well, Daryl just can't stand the heat of an all-in bet right there. So that was big bet poker, power poker, pressure poker at its finest. And most of the time, your opponent can't stand the heat for his whole stack.
Oh, that is a takedown for the wrestler. And I like the way Daryl Fish plays fast. No Hollywooding. He just gets the heck out. Fold by Brian. Fold by Jared Mahoney. And Daryl Fish with ace-6 just calls. Rayner with an option. He says nope. Let's see the flop.
Well, Daryl likes to camouflage his strength of his aces, Vince.
Oh, and the flop is a 9-3 deuce, giving Rayner top pair of 9s.
Great flop for Rayner. Well, Daryl didn't raise before the flop, and now he's going to bet on the flop, even though it didn't hit him. $125,000.
Rayner hitting there. The 9s. Okie dokie call.
Now a 4 comes off, so a gut shot straight for Daryl. Because he didn't get raised, thinking maybe another bet will pick up this pot for him, so he bets $280,000 this time, but Rayner going nowhere. Makes the call again with top pair.
To the complete discomfort of Daryl Fish. Down to the river we go. Can Daryl spike it? Ace or a 5? Nope, it's a king.
Well, Daryl's got to be thinking, the guy called me on the flop and the turn. He must have something. Just gonna check here and cut my losses.
No pair. Ace high.
They both check.
And Rayner gonna pick up the pot with 2 9s. So Darryl Fish going south in terms of his chip stack right now. Well, the jacket's coming off now. He says, maybe I better get more serious. It's the 4th time he's been at a WPT final table. He's looking for his first WPT title, Vince. Predicted before this final table started that he would get it tonight. His highest finish so far, 3rd place.
All right, we have a couple folds on this one, and now it's Jared.
Race.
With king high, he's going to make it 300,000 to go. And Darryl again picking up an ace. Ace 7 this time.
All in.
Yeah, he's only up against a small blind. He's moving all in over the top. Now, he does have Jared covered, so he wouldn't be broke even if he lost this pot.
It's going to work. Jared has to go out. Darryl saying, forget that ticky-tack poker that I'm playing, small ball. Just shove.
Darryl Fish just not the kind of player you want to give chips to. You don't mind giving to a really aggressive player, Vince, because you have a chance to get him back. But against some players, when you give them up, it's just so hard to get them back.
Don't give action to the tight players. It frustrates them. Give action to the looser players.
Even if you lose pots to them, you have a chance to get it back.
Right.
Well, Vince, as the legendary WPT champion Doyle Brunson once said, you got to give action to get action. These guys are all giving it, Vince, no doubt about it, and they're getting it as well.
Action around to Rayner. He is going to call with ace 4.
400,000.
And now Brian Altman going to bluff with a 9-3.
It's like I said, Vince, they're giving it and getting it.
400,000 to go. Rayner's going to call. So amazing poker we're watching. Unorthodox craziness. Ace, queen, queen. Rayner hits the aces.
Well, Rayner checks. Will Brian make the continuation bet? He does not. Wisely so. Now a jack comes off. And again, Rayner checks. Will Brian fall in the trap? Nope, he checks again. He's just going to cut his losses here.
3 on the river. Now Brian gets a little piece of that.
Well, now Rayner's going to bet the aces up for 280,000.
Rayner can't take it anymore. He says, I want some value.
That's Brian now thinking maybe his 3s and queens are going to be good here. Maybe the guy's just got 10-9 suited or something here. Maybe my 3s are good.
Will he be curious and make this call? He makes the call.
Well, Vince, it's ironic. Brian was trying to cut his losses. He checked it on the flop, checked it on the turn, then made 2 pair and decided to make a hero call. Didn't work. Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. We saw plenty of hats in this tournament, but one stood out above the rest.
Bonjour.
Sam Boone traveled all the way from Texas as part of a VIP package that he won on ClubWPT.com.
I'm Sam Boone. I'm from Texas. It's my first time east of the Mississippi River, and it's nice. Sure enough, VIP experience.
All the best in getting to the final table, my man. We're pulling for you.
One thing I like about Club WPT is people can come into the sport and not be embarrassed, get used to it on the internet, and then go play live. Everybody got to start somewhere. This is a pretty expensive place to start. So I can go on the internet and play 2 or 3 tables at a time and get thousands of hands. You know, if you had to do it in real life, I'd have never got very good. Everybody needs to do this at least once. Come play one WPT event for big money. I love Club WPT.
Now, it doesn't matter if you're a cowboy or a city slicker, you know, you can win your way into a live WPT event just like Sam did. Just log on to ClubWPT.com to play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. You'll be glad you did.
Well, there you see the chip count. Brian Altman, big chip leader right now with 9.1 million in chips. Rayner Kempe.
He's in second chip position with 7.4 at this moment.
Action is going to be on Rayner Kempe.
He quickly folds, And now Brian Altman with an 8-6 of hearts.
And all the chips.
275.
He's going to get aggressive. Makes it 275 to go. And Jared Mahoney with the real hand. Ace, jack of hearts.
Raised.
He says raise. He's on the short stack.
He's coming back over the top for 960,000. He only has 1.5 million. Just don't know why you wouldn't put it all in there.
Daryl and Brian go out. Jared Mahoney going to take down that pot. And like we said, he started out at the final table as the short stack went up to the chip leader, but now back down to the short.
280.
Just looked like Jared had a lot of chips left. Those blue chips are 5,000. The gray chips, 25,000. The pink chips are 100,000 each.
Okay, Brian's raised with 9-10. Couple folds, and Rayner now with ace-9. Let's see how he plays it.
Call.
Makes the call with the ace high.
These are the two chip leaders, 9-10 versus 9-ace, and the flop is an 8-4-4.
Now Rayner's going to check.
235.
Here comes the continuation bet by Brian. 235,000.
Call.
Vince Rayner's going to call him with the ace high. This feels like it might be the best hand. Indeed it is.
4th Street is a king of diamonds.
Well, again, Rayner checks. Will Brian fire another shell? No. He checks right behind him.
He's wising up. Down to the river we go.
Oh, and he's drawing, Vince. That's the only card he could hit to win this pot and have the best hand at 10 on the river. Wow.
Brian has hit 10s. Rayner checks into him.
360.
You heard it.
Well, now the value bet comes in, 360,000. Rayner gives it up. So Rayner called him when he had the best hand, folded when he had the worst hand, but Brian Altman stacking chips after hitting a 10 on the river.
And his Railbirds, his family and friends loving that moment, extending his chip lead.
Brian with 9.4 million in chips. Rayner in second place with 6.8 million. Then comes Daryl with 2.5, and Jared Mahoney sitting on about 2 million right now in 4 chip position. Action's on him. Looks down at a jack-9.
And he won't play that. Daryl also going away. And now Rayner.
So the battle of the blinds here. Rayner picks up king high.
Call.
Calls with it.
And Brian with an uneventful 4-10 says that's fine.
Just doesn't want to get crazy with the guy sitting in second chip position.
Now the flop is a 5-3 deuce.
Well, Rayner has the gut shot straight draw. Brian has the open in straight draw. Rayner checks. And Brian is going to bet his drawing hand, as I think most guys would do in this situation when their opponent checked to them. I would. And Rayner going to make the call with the king high and the gut shot straight draw.
Going to the turn. What will it be? It's a 10 of diamonds.
Brian now has 10s. It is the best hand. Rayner checks.
450.
450,000 to bet now.
Now he can relax while he bets it. Rayner.
I don't know why he would call here out of position, because even if a 4 comes off where he makes a straight, if he leads out and bets, he's not going to get paid off.
It's a very, very loose call, to say the least. And the river card is a 5. Doesn't help Rayner.
Unless he's planning on trying to steal it at the river, but maybe he thinks his king high is the best hand. He checks again.
775.
Well, Brian trying to get a value bet in here of 775,000, about half the size of the pot.
And the German looking frustrated, probably upset that he called on the turn. Lays it down, Brian Altman with another hand, another nice pot.
A very puzzling call on the turn, in my opinion, by Rayner there, but he knows Brian makes a lot of moves.
Four players remain. And Mike, you were dancing it up last night.
Well, everybody rocking and rolling in Montreal, Vance. That's what we do. Brian Altman is doing his thing right here. Big chip leader right now with 10.4 million in chips. Rainer Kempe in second with 6.1. The other two guys on a short stack.
And the antes are going up to 25,000. Blind 75, 150. Getting expensive here at Playground Poker. Action on Rainer. He's got Queen 10. Makes it 300,000 to go.
Yeah, Brian Altman right behind him with an ace rag.
775.
3 bets it to 775,000. This is strategy-based as well as hand-based, that raise.
Yeah, Jared goes out. And Daryl Fish with a nothing hand, also full, so back on Rainer.
Brian well aware that the other two players are on a short stack. Rainer's in second chip position. Will he want to mess with the chip leader? Has to have a very premium hand to do it. So this is a strategic raise by Brian. And it worked out perfectly.
Yep, Rainer's got to lay that down.
Vince, this guy is taking total control of this game. He is the boss, make no mistake about it. And these guys know it. You're sitting at the table, you know who the boss is. Brian said wherever he cashes in this tournament, he plans to use the money for wine and cheese. Does that mean he has a nice winery in his house, Vince? Does that mean he's going to buy some wine and cheese to sell it at higher prices somewhere? Or does that mean he's just pulling our leg?
I think he's probably just really likes the drink. They eat cheese.
He doesn't look like a drinker.
Oh, yeah.
At all. Looks very clean.
Let's get back down to the felt and stop this nonsense. Action on Rainer again. Folds, and now Brian with a Queen 6 of clubs.
Is that a stack of 10?
I have like 2.4.
All in?
He's going all in with the Queen 6.
Jared Mahoney with a Queen 10 on the short stack.
Vince, he's only got about 9 big blinds left. He's going to ship it right here.
Whoa.
He is making the call, and what a call it is, as he has his opponent dominated. It's Queen 10 versus Queen 6.
He didn't hesitate long. He just put the whole thing in with Queen 10.
I know, and it's about $1.4 million, Vince.
So Jared Mahoney out in front. Let's see if his cards will stay out there. And the flop is a 10-10-9. That is great for Jared.
Yep, he's flopped 3 10s. Rin 10-10.
Turn card. It's a deuce. Irrelevant.
Well, Brian drawing dead now. So Jared Mahoney doubling up here.
With the snap call. No sweat.
Well, Vince, with that double up, Daryl Fish now becomes the short stack. Remember, folks, it's $325,000 to play 4 hands of poker right now. So you've only got $2 million in chips. You are going to be forced to gamble very soon.
ClubWPT.com awards packages to travel, stay, and play in a WPT main tour event. On ClubWPT.com, you can play online today and play on TV tomorrow. Welcome back to Playground Poker Club in Montreal. Standing by in Command Central is Tony Dunst, ready to break it down in the raw deal.
Blind versus blind play is always a little awkward because it's the only time in tournament poker when both players are likely to have total trash. It's easy to narrow down someone's holdings based on where they raise from before the flop, but that information is negated when everyone folds to the blinds. So what are you supposed to do with all that trash? Let's break it down. Using a hand between Brian Altman and Rainer Kempe as an example, the first thing to notice is the stack sizes around the table. Brian is the chip leader while Rainer is in second, and they're followed by 2 much shorter stacks. Considering the pay jumps, Rainer should avoid playing big pots with Brian and wisely limps from the small blind. Brian checks from the big, and both players flop a draw on a 5-3 deuce board. Looking at this hand from Rainer's point of view, I like that he check calls on the flop because he has plenty of equity, his king high might be good, and his hand isn't strong enough to bet. But Rainer's turn decision is much closer, not only because Brian will be betting a wide range of value hands and bluffs, 450, but also because Brian is likely to fire a 3rd barrel on the river with the weakest parts of his range. And we know Rainer's river decision won't be easy because that's exactly what happens after his turn call. The river brings a 5 that misses the draws and doesn't really change the strength of Rainer's hand. But when Brian bets half pot, Rainer is forced to give up on his king-high dreams. So while you might never be fully comfortable playing junk hands, you should remember that hand strength is relative and highly influenced by position. Or to put it another way, under the gun's trash is the small blind's treasure.
Well, Vance, Tony Dunst could have simply said these guys got more moves than Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I guess he could have. Nice breakdown, Tony, but right now, 4 players remain, and Brian Altman with close to 10 million in chips. It's going to be on Brian Altman, WPT champion, going after his second title. He'll fold this.
Jared on the button with the 8-7 suited, going to raise it to 350,000.
Terrell goes out, and now Rayner also with an 8-7 suited.
Wow, they have the same exact hand.
Rayner got in this tournament through a $500 satellite.
All in.
He's going to push all in.
Wow, all in over the top with 8 high. And Vince, I just don't see any way Jared can make that call for all his dough with just an 8 high.
And he can't.
He gives it up, so you got to salute Rayner for making a bold play there. Just a very nice all-in bet. Perfect timing. You just have to sense your opponent's not that strong to make that move.
And we move on, and Rayner Kepney now getting a real hand. He's got a pair of queens. And he will raise to 300,000. Altman with also a pretty solid ace-queen.
Well, Vince, we've seen them 3-bet and 4-bet with a lot less than this, so I'm expecting a raise here.
775.
There it is, 775,000.
Jared goes out. Daryl Fish won't play that.
So these are the 2 chip leaders, folks, and you could see a pretty good pot coming out of this hand.
Rayner, do you play it slow and just call? Do you raise? And he is getting out the raising chips.
Do you have any stacks?
Makes it a total of close to 1.9. That's like you want your victim. You don't want to chase him away in case he has nothing.
All in.
Well, he's going all in. Rayner's going to make the call.
Of course he is.
And he's going to love it. Comes up 2 queens. He knows he's over a 2-to-1 favorite. To double up and take a monster chip lead, this pot has about 12 million in it.
Brian just couldn't put him on that big of a hand. Misjudged that one by a little bit, but he could still get lucky with this. Here we go with the flop.
And flop king 8 deuce with 2 clubs.
Not good for Brian.
Brian looking for an ace to take the lead.
Can Brian hit the ace and eliminate Rayner?
He can hit 2 runners to make a straight or a flush. There's one of them.
He's got a 3 of clubs.
Now Brian can win the pot with any club or any ace. So he has outs. Rayner trying to stay very calm.
River card is an 8 of diamonds.
So Rayner Kempe is going to take over the chip lead for the first time at this final table.
Complete reversal of fortune here at Playground.
That will wrap it up for tonight, but be sure to join us next time when we will crown a champion at WPT Montreal. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight, a champion will be crowned in Montreal.
Feeling like $1 million. I don't know why any of us play this game. It's like...
Tonight in Canada, it's the final bout at WPT Montreal, and everyone is looking to score the knockout punch. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. The WPT Champions Cup and belt will soon be awarded at Playground Poker Club. But before they are, let's turn to 2 golden gloves in my book, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Lynn, this has been a fun, action-packed final table, and certainly a flip-flop in terms of the standings. We started this final table with Brian Altman, the chip leader,
Daryl Fish in second chip position. We said they were the favorites. No more. Right now, Rainer Kempe is out in front with a nice chip lead with 4 left.
Well, they're great players, all young, all want the title, all want their name inscribed on the Champions Cup, the Hublot watch, also the beautiful Playground Poker Club belt that is reserved for the winner. Who will take it home tonight? It's getting very exciting.
Thanks, guys. It's time to ring the bell on another round of Championship Poker. Let's get back to the action.
Well, let's take a look at the ClubWPT.com chip count. Rainer Kempe with a massive chip lead. He's got over 12 million in chips. Brian Altman in second with 4 million. Jared Mahoney and Daryl Fish sitting on just over 2 million apiece. That's what they're playing for. The winner tonight taking home over 450,000 Canadian dollars.
Blinds are 75-150. Jared Mahoney, first to act, ace-4. He likes that hand in a 4-handed poker game, makes a raise, total of 350.
Jared's 32 years old from Abington, Massachusetts, been a pro player for 8 years.
Daryl Fish and Rainer Kempe from Germany out.
Call.
And now Brian Altman with the King-7 of hearts will make this call.
Brian, 26 years old from Longmeadow, Massachusetts.
The flop is an ace-8-6. Aces for Jared and a 4 flush for Brian.
We could see some action here. Brian with the nut flush draw. Jared with top pair.
Brian's checked it. And Jared will bet this. 375 to go.
All in.
There you go.
Well, he has gone all in.
Oh.
And Jared's going to make the call with top pair. So Brian looking for some help to eliminate Jared from this tournament.
Jared came in the final table as the short stack, became the chip leader at one point, and now he's down to almost the short stack. He's out in front. Can his hand hold up? Here we go, 3 of clubs on the turn. That's good for Jared, still in front with aces.
Well, we are down to the river. Jared Mahoney will double up if he can dodge a heart.
That's all he's got to do. The 32-year-old of Abington, Massachusetts has to sweat this one. And he survives, Jack of clubs.
He's going to win this pot and double up to stay alive.
This guy is good at all ins. This guy, he learned from Zeno.
I lost from the 5-7. You didn't see the 5-7?
Well, that one could be excused. But all the other ones were pretty normal. Zeno taught you well.
Well, there we see 3-time WPT champion Anthony Zeno. We know he's a great player. Vince, he's been coaching Jared Mahoney, so maybe the guy's a great coach too.
Yeah, it looks like it. 4 players continue here. Daryl Fish, quick fold. Rainer Kempe.
How much did you double up to?
2, 3, 4.
The chip leader at this point with a 9-10 will raise to 300,000. Brian gonna go out.
Well, action back on Jared. He's got an ace-deuce offsuit in the big blind.
He played tennis in high school and college. He was an accountant.
Raise.
Wow.
And now an excellent poker player. He's gonna make this $1 million to go.
He is going to raise the chip leader here, Vince, with an ace-deuce offsuit out of position.
And Rainier makes a nice fold.
Yeah, I just didn't want to jeopardize any chips right now. I don't blame him, Vince.
Jared Mahoney in big contention here tonight.
I'm Jared Mahoney, I'm a professional poker player. I went to Bridgewater State University and studied finance. After college, I worked as an accountant for about a year. I then decided poker is what I want to do full-time. Using my finance degree has definitely helped with risk assessment. I think I can be real patient with a short stack and not feel, rushed or make a bad decision. My goal is to get first place.
Well, Vince, we haven't seen a lot of patience by any of these guys at this final table. These guys are playing very strongly tonight. Just action galore here in Montreal.
Daryl Fish this time has to let go at 10-7. Rainer also going away.
There's Brian Altman.
All in.
In the small blind. He moves all in with a Jack-5 offsuit.
Count.
Behind him, Jared with King-6. Says how much is going to be?
Oh. Well, he has made the call with King-High, and it's the best hand. So Jared Mahoney making a good call. Let's see how it works out for him.
Brian Altman. Everything turned around. He got a little desperate, and now he's on the ropes.
Brian Altman must win this pot to stay alive, and he's got to outdraw his opponent to do so. Jared about a 3-2 favorite, as the cards lie, to win the pot.
Well, the flop is a 10-8-6, so 6 is for Jared.
Nine is spades.
Brian needs to hit a jack to take the lead, or 2 runners to make a straight or a flush.
Jared out in front, ready to break his man, but here comes a spade. The spade, of course, for Brian.
Now, Brian can win the pot with any spade, any jack. Nothing else will do. Must have help to stay alive. Brian Altman, his tournament life in jeopardy right now.
Taking a look at the last card. What is it going to be? It's another ace.
Another ace. That is going to do it for Brian Altman. Every time he was in an all-in situation, he lost every one of them. 0 for 4, out tonight in 4th place.
Well, he's a WPT champion. You got to respect his aggressiveness. Let's go talk to him.
To come in 4th is definitely a little disappointing. It was just a matter of me not making hands and them just having it too often. So I'm okay with everything.
Well, it's lights out for Brian Altman, who will have to settle for 4th place. Who will find themselves in the winner's spotlight here tonight? Now, let's get back to the final table here in Montreal.
3 left. Rainer Kempe, 12.5 million. Jared Mahoney in 2nd place with 7 million. And Darryl Fish has got his work cut out for him. He's only sitting on about $1.5 million.
Blinds are going up to 1 and 200, but you know, Altman's play early on, the moves he made, so impressive. Just wasn't his night, but he's one of the world's best, that's for sure. Fold by Jared Mahoney.
All in.
And an all-in by Darryl Fish.
On a snap call by Rainer with the ace-jack. So Rainer well out in front here. And there you see a lot of the guys on the side rooting for Darryl, their buddy.
Here comes the flop, 7-5-4. That's good for Darryl Fish.
He's hit a 5 on the flop to take the lead. So a great flop for Darryl.
And a king of spades on the turn.
Everybody laughing because Rainer now has a flush draw.
Oh, it sure does.
Rainer has the ace of spades, so he can win the pot with an ace, a jack, or any spade.
Darryl's got to sweat that last card. And it's a very safe 3 of hearts for Darryl Fish.
The fish jumps off the hook. He's swimming back in the water, Vince. He is safe for now. Now, finally a smile out of Darryl Fish. Nothing's gone right for him at this final table, but anytime you double up, it puts pep in your step.
He's a great player 4 times at a final table on the WPT, but the championship title has eluded him so far.
Well, Rainer Kempe with the 2 snowmen. He's going to raise it. Makes it 400,000 to go.
Raise. Jared behind him with ace-8 says raise. He goes to 1.2. Darryl goes out.
All in.
Rainer says all in.
Well, now what do you do with an ace-8? Jared Mahoney knows his tournament life is on the line. If he gambles this hand and loses it, he's up against the chip leader, just doesn't want to put it all in there right now.
He makes the laydown.
He's got a healthy chip lead over Darryl Fish, who's in 3rd place, and it's 110,000 more. Moving up from 3rd to 2nd place.
Well, this game can disappoint you so fast, just when you get cocky.
Yeah, just talk to Brian Altman about it. Here's a hand for you. 2 kings by Jared Mahoney. So happy he laid that last hand down now.
Saying maybe there's some destiny here.
400,000 to bet. The men raise.
Darryl Fish out.
And Rainer going to make the call.
Jack 8 versus pair of kings.
Well, flop comes 10-10-8. This flop could get Rainer in trouble. He's flop 2 pair, but Jared with the overpair. And he is now going to bet 500,000. That Rainer's just going to call.
Going to the turn. It is a 7.
So possible straight out there now. Rainer with the gut shot straight draw. He's going to check 2 pair.
And Jared is going to fire $1 million this time. Those pink chips, 100,000 each. He bets 10 of them. Can Rayner get away from this hand? He's got 10s and 8s and a gut shot straight draw. Wow, what a laydown there by Rayner Kempe, and a good decision it was, as he was way behind.
The competition to become the season 14 Hublot WPT Player of the Year is in full swing. And with his 11th place finish here at WPT Montreal, Darren Elias has jumped into second place on the leaderboard. The race is on for the one-of-a-kind Hublot watch that will be awarded to this year's Player of the Year. So we will be sure to keep you up to date on the standings as the season continues. But for now, we'll be right back with more action from WPT Montreal and Playground Poker Club.
Playground Poker Club is the best poker room I've ever played poker in. The food is fantastic, the people are friendly, they really care about poker. It's a poker club, not a casino, so their energy is dedicated towards creating a comfortable space for poker, and that really shines through. I just love spending time here.
Well, Mike, it is good to be back here in Montreal at Playground Poker Club. Let's check the chip count and get back down to the table.
Rayner Kempe well out in front with 12.2 million. Darryl Fish in second place now with 4.6 million. Jared Mahoney slips to third place with just under 4 million.
Blinds a 1 and 200. Action on Darryl Fish.
And he's got the 6-9 of clubs, opts to fold.
All in.
Rayner Kempe going all in with 2 5s.
Call.
Jared with the insta-call with the 10s.
So pair over pair, it's about as good a spot as you can be in when you're all in against somebody before the flop.
Jared Mahoney picking up 10s at the right time. Big favorite. Let's see the flop. Flops an ace, king, 7. Very safe for Jared. 10 still out in front. Rayner would love to spike a 5, not to be. 3 of diamonds.
So we are off to the river. Rayner must catch a 2-outer, a 5, to eliminate Jared Mahoney from his tournament.
It's a long shot, but possible. Can he do it? No, it's a 6.
So Jared Mahoney doubles up. There you see Jared's brother Nick, his girlfriend Dawn, in the house tonight rooting for their man.
The former accountant, now coached by Anthony Zeno. Pretty impressive. He doubles up. Looking good here right now. He's got a queen, jack of spades on this hand.
That's a pretty good hand, playing 3-handed poker.
He'll make it 400,000 to go. Darryl goes out. Back on Rayner. Makes a call with a jack 10. Queen jack versus jack 10, and the flop is an ace jack 9.
Well, both players flop a pair of jacks. Jared has him out kicked. Goes check, check on the flop.
Going to the turn, it's a queen.
So Jared now with 2 pair. Rayner has 2 jacks and an open-end straight draw. Action's on him, he checks. And Jared is now going to start betting 500,000.
Rayner going to stick around, of course. Open-ended with a pair of jacks. And the river card. No help for Rayner as the 3 of club appears.
Check. Well, Rayner checks again. And 1.3 million is quickly bet by Jared Mahoney.
Jared wants the big payoff. Not going to get it. Rayner making a nice laydown.
Good laydown by him.
So Jared running good again.
Well, Vince, he's the chip leader once again. There you see it, 9.4 million. There's only been a few players in WPT history that have come from last place at the final table to go on and capture a title. I know Phil Locke and Tommy Vettis were 2 of those guys to do it.
Darryl Fish on this hand has the queen jack of spades.
Let's see if he can be as lucky.
Gonna make it 450 to go. Rayner out. Jared is gonna squeeze. Oh man, pair of aces.
He's just calling, Vince. Does not re-raise here.
Gonna try to disguise.
Wants to camouflage his hand. He's certainly done that by just calling there. Flop is 9-6-3 with 2 spades.
Daryl's got a 4 flush. Jared checking.
Got a 4 flush and 2 overcards. Certainly going to bet it here, 450,000, but I think you're going to see 2 aces. Check raise here.
Well, that would be the time to attack, of course.
He's going to raise it to 1.1 million.
All in.
There's the all-in, and there's the call.
So here it is, Queen Jack of Spade versus 2 aces. Jared a little disgusted that his opponent's got that many outs to win the pot.
Just one. Just one.
He's a slight dog. Right now he needs a spade, and he gets a spade! It's never easy.
But it's still not over. Jared has the ace of spade. If another spade comes out, he will win the pot.
Right now, Daryl has to avoid another spade. And he does so. 7 of hearts on the river.
So with that double up, Daryl Fish is our chip leader with 3 left, Vince.
Just incredible comeback for the Fish. He's gone from a guppy to Moby Dick. Can he finish? We're coming back with more action from the Playground Poker Club in just a moment.
Crazy game, man. Crazy game.
Montreal is known as the City of Saints, but tonight our own devil, Tony Dunst, is going to stir things up in the Raw Deal.
In poker, sometimes things don't go as expected, and Brian Altman was eliminated in 4th place, which has to be a disappointing finish after holding a substantial chip lead. After watching his stack evaporate, perhaps you're wondering if there was something he should have done to stop the bleeding. So did Brian waste his chance at a second victory, or just get unlucky? Let's break it down. Even 4-handed, Brian once held a commanding chip lead. His descent begins by shoving Queen 6 suited against the 2 short stacks, and losing to Jared Mahoney's Queen 10. But considering the blinds are trying to outlast each other, I like Brian's play. Then Brian goes to war with the 2nd largest stack, Rainer Kempe. Considering the aggressive history between the two, once Brian 3-bets the initial raise, I think he should definitely move in after Rainer makes the 4-bet. All in. If Brian wanted to play a lower variance strategy, he could flat call the initial raise and try and induce one of the shorter blinds into shoving, but the standard play is to 3-bet. Next, Brian flops the nut flush draw from the big blind against Jared, who started the hand with just 16 big blinds. I think it's natural for Brian to shove over Jared's continuation bet on this texture. All in. It's just unfortunate that Jared actually has an ace this time. Call. And lastly, Brian shoves his remaining 9 bigs from the small blind with Jack 5 and loses to the King 6 of Jared. Not much to see here. Brian was short and shoved with a weak hand, though Jack 5 seems like the cutoff with 9 blinds.
Every time he was in an all-in situation, he lost every one of them.
So what's my verdict on Brian's implosion? I think he mostly got unlucky, and in his biggest hand, he opted for the higher variance route against an aggressive player. And to his credit, Brian never loses his poker face, until after he's all in.
Well, I'm sure Brian's wishing he'd done some things different at this final table. Brian will be back, though, I'm sure. Right now, it's these 3 guys fighting it out for the title. All of them going for their first WPT title. And for the first time, we see Daryl Fish out in front.
Blinds are going up to 125, 250. Action on Rainer Kempe. He's got a miserable-looking 10-3. Won't play that. Jared.
Raise.
Gonna raise it up here with the 8-7 of hearts to 600,000.
Into Daryl, who looks at one very strong card and two very strong cards. Ace-King.
Well, he's gonna 3-bet it here. Looks like about 1.3 million.
Boom.
And Jared's probably not liking that too much.
All in.
Call.
He is going all in, just hoping that Daryl didn't have a real hand. Daryl does, makes the call.
Daryl in great shape to eliminate Jared from this tournament and be playing heads up for the title with a substantial chip lead.
Flop is a king, jack, 5. Kings for Daryl Fish.
Well, you see the agony, the look on Jared's face when he saw that flop. He knows he's got to hit 2 runners to win this pot now.
Going to the turn. Well, he gets one of them as his 3 of hearts appears.
Well, there is a heart. Well, Daryl Fish been around a long time. He knows it's never easy. You're always holding your breath. Daryl Fish needs to dodge a heart on the river. If he does, he'll be the chip leader playing heads up for the title.
Unbelievable.
Oh, no! A heart comes off. It comes running heart for Jared Mahoney to win that pot. Incredible. We haven't seen a fluctuation like this in a long, long time on the World Poker Tour.
Brutal. That's really brutal.
Well, had Daryl Fish won that pot, he'd had about 13 million. His opponent would have had 8 million. Been playing heads up for the title. Now he's playing 3-handed, and he's got half as many chips as both his opponents have. Wow.
Moving on. Daryl goes out. And Rayner now with ace-6 of diamonds, which is called in pair 4s by Jared. Will make it 650 to go. I'm in a state of shock here.
All in.
All in by Rayner.
Wow.
Wow, what do you do with 2 4s now? Best you can be in's a race. He's gonna let it go, Vince, because he's up against the chip leader.
He's back in action after that miracle draw out against Daryl Fish. Why not take a little rest? Don't jeopardize any more chips with just a pair. Don't go into a race.
So once again, Rainer Kempe is the chip leader. Just back and forth we go. Jared's gonna raise it on the button here.
All in.
Daryl Fish gonna go all in with a king, queen. And Rayner's got a pair of 8s.
It's raised by one guy, all in by the other guy. You've got nothing invested but the big blind.
So you like a nice laydown, huh?
Is this a stick of play?
I mean, there is a chance the guy could have a small pair, but much better chance he'll have 2 overcards.
All in.
But he is going to go over the top all in.
He's gambling in my view, Vince.
Fair. Yep. Figured 7s or 8s.
Well, he's wincing now, but he should have recognized he's going to be in a race. I mean, obviously there's a chance that Daryl could have had 2 6s or 2 7s, but most of the time he's going to have 2 overcards or an overpair in that spot.
Daryl Fish just got terribly unlucky. Can he get lucky here? So far, so good. King,
wow.
Queen. Flops 2 pairs.
Well, that's why you don't want to race, folks, because you might lose it.
Daryl Fish, little revenge there. King, queen. 3 of hearts on the turn. No help for Rayner.
Rayner must catch an 8 on the river. Otherwise, Daryl Fish will double up and again take the chip lead.
Let's take a look. It's a king.
So Daryl Fish making the best hand possible. Vance, once again, from the bottom of the ladder to the top of the ladder goes Daryl Fish. He's the chip leader with 3 left.
I don't know why any of us play this game. It's like the stress. I guess it's what it's all about.
ClubWPT.com offers up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
Are you playing right now, Vince?
Yeah, I actually am.
Wow.
There's one person at this table that's an absolute pest, dominating the table.
Oh, yes! ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
So Daryl Fish out tonight in 6th place.
Did my best, and that's all you can do, really.
And we're going to see you at some more World Poker Tour events?
Yeah, you just might.
Yeah, man, I really, really, really want to win one of these things. Some of my friends already have WPT titles, and it's been great to be part of their experience. But now, having been through that so much, I really want that for myself. I want to be on the other side. It's not so much even the trophy or the title, it's just the personal satisfaction of knowing, okay, all this hard work that I've put in over the last 10 years has finally paid off. And I think that's going to be a really fantastic feeling.
Well, it is a great feeling, nothing like it. I'm sure of that. When you're grinding so long in the poker world to finally take down a WPT title, very gratifying.
I love it that even when he's not in the tournament, he supports his friends all the time by watching them. It's a nice thing. Daryl Fish deserves a win. Will he get it here tonight? Action on Rayner. Folds a 6-7.
Raise.
Jared Mahoney with King 4 diamonds will raise. Daryl Fish has a real hand, though. Pair of 10s. Got the chip lead. And he will move it to 1.6 total.
Yeah, Jared quickly gets out of the way. Daryl Fish even says he's evolved as a poker player tremendously over the last couple of years. He's more patient, he's calmer, he's much more focused at the table than he used to be, and it's paying off for him now.
Well, he's into health and yoga and lots of deep thoughts, and so that can't hurt your poker game. All right, moving on. Daryl gets out of the way, and now Rayner with just a 9-3 of diamonds.
All in.
He is going to get fancy with it and push all in.
What a bold play.
Jared's got queen deuce, but can't play. He goes out. I mean, he could play, but chooses to fold. Nice play by Rayner.
Well, that worked out well for him.
Not waiting for the big hands. You can't do that in a three-handed poker game. You got to have moves out here.
Grew up in Germany, now lives in Brighton, England. 26 years old.
He's got Jack 10 here, Mike, and he's going to make it 1.5 to go. Jared out.
All in.
Daryl Fish has picked up the ladies, pair of queens, all in. And a call by Rayner.
Well, he only had $1 million left, Vince.
He's pot committed. He's in there.
Queen, queen, Jack 10.
So here we go. 2 queens versus Jack 10. Daryl Fish, an 84% favorite to win this pot and be playing heads up for the title with a nice chip lead.
Let's see the flop. It's a king, Jack 6.
Queen.
He likes that flop. Going to the turn.
And a 5 comes off, so we're down to the river. Rayner must catch a Jack or a 10. Nothing else will do for him. Otherwise, he'll be our third place finisher.
Daryl Fish in a great place to knock out the German.
All right, here we go to the river.
It's a 10. Oh, no.
A nightmare draw out against Daryl Fish. Wow. The drawouts we've seen at this final table, Vince, I don't think we've seen drawouts like this in the history of the World Poker Tour at a final table.
They're not making it easy, but it's happening. It's still happening.
Well, even though he lost that pot, Daryl Fish still the chip leader. But still, your stomach has got to be doing somersaults. It's like you just got thrown in the dryer and the guy put it on high blast. You're just going around in circles right now. Horrible. And how mentally strong do you have to be, Vince, to not go on tilt at some point? All you people at home, I know you're saying, it's not possible this can keep happening. Defies all the laws of probability. You're right. But it's happening.
Daryl is staying with a good attitude, though. I can't believe it. That's what you have to do if you want to be a champion.
Daryl Fish had one guy all in where he had hard heart to stay alive. He did it. He had the next guy all in when he had 2 queens against a Jack 10.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe what we're seeing at this final table tonight. Now, Jared, this time with ace-6 of clubs.
And it makes the men raise after some thought.
Daryl with a well-deserved break goes out, and now Rayner with a 9-7 of diamonds.
All in.
Oh, he's going to push with it.
Bold play. Both these players have just over $5 million in chips.
Rayner trying to muscle him out.
Out.
It's going to cost him about $4.5 million more to make this call, Vince.
Well, Rayner stole one earlier with a nothing hand. He's trying to do it again. Will it work this time? It will not.
Good call.
Jared has made the call. He's out in front with the ace high. If it holds up, we'll be playing heads up for the title. And Jared will have a slight chip lead, but let's see what happens here first. Rayner can't be moving all in with 9 high. Can he get lucky to stay alive?
And the flop is a 9-7 deuce 2 pair for Rayner. He takes the lead with 2 pair.
Well, Jared does have the nut flush draw with 2 clubs out there. But still, Daryl Fish just can't believe it. He sees the worst hand winning pot after pot
Going
here.
to the turn, will it be a club? It is a club!
It's a club, but it's still not over. Rayner can make a full house and win the pot. Needs to catch a 9 or a 7. And from what we've seen, it wouldn't shock me.
Well, it's a 5 of clubs. He's done.
That's going to do it for Rayner Kempe. He is going to be out in 3rd place. But Vince, all you can do is salute all 3 of these guys for the battle they put on here tonight at this final table.
He'll take home 195,000 Canadian cash.
And Rayner Kempe hits the ropes in 3rd place. Jared Mahoney and Daryl Fish go toe-to-toe for the title and the championship belt as heads-up action begins right after this. The heads-up battle is about to begin here at Playground Poker Club between Jared Mahoney and Daryl Fish. Royal Flush girls Brittany and Jennifer have brought out the money these two are playing for, plus a handsome Hublot watch and the Playground Poker belt to be awarded to tonight's champion. Before play gets started, check out the conversation I had with both players. Daryl, you have been playing for years and years for this title. Is this finally your moment?
I really feel like it is. Yeah, I've been saying it all week. Everything about this whole tournament just feels right. So many things have happened this week, and everything just seems like it's part of the process, and I feel really good about it.
Awesome. Now, it's been a bit of a roller coaster for you tonight. You did get short stacked a few times there. Did you ever count yourself out?
No, never. That's one thing you can't do in tournaments is ever count yourself out. As long as you have a chip, you know, you're still in, you still have a shot. So I never give up, and I've been short stacked a million times before, and I know that you can come back and win, and so I'm gonna do that now.
All right, here you are, heads up. Good luck.
Thanks, Lynn.
Jared, you came in tonight as a short stack, and now here you are, heads up for the title. What's going through your head right now?
Super excited to be in this position. Coming in as a short stack, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't trying to go up the pay jumps. I just want to keep playing for 1st place.
Now, Daryl won't seem to go away. How are you going to finish this?
I don't know. It's a tough task. He's a great guy, and he's played amazing tonight, so I got my hands full.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
So who has what it takes to become a WPT champion here in Montreal? Players starting back up, so I'll send it down to Mike and Vince to call the action.
Well, there you see the chip counts as we start heads-up play. Jared Mahoney out in front with 11.8 million. Daryl Fish starting with 9 million.
The Andes are up to 50,000. Blinds 153. Very expensive. Action on Jared.
Raise.
He's going to raise it with a 6-4 offsuit, a min raise to 600,000.
Daryl with a 5-6 suited connector makes the call, no raise. And here we go with the flop.
Yeah, flop queen jack deuce, no help to either player. Daryl's going to check, and here comes the continuation bet by Jared.
$500,000 bet.
And Daryl can't stand it. He's going to give it up. So Jared taking down that pot. And Vince, that shows you the importance of raising on the button, even with a junk hand if you play it. You get the last bet in before the flop. You make the continuation bet. You win a lot of pots that way.
Seems so easy. Great to win when you have 6 high. Steal the pot. That's what poker's all about. Jared's going to raise with an ace-6 of clubs this time. Makes it 600,000. Daryl Fish calling with king-9.
And a good flop for Daryl as it comes king 8-6. He's out in front with top pair. Jared's got bottom pair, and it goes check, check.
5 of clubs on the turn.
So after checking the flop, with the intent to check raise, I'm sure, Daryl is now going to bet on the turn. 700,000.
He's going to get action. Jared's calling this. Down to the river we go.
Well, the board pair's 8.
So it gives 2 pair for Jared. Daryl Fish, of course, with the higher 2 pair. Daryl not afraid. Going to stick out another bet. Close to 1.3.
Well, Jared in a tough spot now. He knows all he can beat's a bluff, but good chance that Daryl could have it with the texture of this board. So he's going to make the call. So Daryl Fish takes over the chip lead.
Daryl Fish has made the final table 4 times. Will he become a champion tonight? We will see. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. The WPT Champions Cup is on display at all of our main events. And if only that trophy could talk.
Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Do you even know what you're looking at? I'm not just some silvery surface on a walnut base. I'm 30 pounds of glory. I wear every WPT champion with honor. I've been everywhere, and I've seen it all. Some players are all over me. Some players have yet to make their mark on me.
I think I would look perfect right here on the corner.
But if they have that patch, I remember their faces, because I know they're working at it. Practicing poker online at clubwpt.com. They have a chance just like everybody else, and you do too. Sign up to play unlimited risk-free poker, and you could win a seat at a live WPT event where you could meet me. What the heck are you waiting for? Stop looking at these names and start making a name for yourself at clubwpt.com.
Sign up on clubwpt.com today to find out how you can win a seat into a live WPT event, and perhaps one day you too could end up on the WPT Champions Cup.
Darrell Fish out in front with nearly 12 million in chips. Jared Mahoney with 8.8 million.
And will it be Darrell Fish's time to become a champion on the WPT? We will see. The antes are up to 50,000. Blinds 2 and 4. Action on Jared. He's got a pretty solid king-queen.
He's going to raise it here on the button. Makes it 800,000 to go.
Darrell Fish with a king-5 will stick around. So king-queen versus king-5, and the flop is a king-7-6.
Now this could get Darrell Fish in serious trouble. Both opponents have flopped top pair. Darrell is out kicked. Just hard to get away from top pair playing heads-up poker.
And Jared has bet 700,000. Darrell calling this. Needs a lot of help here. This could get costly. Turn card is a 7, pairs the board.
Now Darrell's going to check. And Jared might be fearful that Darrell made 3 7s on the turn. So he also checks. Now the 9 of spade comes off. So now possible straight, possible flush out there. Now Darrell checks again, and with that check, Jared feels like his kings up are the best hand. So he is going to make a wager here, 1.5 million. And it's just hard to get away from kings up here, I think. His opponent checked on the turn. You thought he'd have bet kings on the turn. He didn't.
He makes the call. You kept the pot size down. You paid that off, but could have been a lot worse.
Can't blame him for calling the way that hand was played. With that pot, Jared Mahoney takes over the chip lead in this heads-up battle. And you have to respect both of these guys. They conduct themselves well at the table. They don't whine, they don't moan. They take a beat, they just move on and play.
Darrell Fish calling. Jared with a 0-3 deuce of clubs.
Well, happy to see a flop.
It's an 8 ace 5.
Well, Jared with a gut shot straight draw checks. Darrell with 2 8s. Have to feel like that's the best hand. You'd think for sure your opponent would have raised you if he had an ace in his hand. So Darrell bets 400,000. But look at this, the check raise by Jared Mahoney here with just a wheel draw. Darrell just not buying he's got an ace, Vince, because he didn't raise before the flop, makes the call.
Astute call by Darrell Fish. Big pot brewing and a jack of hearts on the turn. And that's going to slow down Jared. He checks. Darrell checks behind him. River card.
Well, a 10 comes off. Well, Jared knows the only way he can win this pot is to bluff at it. He can't beat any 2 cards that Darrell might have.
He's just got 3 deuce in his hand, but he's going to make a solid bet of 1.5 million.
About half the size of the pot. Now, Vince, Darrell didn't believe he had an ace in his hand before. The guy checked on the turn. Could he have a 6-7 here? Wow, I'm surprised Darrell laid that hand down, Vince. I think if he loses this tournament, he'll look back at that pot and he'll say, you know, I should have called him with the 2 8s there. How could the jack and 10 would have helped that guy? It might have made him 2 pair, but sometimes you just have to look him up.
Blinds are going up to 250, 500 right now. Ace king here for Jared, getting the goods. Starting to get a nice rush going. He's going to make it $1 million to go. Min raise. Darrell Fish with an ace as well, but
boy.
Worst kicker, of course, with a deuce.
Look how things have turned around. Jared bluffed the last pot and won it.
All in.
All in.
Call.
Now he's picked up ace king against ace deuce, and they're both all in. Darrell Fish is at risk.
Deuce. I need 2.
Darrell wants to hear some quacking going on here. If not, it's over. Jared Mahoney's dream of winning the WPT title is right here on the line. If the ace-king holds up against the ace-deuce, he'll be our champion.
And here's the flop. It's an ace, 8-7. They both flop aces. Darryl Fish in a lot of trouble with the worst kicker, of course.
Well, they could split the pot if it come ace-8, 8-8, 7-7.
Going to the turn. It's not a deuce. It's a 6 of clubs.
We are down to the river. Darryl Fish must catch a deuce on the river. Otherwise, he will be our runner-up.
He will be out. He'll be gone. He'll be swimming with the fishes. And it's over. 5 of clubs.
So Jared Mahoney's dream of capturing a WPT title comes true tonight.
Well, Jared Mahoney came in as the short stack. He is now the champion, taking home huge dollars. What an effort by him.
I would be an absolute not to feel amazing right now. I got second out of 700 people. I mean, of course I wanted to win. It's a little disappointing to get so close and taste it a few times, but I mean, life is great. I got second, won a lot of money. It's, you know, it's certainly a really good day.
And now let's talk to the WPT Montreal champion from Abington, Massachusetts, Jared Mahoney. You came to this final table in last chip position. You went on to win the title. That's been done very few times in the history of the WPT. Tell us how you're feeling right now.
Feel ecstatic. Pretty amazing experience. Had a great time.
Congratulations to you. In addition to over $400,000 in cash, you also get a beautiful Hublot watch to commemorate your victory. And then you get your name etched on the WPT Champions Cup, which provides you an entry into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions. One more time, let's hear it for WPT Montreal champion, Jared Mahoney. Congratulations. Lynn, back to you.
What an amazing feat for Jared Mahoney, the undisputed champion of WPT Montreal. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The Bellagio 5 Diamond World Poker Classic starts now.
Feeling like $1 million. A battle with all the geniuses.
We are back once again at Bellagio for the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. When people think of poker, they think of Vegas. And year after year, Bellagio attracts the poker elite. Just 5 days ago, they all entered with the goal of taking down one of the best tournaments of the year.
Allow me to welcome you to Bellagio in Las Vegas for the WPT 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. Now it's time to get this party started. Dealers, let's shovel up and deal.
Players began to settle into their seats and everyone was ready to get into action.
Yeah, it's kind of like the home of poker, the Bellagio. Like when you first start playing, you dream of playing in the Bellagio with all the big names. So obviously getting to do it is an amazing experience.
And this is a great tournament. You know, we're playing for life-changing money. I'm just glad that I have a chance to try to make a name for myself out here.
A massive turnout led to a long line of poker players, all waiting for a chance to play in the legendary Bellagio Poker Room.
Definitely worth the wait. I like playing with the best.
What lies ahead is glory, thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and camera time, which is what we live for.
While a player can't win the tournament on day one, they can win a free cruise, courtesy of the Royal Caribbean International Royal Flush Bonus. And that's just what two-time WPT champion Darren Elias did in a hand against Dutch Boyd.
River to Royal Flush, so I want a cruise. I'm pretty happy about that.
With a $10,000 buy-in and unlimited re-entries, this tournament is not for the faint of heart.
It could get dangerous at the Bellagio for some people, but, you know, just try to play bad and win.
And pro Brian Rast discussed the complicated success he's had playing in the 5 Diamond tournament.
I've had a couple cashes in this and some deep runs. I've also, more ignominiously, been in 7 buy-ins one year, and even though I cashed, I lost overall in the tournament.
A who's who of poker continued to contest for pots around the room. At the end of the night, 332 players remained, and past 5 Diamond champions Mohsin Sharanya and Joe Hashem would have their work cut out to capture this title again, while tour regular Bruce Kramer found himself at the top of the chip count with over 148,000 in chips.
Oh man, I feel fabulous.
Day 2 got underway with registration still open and plenty of players ready to take advantage of another chance at this prestigious title.
I really want to win one of these, and so I like the fact that you can rebuy. I think it's good for the tournaments.
And Phil Hellmuth, who started the day on a short stack, was one of the many players who would take advantage of a re-entry on Day 2.
I don't know if I've ever rebought a 10K, but I might win this one, boys.
But some players, like Daniel Negreanu, were at the cage buying in for the first time.
I just showed up today because I figured, woohoo, let's gamble up.
Poker pro Matt Glantz was doing fine on just one bullet.
Bought in late on Day 2. Been playing like an hour and went from 30K to 200K, easy game. A lot of people think it's disgusting, but I think it's kind of fun.
After the third level of the day, registration closed. And past ones to watch, Dylan Horton knew this would affect play.
Rebuy period just ended, so now it's an official freeze out. If you lose all your chips, you're done. There's no more rebuys. I think you could expect to see people kind of tightening up a little bit and just try and make Day 3.
The tournament staff released the official numbers. 639 entries created a prize pool of almost $6.2 million. 63 players would make the money, with first place taking home nearly $1.6 million. When play finished for the day, businessman Kurt Kohlberg was third in chips and sporting a new psychedelic hoodie.
Clearly, I had a very good day. Ran well, played well. That's what you need to do.
But finishing at the top of the leaderboard were two tough pros, Matt Glantz and Paul Volpe, separated by just 600 chips. They would lead the 244 survivors who would battle it out on Day 3. It was moving day in the Bellagio poker room, with many players' backs up against the wall, hoping to turn things around.
Bringing back a short stack, but looking for a double.
I'm pretty short. I got just over 20 blinds, so I got a lot of work cut out for me today.
So I'm battling. I got like 70K, and I'm in the hunt.
Two players also on the short end were our own Mike Sexton and WPT champion Noah Schwartz.
Trying to take a toothpick, turn it into a lumberyard, as Amarillo Slim used to say. How many chips you got now?
I don't got a lumberyard, but I got more than a toothpick, that's for sure.
No matter whether players were sitting on a short stack or a big stack, most were happy to still be in the game.
The real reason people love Bellagio is the experience, the atmosphere, and maybe $1.5 million. Could be.
Could it be good? Oh, no!
The field continued to thin out, and we saw the exit of familiar faces, including two-time WPT champion JC Tran and Season 7 WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko. Paul Volpe proved he still had momentum on his side, first by knocking out Corey Hockman, and then having his hand hold against Season 9 5-diamond champion Antonio Esfandiari. Even though big names were falling, reigning 5-diamond champion Mohsin Charania knew the field still looked tough.
I think every table now at least has a few WPT champions that are really good. The only real thing on my mind is there's about 130 people left, and just play as well as I can, and hopefully I'll get lucky.
Former lawyer turned poker pro Kate Hall was having a strong Day 3, getting max value on her 10K entry.
I saturated into this the morning of the tournament. I am on one bullet, which is nice. It's an incredibly tough field, much tougher than any field I've played before, but I've been running well and playing as well as I can so far.
Looking to continue to run well, Kate put WPT champion Griffin Paul at risk when she called his all-in on the flop holding trip nines. Griffin had an open-ended straight draw and needed some help to survive. A king of clubs on the turn gave him some additional flush outs, but a 3 of diamonds on the river knocked Griffin out and padded Kate's chip stack heading into Day 4. When players bagged their chips at the end of the night, it was Las Vegas legend Billy Baxter who sat in second place with over $540,000. Just behind cash game player Eddie Oshana, who snagged the chip lead with over $560,000 in chips and kept everything in perspective.
Long way to go, a lot of good players.
The 91 remaining players arrived to the poker room on Day 4, and the money bubble loomed on the horizon.
Doing all right. I'm in battle with all the geniuses.
But players soon started hitting the rail, including Season 11 5-diamond champion Ravi Raghavan, Day 2 chip leader Matt Glantz, Season 10 WPT Player of the Year Joe Sarop and tough pro Brian Rast as the field inched closer and closer to hitting the money.
We're not here just to cash, but it's still an important thing to think about, and we're getting very close now, so decisions will be influenced by that variable. Definitely going to be a little more cautious.
With one player left to be eliminated, two tough pros, Harrison Gimbel and Tom Marchese, were all in on the turn, with each player holding a set. Harrison's turned set of tens were in the lead, and Tom would need to catch the case 5 to stay alive. A jack on the river knocked Tom out in 64th place, just short of cashing.
That's poker.
Now that the players were in the money, one of the first to bust was 3-time WPT finalist Eugene Todd.
I'm in for 2 bullets in this tournament, so I think I made like $150 or something.
And after grinding most of the day, Season 3 5-diamond champ Daniel Negreanu was eliminated.
Today didn't start off exactly how I would have liked. Had a couple tough spots, but I hung in there as long as I could. Just basically did the short stack thing, squeaked into money as I have been in this event the last little bit, but I've been really lucky in this event.
Also battling on a short stack, Jake Schwartz was looking to make another deep run in Season 14.
This point in the tournament, probably going to weed out the more inexperienced and lesser quality players, while I guess you can say the cream is going to rise to the top.
Tough players were still everywhere you looked and continued to collide when WPT champion Kevin Eister knocked out Isaac Haxton. Also hitting the rail were the defending champion Mohsin Charania and the red-hot Fedor Holtz.
Sorry, bud. Sorry.
Near the end of the night, Kate Hall called Phil Locke's all-in pre-flop and was ahead with pocket jacks to his ace-king.
Wow.
A jack on the flop gave Kate a set, and she held on to knock out the jovial WPT champion in 22nd place.
It was a lot of fun. It would have been more fun to win 1.6 million, but winning 37K was great.
When the day ended, Kevin Eister was second in chips with over 2.1 million. But the remaining players were all chasing Eddie Oshana, who once again captured the chip lead with over 2.3 million.
Well, the structure's pretty good, so just chipping up and making some hands here and there.
This is it. I'm coming into day 5 today and looking forward to what will hopefully be the second biggest day of my poker career.
As the final 21 players settled into their seats on day 5, the short stack players felt the pressure of making the televised final table.
Big day today. Biggest as it gets in poker, man. Gotta double up, gotta survive.
Bay Area grinder Pat Lyons focused on the long game.
We can't win the tournament today. We can win the tournament tomorrow.
But after losing a big pot to Season 13 5-diamond finalist Brett Schaefer,
nice hand.
Pat was knocked out when his ace-10 failed to catch up to Kevin Eister's pocket jacks.
I came, I failed. I had only a little more than $500,000, so I'm happy.
The field continued to shrink at the hands of Professor Ben Yu, who first knocked out Season 12 WPT World Champion Kevin Starman, then bracelet winner Jack Duong, to give him almost $2 million in chips.
It's just been one of those days where you're just running hot. I feel very fortunate. I know people always complain all the time, but it's good to recognize when you've been very lucky, and I've been very lucky this whole tournament.
Still running hot were the two start-of-day chip leaders, Eddie Oshana and Kevin Eister, who added to their chip stacks while knocking out players. Jake Schwartz then single-handedly brought the field down to one table after knocking out WPT finalist Paul Volpe in 12th place and Millard Hale in 11th.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on the short stacks to double up, and hopefully now that I have a lot of chips, I'll be able to apply some of that pressure.
In a short amount of time, 3 players were eliminated. Now down to 7 players and 1 player away from the televised final table, play slowed down.
I think everyone's going to be playing relatively tight, just waiting for a short stack to bust or big stacks to collide. Everyone's just going to be playing pretty nitty, and you're going to see like 2 standard poker hands get in.
A combination of strong hands and rising blinds finally led to the bubble bursting when Kevin called the all-in of Lauren Roberts. Kevin's pocket aces were way ahead of Lauren's pocket threes. No help on the board sent Lauren home in 7th place.
My objective was to get a deep run. I think I made it. I love the game, so I had a great time, wonderful people, and looking forward to playing more tournaments.
Jake Schwartz would take the chip lead into the tough televised final table, hoping to win his first WPT title, with Kevin Eister hot on his heels, hoping to win his second. And when we return, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten will share their thoughts on this talented final table. Stay tuned.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
I'm a perfectionist, so I'm always paying attention to little details. I think that helps my game a lot. I mean, look at my hair. I'm going bald, but I keep every little hair in place.
I spent the first 20 years of my life doing what everyone else wanted me to do, but realized that you really just have to do what makes you happy, and playing poker pretty much has been a dream of mine.
Being a lawyer was quite intellectually engaging. I've found that poker is at least as much so, and the transition from law to poker has been amazing.
I feel extremely fortunate. I've got a terrific family and a good group of friends, and it's a dream come true to make a final table at a WPT event.
Oh my God, man, this means the world to me. I've never won a major tournament. I have been the bridesmaid a couple times. I want to win this so bad. I need to get the monkey off my back.
I'm playing for my biggest score ever, playing for a second WPT title. I would just love to outlast them all. That would just be a dream come true.
And now we turn to WPT's Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, what do we have to look forward to as play begins?
Well, Lynn, this could be a terrific final table tonight. At this final, we've got a WPT champion, 2 World Series of Poker bracelet winners, and 2 others that have already cashed 3 and 4 times this season on the World Poker Tour. But if you're looking for favorites, look no farther than the 2 chip leaders. Jake Schwartz from New York. This is Jake's 3rd consecutive cash on the World Poker Tour, his 2nd final table. In second chip position with $5.9 million in chips is Kevin Eister from Lafayette, Louisiana. He's a WPT champion, a World Series of Poker bracelet winner, and has over $2.4 million in live tournament winnings. Vince, to win tonight, they're going to have to shoot down these 2 young guns.
Well, you're right, Mike. It's going to be very tough. But the talk of the whole tournament has to be Kate Hall. She's a former attorney out of Arizona. She's only been playing poker professionally for 6 months. And in that time, she's made 4 World Poker Tour cashes and 2 final tables. So all I can say is, who is this girl? Very exciting bunch we have here tonight.
Well, Vince, we're going to get to know Kate and everyone else pretty well this evening. And before the players took their seats, we got a chance to check in with WPT champion Kevin Eister.
I'm way more excited than last time. I think it pre-set in this time as opposed to last time where I was still in shock. So I'm feeling great. It is a lot of money. It would change my life, but I'm not going to be worried about that until it's over.
There you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Jake Schwartz out in front with $7.3 million. Kevin Eister in second chip position. That's what they're playing for tonight. Big bucks on the line. The winner taking home nearly $1.6 million.
Also, the champion will win that Hublot watch and that Aura solid gold MasterCard. So much at stake. Annie's will be $10,000. Blinds 30 and 60. Let's go to the felt. Eddie Oshana from Streamwood, Illinois, first to act. And he's got an ace-10 of clubs.
Eddie's going to raise it to $130,000.
Short stack, Bill Jennings quickly folds. Ben Yu now not going to play.
Now over to Kate Hall, who's made her 4th consecutive cash on the World Poker Tour. She folds.
Yeah.
But Kevin Eister going to make the call out of the small blind with ace-deuce of diamonds.
Jake Schwartz from New York out. He's our chip leader. So ace-deuce versus ace-10, Mike.
Well, flop king 6-4 doesn't help either player. Kevin checks. See if Eddie will make the continuation bet. Looks like he's going to.
Yep, Eddie's mostly a cash game player. High stakes. Makes a bet of $155. Let's see if it'll work. Yes, Eister releases his hand. There's Eddie's wife, Diana, in the audience. He's 41 years old. Tough player.
Action on Bill Jennings. He folds.
Ben Yu, they call him Professor Ben, out of LA, California. 29 years old, likes his ace-8, it appears.
Makes it 160,000 to go. Kate Hall out.
And now Kevin Eister again with a big hand, ace, queen of diamonds. Eister living in Colorado now, originally out of Lafayette, Louisiana. A recreational gambler, has a big hand here, and he'll re-raise. 460 total. Jake Schwartz from New York goes out.
Eddie out. And Ben Yu quickly folds as well, so Kevin Eister 3-betting to pick up that pot. Stay with us, we're just getting started here at Bellagio. We'll be right back with more right after this.
Club WPT VIP members have won thousands of dollars worth of VIP packages to travel, stay, and play in WPT events.
Win your way into an upcoming WPT main event on clubwpt.com.
Lago is incredible restaurant with incredible food, great wine list, a beautiful bar with the beautiful cocktails, and great view. The style of the cuisine is Italian, but we do it with a small place. We have different things in the menu, from risotto, from pasta, for meat, for fish. Food presentation is important for the eyes. Food looking well prepared means somebody cares, somebody thinking. But I think at the end of the day, the more important thing is the flavor. I love my job every day because I like to make people happy. I look in the faces when I see somebody, they get the fork and they get the piece, the meat, the fish, the vegetables, they put in the mouth and they have a good smile. Wow, this I feel so happy.
Yeah, what a great restaurant. And there's so many great restaurants here at Bellagio.
Well, no doubt about it. One of the premier casino properties in the world, Bellagio. Players love it here, especially the fine dining.
6 players competing for that close to $1.6 million first place prize. Back to the felt we go. Action on Ben Yu, and he has an ace-10.
Also has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit. Trying to add a WPT title to that resume. Gonna raise it here, makes it 150,000 to go.
Kate and Kevin go out. And now Jake Schwartz contemplating King 3 of diamonds.
Jake playing poker for 6 years, opts to fold this hand.
And Ushana not gonna play.
Round to Bill Jennings. Looks down at King, Queen, spades. He's on the short stack here, only has about 15 big blinds.
I'm all in.
And he's shipping it. Tough decision for Ben now.
Can I get the count, please? It's 900. I've done 3 antes, started 9. It's 950 total.
This is callable by Ben. He would be a hero if he should make this call. Not gonna do it.
So Bill Jennings taking down that pot.
Now he's married, he has 4 children, lives in Florida. And Matt Stout in the audience, that's Bill's poker coach.
Yeah, he calls this Bill's breakout event, his first final table. First big cash. Bill's quite a character, though. He's an ex-race car driver.
Well, on to this hand. We got a couple of folds, and Jake Schwartz going to mess around with a 3 deuce of hearts. Makes it 130 to go.
These are the things you can do when you're chip leader, Vince.
That's so true. Eddie out. Bill releases.
Back around to Ben. Ben's in the big blind. He's got 60,000 out there, so why not call 70 more and look at a flop?
What's your stuff down with Ben?
I believe 1.6.
Ben Yu from LA into Jake Schwartz from New York, and the flop is a 7-5 deuce. 5s for you, deuces for Jake.
Well, Ben's out in front now after that flop. He's going to check. Jake, catching 2 deuces, is going to bet. Like 120,000. Ben makes the call.
Ben considers himself a great student of the game, always learning, and now is 6 of clubs on the turn.
So possible flush, possible straight out there now. Ben's going to check his 2 5s. And Jake checks. But now Jake makes 3 deuces on the river to make the best hand here.
Well, that's how chip leaders do it. Just amazing. Ben's going to wisely check.
I don't see Jake checking here.
He's betting 335.
Well, when your opponent checks on the turn, Vince, you just put him on 2 big cards.
You're going to call that, Mike?
I don't know if I am,
But no, you're stubborn sometimes with that. And you're right most of the time, but this time Ben makes the right decision, gets out of the way.
Jake nods to his buddies in the house.
He loves sports.
Well, I know it's very sarcastic on Twitter, Vince. I do know that about
right?
Jake, and he gets a kick out of that.
As I asked yesterday, who's next in line?
I'm not taking everyone out. I'm just getting chips.
Nibbling away.
Yeah, I'll nibble, and then Kevin will get you.
I meant to win a pot off me.
I guess you haven't won a pot off me.
Big first place prize here tonight, 1.6, close to 1.6.
You got me.
Yeah, big money on the line. Kevin out.
Oh, that means my orb's here.
You just raised with 3 deuce. You win the pot. The very next hand, you pick up 2 kings.
Yes, you've been rewarded by the poker gods. He's going to raise it to 130. Eddie O'Shana, though, decent ace-10. He seems interested. Yes, he will make the call. Bill Jennings with queen-9. Won't play. Ben getting out of their way. Kate not playing.
2 kings versus ace-10 here.
That's 2?
One, a little under 2.
Okay, thanks.
Eddie O'Shana doesn't know what he's up against. And here is the flop. 8-7-4. No luck for Eddie.
That's a lot better than being 10-7-4, I can tell you that.
Yes, all right. And Schwartz going to make the continuation bet. With the goods, though. Uh-oh. Eddie, don't do it to yourself.
Oh, my gosh. Eddie calling here with just the ace high. Calling, and he thinks it might be good. Well, a 9 comes off. This gives Eddie an open-end straight draw now. Jake checks 2 kings here.
Check, check. River card doesn't help Eddie. Another 9 pairs the board.
I'd be surprised if Jake checked again. The way the hand's been played, do you think your opponent's got ace-4 suited, ace-7 suited, something like that? So you're going to bet value here.
240. He's got nothing, Eddie, and good going. Gets away from it.
So Jake Schwartz increasing his chip lead.
6 players going at it. At the WPT 5 Diamond World Poker Classic at Bellagio. Always a good one.
It was a great turnout here at Bellagio this week, and of the 639 entries, only 1 player, Eric Trossman, won his way here by playing on ClubWPT.com. Not only did Eric show us his skills in the poker room, he's quite a talent at the pool hole, too.
Like to come out here and play pool and come out here and play poker. It's exhilarating. Every game is different, the strategy is different, and when you break and run at a table, it just feels terrific. When you're playing pool, you're studying your opponent and you're analyzing his game and you're trying to see weaknesses and strengths, and I'll try and take those skills to the poker table. It was unbelievable. Oh my goodness. I made it to day 2. I would recommend Club WPT to anyone who likes to play poker. You can turn on the computer and play poker anytime. And you actually do have a chance to win a terrific trip like this.
That's right. So take a cue from Eric, log on to ClubWPT.com and play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including a seat to a live WPT event.
Jake Schwartz well out in front with $7.8 million. Kevin Eister in second place with $6.2 million. Everybody else hovering at just over $1 million.
Blinds are 40 and 80 now. Action on Kate Hall. Let's take a peek at her cards.
Well, she has been totally card dead this final table.
She goes out, Kevin out as well. Now our chip leader, Jake Schwartz, with a nothing hand. Will he get creative with it? Nope. Folds the hand.
Over to Eddie. He looks down at ace-king. He'll be going with this hand.
Obviously, and he's going to make it 200,000 to go. Bill Jennings will fold. Only one to beat is Ben Yu in the big blind.
Man, he's got Jack-7 of hearts. Will he play? Gonna cost him another 120.
Yep, he will speculate, splash around.
These two guys have close to the same amount of chips.
As the flop is an 8-4-3.
Well, no help to either player. Ben is going to check, and Eddie also checks. No continuation bet. Now the 5 of hearts comes off. This gives Ben a flush draw and a gut shot straight draw. And he thinks his opponent's just got 2 big cards like he does.
Yep.
So he's going to bet here, $250,000.
And now Eddie is going to get stubborn with his ace-king, making this call. Oh no, a 3 of hearts on the river. Great for Ben Yu. Hits his flush.
And Ben is going to fire here, $400,000. And Ben said his problems here came because he did not make a continuation bet on the flop. He called him on the turn. And now if he calls him on the river, he's just going to dump off an additional $650,000 that he really can't afford.
He's done it.
And Vince, there's a case that he's going to look back and say, gosh, dog it, I should have made the continuation bet. I'd have probably won that pot.
He's getting good cards, but it's not making it happen. He was up against kings before. Maybe he's tilting just a little bit. Started out with chips, but going the wrong way right now for Eddie Oshana. On to the next hand. Jake Schwartz will be the first to play. He looks down at his hand. Oh, and it's a pretty decent king-queen.
Well, he's going to raise with this. $170,000.
Eddie going to take a break.
Bill Jennings out. Ben out as well.
Yep.
Kate looking to pick up her first hand, doesn't do it.
Yep, she hasn't played a hand since Y2K. Now Kevin with a 6 deuce of diamonds.
And he's going to make the call out of the big blind. So these are the 2 chip leaders going at it here.
He will flounder around, hope to get lucky. Against the chip leader, here we go with the flop. It's an ace-10-4.
Well, Jake told us before this final table started, he considers Kevin Eister by far the toughest player at this table.
Yeah, they go check, check.
Now 7 of clubs comes off.
Jake was inside straight draw. That's about it. And ace high.
Again, it goes check, check. Now the board pairs aces. So Kevin just waved the flag. He's checked it twice in a row. Usually a bluff the 3rd time around doesn't work much. But he's going to try it because it's the only way he can win the pot. $150,000. Jake trying to figure it out here. What he sees now is $600,000 in the pot, and it's going to cost him $150 to call.
Kevin is very good at making people leverage their chips, and he's very good at putting pressure on short stacks. And I imagine as the 2 biggest stacks at the table today, he and I will probably clash quite a bit.
Well, you're going to clash here, that's for sure.
King high is good.
Well, he does make the call with just king high. He's nodding, very proud of himself for making that call against the guy he considers the toughest at the table.
Well, it was such an interesting bet. You would think Jake would fold, but did not. Just well done by Jake Schwartz figuring that out.
You're exact too. Why is king queen or king jack? I was like, yeah.
Probably supposed to fold, but close.
Oh, everything going right for Jake at this moment.
Everything's Jake, is that what you mean?
Everything's Jake, that's right. Back on Eddie Oshana, who's picked up a lot of nice hands.
I'm all in.
Now he's going to just push all in with king jack.
Well, can't blame him. He's only got $500,000 left. That's only just over 6 big blinds.
Bill's out, Ben out, Kate out, Kevin not playing. Only one to beat is Jake.
I looked at 1, and I'm probably going to call. Can I have a count?
About 500, a little under 500.
Yeah, definitely call.
Ace jack of spades. Got to call that, of course. They flip him up.
Well, Eddie dominated here. So far, nothing's gone right for Eddie at this final table. He's going to have to get lucky now to stay in this tournament.
Well, I looked at the ace of spades.
Well, Jake going over to some of his college buddies from Indiana have come out to watch him at this final table tonight, so those guys having a ball.
And the flop is a 7-6-4, not good for Eddie.
Good flop.
I won this yesterday with a king on the river, or the day before.
4 on the turn.
Down to the river, Vince. Eddie must catch a king, otherwise he'll be out in 6th place.
Needs the big suck out. Can he draw out here? Everyone on their feet. Drum roll, please.
Number 9 comes off. So that's going to do it for the 41-year-old from Chicago, Eddie O'Shaughnessy, out tonight in 6th place.
That is right. The first casualty at the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic. Eddie's out, taking home $226,000. Let's talk to Eddie.
I kind of hit a brick wall. I was cruising for a couple days, and the last couple levels I went completely card dead, and that's part of the game. You know, blinds get up there, you really can't do nothing about it.
Eddie O'Shaughnessy is out in 6th place, leaving 5 players in the hunt for a WPT title. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the WPT Season 14. We're at Bellagio, and only 5 players remain.
Jake Schwartz, the big chip leader, nearly $8.8 million in chips. Kevin Eister in second with $5.8 million. Those will be the guys to beat tonight.
On to Kate Hall, the former lawyer, now poker player. What results she's had this year. Just incredible.
That's putting a mile event. She's played 4 WPT events, cashed 4 times, and made 2 final tables. It's mind-boggling.
She's got something on the game, no doubt about it. And now Jake Schwartz, our chip leader, with just a Jack-7 and the button. Wants to push them around, it appears. He's getting out the raising chips. Yep, 170 to go.
Well, if you can raise with a 3 deuce, you can surely raise with a Jack-7.
Bill Jennings with just a queen deuce. Won't play that. Ben Yu in the big blind has a king-9.
Well, Ben, well aware Jake could be just raising with any 2 cards here because he's the big chip leader. Going to make the call here with the king-9.
2.5, but
cool.
I just won a pot.
Yep. King-9 versus Jack-7, and the flop is at ace-king-6, so king's there for Ben Yu.
Pretty good flop for him, but he's always leery that your opponent's got aces, especially if he raised pre-flop like Jake did. Jake going to make the continuation bet. But Ben going nowhere. He's going to make the call.
And you keep him honest, at least on the flop. Going to the turn. It's an ace of spades, pairs the board, and there's 3 spades out there.
Yeah. So that strengthens Ben's hand here because he now has a flush draw. And see, Jake has 1 too. So he's going to check. Might think a spade will win it for him. And a spade comes off. The queen of spades, both players have a flush. Ben's flush is higher. He's going to check. And Jake is going to make a value bet, $310,000, because he believes the flush is the best hand. And now Ben's going to look back to see if he does have a spade. He discovers he does. He's happy to see it.
I have the 7.
He quickly makes the call, and Ben shows him a 9 of spade to win the pot with a flush. So nice little pickup there for Ben Yu.
Well, that's the first little stumble by Jake Schwartz from New York, our chip leader. Doesn't like that. He's starting to eat his own sweatshirt.
Well, that's what you do when you finally lose a pot, Vince.
All right, on to the next hand. Kevin out. Jake gonna take a breather.
Over to Bill Jennings. Well, he's got king, queen of clubs.
A very attractive hand by the race car driver. Family man.
Come on.
There you go.
Well, he is going all in. Ben Yu right behind him now. Looks down at an ace-6 of diamonds. What do you do now?
I'm all in.
Well, that's what you do. You go all in over the top. Wow, what a play by Ben Yu. He's got the best hand with ace high. What timing. Ben Yu, primarily a lemon hold'em player. He won a World Series of Poker bracelet in a 10K lemon hold'em event back in 2015. And
here comes the flop. Can Bill get lucky? Not there. 5-3 deuce on the flop. So Ben Yu out in front.
And a queen comes on the turn. Bill has taken the lead. Ben's got to catch an ace or a 4 to win this pot.
Yeah, Bill will have a nice double up. And it's going to happen. Jack of diamonds on the river.
So Bill Jennings, the ex-race car driver, taking down that pot. Still got a chance to get to the checkered flag here, Vince.
Yeah, 5 players left at the WPT 5 Diamond World Poker Classic, and we're coming right back. We are back in Las Vegas, Nevada. They call it Sin City. We call it a lot of fun. We're at Bellagio. 5 players remain here.
Jake Schwartz still out in top, 8.2 million. Kevin Eister still in second chip position, 5.8 million. Kate Hall on the short stack right now, man. She has not picked up one hand at this final table, but she better pick up one quick or she's going to be out of here.
Lo and behold, she's got a little pair of 6s.
On.
And there she goes.
Vince, she's only got about 9 big blinds, so you have to ship it here with 2 6s.
$7.50.
Uh-oh. Jake with ace. Can afford to make this call.
Well, he knows she's a bit of a desperado at this point, Vince. Having so few chips, but he's still got 2 players behind him to act. Kate Hall, 32 years old. Is a civil litigator in the appellate court system for 6 years. Gave that up to become a poker player.
Jake is not gonna call. So 1 down. Now Bill, also not gonna call. Only one to get out would be Ben Yu. And he can't play with Kate.
So Kate shoots her arms up in the air. Not gonna shut me out tonight.
Yeah, there is a poker god for Kate. She's really impressive out here.
Yeah, impressive is putting it mildly. She got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite.
Okay, action on. Kevin, he's raising with an ace-5. Jake out. And now Bill with a queen 10 of diamonds. Nope. Ben Yu. Oh, with ace-jack of hearts.
Let's see how he's going to play it. And it just calls. He's not going to 3-bet it here. Kate with a 4-3. Not many chips, opts to give it up.
Ace-5 versus ace-jack.
Now flop comes ace-king 9. Both players have flopped 2 aces. Ben has him out kicked. He's going to check.
Kevin Eister raised before the flop, hits his aces, but he's going to check.
Wow. And that's pretty scary how you can check top pair there after you raise pre-flop, but he did it. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Again, Ben checks. He checked again, Vince.
That's pretty incredible.
That is more than incredible. Now the 10 of hearts comes off.
So Ben's safe with his kicker.
And he's finally going to bet his 2 aces.
Yeah, 200,000.
Now let's see what Kevin does. Vince, if he throws this hand away here, I say just give the guy the trophy. If you have instincts like that where you can check top pair with no flush and no straight out there on the flop and the turn, and then give it up on the river when your opponent bets, he's going to make the call.
Yeah, curiosity killed the Eister.
And Ben is going to win the pot with 2 aces, but Vince, the poker instincts of Kevin Eister, incredible there in my mind.
Agreed.
Good bet. It's tough to get value from the worst 1 pair.
Blinds still 40 and 80, 5-handed poker. We started this event with 639 total entries, down to these 5. Action on Ben. Quick fold by him. Kate not going to play. Kevin Eister.
Oh, boy. He just showed tremendous poker instincts in the last hand by checking the flop and the turn. Now he looks down and finds 2 aces. Jake Schwartz, the chip leaders, picked up 2 queens.
Trouble everywhere. Hand against hand. Jake has got to be so excited.
Yeah, this could be big trouble here for Jake.
He's coming in for a raise, of course, 465. Bill out.
Let's see what Kevin does.
Sometimes a player will just call to disguise the strength of the hand, or you push it so you don't get outdrawn. Take the money when you can.
You're right, Vince. Some guys would slow play it here, but I'm not sure slow playing the chip leader is a wise idea.
Well, he's not going to do that. He has raised it up a total of close to 1.1, and that should send the message to Jake.
Well, it should send it loud and clear, Vince. He has 4-bet the chip leader here. You're just not going to do that without a big premium hand.
Oh.
All in and called. And Vince, you just wonder if Jake reacted too quickly there. Now, I know it's 2 queens. I know it's a short-handed poker game. But when a guy in second chip position 4 bets the chip leader at this spot with a couple short stacks at the table with such big money on the line, I think you have to put him on a premium hand, ace-king at worst, aces or kings in that spot. Would he make that play with 2 9s, 2 10s, 2 jacks? I doubt it.
King, king, king flop's what I'm looking for.
Boy, I just can't imagine that sweatshirt tastes too good right now.
Flop is not good for Jake. 5-4-3 on the flop, so very safe for the aces.
Well, the deuce comes off.
Whoa, ace 6
Well, Kevin cannot lose the pot. Jake can only tie the pot. Must catch a 6 or an ace to do that. Otherwise, Kevin Eister will be a monster chip leader.
Whoa, things are turning around. River card. See if he gets a split. No.
So a huge swing in chip lead. So Kevin Eister in command now.
This is 3.7.
Just phenomenal shape to perhaps be a 2-time WPT champion.
2.44 plus.
Well, with a chip lead like that, everyone is going to have a tough time catching Kevin. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The Bellagio 5-Diamond World Poker Classic continues right now.
Feeling like $1 million.
King, king, king flop's what I'm looking for.
6. Give me a 6.
The Vegas Strip is action-packed tonight, and so is the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic final table here at Bellagio. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. It's been quite an eventful evening so far, so let's turn to Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to fill us in on where we stand.
Well, Lynn, what a final table we've seen so far. Eddie O'Shannah went out in 6th place. Then there were 5 players left. Jake Schwartz came to this final table as the big chip leader with $7.2 million in chips. He had done nothing except build that chip lead up to where he nearly had $9 million in chips. And then he played a huge pot with the guy in 2nd chip position, Kevin Eister. Kevin had 2 aces. Jake had 2 queens. It all got in before the flop. And right now, Kevin Eister is the massive chip leader with 5 players left.
Kevin Eister looking great. But you know what? Kate Hall, the former lawyer, she's only been playing poker for 2 years. She is so impressive. You know, she's made 4 cashes on the World Poker Tour, 2 final tables. She's on the short stack, but she's got a shot. The crowd loves it. So do we.
Well, Bellagio always delivers with a great final table, and this one falls right into suit. So let's waste no time and get back to the action.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Kevin Eister way out in front with 10.6 million. Jake Schwartz in 2nd place with 3.2. And right now, Kate Hall on the short stack with 760,000. The winner tonight will take home nearly $1.6 million. Big money on the line.
And you'll also receive the beautiful Hublot watch. The antes are now 10,000, blinds are 40 and 80,000. Let's go to the felt. The very talented Kate Hall first to act. Quick fold by her. And now our chip leader, Kevin Eister with King 9.
Oh boy, every hand looks good when you get big chips.
He's raised to 160. The New Yorker Jake Schwartz going out. Bill Jennings from Florida gonna fold. And Ben Yu from Los Angeles wants no part of it.
Kevin Eister has fired 2 bullets in this tournament. He's 26 years old, lives in Denver, from Lafayette, Louisiana. Kevin Eister's parents in the house tonight, watching him, seeing if he can win a 2nd title.
Okay, antes have gone up to 15,000, blinds 50 and 100 now. A couple folds around to the former race car driver Bill Jennings. He folds as well, and now Ben Yu with a 7 deuce of diamonds in the small blind.
All in.
And he is going to try to steal this from Kate Hall.
Well, going all in with a 7 deuce.
She's going to make this call. It's a good
Wow,
one.
what a call by Kate Hall. She was a lawyer for 6 years, decided to give that up to become a poker player, has only been playing for 2 years. This is her 4th consecutive cash on the World Poker Tour this season, and her 2nd final table. She's out in front now with a good shot to double up.
I haven't beat Kate in any of these all-ins. I'm 0 for 2.
And she is so happy with herself right now. Let's see if it pays off. Yes, it does. 10, 8, 6, all diamonds.
Well, both players have flopped a diamond flush, and it's still not over because Ben can make a straight flush if a 9 of diamonds comes off.
It's a 5 on the turn, not a diamond.
We can make it straight now.
Ben, a good sport about this.
He's all smiles.
This is going to be great when Jake folded the 9 of diamonds and we're just wasting everyone's time.
Kate's got to sweat one more card to double up. And she does so.
So Kate Hall was an attorney for 6 years, went to Yale Law School.
Can never get rid of you. 0 for 3 now.
I think the single most important quality for a good poker player is willingness to admit when you've made a mistake and to learn from it. There are lots of people who are quite good who have a sense of ego about their mistakes, so don't learn from them.
I just wanted it to not be a heart. Okay.
And being willing to take advice from people, listen to players who are better than you, because there are always players who are better than you. I think that's really what sets people apart in terms of how fast they learn and how fast they succeed.
It is like the key to success.
I love the humility by Kate. That's why she's so good. Very refreshing.
She says all her hobbies are now are studying poker and watching poker. She learns from everybody she talks to. And Vince, we know, being out here so long, egos have killed many a player in the poker world.
So true. All right, back to the table. 5-handed poker. Quick fold by Schwartz. And now Bill Jennings with a monster ace-king.
Yeah, Bill Jennings, quite a guy. Was a trader for 25 years.
250.
He's a former race car driver. He drove in the Ferrari Challenge Series from 2002 to 2007, which is 600 plus horsepower. And right now he's putting a little horsepower in this pot by raising it up.
Makes it 250 to go into Ben Yu. Quickly folds king, queen. Kate can't play. Kevin going out. So a nice little win there for Bill.
Yeah, Bill Jennings taking that down. He's got 4 children. He's a family man. He says nothing substitutes for hard work. And there's his coach, Matt Stout, who's rooting him on here tonight. He said this is Bill's breakout event, his first final table.
Right back on Bill. He's going to look down at an ace-8.
Going to give this one up.
Now Ben Yu with a queen-jack.
Ben Yu, primarily a lemon hold'em player, has a World Series of Poker bracelet in a 10K lemon hold'em event.
He just calls, and now Kate out Kevin with a pair of 3s.
And he's just going to make a call here.
Which is going to allow Jake with a 9-5 to slop around.
Now flop comes King, Jack, 6. Ben out in front with 2 jacks. They both check to him. And he also checks. The board pairs 6s on the turn. Kevin checks his 3s. Jake with the worst hand. He's going to try to steal the pot by betting here.
Jake Schwartz was way out in front with all the chips. Made a misstep with his queens up against aces. And now he's going to try to redeem himself a little bit here with the bluff, but it's not working. So far, Ben going to make this call.
Yep, 205,000.
It's a 4 of diamonds.
You would think Jake would know if he got called on the turn. No straight draw, no possible flush draw, basically out there. He's just going to check and wave the flag. He's giving it up. Ben, you take this one. That's what he's saying. Just doesn't want to lose any more chips in the pot.
Jake Schwartz's body language saying it all. Deeply disappointed. And Ben Yu turning things around very nicely.
Well, Ben has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit. He's trying to add a WPT title to that resume.
Jake disillusioned there. He needs a good slice of pizza at this point. Come back.
Well, Ben now looks down at King 8 of diamonds, and he's going to give it up. Kate folds as well over to Kevin. He's going to raise it here to 200,000 on the button with Ace 6.
Fold by Jake.
Now over to Bill Jennings with the Queen 9 of hearts. Now, most guys would call and raise here for sure with Queen 9 of hearts just to see a flop, but Bill opts to lay it down. He looked around at the stacks of the other players and say, you know, just going to wait a little while.
Okay, we have a quick break in the action here at Bellagio, so let's catch our viewers up on some of our most recent stops on the World Poker Tour.
Well, right here in the States, we traveled to Redding, California, and the Wind River Resort and Casino for WPT Deep Stacks NorCal, before heading overseas for several WPT national events.
That is right, Mike. We held 2 WPT national events in Europe, first at the Cercle Cliché Montmartre in Paris, France, and then at the Casino Venezia in Venice, Italy.
The WPT also hosted 2 national events in Asia, where we traveled to Kazakhstan and the Bombay Casino before heading to Korea and the Paradise Casino at Jeju Grand.
And that's not all. We also added another name to the WPT Champions Cup in the Czech Republic, where Javier Gomez took home the trophy and nearly 200,000 euros for his win at WPT Prague.
Congratulations to all of our WPT winners. And we've got another one to name right here tonight, so let's get back to the action.
Yeah, we go back down to it. It's on Kate Hall, the hottest young player on the circuit this year on the WPT, doing so well because she quickly folds the hand. Now Eister, originally out of Louisiana. Big chip leader's gonna raise with Jack 8 to 200,000. Jake Schwartz with a seductive 9-10 of hearts behind him.
Got one of those hands you love to see a flop with. And Jake is gonna make the call.
Into the race card driver, Bill. Yeah, Bill gets out of the way, and now Ben Yu with Ace 10.
Well, will he squeeze here? Not against the chip leader, he just makes the call. So we're gonna have 3-way action. Well, flop Queen 7-3 with 2 spades, no help to anybody. Ben is gonna check. Kevin gonna make a continuation bet. 250,000.
Yep, Jake didn't hit anything there, has to fold. And Ben, of course, just ace high. Well, he's gonna stick around. He's curious. And he hits an ace.
2 aces now for Ben. He's gonna check again. And now Kevin is gonna represent that he has 2 aces, when in fact he doesn't. He's going to bet 425,000. Well, Ben's going to make the call. So we are going to the river. Well, the 3 of hearts comes off. So that improves Ben's hand slightly in that he's now got aces up with a queen kicker, but let's see what Kevin's going to do after Ben checks here.
Yep.
Now, Ben C is going to fire 1 million at this pot, which had 2 million in it, so he's betting half the size of the pot.
Eister betting with Zip and Pip. Will it work?
I call.
He does make the call, and Ben Yu sees his aces up are good, and Kevin Eister says, why'd I bluff that money off?
Wow. Pretty amazing. An excellent call by Ben Yu to take down a major pot here tonight against the chip leader.
Yep, the tie is working for Ben tonight.
There's a short break in the action, and when we return, Bellagio goes high-tech.
That's brilliant.
Tony Dunst breaks it down, and so does Ben Yu. You will not want to miss it.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. 5 players remain here at Bellagio.
Kevin Eister way out in front, 9.1 million. But in second place now is Ben Yu, the Stanford graduate, doing very well so far at this final table.
Let's go down to the felt. Bill Jennings, father of 4, non-professional from Florida, playing quite well here tonight.
Well, he's just playing conservative poker events, and it's working out for him so far.
Ben out, and now Kate Hall. Has 8-6 of clubs.
Yeah, you like to see flops with that hand, but you just can't play when you don't have enough chips to do so.
And she folds. Kevin just calling with a 6-5, and now Jake Schwartz with the real hand. King, queen.
He got burned by this guy earlier, probably why he's not raising right now with king queen after his opponent just limps in. But here comes the flop. Jack 6 deuce. That's what happened when you give them flops. They outflop you. Kevin out in front with 2 6s. He's going to bet 100,000.
Jake getting no piece of that. Got to make this call though. Oh, the turn card is a king. That's beautiful for Jake.
Sure is.
Kevin checks. Let's see if Jake puts a little pressure. No, checks as well. 9 of spades on the river.
Well, Jake has fooled me on every street. I thought he'd raise before the flop. Then I thought he'd bet on the turn. Didn't do either of those things. He is going to bet on the river, 215,000. Let's see what Kevin's going to do with his 2 6s here. He said, what's this guy got? He called me on the flop, checked on the turn. I was going to bet the river. A little puzzling, but still gives up the 2 6s, makes the right decision there. And Jake picks up the pot, much to the delight of his college buddies from Indiana. They've come out to watch Jake tonight. So Jake finally breaking out a smile. First time in a long time he's smiled at this final table.
How much fun it must be. Fraternity buddies in the audience.
Yeah, 1.6 million on the line. The frat boys know who's buying the drinks tonight.
All right, into the next hand. Kevin Eister gonna raise with ace-3. And Jake gonna take a breather. Bill out as well. Ben Yu with a little pair of 6s.
Yeah, I'm gonna make the call.
So ace-3 versus 6s.
Then flop comes queen 8-8. Action on Ben. He's got the best hand with 2 pair, but he checks. And Kevin checks again. Just uncanny how he seems to know when he's beat. Now a deuce comes off. Now you would think Ben might bet here, but no, he checks again. And again, Kevin checks. And now the third 8 comes off. Now surely Ben will bet the full house here. And he does. But with ace high here, Kevin's going to pay it off. Can't blame him for that. You have to call on that spot, I think, with ace high, the way it was played. But Ben Yu going to take down the pot. Ben Yu doing well tonight.
My fraternity brothers in college, 3 of them actually, were very good break dancers, and they taught me how to break dance. You guys actually have some video of me doing some dancing at the player party that you might be able to dig up. It was one of those things I realized I really enjoyed. It's just really fun. It gives you all sorts of energy, and it looks pretty cool.
Well, I'll tell you something. He could always make $40 a week at Venice Beach and do that routine. I'd pay to see it.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I love people that dance. I know it's not the foxtrot, my style, but still, breakdancing, pop blocking, whatever he does, people that dance enjoy life more than those that don't, no doubt about it.
Talented poker player. They call him Professor Ben. Real student of the game.
Well, he's far more than doubled his starting stack at this final table. Started out with $2 million, now sitting on $4.5 million.
He's just going to call with a king 8. Kate Hall now with a queen 9. She is the shortest stack at this moment. Just calls it. Around to Kevin with ace 7. And he says, fine, let's do it.
And the flop has come 10-9-5. A good flop for Kate. She's out in front with 2 9s, but she's going to check them. Just get a feel where she's at. Kevin checks the ace high. And Ben also checks. So Kate's got to like it. Now a jack comes off. So Kate now has an open-end straight draw with her 2 9s. Will she bet here? She does not. She checks. Kevin, gut shot straight. And the ace high, he says, you know, nobody bet on the flop. Let me bet here and see what happens. 180,000. Ben has the open-end straight draw. He's going to make the call. And now what Kate What is she going to do with 2 9s and an open-end straight draw? A lot of money out there, Vince. It cost her 180 to call. She has the best hand, and she is going to make the call.
Hoping her hand stays out in front or catches a straight. Let's go to the river. No, it's an ace. That's going to help Eister, of course.
Yep, Kevin Eister now has the lead with 2 aces. Action on Kate with 2 9s. She checks. Now Kevin was bluffing on the turn. Now he's got a hand, no need to bluff. Just going to check it down, hope his aces are good.
And now you with absolutely nothing. 400,000.
Now Kate's in a quandary. Could she possibly call with 2 9s? She would have Ben beat, of course. And she does make the call with the 2 9s, but Kevin could make the call and win the pot with 2 aces.
Sticking around with nothing, but now he's going to make the good call.
It's a really bad bluff when you get called in 2 spots.
And a 9.
Kevin Eister is going to win this pot with 2 aces.
1 pair.
Nice pot for Eister, the chip leader. Security.
Oh, boy.
Should have known he was bluffing sooner and snapped, and I'm out of there. I'm bunking for sure.
I need to think.
The tank call got you to the wall, Stan. We were both on the same page, wondering if he was bluffing, but I figured I had you when I hit that river.
Right now, it's time to send it to Tony Dunst, who is standing by with additional analysis on tonight's play in the Raw Deal.
The cliche goes that there's no substitute for experience, and that's especially true when the stakes are high. Although Kate Hall has dedicated herself to poker and made her second WPT final table this season, she's never played for this kind of money before. So, was it a lack of experience that cost her that pot? Let's break it down. Our hand starts with Ben Yu limping the button holding King 8, a play he makes to reduce his variance against chip leader Kevin Eister and reduce his risk if short-stacked Kate goes all in. Instead, Kate calls with Queen 9 and Kevin checks in the big blind. Everyone checks the 10 high flop, but the jack on the turn creates action. After Kate checks, Kevin makes a bluff with his gut shot straight draw, Ben calls in position, and Kate calls from the small blind, still in the lead with her pair of 9s. When an ace hits the river, Kate checks for a 3rd time, and Kevin checks top pair to Ben, who tries to bluff his opponents out. And here's where things go wrong for Kate. First, her call is ambitious because this board connects well with Ben's limping range, and she can't be sure Kevin will fold a better hand behind her. But the real problem for Kate is the break in her demeanor. She's remained stoic through her previous decisions, but just for a second following Ben's bet, we can see her thinking. And that detail's not lost on Kevin, who overcalls his ace and then immediately mentions the timing tell.
The tank call got you to the wall, Stan.
Yeah.
Now that she only has a few blinds left, it's hard to like Kate's chances. But even if tonight doesn't go her way, it's a valuable learning experience for her next WPT final table.
Well, Vince, she did have Ben beat, and that's who she was focused on because that's who bet on the river, but unfortunately Kevin had the aces, made the call, and
Hey, you know what? Even if she makes a snap call, I think Kevin's going to stick around, so I don't know about that one. But right now, Kate Hall on the short stack, and she's hurting. Let's go to the felt. Bill Jennings first to play. Queen 8 of clubs.
Stays in the conservative mode and folds just to watch the action. Ben is going to bet ace high here. Looks like he's going to raise it to 240,000. Kate with 2 5s moving all in. Can't blame her. I mean, she's only got like 4 big blinds.
Yeah, she has pushed, and Eister goes out. Jake, King high, doesn't play, so they flip him up.
So we have a race. Kate with the under pair, Ben with the overcards. Kate Hall's tournament life on the line here. She's just hoping that the 2 5 somehow sneak through.
I'll take it.
Let's see if Kate's hand can hold up. It's a Jack 7-3, so no sevens for Ben Yu.
Yeah, Ben is taking the lead on the flop. Kate now must catch a 5 or 2 running cards to make a straight. Otherwise, she'll be our 5th place finisher. Well, a couple good poker players there. Dan O'Brien, Christian Harder.
Deuce on the turn. No luck for Kate there.
Kate Hall must catch a 5 on the river or she'll finish in 5th place.
River card, 7 of diamonds, not to beat for Kate Hall.
What a performance by her events this week. She's played 4 WPT events this season. She's cashed all 4 times, made 2 final tables, finished 5th at both of those. Let me be the first to salute you, Kate. What a year you're having out here on the World Poker Tour. Incredible.
Yes, the former lawyer, she's a phenomenon, only been playing poker for 2 years, finishes 5th, gonna take home $291,000. Let's go talk to Kate.
I think that I did everything that I could. I unfortunately didn't really have many cards that I could play or even shove with. There were only a couple and I got it in where I could. But you know, that's just kind of what happens when you come in pretty short to a final table. I intend to keep playing and hopefully be back here soon.
Sorry to see Kate Hall leave in 5th place tonight, but the game must go on, so let's get back to the table.
Kevin Eister well out in front with 10.2 million. Ben Yu in 2nd place with 4.3, but 4 players left fighting it out for this title and nearly $1.6 million.
Action on Ben Yu, pair of 4s. And he will just call it.
Kevin going out, Jake out as well.
And now the Floridian Bill Jennings with King 9 says, let's go to the flop.
You know, flop ace, king, deuce. So Bill out in front now with the 2 kings. He's going to check. Ben with 2 4s. Hoping his opponent doesn't have an ace or a king. Going to bet $125,000.
Raise.
Well, Bill's going to raise him.
Jake Schwartz hitting the jib camera. That's got to hurt.
He just doesn't stay in his seat, Vince. This time it cost him with a bonk in the head.
The re-raise is going to work by Bill.
Well, Bill wisely figuring out that Ben didn't have an ace in his hand. He didn't raise pre-flop, so he check raised with kings. Proud of himself.
Yep, Matt Stout in the audience, especially proud of his pupil, Bill Jennings.
Yeah, Matt, not only a great poker player, great ambassador for poker, raised a lot of money in charity events to help worthy causes.
Well, Bill goes out of this one, and Ben now with a queen 8. Seems to like it, makes it 240 to go. Kevin going out, and now Jake Schwartz, 24 years old, looks down at a pair of 5s. He just calls it. And the flop is at 8, Jack, 3 of a kind for Ben Yu.
Could be a little trouble for Jake. He checks anytime a pair comes on the board and you have a pair in your hand. It's hard to get away from the hand. You know the original raiser is going to continuation bet no matter what he's got, just like Ben is doing here. But unfortunately for Jake, Ben flopped 3 8s. And Jake does make the call. Now a 10 comes off, so possible straight out there now as well. Well, Jake checks.
Oh, Ben's not going to let up.
And he's going to bet 3 8s again. I think it's an easy getaway now from the 2 5s.
$500,000.
You know, what can you beat here? I mean, basically all you can beat is like an ace queen or an ace 9. And if your opponent had that, there's a great chance he's going to check on the turn. But Jake pays him off here for $500,000. And now an 8 comes on the river. This gives Jake a full house. Ben Yu with 4 of a kind. Jake is going to check. And Ben is certainly going to bet, just a matter of how much. There's just over $2 million in the pot. Looks like $900,000. Well, Vince, when you call on the flop, you call on the turn. You know, do you call one more time here? You have a full house, but still.
If you call this, you might as well take that little shirt string that you're sucking on and just wrap it around your neck. That's all I have to say. Oh,
he
boy.
does make the call, Vince.
He's doing it.
No good.
No good.
Well, a sarcastic no good by Jake. But truthfully, I think he should have got away from the hand on the turn. That would have saved him $1.4 million.
Oh, pain and loathing going on at Bellagio for Jake Schwartz, the New Yorker. 4 players are competing for the championship. We're coming right back for more on the World Poker Tour.
ClubWPT.com VIP members get more than just a chance to win cash and prizes. The Club Savers Guide program saves VIP members big money. Play big, save big, win big at ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to Bellagio. WPT Season 14. 4-handed poker for the championship, and the antes are going up to 20,000. Blinds are 60-120.
Yeah, and the two guys that have done the best at this final table are the two chip leaders. Kevin Eister with $10.2 million has nearly doubled his starting stack since the final table started, and Ben Yu has nearly tripled his starting stack, and action's on Ben now.
Yep.
Looks down to 2 threes. And he's getting out raising chips.
Yeah, it's going to make it 270 to go into Kevin Eister, the chip leader, and Kevin has picked up a pair of kings.
He is just calling here, does not re-raise with 2 kings. Now Jake Schwartz in the small blind with ace-10 of diamonds.
Yeah, he's on the short stack, and he's going to shove all in.
Vince, he's trying to squeeze here, just trying to pick up the pot. He has no idea that Kevin Eister is this strong.
Bill gets out of the way, now back on Ben. And he's thinking, is this guy just trying to squeeze me?
Well, Jake is on the short stack. Just has $1.2 million in total. That cost Ben another $900,000 to make the call, and he does so.
I'm all in.
And now all of a sudden, Kevin Eister goes all in over the top.
And Ben now.
Well, no way he can call now, Vince.
No.
He knows Kevin was still playing a monster.
He mucks it.
So Kevin Eister has 2 kings, Jake Schwartz with ace-10 of diamonds.
We have positive equity in this.
We got ace.
The guys that were rooting for Kate Hall now switch their allegiance over to Jake Schwartz. There's Kevin's Cajun buddies over there. They know their man's got way the best hand. 2 kings up against ace-10.
And nothing's going right for Jake Schwartz. Came out of here as the chip leader. Let's go to the flop. It's an ace-jack 6. So aces for Jake Schwartz. He has outflopped the kings.
Well, Jake came to this final table as a big chip leader. Lost that monster pot with 2 queens versus 2 aces. Now has a chance to get back in this thing if the aces hold up. He just doesn't even want to watch, Vince. He just sort of cowered down. Said, just tell me when it's over.
Too hard.
And a 7.
Kevin must catch a king on the river to win this pot and eliminate Jake Schwartz. Otherwise, we still have 4 players left.
It's an 8 of hearts. It's going to work out for Jake Schwartz. Upset the quality hand. He can't believe it himself.
You hit your set?
Jake Schwartz tripling up for finally something going right for him tonight.
I think that I'm probably playing the best poker of my career right now because a lot of it comes with age and experience. I'm turning 25 next month, and I need to start being humble and being realistic and having realistic expectations. Obviously, I know I'm not going to go out and win every single tournament. I went broke, and I have had the feeling that I had to play with my back against the wall. With that feeling, I feel like I make wiser decisions, and I final tabled 2 of the last 3, so it's pretty sweet. This run I'm on is incredible. I'm ecstatic about it.
Vince, what about that age and experience? The guy's 25.
Look, once you go broke in poker, you become a better bloke, as he has noticed.
Well, it is a wake-up call, no doubt about it.
What exciting action we are watching here tonight. 4-handed. Let's go down to the money pit. Bill Jennings looks at a very attractive ace-jack.
Well, Bill's played extremely conservative so far at this final table, and I can assure you these other 3 guys have noticed. So when he gets out raising chips, he has to get respect. And he's raising here to 240. Ben and Kevin quickly fold.
240.
And Jake, with just a king-7 of spade, wants to see a flop, so he's going to make the call. Doesn't care how tight the guy's been playing. And the flop comes queen, queen, 10. Jake checks, and Bill checks right behind him. No continuation bet. Now the deuce of spade comes off. This gives Jake a flush draw. He checks. Again, Bill checks. And now a 7 comes off, giving Jake the best hand, queens and 7s.
And Jake felt like he was behind the whole way.
Well, now he's got to feel like he's ahead, Vince. Gonna try to get a value bet in here. 240,000.
Bill's thinking to himself, why didn't I just bet this?
He might be thinking he's got the best hand here with ace-jack.
I call.
He makes the call, he loses the pot. And now he's thinking, why didn't I make the continuation bet? And I can assure you, the next poker lesson he gets from Matt Stout will be on the continuation bet.
I knew you hit that 7.
I mean, I had a lot of outs.
I just knew it.
I actually meant to make it a little bigger.
Jake can't wipe the smile off his face now. Things finally going right for him tonight. Even that string in his mouth is tasting good. Oh, life is good. Now there's the beautiful Aura Solid Gold MasterCard, and that is preloaded with $10,000, and that goes to our champion as well as all the money.
Fantastic addition for whoever wins this tournament.
Come on.
Bill is moving all in with the 2 queens.
Yep, he's down to the short stack. Ben goes out. Kevin Eister
Call.
has ace-8, will make the call.
He's got plenty of chips, can well afford to make it.
Target queens.
He knows Bill's only got about 7 big blinds.
Good luck, Bill.
Thanks, man.
Bill's queens hold up. We'll still have 4 players. Well, flop comes king, jack, 7, 2 clubs, so the 2 queens of Bill's still out front.
Yeah, nothing scary so far for Bill, the former race car driver, family man. Gotta sweat the turn.
Yeah, Vince, he's looking to get to the checkered flag in this tournament. And that'll help him. A queen comes off on the turn. He's got 3 queens, but can still lose the pot. If Kevin catches a 10, he'll make an ace-high straight to win it.
I improved.
Must catch a 10.
That would just be a miserable story to have to tell back in Florida. We're going to the river. Can Bill's hand hold up? And it's a queen.
So 4 queens by Bill Jennings is going to win this pot. Second time we've seen quads at this final table. Ben, you had 4 8s. Now Bill Jennings has 4 queens. Boom! And he lets out that engine roar. I'm still in it.
Another fun day of poker. First they invented poker, great invention. Then chips, also another worldly invention. Then de Blasio got these little everybody can charge their phone now without going to a wall outlet. This is absolutely the greatest thing since chips. First they invented poker, then chips, then they just put electricity at all the tables. It's so brilliant. It's like literally my favorite thing about Vegas. It's only a Bellagio that I know of planet-wide that have this. It's just brilliant. You always have electricity. That's all I want to say.
Well, just one of the great many perks here at Bellagio.
As soon as you jam, I was like, Bill, huge guy, and you didn't even take 5 seconds.
Okay.
Take your time, take a balanced amount of time.
All right, thanks a lot.
Matt Stout getting the coaching advice in there. Well, certainly Bill's been playing very conservative so far. Got the advice to continue playing just that way.
Win going to take home close to 1.6. Blinds are 61-20. Ben with a nothing hand. He will fold, and the Louisiana Looter
240.
We'll move it up with Jack High to 240. Into the New Yorker, Jake Schwartz, who's on a comeback trail. He's got a pair of kings.
Well, Jake just cracked 2 kings a minute ago to win a monster pot. And now he's picked up 2 kings against the same guy. And he's going to 3-bet it here to 735,000.
Into Bill, who quickly folds his hand. Back on Kevin, Jack High.
No, Kevin's not going to play this, so Jake Schwartz continuing to add more chips to his stack. much to the delight of his frat buddies.
Action on Ben Yu. He's got ace-10. From Los Angeles, the 29-year-old Professor Ben.
Well, you're certainly going to raise in a four-handed poker game with this hand, and Ben doing just that, looks like. Yep, 270,000 to go.
Into Eister, who has a queen, 9 of hearts. And the button.
Well, he's in position. He's a chip leader. He makes the call. Jake, which is the king 5, goes out. Now Bill Jennings with the king queen of diamonds.
I'm all in.
Oh, he's moved all in over the top. Love this bet by him, Vince.
Big pressure.
I mean, Ben knows how tight this guy's been playing. He's going to give up the ace-10.
It's about just under 2, Kev.
Yeah, I just want to know exact. I don't think I'm calling ever, just for future.
Make him count down the chips. And Vince, I can assure you the teacher is going to pat the pupil on the back for the way he played this hand. A nice all-in bet there by Bill Jennings to pick up the pot.
Yeah, Kevin can't take the heat. Bill Jennings looking good with the pros here tonight. 4 players remain here at the WPT 5-Diamond World Poker Classic.
Bellagio Hotel and Casino attracts some big names, and while this was Eric Trossman's very first WPT event, he was still given the star treatment thanks to ClubWPT.com.
This is a VIP experience, absolutely. It was very exciting playing in that room. Everywhere you looked, there were just famous poker players at every table. Scotty Wynn, Phil Hellmuth, Freddie Deeb was sitting next to me. Eric Seidel came and sat down at our table. I was playing in a hand, and next thing I know, my favorite player, Daniel Negreanu, was standing there.
Daniel, good. How you doing, man? Cheers.
It's a little adrenaline rush. Just knowing they're all world-class players, it's an honor to sit at their table. When I came here, I didn't know how I would be treated.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our man.
Everybody from Club WPT and all the professional players all treated me terrific, welcomed me into their world, and it was just a terrific experience.
Yeah, when you win your way into a live WPT event through Club WPT, you're our VIP. And it's not just something we say, it's something we mean. So sign up at ClubWPT.com and start playing today.
All right, 4 players left fighting it out for this title. Kevin Eister out in front, 7.4 million. Jake Schwartz in second place with 5.1. Those 2 guys came to the final table as the 2 chip leaders. They're still the 2 chip leaders, but in reverse order.
Action on Bill Jennings from Florida. Non-professional player, has a very strong ace-king.
Well, Bill's played very conservative at this final table, but we know he's going to play this hand.
Went all in on that prior hand, and it paid off, but this time, gonna just double it up. 240 to go. Ben Yu with a queen-jack won't play. Kevin out.
How much?
And now Jake Schwartz with an ace-jack.
How much did you start the hand with approximately?
2.5.
I'm all in.
I call.
Wow.
Jake goes all in and gets called.
Yeah, Jake in a terrible place, has pushed. Little did he know how strong Bill's hand was.
Well, little did they know how many chips he's got, Vince, because Bill has more chips than he announced, which was 2.5 million.
It's close. I mean, I should have asked for an exact. I should have. He just said 2.5, and I took it.
And now Jake's realizing it, and maybe it would have made a difference.
Well, it may have, Vince.
He said 250.
He knew even if he lost the pot, he'd still have half his chips left, but now he's not going to have near that amount.
Maybe Jake can outflop him here. Let's see. No, it's a king. 9-6, 2 clubs. King's there for Bill Jennings.
Well, great flop for Bill.
How do you like your chance right now? Pretty good? Pretty good.
Jake now has to catch 2 runners to win this pot.
Pretty big dog at this point. Bill well out in front to double up, and it's a 5 on the turn.
So Jake Schwartz drawing dead here. Now we're going to find out exactly how many chips that Bill Jennings had. And it is more than 2.5 million, and Jake is not a happy camper about it.
Are you kidding me? It's like 3.5.
And that's why I made him break it down. I wasn't even calling 100%. I just want to know what it was for future, just in case he tries to say that again.
That's like 3.5. All right, I guess it's cool to angle at final tables for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Jake, I looked at the screen. It said 2.45 the last time I
The
looked.
screen's obviously wrong.
Hey, ask for a count then.
I did. You said 2.5.
Well, then count it out next time.
Stack your chips like a normal human being.
Well, that's why I stacked them that way, so you'd make a bad decision.
All right, we're cheating these days. It's cool.
Wow. Quite the controversy we are having tonight on the World Poker Tour. Let's see how it pans out in the conclusion of the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic here at Bellagio. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight, we will crown a champion here at Bellagio.
Feeling like $1 million.
I guess it's cool to angle at final tables for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
We are back at Bellagio for the conclusion of the WPT's coverage of the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Hi everyone, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Joining me now to call the action this evening are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, fill us in on what we've seen so far.
Well, Lynn, it's been quite a final table. Eddie O'Shannah went out in 6th place. Kate Hall went out in 5th. We're down to 4 players left, but the chip stacks have been going up and down like crazy at this final table. Jake Schwartz came to the final table as the big chip leader. He now sits in 4th chip position. The guy who came to the final table in last chip position, the non-professional at the table, Bill Jennings, is now in 2nd place. Kevin Eister is the chip leader. I think he'll be the guy to beat tonight.
And Vince, what happened between Bill and Jake?
Well, no one thought too much of Bill Jennings in the beginning, coming in here on the short stack. But I'll tell you something, there's been controversy tonight.
I guess it's cool to angle at final tables for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Hey, ask for a count then.
Stack your chips like a normal human being.
Well, that's why I stacked them that way, so you'd make a bad decision.
All right, we're cheating these days. It's cool.
This is getting very good.
Well, let's hope they play nicely and make this a clean fight to the finish. Action is starting back up, so let's get to it.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Kevin Eister out in front, 7.3 million. Bill Jennings in 2nd place with 6.2 million. That's what they're playing for. The winner tonight taking home nearly $1.6 million.
And he's 25,000, blind 75, 150, very hefty in a 4-handed poker game. To the felt we go. Quick fold by Jake Schwartz. And now Bill Jennings has ace-queen.
Playing very conservative at this final table. 300,000 to bet here. Ben Yu with just a king 5. He's 3-betting it to 750,000.
Eister goes out. Yeah, Ben opening up his game. Thinks he can muscle Bill.
I'm all in.
Oh, over the top with ace-queen, all in.
Well, so much for the muscle. Bye-bye, Ben. Strong all-in play by Bill there. He's going to pick up this pot.
You can't blame Ben for trying.
Well, you can a little bit, Vince, because this guy's played nothing but very conservative, very tight tonight. When he raises it, why is this the guy you want to 3-bet? You're supposed to 3-bet guys that bring in a lot of hands.
All in?
Wow.
Well, Ben moving all in now with the ace-4.
Wow, first one's good. I call.
And Jay Schwartz going to call it with ace-10. Good call.
Well, Jake out in front with the ace-10 has him dominated. Ben Yu has more chips than Jake, so Jake is the one at risk here.
The redemption perhaps for Jake Schwartz out in front right now. Can his hand hold up? Here come the first 3 cards. It's a king 7-4. Oh no, Ben has outflopped Jake, hitting a pair of 4s.
Can't even go diamond.
Jake Schwartz in distress at the moment. Got outflopped right there. Now he's going to have to get extremely lucky to win this pot to stay alive.
Just hating the moment. 6 of spades doesn't help Jake.
Well, down to the river. Jake must catch a 10 to stay alive. Nothing else will do.
Ben in a great place to knock out the New Yorker. 24-year-old Jake Schwartz going to the river. Can Jake suck out? No, not the big Queen of Hearts.
So just tough luck all night long for Jake Schwartz.
Well, Jake Schwartz came in as the chip leader, out in fourth place. Will take home $412,000.
Yeah, I know he's devastated, Vince. He really thought he could win tonight, having that big chip lead coming in. Just wasn't meant to be. Jake Schwartz out in fourth place.
All right, all I could do is let's hear his horror story. Jake?
I got cheated. He stacks his chips like a animal. An unnamed poker player is coaching him. I can't believe he didn't tell him not to say anything. But I hate to sound like a sore loser right now, but it was for a lot of money, and obviously it's my own fault. I could have asked for him to break it down, but I don't expect to get angled for hundreds of thousands of dollars. I can't really complain because I got really lucky to get here, but to go out in that fashion is just very unjust.
Well, you sense Jake's frustration, and you see why. He asked his opponent how many chips he had. He said 2.5 million when he actually had 3.1, but I don't think it was intentional by Bill Jennings. I really don't. I just don't think he's trying to shoot an angle in that regard, but that's the reason everybody should stack their chips in stacks of 20 at a final table.
Well, even if he had 3.1 and knew it, he might have still gone in all in, so you just don't know. All right, to the action. Bill has raised this with ace-8. And Kevin Eister has called it with a pair of 4s. And the flop is a 4, ace, queen, 3 of a kind there for Eister.
Well, we could see some fireworks here. Bill has top pair, the 2 aces, but his opponent has 3 4s.
Bill's going to bet this $400,000 after the check. And Eister's just going to walk the dog.
Oh, look how smart this was, just calling here. Oh, and now a club comes off. This gives Bill a nut flush draw to go with his top pair. Kevin checks. Bill checks right behind him, Vince. Now that is just incredible.
7 on the river, doesn't get the club. 3 of a kind, obviously going to win this.
A call.
He bets $1 million, a quick call by Bill. And even though he lost his pot, Vince, he lost completely the minimum possible in my mind here. He could have easily doubled up Kevin Eister in this hand.
So Bill Jennings mysteriously saving a bundle of money, and Kevin Eister winning that with 3 of a kind, going after his second WPT title. This guy's tough.
It's important to be able to escape so you can find that balance in your life. My escape is Legos. What's cool about Legos is you can just use your imagination for anything. I mean, whether you want to play with them or just stare at them as an art piece. My favorite ones I built is the ninja sets, like all the castles and stuff where you can just imagine them fighting with swords, hand-to-hand combat. I just think those are the coolest ones to me. Lego collection is amazing. I mean, you would have to see it to believe it. I mean, I feel like I got a little museum in my basement, so it's probably worth about $30,000 if I had to guess right now, and I'm still growing it. It's just super relaxing. It's like my own therapy, I guess.
I'd buy the whole thing for $1,200 right now.
I'm gonna send my 8-year-old over to his house. No.
All right, back to the action we go. Interesting characters in the poker world, no doubt. And now Kevin Eister with the pair of 10s. Been called by Ben with 4s. Eister will move it up to $450 to go.
So here we go. Pair over pair. Flop comes 8-6-5. 2 diamonds. Ben has a gut shot straight draw, but he checks the 2 4s. And incredibly, Kevin checks the 2 10s. Board pairs 5s on the turn. Ben, now thinking Kevin's got something like King Queen or Ace Jack, is going to bet his 2 pair $600,000. See what Kevin's going to do with his 2 10s now. Like he's just calling. So we're going to the river. A deuce comes off. Now Ben is betting here for value. He thinks he has the best hand. His opponent didn't bet the flop, just called him on the turn. So he's going to bet 900,000 here. A snap call by Kevin with the 2 10s.
You win, Kevin.
He bet a hand that he thought he was betting for value there. And Kevin now cracking his knuckles saying, maybe I could have got more chips out of that pot somehow.
That's pretty cool.
So Kevin Heister, by winning that pot, regains the chip lead in this 3-handed battle.
Yep. Living in Colorado now, originally from Lafayette, Louisiana.
Well, one thing we've learned about Kevin Heister, he's a little tricky player. He slow plays those big hands sometimes. It seems like every time he's done it's worked out well for him.
Okay, on star of the night, Bill Jennings, pair of 5s, gonna raise to 350. And Ben Yu now is gonna re-raise to 875 with the King 8 of clubs. Kevin gets out of the way.
Well, the last time he came over the top of this guy, the guy moved in on him. See what happens this time. He's just gonna call with the 2 5s.
King 8 versus 5s, and the flop is at Ace 6-5.
Just a dream flop for Bill. He's flopped the set that he was hoping for, and the ace came up that he's hoping his opponent has.
Action on Ben, he bet 700,000. This is why you play poker.
I think you just call here. I don't think you should raise in this spot.
Why scare the cat?
Yep, he does just call. He's hoping his opponent's got 2 aces, or he's going to fire again. Now a deuce comes off.
And Ben is going to slow down and check.
He's waving the flag, Vince.
Oh, don't do it, Bill. Don't chase him out.
Well, that's a huge bet.
You pushed him out of the way. No more chips for Bill, but it's still pretty good.
Yep, Bill Jennings picking up that pot with 3 5s. Much to the delight of his coach, Matt Stout.
We are getting closer to crowning a WPT champion. But before we do, we'll see if Tony Dunst picks a side in Jennings versus Schwartz. Stay tuned.
What if there was a place where over $1 million in cash, prizes, and WPT entries were given away every year?
Well, Mike, there is. Join ClubWPT.com today for a chance to win a share of over $1 million in cash and prizes every year.
We are back with WPT Action from Bellagio. And standing by is Tony Dunst to weigh in on tonight's battle between Bill and Jake in the Raw Deal.
You can categorize poker players by 3 levels of experience: amateurs, semi-pros, and professionals. There's often a mix of those 3 at a WPT final table, and tonight is no exception. But it's not often that you see 3 players so clearly demonstrate why they fit each label. Let's break it down. First, there's our professional, Kevin Heister. It's not just that Kevin has won a major WPT before, it's how he conducts himself during the swings of play. He doesn't flinch when he's 3-outed by Jake Schwartz. He catches Kate Hall hesitating on the river.
I get a count.
And he asked Bill Jennings to clarify his stack size for future reference.
Exact. I don't think I'm calling ever, just for future.
The guy acts like he's been there before. Then there's our semi-pro, Jake Schwartz, who was just eliminated after entering the final table with a chip lead, but losing it in dramatic fashion. Since that setback, Jake had a hard time rebounding and keeping his head in the game. He was hanging with his rail, chewing through his hoodie string, and showing way more emotion than his opponents. But that emotion completely erupted following a hand with Bill, who maybe sorta kinda angle shot him.
All right, I guess it's cool to angle at final tables for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Jake.
All right, we're cheating these days, it's cool.
Regardless, Jake could have asked for a chip count instead of just taking Bill's word for it. And speaking of Bill, he rounds out the field as our amateur. What gives him away? Well, I actually don't think he was trying to angle shoot Jake. I think he legitimately had no idea about the most important detail in tournament poker. I think he looked at a screen, forgot he won a couple of hands.
Jake, I looked at the screen. It said 2.45 the last time I looked.
And later pretended like his erratic chip stacking was some strategic voodoo designed to ruin Jake.
Well, that's why I stacked them that way, so you'd make a bad decision.
And you know what? Don't even get me started on Ben Yu, because that guy is a total
Well, I don't know what Tony was finishing saying, but I know this. His analysis was pretty spot on when it comes to Jake and Bill.
All right, the blinds are going up to 1 and 200. Don't forget, the winner's going to take home close to $1.6 million here tonight. Huge money at stake. Let's go to the felt. Action on Bill Jennings.
And Bill Jennings, the chip leader with 3 left, playing against 2 guys. Both have won a World Series of Poker bracelet. One's a WPT champion. Wow, could the amateur take these guys down?
Well, Ben with ace-10 of diamonds is raising to 550 to go, but behind him, Kevin Eister with the ladies, the pair of queens.
And we've seen Kevin slow play his big hands before, and he's doing it again here, Vince. I'm not a big fan of this play, but let's see how it works out. Well, an ace right on the flop, so it might save him a lot of money by not re-raising, because Ben might have called him all in.
Right now, Ben out in front with the aces, betting $500,000.
Well, now what do you do with queens? You call one time and just hopes your opponent starts checking. Board pairs 8s. There's a pretty good reason to start checking if you're going to. He does check. Kevin checks right behind him. Now a 3 comes off.
Ben, of course, with the best hand, aces and 8s at this point. Gonna put it in a value bet of $800,000.
Well, tough decision now. So far, we've seen Kevin Eister's poker instincts be spot on pretty much at this final table. At least I've certainly been impressed with him. See if he gets this one right.
Hope you both, man. Be sick.
Wow, what a laydown.
Yeah, nice laydown.
I'm telling you, this guy can play the game. He just has a feel for it, Vince. As good as about anyone we've seen in a while.
This week at Bellagio, we've seen a lot of movement at the top of the Hublot WPT Player of the Year standings. And it appears that consistent play is being rewarded, as Kate Hall now sits in the top spot thanks to her 5th place finish here tonight. And just behind her is Jake Schwartz, who fell in 4th place. Tonight's champion will also join them near the lead, proving this race is far from over. We'll continue to update you all season long, but now it's time to get back down to the felt.
Well, congratulations to Kate Hall. She's played 4 WPT events this season, cashed in all 4 with 2 final tables, deserves to be sitting atop the Player of the Year race.
Okay, down to the chips. Kevin Eister gonna raise with ace-deuce. Jennings out. But Ben Yu gonna jump in the pool with a 9-6. Already's got money in there. And the flop is a 6-6-7, 3 of a kind for Ben Yu.
Flop for Ben. He's flopped 3 6s. He's going to check. Kevin checks right behind him. Now an ace comes off. To get Kevin in trouble. He's now got aces up. Well, again, Ben checks. And Kevin checks aces up there, Vince.
Pretty incredible.
This guy is amazing.
Dodging a bullet, king on the river. Ben's going to try to trap again. And Eister.
Well, Vince, it's impossible to check aces up here.
Yep.
Kevin bets $450,000. Here comes the check raise. To $1.1 million. But can Kevin get away from aces up here the way this hand was played? No. He makes a call here. Ben shows him a 3 6s, the best hand. So Ben Yu taking down that pot.
This thing is up for grabs. We're coming back for more action for Bellagio in just a moment.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
Being at Bellagio always makes me think about all the VIP packages and seats to live events that have been won over the years by members of ClubWPT.com.
He can do it. you can do it.
Just amazing. I just had the best time. Dream come true.
Well done. You're great.
You're doing good. I won this playing on Club WPT.
I'm gonna play with the big boys? Come on. Doesn't get too much better than that.
Winners.
I won a car on Club WPT.
Thank you.
I qualified on Club WPT.
Go Club WPT.
Good luck getting to the final table. Love to see one or both of you there for sure.
Who's better than me?
I won on Club WPT, and you can too.
Don't let another season go by without joining. Go to clubwpt.com and get in the game.
Well, we're back at the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Three-handed poker continues.
As you can see, all three players pretty close in chip count here. This is anybody's ball game, no doubt about it. Can Bill Jennings, the amateur, take down these two professional players? We shall see.
Got a good hand here. Ace-10 of hearts. The button will make it 450 to go. Ben going out. And Kevin with Ace-9.
And he's going to make the call and see a flop. And what a flop for Bill. It's Ace-10-3. He's flopped the top two pair. Kevin's flopped top pair and checks.
Wow, just such a great flop for Bill. He's going to bet 600,000. Look at this. I want to apologize.
Kevin's going to make the call.
Deuce of diamonds on the turn.
Well, Vince, I think it was very classy of Jake to send that tweet.
He apologized for his behavior at the table.
Wow. 1.2 million the bet now. We've seen Kevin make correct decisions many times at this final table. I've been so impressed by his poker instincts. Can he get away from aces here?
It's a great bet. I fold.
Kevin Eister laying down two aces there. Vince, the more you watch this guy play, the more you have to be impressed with the way he has a feel of when to get in and out of a pot.
You have it? A little something? Have to wait for that one?
You gotta wait for that one.
All right. It's a good bluff.
Thanks, buddy.
Well, folks, that's the difference in a top pro and even a medium pro. They might call with two aces in that spot. Kevin Eister just threw them in the muck like they were nothing.
All right, back to the table. We got a pair of queens by Bill Jennings. He's raised it to 475. Now Ben.
You know, he's tried three-betting this guy a number of times at this final table. I don't think it's worked yet for him.
He's going to try again. He's raised to 1.1 million. And Kevin, of course, getting out of the way, but Bill, again, this time having the goods.
Bill is not going to camouflage his hand.
No.
He's just going to raise here, and I don't blame him. I'd just re-raise him back as well.
He's just going to try to punish Ben Yu.
Yeah, Ben's a 29-year-old poker pro, lives in Las Vegas, went to Stanford, majored in environmental engineering. But right now, he better engineer his way out of this pot to save some chips.
And he does so finally. You can't blame him for trying, but he's just picking on him at the wrong time.
Bulldozer.
So Bill Jennings taking down that pot to extend his chip lead.
In my more youthful days, I used to race for the Ferrari Challenge Series. We raced all around the world and had some pretty good success. When you're traveling at high speeds with 30 people trying to chase you down, there's a tremendous amount of adrenaline. I would say it's very similar to poker, where there's a high level of competition and there's a lot going on. You need to concentrate in order to really try to succeed. You want to try to be in the zone. Being behind the wheel was a lot of fun and a lot of excitement, and there were times where you hoped you didn't die, so which is probably pretty similar to poker at the end of the day.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, Vance, we say you do need to concentrate in poker, but I believe racing a Ferrari around the track, you better focus a little more.
Talk about living on the edge. And now the blinds are going up to 125, 250. Bill gets out of the way. And Ben Yu with an attractive ace-jack. Makes it 700,000 to go. Eister, believe it or not, on the shorter stack right now. He's got ace 3, and he's going to shove all in.
I'm probably gonna get it in. I just want to count roughly.
Ben with ace jack.
5, right? Like it's under 5.
Yeah, it's under 5.
He's going to make the call.
Yeah.
Ben Yu well out in front. Has Kevin dominated ace jack versus ace 3. You just can't do it much better than this. Now you just have to hope your hand holds up.
Good luck, Kevin.
Thank you. They make 3s.
What an opportunity for Ben Yu to knock out the very clever Kevin Eister.
Kevin Eister in dire straits at the moment. If he wants to win his second WPT title tonight, he's going to have to get lucky here.
Here comes the flop.
Well, it's queen 10-7. No help for Kevin right there.
Whoa. We can hit runner clubs.
Well, Kevin needs runner clubs or to catch a 3 to take the lead. If the board paired twice, they'd split the pot. But right now, Kevin Eister in trouble.
Yeah, but he's played so well.
7 of clubs.
But a deuce of clubs appears.
7 of clubs.
Well, that means any club now will win it for Kevin, as well as a 3.
What?
7 of clubs, baby.
There's some hope for the man from Louisiana. Last card.
He did it! Jack of clubs comes off. Runner clubs to win this pot to stay alive. We still have 3 left. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more on the World Poker Tour right after this.
For the victor, go the spoils, as tonight's champion will win a custom Aura Solid Gold MasterCard loaded with $10,000 to commemorate their victory. And earlier this week, we got to find out what the Aura lifestyle is all about. I'm joined by Chris Scanlon, the founder and CEO of Aura. Chris, what inspired you to create this beautiful Aura Solid Gold MasterCard and the Aura Lifestyle membership program?
Every individual is unique in their own special way. Each of us have our own talents, we have our own accomplishments, things that we're personally proud of. Being able to deliver a piece speaks to those personal achievements. It's something we take great pride in.
Now, I love the Aura motto, legacy and success elegantly expressed. What does this mean to you?
We looked at creating the Aura Lifestyle membership. It was about celebrating the successes that someone was able to achieve in their lifetime and really celebrate their legacy. And for us, the idea was a solid gold commemorative piece of the achievements and successes that you've had in your life that are unique to you.
How can players at the World Poker Tour benefit from the Aura Solid Gold MasterCard?
Poker players are always on the road. They're always traveling to that next event. We're able to facilitate that and handle everything end to end for them and make their lives as painless as possible. We call that our Ultra VIP Concierge. And so we do this around the globe today in 115 countries. The last piece of it, liquidity, right? Nothing's more frustrating than being a player and walking in and saying, man, I got to get my buy-in, my bankroll, where am I going to get that? Now we can put it right in the card. Not a problem, and it's easy for them to use no matter where they're at, no matter where MasterCard is accepted.
Oh, wow. That is amazing. I love my Aura card. Thank you so much.
Wow. You know, Mike, I got a gray-looking gym card that I'm very proud of. Not quite like that, though.
Hey, I've got my player's card here at Bellagio, but there's no 10,000 on it.
What a match we're seeing tonight. Bill Jennings upset in the making. The chip leader with 9.3 million. Kevin Eister with 8. Ben Yu down to 1.8.
Bill folds the 10-8 of spade. Many guys with chip lead would raise with that hand.
All in.
Now Ben Yu with just 9-7. He's going to shove all in.
Call.
And Kevin, of course, with a big ace-queen making this call.
Well, Kevin way out in front. And Ben Yu going to need some help to stay alive in this tournament.
Someone passed out the moonshine, I believe.
Family, gotta be childhood friend.
Yeah, childhood friend, yep.
Those Cajun people, they know how to celebrate, Vince, I'll tell you that.
9 and the 7 of diamonds.
And there it is. An opening straight draw. So Ben Yu now with a lot of outs to win the pot.
7.
Pitch a 6 or a jack to make a straight. A 7 or a 9 gives him the lead.
Always a sweat.
The jack makes things really interesting.
Imagine him as a roommate.
Well, the friends, they've come out of Louisiana swamps to be here tonight, but they're just having a good time.
It's an 8 on the turn, doesn't help Ben.
Well, we are down to the river. Ben Yu must catch a 6, a 7, a 9, or a jack. Anything else, he'll be eliminated in third place.
30 dudes.
I would like to decline to use my one time here.
Yeah. One time saved.
Got bigger things. Got bigger things ahead.
There it is. Well saved. Well saved.
A jack comes up, giving him a straight. Ben Yu stays alive.
One time, I love it.
A little justice for Ben Yu right there, Vince, after taking that bad beat a minute ago to Kevin Eister for a huge pot. So he's not feeling bad 1 ounce about outdrawing Kevin that hand.
That's all you got to do is say you don't want it, and you get it.
Bill Jennings still in commanding lead here with nearly 9.5 million. Kevin drops down to 6.1 million. And with that pot, Ben Yu now has 3.6 million.
Kevin Eister taking it all in stride. He should have been playing heads up, potentially, but still 3 remain. But Kevin has a pair of 6s now. He'll make it 500,000 to go. Bill out, and now Ben Yu with the king-queen.
I'm all in.
Well, he is going all in here. Tough decision now for Kevin Eister. Knows probably the best situation he can be in is a race.
Yep, usually don't want to call off with a mid pair or small pair. You'd rather go all in with that.
He makes the call, and that is the situation. It's a race. Well, every single show, Vince, we say to win tournaments, you got to win races. This is a key hand right here in this tournament. The last 2 pots these guys played, the substantial underdog won the pot both times. Now it's pretty much a race situation. Anybody can win. The underpair, the 2 overcards. Who's going to get lucky here? Well, flop comes 2, 3, 4. Nice flop for Kevin Eister. 2 6s out in front and a straight draw. Ben Yu looking for some pain, a king or a queen here.
Yep, that is a great flop there for Kevin. He's loving it. I think his friends are loving it even more. Here's 4th Street. It's another 4.
So we're down to the river. Ben Yu must catch a king or a queen.
I would still like to decline to use my one time.
Ben with 6 outs. A dream and a prayer. So far tonight, long shots have been hitting, but...
Well, he hit a jack on the river to stay alive a minute ago. Can he hit a king or a queen here?
No, he doesn't.
A 10 comes off. So that's going to do it for the tough pro, Ben Yu from Las Vegas, out in 3rd place. Vince, the kid really played great poker, I think.
That's right, but he'll take home $607,000. A great poker reputation, a good guy, you can tell. Let's talk to him and see how he liked this Madhouse game.
I feel very, very fortunate to have made it to this final table as is. I feel a little disappointed at this point, 3-handed, to not make it any further than that. But that's just the way the cards roll.
With Ben Yu out in 3rd place, we are down to the final 2 players here at Bellagio. When we return, Kevin Eister and Bill Jennings will go heads up for the WPT title. The heads-up battle is about to begin here at Bellagio between Kevin Eister and Bill Jennings. Royal Flush girls Brittany and Marilyn have brought out the money these 2 are playing for, plus monster 24K headphones, an extraordinary Hublot watch, and the custom solid gold Aura MasterCard to be awarded to tonight's champion. Before play gets started, check out the conversation I had with both players.
Well, I think it's a tremendous honor, and it's been a great tournament, and I feel like I'm playing the best player in the field. So from that standpoint, it's going to be a pretty good challenge.
I think I would have preferred some of the other players. I mean, Bill's got some tricks up his sleeve, so we'll see. I mean, time will tell. I mean, if I win, obviously, I'm going to results-oriented be happy I played Bill, but, you know, time will tell.
It's a tie ball game, and the title is up for grabs. Players starting back up, so I'll send it back over to Mike and Vince for the call of the action.
Well, as the heads-up battle begins, Kevin Eister out in front, $9.8 million. Bill Jennings, $9.3 million. Kevin going for his second WPT title. Bill Jennings, of course, his first final table ever.
And action's going to Bill Jennings. He's got a queen 8. Seems to like it.
Well, most people are going to raise on the button with this hand. He's doing that. Makes it $625,000 to go.
Eister behind him with an ace 10.
He's just going to call. Takes the conservative route, so we're going to see a flop. And flop is queen 9 deuce. Good flop for Bill, as he now has the best hand with 2 queens. Action's on Kevin. Kevin's leading right out and betting with the ace high. Just wants to find out where he is right now. 700,000. So I know Bill's going to play. It just matter if he calls or raises here. With 2 diamonds out there, a possible straight, you think he's just going to go ahead and raise with the queens.
Raise.
And indeed, that's what he's doing.
Yeah, makes a total of $2 million. And Kevin says, whoops, I didn't quite mean that, and I have to go say goodbye now. So the first hand in heads-up action goes to Bill Jennings, the former race car driver.
And he also assumes the chip lead in the heads-up battle.
Okay, and the antes are now going up to 50,000, and the blinds are 150 and 3. Action on Kevin with 7-5. Doesn't raise.
Bill Jennings, 49 years old, was a trader for 25 years, been retired for a couple years, was a #1 tennis player at Skidmore College when he was playing college.
No raise and a call. Here we go. Jack 6-5.
Well, Kevin out in front with the 2 5s. But it goes check, check. Now the 4 spade comes off. Bill's got the open-end straight flush draw, so he's going to bet here, but Kevin with an open-end straight draw and a pair is going to call. 9 of spades comes off. Bill has a flush now, and he's going to bet 400,000. Oh man, it's just very tough to call here with 2 5s.
Yep, he's going to take a shot at a bluff.
Wow, 1.2 million.
No flush, just a measly pair.
Vince, if you're in Bill's seat, hard to call here with just a 7 of spade.
He's got to lay it down.
Show the bluff.
Okay, there it is, the bluff.
And Eister is going to show.
Gotta show a bluff because he
He's going to say, I outplayed you, Mr. Ferrari man. I want you to go on tilt, sir. That's why a pro does that to you.
If Bill Jennings doesn't win this tournament, Vince, he's going to look back at that hand and say, should have called him with my flush.
You got me, yeah? Good luck, bro. Hey, kids. Good luck. Nice hand. Nice hand. Yes, good hand.
Great to play with you two. Sorry to torture you.
On her.
5 Diamond Bellagio WPT event. This is a marquee event. It's a must play.
It's a great structure, hour-and-a-half levels, 12 to 8.
I love the competition, you know. It's a lot of great players. I'm getting an education as I'm playing.
This is one of the biggest events on the tour with over $1 million for first. Everybody likes that.
It just feels a little more exciting when you're at the Bellagio. Somehow the stakes feel higher.
Yeah, it's kind of like the home of poker, the Bellagio. Like when you first start playing, you dream of playing in the Bellagio with all the big names. So to obviously get to do it is an amazing experience.
Well, the 5 Diamond World Poker Classic, a very prestigious event. All the players love coming here.
Yes, and they want to take down this championship. Fellow champs have been Gus Hansen, Daniel Negreanu, Joe Hashem, among others. Let's go to the felt. Antes are now 50,000, blinds 2 and 4. Action on Bill Jennings.
Now here's the first move we've seen Bill Jennings make all day without a hand. Right here, Vince. This is the first time.
No move. He's just kind of calling, sticking around.
That's a move for him.
And Kevin does not raise with King 10, and the flop is a Queen 4-3. So neither player hitting anything, but here comes the move with nothing. Bill coming out to bet 400.
Kevin calls with the King 10. Think about how difficult that is to do out of position. And again, Kevin checks. This time Bill slows down. He's got an open-end straight draw, doesn't bet. And now a 10 comes off. Both players have two 10s. Kevin out in front with the bigger kicker. Wow.
Kevin is going to put in a value bet of 600,000. Gets the call.
Yeah, quickly called by Bill, who sees he's lost his pot. But that's that call Kevin made on the flop. Pretty intriguing to me. I don't know many players that would make it there against this guy who hadn't played a loose hand all day. So with that hand, Kevin Eister assumes the chip lead in this heads-up battle.
Ace Queen for Kevin. And he will raise to 800,000. Bill with a King 9.
Looks like Bill's going to make the call. The flop is ace-9-4. Great flop for Kevin, not only because he has top pair, but because his opponent has middle pair. And Bill checks. And Kevin is going to bet.
Making the continuation bet with the aces, 600,000. But hey, Bill doesn't believe him. He says, I think my nines might be good. He's going to make this call. Turn card is a 4, pairs the board.
Well, again, Bill checks. What Kevin does here, he is going to bet. It's like 975,000.
All in.
Wow, he check raised all in, and an instant call by Kevin Eister, who's got his opponent drawing dead to a 9. Wow. Didn't even think about that, Vince. Just an immediate call with aces up.
Well, usually you're playing against a non-professional. They don't make that kind of move with just 9s. But Kevin saw through it, makes the call of the night there, and now he's 1 card away from becoming a 2-time WPT champion. Last card coming up.
It's a 5. There it is. Kevin Eister has done it. He is now a 2-time WPT champion. Congratulations to him.
Well, Mike, what's amazing is the man was almost out with 3 players left, had to go runner to stick around, and now he's the champion.
I was trying to mix it up a little bit, you know, while trying to remain somewhat tight at the end of the day. But, you know, heads up, I think against one of the best players in the world, I was, you know, trying to be uber aggressive. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out, but, you know, I'm pretty happy with the result.
Kevin, congratulations on tonight's win and joining that elite club of multiple WPT champions. But certainly, it was anything but easy here tonight. Tell us your emotions and how you're feeling right now.
Ooh, I'm on an emotional high right now. This is one of the greatest feelings I've ever felt in my life, so I don't know how to describe it. It's just, whee!
We were very impressed with the composure that you maintained to control your emotions. Is that part of your strategy and your game plan, or is it something you worked on the last few years, or what?
The first thing I learned in poker, just leave emotions at the door. That's it.
Well, you did it very well. We want to congratulate you. In addition to winning nearly $1.6 million in cash, you're also going to get a set of Monster 24K headphones, a beautiful Hublot watch, and an Aura solid gold MasterCard to commemorate your victory. In addition, you get your name on the WPT Champions Cup for the 2nd time and an entry into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions. One more time, let's hear it for our champion tonight, Kevin Eister. Lynn, back to you.
Congratulations, Kevin. You are now a two-time WPT champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Season 14 coverage of the LA Poker Classic starts now.
Feeling like $1 million.
You're acting like a jackass.
Tonight in Los Angeles, it looks like poker destiny is written in the stars. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the WPT. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. It was 6 days ago that Commerce Casino proved it was the center of the poker world when players from all over came to show they have what it takes at the LAPC main event.
Allow me to welcome you to the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles, California for the LA Poker Classic. We want to wish all of you the very best of luck in your quest to make it to the final table. Dealers, let's shovel up and deal. Good luck, players.
As poker pros and amateurs alike filled the ballroom, Season 13 Legends of Poker finalist Aaron Queskin felt the excitement in the air.
It's a World Poker Tour event at Commerce Casino, $10,000, the best players in the world. What's not to get excited about?
Season 13 LAPC champion Anthony Zeno arrived and felt confident about his title defense.
Nobody's ever won the same event twice in a row, so I'm going to be the first.
After 2 final tables and cashing in her first 5 events, Ublo WPT Player of the Year point leader Kate Hall was looking to continue her Season 14 hot streak.
Being at the top of the Player of the Year race is pretty surreal for me. I played my first WPT event just a few months ago and have been running really well and having an incredible time, and I'm very happy to be where I am.
Players were looking to have a good start and were also hoping to hit a royal flush and win a free cruise for 2, courtesy of the Royal Caribbean International Royal Flush Bonus. With registration open through the first level of Day 2, plenty of players took advantage and bought into the event late on Day 1, like Poker Pro and previous champion of this event, Antonio Esfandiari.
This is where it all began, Commerce Casino 12 years ago.
With no re-entry, the bust-out stung a little harder on Day 1. Like when Mike Sexton was eliminated in a hand against WPT finalist Mike Eskandari.
See you, Bay 101.
Play finished for the day with WPT finalist Chance Corneth at the top of the chip counts with over 153,000.
They called it when I was bluffing and called when I was value betting, so it was a pretty good combo.
On another beautiful Los Angeles afternoon, players arrived at the Commerce Casino, ready to get down to business.
Hopefully we're going to put some chips back in a new bag in about 8.5 hours.
Taking advantage of the Day 2 buy-in were WPT champion Vivek Rajkumar, Poker Pro Mike Gorodinsky, and this season's Legends of Poker champion Mike Sheriati. Early in the day, one table was the focus of considerable attention as it featured 2 of the best in the game, Phil Hellmuth and Daniel Negreanu. It was a brief meeting between the 2 friends after Phil was sent packing.
It's unexplainable. I don't know. The guy put all of his money in with a jack and an 8. Frustrating.
What a roller coaster. As soon as I saw the jack, I went, oh.
And it wasn't long before Daniel was following Phil out the door. With registration closed, the tournament staff released the official numbers. 515 entries, created a nearly $5 million prize pool. 63 players would make the money, with first place taking home over $1 million. While some players let their cards speak for themselves, others, like Austin, Texas-based poker pro Alex Keating, went old school with some good old-fashioned table talk in a hand against Dan Shack.
I really want you to fold. What can I do to talk you into it? Accept bribes?
I'm like almost 100% sure you have aces full the way you're acting like a jackass.
Tell you what, if you fold in the next 20 seconds, I'll let you pick one card.
Or ace king.
The field continued to shrink as we lost day one chip leader Chance Corneth, two-time WPT champ Darren Elias, and the defending champion Anthony Zeno. When the day ended, 111 players bagged chips, with poker pro Ty Ryman second in chips with over 442,000. But it was Sam Soverall who captured the chip lead with over 466,000.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired, so I'm excited to get some sleep, I guess.
As day 3 got underway, there were plenty of tough poker players still left in the field, including 2013 main event champ Ryan Reese.
I love this tournament. It's probably the hardest 10K in the world, in my opinion. If you look at the field, it's star-studded every table.
Usually I raise it to 5,500 or 5,200, but this is the pest charge. You got a little extra. People might think I'm trying to get under someone's skin, but it's not personal. You getting a good look, Dylan? You like what you see?
I think he's pretty frustrating to play against. He talks a lot, and he gets under a lot of people's skin, and it works for him.
I finally got the fish isolated. I could just pick up a hand.
It doesn't affect me. I have my headphones, so I'm fine.
With the field getting smaller and smaller, WPT champion Phil Locke spoke about the approaching money bubble. We think
there's only so many lily pads on the pond that can support so many frogs, and it's sort of like musical chairs, except instead of the chairs disappearing, you have the little lily pad stacks disappearing, and we're all frogs trying to find a safe little place. But there's not to say that the frog can slip off a lily pad and swim to another one.
As often happens, the bubble burst not with a short stack, but when two huge hands collided. Florida player David Farber called the all-in of semi-pro Alon Uday. Alon was way ahead with pocket aces to the pocket kings of David. But David spiked a king on the flop to take the lead and held on to eliminate Alon in 64th place.
No worse scenario than bubbling only with the ace.
Cashing in his 4th LAPC tournament, WPT finalist Jesse Yaganuma expected a looser atmosphere with the field now in the money.
The action should get a little faster now that everyone's in the money, so it's a fun time of the tournament.
Familiar faces hit the rail, including WPT champion Scott Clements, WPT finalist Corey Hockman, and WPT champion Phil Locke, who fell at the hands of another WPT champ, John Hennigan. When play finished for the night, 42 players remained. Sam Soverall had another big day and finished with just shy of 1 million in chips. Taking the chip lead was German pro Dietrich Fast, who finished with over 1 million and a good perspective on the road ahead.
We have 40 players left. I'm in the money, but it's still a long way.
Before the main, this one.
As players took their seats on day 4, a couple of day 2 adversaries, Alex Kidding and Dan Shack, found themselves seated next to each other.
You know, he recognized me, but I tried to reintroduce myself. You know, he just really didn't want to deal with it. It was just one of those things where he just decided, you know what, I don't want to play with this guy all day. I don't want to have to sit next to him. So either I'll knock him out and I'll have a bunch of chips, or I don't have to sit next to him all day.
The two tangled when Dan called Alex's all-in bet, holding ace-6 suited against Alex's pocket queens. Dan flopped a straight draw, but Alex turned a set and held to win the pot and eliminate his frustrated opponent.
I was playing the player and not my hand, and he just happened to have a real hand. It happens sometimes, and you can't do much about it.
Another player hitting the rail was season 12 LAPC runner-up Glenn LaFay, who continued his streak of deep runs at the Commerce Casino.
I came in second place 2 years ago. I came in like 40th, and I think now I came in 36th. I originally picked this one because I thought it was the toughest field, and I'm proud to have cashed it 3 times.
Alex Keating continued to roll, knocking out 2 WPT finalists, Craig Chait and Jeremy Kotler, in one hand, eventually nearing the chip lead with over 1.2 million. But Alex fell back to earth after doubling up Mike Shariati when his pocket queens were dominated by Mike's pocket aces. Season 13 5-diamond runner-up Garrett Greer was on the rails, sweating his friend Tim Kramer.
He's making another deep run just like he did last year. I told you guys he'd be back. Let's get to the top, Tim. Let's increase from last year.
But as some players built their chip stacks, others hit the payout desk, including Will the Thrill Fiella, poker pro Joseph Chung, and Ryan Reese.
It's a little bittersweet because I wanted to go a little bit farther than I did, but I can't really complain.
Only 14 players would return for a 5th day of poker in the LAPC. Alex Keating finished as one of the short stacks with just over 500,000 in chips. Season 12 Borgata Poker Classic finalist Fareed Jatton finished in second, but it was Mike Sheriati who ended the day as chip leader with almost 2.5 million chips.
I'm honored. Yeah, WPT, my favorite.
With play moved to the Galleria in the Commerce Casino, the shortest stack in the room, Jesse Yaganuma, looked on the bright side of his less than optimal situation.
It's the easiest stack to play in terms of just pretty simple pre-flop decisions.
Unfortunately, Jesse ran into a monster when he shipped all in with King Jack offsuit and was called by poker pro Anthony Spinella, who held pocket kings. No help on the board sent Jesse home in 14th place. Anthony took the early chip lead and felt confident about his chances.
Gonna keep doing what I've been doing and hope for the best.
With Seth Davies' elimination in 13th place, Mike Sheriati officially captured the lead in the Hublot WPT Player of the Year race.
To me, among all these great players, to consider as a Player of the Year, that's great.
Sam Soverall knocked out Season 10 LAPC runner-up David Sands in 11th place to reduce the field to just one table. And even though the stakes were as high as they can get, Alex Keating and Dietrich Fast found time to enjoy themselves at the table.
Both on Stones, Dave Fish and Alex me.
Yeah, it's fun if I'm not in the hand, but if I'm in the hand, he tries to bring me out of my focus, but I can't avoid that with music. That's why I have my headphones with me.
Unable to improve on his 9th place finish last season, Tim Kramer was eliminated in 10th place. Still an impressive finish for the local player. After Sam Soverall knocked out Ty Ryman in 9th place, Alex Keating doubled through Bin Win to increase his chip stack to over 1.7 million, leaving Bin with just one 5K chip.
Wow.
And there would be no big comeback when Alex finished the job and knocked Bin out in the next hand. Down to 7 players, it didn't take long before Anthony Spinella called the all-in bet of John Hennigan. When the hands were tabled, Anthony was in the lead. Pocket Queens to Johnny World's Pocket Jacks. No help on the board sent John home on the televised table bubble. Anthony Spinella would take the chip lead into a tough final table that featured WPT champion Mike Sheriati looking to make it 2 for 2 in Los Angeles. Here now to give us more insight on this final table are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, what do you think about our final 6 players?
Well, Lynn, this has been an extremely tough field from 30 players down to these final 6. Our current chip leader in seat 1 is Anthony Spinella, 27-year-old poker pro, starting out with 3.7 million in chips, but he's going to have his hands full because this is a really tough table. Keep your eye on the guy in seat 4, Sam Soverall. He's a 25-year-old poker pro out of Las Vegas. He's been crushing the high roller $25,000 buy-in tournaments at Aria over the last 3 months. He is on a roll. But if you're going to focus on one guy at the table, you got to look at seat 6, Mike Sheriati. He won the Legends of Poker earlier this season here in Los Angeles. He's going for a second WPT title tonight. Now, Mike plays poker as a hobby. Obviously a very good player. He's an extremely intelligent guy. He's got master's degrees in biochemistry and genetic engineering.
Now, in seat 2, very interesting, Alex Keating is playing, and he's a self-professed talker at the table. He's going to try to trash talk these guys. This should be a lot of fun.
You gotta love having an entertainer at the table. Thanks, guys. And before the players took their seats, WPT Executive Tour Director Matt Savage caught up with Mike Sheriati.
Mike, you're going for your second win here in Los Angeles. Do you feel like you have a home field advantage tonight?
Well, I hope so. I'm going against some great players, but I feel great that I'm in the local guy going for the second title.
Will Mike be able to pull off the LA double play and win his second title of the season? Action begins right after this.
I got into the game because I loved it, and closing out a tournament like this spot right here is everything I've always dreamed of.
I'm here to win this tournament. I go for first every time.
I mostly just play tournaments for the competition because most of the players are really tough. You just try to play like really solid. It's really nice focusing on reads and stuff like that.
I want to do this, you know, for my family. They're the guys that really, really want to see me win.
It's been an amazing ride. Never been to the final table, WPT, and in less than 6 months to final table. That's a great feeling.
Getting a WPT title has always been something I've wanted. There might be a time 5-10 years down the line where maybe things aren't so good, And no matter what, I always have this LAPC title.
There you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Anthony Spinella out in front with 3.6 million. Mike Sheriotti in second place with 2.6 million.
First place prize of $1 million here tonight in LA. But the champion also gets the beautiful Hublot watch. What a timepiece that is. Cards are in the air. Antes of 5,000. Blinds 15 and 30. Action on Farid Jatin. Farid goes out, and now WPT champ Mike Sheriotti with ace-queen.
This LA Poker Classic, one of the premier poker tournaments in the world. Every year, $1 million or more to the winner.
Guy didn't raise a single hand yesterday.
And Mike Sheriotti's going to raise to 95.
It looks like 95 to me. What are the payouts even? I don't even know. Can you break it down? I want to know how much he's bluffing this time. 95.
Round to Alex Keating. He is a great table talker.
Been playing poker a long time, 15 years, but gives this hand up.
Now Dietrich Fast, he's got ace-jack of spades.
Yeah, he's not going to give it up. Just a matter of how he's going to play it. Do you just call or do you re-raise?
30 years old. Got to make this call. Sam goes out. So two-way action, ace-queen versus ace-jack.
Sheriotti has him dominated right now. But no more.
Oh, flop is a jack-6 deuce.
Just a great flop there for Dietrich. He checks.
Gonna trap a little bit, and Mike, too wise, doesn't make that continuation bet. So check, check. Turn card, 8 of hearts.
Well, Dietrich knows he has the best hand right now. After his opponent checked on the flop.
155 he bets. Mike Sheriotti only played 2 WPT events, 2 final tables. He's already a champion. Gonna make this call on the turn. Going to the river.
He can only catch a queen to win the pot. Well, the 7 of hearts comes up, so possible flush, possible straight out there now.
Dietrich Fast looking good. He's made about 600,000 in live earnings so far. Got to put in that final bet of 325.
Well, Mike can obviously only call here if he thinks the guy's on a complete stone bluff, something like a king 10, but not the case. He gives it up, wisely so. Dietrich Fast taking down the pot.
Well, Mike, what's interesting is that these 6 players, they all have pretty big beards. What's that about?
Starting tomorrow, they'll all be able to afford to buy razor blades, Vince, so.
Well, it's like the new hoodie in the poker world, you know? But you can't hide behind a beard, can you?
Maybe Alex Keating can. He's got a real big one over there.
All right, the blinds are up to 20 and 40 at this point. Anthony Spinella, the 27-year-old out of Vegas, first to act. He's got a jack-9 of clubs, seems to like it.
Well, he is going to raise with it, makes it 90,000 to go.
Wow, bad cards. Alex out of Austin, Texas, folds his hand, and now Dietrich Fast has picked up aces. Look at that hand.
He just outflopped his opponent a minute ago when he had the worst hand. Now he's got the best hand possible.
How exciting. What to do, how to play it.
You can see him getting out raising chips. Let's see how much. It's like 265,000, and the sunglasses go on.
Sam goes out. Farid out.
Mike Sheriotti out as well. So back to Anthony. He is going to make the call here, Vince. Out of position with the jack-9.
Gonna stick around. Let's see the punishment he gets. No, no punishment. He's hit 2 pair on the flop.
A dream flop for Anthony. He is going to check. But with the 2 aces, Dietrich, who was a monster favorite pre-flop, now is a monster underdog, as you can see. Anthony over an 80% favorite to win the pot.
Fast bet 275 into him.
In case your opponent has something like king, queen suited or something, you have to make him pay here.
That's what he's going to do. Makes it a total of 920.
And Vince Fox could just ship it right here. Many players would. I don't see him going out. He is going to make the call here. Doesn't ship it like many players would have right there.
Spinella looking great at this point, but no longer ace of hearts on the turn. 3 of a kind for Fast.
Spinella was an 83% favorite to win this pot, and on the turn, he's a 0% chance to win the pot. Spinella drawing dead now, Vince.
Check, check. And the last card, deuce of hearts. So now there's 4 hearts. That could slow things down.
Well, he could win it if he bluffed at it, perhaps, but it goes check, check. Both players afraid of the flush. Dietrich turns up the 3 aces to win the pot, and Anthony's sick that the ace came on the turn.
It's quite a turn. Oh, this was a good river.
Dietrich fast, going out to the lead here now.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Ublo, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
You know, my Club WPT qualifier, Tim Connor, came clear across the country to play here this week, and he was hoping to see some big pros. But he had no idea he'd be inches away from some of the biggest names in the game.
Hi, I'm Tim from Amherst, Virginia.
Tim, good luck to you, my man.
Thank you, sir. The Club WPT took care of me as soon as I arrived.
Good luck, Tim. We're rooting for you.
It was pretty surprising to me that I ended up playing at a table with Phil Hellmuth. We would both make eye contact, me and Phil. We would catch each other looking to see the reaction from the flop. It was great. And on the second day, I played with Phil Locke. It was great playing against him. This was my 3rd year playing on Club WPT. It's great. I don't have to leave the house. If you bust out of a tournament, within a half hour, you can enter another tournament. You never lose a dime. Play all you want.
Sign up today at clubwpt.com for a chance at $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
What a thrill to make eye contact with Phil Hellmuth. It is. It's a thrilling thing.
Well, it's thrilling for Dietrich Voss right now because he's out in front, nearly $3.9 million. Anthony Spinella in second place with $2.7 million.
Blinds at 20 and 40. To the felt we go. Dietrich Fast, our chip leader now.
Well, one more time, youth prevailing on the World Poker Tour. 4 out of these 6 are in their 20s. And Dietrich Fast is just 30.
Couple folds around to Farid Jatin from Colombia. 9-6 of clubs. He's going to raise to $95,000.
The only guy older than that, Vince, at the table. It's the only guy with a job. The genetic engineer from Irvine, Mike Sheriotti. Action on him. He goes out.
And now Anthony Spinella with a pair of 5s. He's got to like that. Enough to call, and he does so. Alex Keating.
Oh, for read raise? No.
Very social man. Makes a fold. So we have 5s versus 9-6 of clubs. Here comes the flop.
Queen, queen, 6. Terrific flop there for Farid. He's out in front now with queens and 6s. So Anthony checked the 2 5s, and Farid going to bet the 2 6s. And Anthony throws this hand away. Turns out to be a very good laydown.
I think I was ever so slightly beat. You were beat. Felt like it.
Farid originally from Colombia. Now lives in Panama. Been playing poker 7 years. Loves to travel around to various cities to play poker tournaments. Says he likes to get there a couple days in advance and relax and scout out the city, and he did that here. Said he got here a few days in advance, went out to the beach, Venice Beach, toured around Beverly Hills and all, and he said he thinks it helped him a lot. He plays poker for the money, not the fame and attention that some of the other guys play it for.
It's my kind of style.
He's also the #1 rated player of all time from Colombia.
Spinella has picked up a whopper ace-king, and he is going to raise to $90,000. Bunch of folds. And Farid, who just picked up the last hand.
3 betting here with a queen 5, Vince. Makes it $375,000 to go.
All in.
Anthony has the goods, and he has raised all in, and the Colombian has to say adios.
Anthony Spinella finally picking up a pot here.
But I had it, but I knew you didn't have it. I wish I didn't have it.
Columbia, you're just going to let him talk to you like that?
Poker players are pretty easygoing people. Path of least resistance, you know. I like to always be comfortable every second of my life. It's doing this professionally over and over, year after year, just sitting in these chairs all day. And I like to keep myself supported, and it helps me, I think, in the long days at the end of the nights, keeping my mental focus and just keeping everything straight as it should be.
Oh my goodness, he's only 27 years old. You've got a lot of equipment there, Mike.
Well, he's one of those guys that goes to music festivals, Vince. Yep. Burning Man's one of his favorite things to do, and
he should be very loose.
He should be loose.
Doesn't need all those cushions and back things, and massages.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow. Wow. I think Fareed's on top.
You think Amarillo Slim and those guys used to have those kind of cushions when they played, Vince? They sat on hard chairs, driving the road to Texas.
With rifles on their laps.
Oh, man. These guys don't know how good they have it here.
Couple folds around to Sam Savarel with a pair of threes. Sam is 25 years old, tough poker pro out of Vegas.
Tough Poker Pro's putting in mile events. He has crushed the $25,000 buy-in events that are in these past 3 months.
And he's raised it to 85, and Anthony Spinella wakes up with ace-9 of hearts, makes the call. Here we go.
Flop is 9-7-3. What a flop for Sam. He's flopped 3 threes. Anthony, top pair, top kicker, could get in serious trouble here.
3 clubs out there. Neither player has a club, though, and Sam making the bet with a 3 of a kind, 75,000. Anthony will make this call. Top pair, ace kicker, going to the turn.
And 6 of diamonds comes off. Possible straight out there now, as well as a possible flush. Again, Anthony checks.
Sam studied economics at the University of Florida, dropped out after 2 years to play poker.
He's doing that famous gator chop, Vince. Right out here in the green felt now.
He makes a bet of 275. Well, he gets the action from Anthony, who still has top pair. River card, jack of spades.
Well, Anthony's going to check again. And Sam going to fire again.
600,000.
And what a tough decision for Anthony here, Vince. You know, you flop top pair, you think your opponent might have the ace of clubs he's been firing on. Players may make the wrong decision at this table, but it's not because they're rushing a decision, that's for sure.
Club. Thank you. Yeah, no, call it.
Anthony now has 1 minute to act on his hand, or it will be killed. Automatically folded. No, he's made the call.
Tries the hero call, he's gonna hate it. Great win for Sam Savarel. Disappointment for Anthony. Oh, he shakes his head. 6 players going after this major title here. Tonight at the LAPC, winner gonna take home $1 million on the World Poker Tour.
Earlier this season, the WPT travelled to the MGM Grand in Sanya, China, for what turned out to not only be an incredible poker tournament, but an amazing time as well. Players came from near and far to play WPT National China, including Champions Club member McLean Carr.
Poker is a game that brings all sorts of people together, and so I've been hungering for a time to get back and play with this beautiful venue with these wonderful players, and they can be very difficult to play against.
The field was capped at 888 entrants, with a guaranteed 8.88 million renminbi prize pool. All players took aim at getting a piece of it, including WPT World Champion and Our Game Ambassador, David Chu.
Poker in China, they have grown tremendously. I got a lot of friends here. Not as big as Daniel or Ivy, but I'm okay in China.
And while people were shooting for their own poker stardom, McLean Carr was not too disappointed to hit the rail.
Have you been outside? It's a perfect time to come to sunny Sanya and soak up some rays and have a good time.
And the WPT family was soon to find out poker isn't the only reason we're here. You would be amazed at all that Sanya has to offer. Sanya is the southernmost point in all of China, located on the provincial island of Hainan. And today, it is the country's premier beach destination for people all over the world to come explore, shop, relax, enjoy the cuisine, and take in its exquisite beauty. And beyond the lap of luxury, China is rich in history and culture that has had an influence on the entire world. And here in Sanya, Vince and I got the chance to head off the beaten path to a place amongst the hills and trees to Binlong Valley.
This place is truly amazing. Now, this was built in honor of the Lee people and their traditions that go back 3,000 years.
And you know that they actually make quilts and clothes out of tree bark.
Is that what they did?
Yeah.
Gotta try it out.
How do I look?
Wow, you look great.
It's pretty cute, huh?
How would we say hello?
Hello. Belong.
Belong.
Hello.
Belong.
I love the thumbs up.
Belong.
Let's take a selfie. Hello. Shan Ian wine. Love a little wine. Oh my God, Ben says bees in it. Oh my God.
A big part of the Lee culture is dancing. In fact, the word Lee means jump.
And after warming up on the dance floor, we took our moves back to MGM for the WPT player party. And it looks like it's already gotten started, so let's get down there.
Oh, we had a great time in China, no doubt about it. So much to do, such a beautiful property. They love their poker, and I'm sure you love that costume of yours that you have for Halloween now.
Not a costume, it was my dress, okay? And where were you? How did you dodge that day?
Hey, I was working the tournament.
Actually, it was a great time to see the culture. And we are back here at the LAPC. Dietrich Faust.
You raised my blind, Dietrich?
He will make it 90,000 to go.
Proud of yourself?
Sam Savarol not gonna play. Fareed out.
Over to Mike Shariati, he's out as well.
Wow, Dietrich raises my blind. Unbelievable, this guy.
Spinella not gonna play Queen Jack, and now Alex Keating. He's got a Jack 5. What is he doing, Mike?
Thank you, bro.
And he's putting the chips on Dietrich's stack, meaning he's folding.
Anything for you. I live to serve.
I had a good hand. Hey, Alex. Finally, I remember. I was thinking who you remind me of.
Oh, here we go. Wait, let me take two guesses. Dan Bilzerian, Robin Williams.
Robin Williams.
I got it.
Young Robin Williams.
I got it. Robin Williams and Jumanji. And Jumanji, yeah. I've been hearing that for the last like 2 months.
Does look a little like Robin Williams.
Well, he looks more like Dan Bilzerian, but Robin Williams is the most typical answer from those who aren't really involved inside the poker world.
Okay, and with that, we have the blinds going up to 25 and 50 with the $5,000 ante. It has been raised by Shariati with a pair of 4s. Alex Keating.
Wow.
Goes away. And everyone folding, and it's around to Sam Savarol now. Even he can't play. So the only one to beat is Fareed. 27 years old with just a mediocrity here, 9-8.
Man, it's got 50,000 the best hit, going to cost him another 60 to make the call. 215,000 out there, so he makes it.
He will speculate.
In it comes Jack 10-10, so Fareed with an open-end straight draw here. He's going to check it. And Mike checks as well. Now a 3 comes off. Now do you bet your open-end straight? No. Fareed checks again. So Mike feeling pretty good about having the best hand here. Is now going to bet the 2 4s, 125,000. Fareed going to make the call with the open-end straight. So we're going to the river.
Yep, hoping to get lucky. Let's see if Fareed can. Last card is a 9. Yes, he does.
Well, he makes 2 pair. So he has the best hand. He's going to check it. And Mike checks right behind him. He's going to see he got outdrawn on the river. Not a happy camper.
Wow. All the way to river. I see like
Fareed Jatton taking down that pot. 6 players battling for the championship here tonight, and the $1 million that goes with it.
What if there was a place where over $1 million in cash prizes and WPT entries were given away every year? Well, there is. Join clubwpt.com today for a chance to win a share of over $1 million every year.
Well, you know, Mike, here at the Commerce Casino, this tournament is actually just one of over 50 events that make up the LAPC, of course.
Well, that's right, Vince. There's even buy-ins starting at a few $100s, and players can play a variety of poker games.
some very familiar faces actually won some of these tournaments, including Season 12 WPT Player of the Year Matt Salzberg, WPT 500 ARIA champion Sean Yu, and our buddy actor James Woods.
And all these players took home the cash and one of the great Remington trophies that they give out here at the Commerce.
A little birdie actually told me that you, sir, went very deep in one this week. Did you take home the trophy?
Well, I did not take home the trophy, but I did finish 4th in the 5K PLO event for over $27,000, so I'm up for the week. No complaints.
Great, man. Dinner's on you.
Okay.
All right. Game's about to start up again here at the Commerce. Let's get back down to the table.
Dietrich Frast, $4 million in chips. Sam Savarell in second place with $3 million. Alex Keating right now on the short stack with $1.5 million.
I want to win one pot at the final table, guys.
Total entries in this event, 515. We're down to these 6. Action going to Alex Keating.
Well, he's on the short stack, Vince, but he's not short in vocabulary.
Wow.
The guy loves to talk.
Wow. Wow. Good call. Good. You know, just because you said that.
Seems to like this hand. Hasn't played a hand so far at the final table.
No way.
He's gonna do it and then he's gonna fold.
120.
The guy talks a lot, plays a little, but he's going to play this one, raises it to $120,000.
Dietrich goes out.
This will be the fastest hand we play.
Sam Savarell not playing.
Over to Fareed. He's out as well.
WPT champ Mike doesn't play that. Only one to beat is Spinella, who has a King 7.
Too easy.
Oh, that's fantastic. Wow, big bluffing this hand.
Show us more time.
Oh, I can't, but
You can.
I did have natural 9.
So the table talker takes down his first hand here tonight.
I like to talk to everyone. I want to bring talking back to the game.
What? Wait, I mean, all this betting from before, betting more than half the pot, and now you're checking. It was a check, right?
I want everyone to have a good time. I like to entertain people. I get enjoyment out of seeing other people be happy. When I talk to them in a hand, they feel obligated to talk back to me because they've been talking back to me this whole time. Why stop for a hand of poker, right?
You raised my blind, Dietrich? Proud of yourself?
Even though it's a very serious game, we're still having a casual conversation and it flows into the hand. And sometimes I'll get some information I wouldn't otherwise get.
So there is a method to his madness, Vince. You know, I don't mind talking at the table, everybody having a good time. I do mind it when it slows down play, when they continue to talk back each other and they don't act on their hands.
Must have been amazing, him and Will the Thrill sitting next to each other. What crap did they throw out there?
You never hear Will the Thrill not saying a word, Vince, but he was dummied up right there next to this guy.
All right, we got a bunch of folds around to Spinella, who has the real hand, Ace-King.
You gonna raise it? I haven't even looked at my hand yet, buddy.
Now's the time to look.
Okay, fine. You're gonna make me look.
140 to go into Alex, who's gonna peek down at a pair of 3s.
How much is this? How much is he bluffing?
Well, do you just call here? Do you re-raise with 2 3s?
Mullen.
Well, there's your answer. Alex has moved all in with 2 3s, but Anthony going nowhere. He quickly makes the call. They shake hands. We're going to have a race situation.
Chatty Cathy up against Spinella in a race.
You want to stand up or sit down?
I'm a sitter.
You want to sit? Sit is good.
So the hockey goalie got to defend the 2 3s here. Otherwise, he'll be out in 6th place.
How much did you shove for?
A lot.
1.6.
You probably asked me before you called.
I knew it was around 1.3.
Here comes the flop, and it is a 9-6-5. So far, so good for Alex Keating. 2 hearts. So the pair of 3s out in front.
Alex, ace. 10. 9.
No, boo ace. No. 3.
I know parts.
It's the second hand I played. How can you call me with just ace high?
9 of parts for sweat.
Sure, whatever you want, buddy. It's Dietrich's world. We're just living in it.
Well, everybody seemingly jovial, but a lot of money on the line here tonight.
Here comes the turn card, 8 of diamonds.
I'll take a chop right now. I swear I'll take a chop right now.
I really thought that paired the board. I was really happy with the paired board.
Well, if Alex should hold up, Spinella would be in big trouble. 6 of diamonds on the river. So Alex Keating gonna take this one and double up.
When I think I have the best hand, I just put the money in.
And that's gonna spin Anthony Spinella out of control.
I get hot. When I win one pot, I try to win another one right after.
Play WPT's authentic online poker. Come and play WPT today.
Well, Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We are at the LA Poker Classic. Dietrich Fast is in front with $4 million in chips.
Yeah, and the big turnaround for Anthony Spinella, who started this final table as the chip leader, now on the short stack with 6 players left.
Blinds at 25-50. Here we go. Action on Dietrich Fast. And he looks down at an awful 10-3. Does not play that. Sam Savarol also folding.
Fareed Jetton looks down at Jack-7 of spades.
Easy, Fareed.
And he is going to play it. He raises to 125,000.
Shariati folds, and now Anthony Spinella will push all in with his short stack.
Happy to get an ace high here, Vince. He's just got over 4 big blinds left, so.
Keating behind him with the superior ace-9, but he won't call.
Fareed makes the call.
Don't have a good hand.
It's ace-5 for Anthony, Jack-7 for Fareed. Anthony Spinella must win this pot to stay alive in this tournament.
Came in here as the chip leader, and now desperation time. Here comes the coin flip, and the flop is an ace-10-8. Aces for Spinella.
Yeah, but Fareed has flopped a flush draw and a straight draw. That's the reason Anthony's shaking his head here. He said, wow, I got the ace, but look at the flop this guy got. He has a lot of outs. There's Anthony's girlfriend, Gabriella, on the rail there. They're expecting their first baby, and
here comes the turn card. It's a deuce of clubs. Good for Spinella. He's still in front.
Never easy.
Nice favorite to take this, though.
Anybody have any Xanax?
So we are down to the river. Fareed looking for a spade or a 9 to win the pot. Nothing else will do. Can Anthony's aces hold up?
Last card, river card. It's a jack of hearts.
Well, a fist pump there for Anthony. Finally wins the pot to double up his rail. Very happy, finally.
So 6 players remain still. A little justice for Spinella. Gets to stick around. So disappointing so far tonight for him. Coming in as the chip leader now. Hanging in there. Back to the table we go for Reed with a 6-4. Won't play that. Shariati
out as well, but Anthony with 2 face cards.
Owen.
And the short stack is going to ship it. I would do the same. Alex going out.
Dietrich Fast.
All right, let's do it.
With the 9s, making the call. Behind him is Sam Savarol with ace-10.
That's going to cost him $500,000 more to call here, Vince.
Oh, wow.
Wow. He does make the call. So healthy pot there, nearly 1.7 million out there. Anthony with a chance to triple up if he can get lucky and win this pot.
Potential side pot as well.
Would be a side pot.
Flop is a 5-5-6. So the 9's in front. Dietrich not going to push this potential side pot. Sam also checking.
I check.
Checks around.
Anthony in a lot of trouble right now.
Anthony's like, let's get the show on the road.
So queen on the turn. Dietrich still out in front with 9s up. He checks. Sam considering betting here. And he does bet. Dietrich lays down 2 9s.
He gets the best hand out.
So Sam out in front with ace high. Anthony must catch a king or a jack on the river. Otherwise, he will be out in 6th place.
His poker destiny on the line. Here it comes. It's a 10 of clubs.
So Sam going to win the pot with 10s up. That's going to do it for Anthony Spinella, the 27-year-old living in Las Vegas. What a tough night for him. Came in as chip leader, out in 6th place. Tough night for him.
Great guy.
Now, Anthony's going to take him $191,000. A big effort by him. Let's go talk to our victim.
Anthony started off as chip leader. A really tough night for you. Can you take us through your thoughts here?
It's just a massively disappointing result, but the runouts were the runouts. Nothing really went my way the whole time, and that's the way it goes. But it was nice. It was a good experience, and I'll be back. It's,
With Anthony Spinella out in 6th place, we have to say goodnight from Los Angeles, California, and the Commerce Casino. Be sure to join us next time for continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Season 14 coverage of the LAPC continues right now.
Feel like $1 million.
You going for a double check raise? They're laughing at you.
Tonight, we're at the Commerce Casino for continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. The final table of the LAPC is almost ready to start back up, but before it does, I turn to my esteemed colleagues Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to get us up to speed on where we stand.
Well, and it's been a very interesting final table so far. The guy who came to the final table with the big chip lead, Anthony Spinella, went out in 6th place. We've got 5 guys left, 4 going for their first WPT title, but 1, Mike Sheriotti, going for his 2nd WPT title this season. He won earlier this year at Legends of Poker, trying to make it a double in LA if he wins the Commerce Tournament. Just an amazing performance by him. But Vince, this guy's got his hands full. These other guys are tough.
No, you're right, Mike. Shifty poker, dynamic. I mean, these guys are tough rounders going after $1 million. They're all very serious, but Alex Keating, of course, he is like Chuckles the Clown. He's very entertaining, never stops talking. This is a lot of fun.
And with the $1 million first place prize still up for grabs, we're sure to see quite the battle here tonight. So let's get down to it.
There you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Sam Savarell out in front with about 4.4 million. Alex Keating, Dietrich Fast, both have about 3.2 million.
Yeah, first place prize, $1 million here tonight. Second, $656. The winner also gets the beautiful Hublot watch.
5 players left fighting out for this title. Anthony Spinella came to this final table as chip leader. He went out in 6th place. These are the guys left fighting for the title and the million.
Mike Sheriotti quickly folds now. Alex Keating.
All right, buddy.
He's got ace-7. He's from Austin, Texas. Loves to talk at the table. He will raise to 120. Dietrich Fast folding. Sam Savarell is our chip leader at this point. He goes away. And Farid.
Pocket ace is this hand. I'm telling you the truth.
King 8 of clubs will call. Doesn't believe the aces, of course.
He knows the guy doesn't have pocket aces. It's against the rules in poker to tell your opponent what you have.
Never used to be. That changed a few years back. I never liked that decision to change it, but nevertheless. And there goes the continuation bet with ace-7.
See you later, buddy. Right into the muck.
Alex Keating taking that one.
Yeah.
Now look at this. He's getting a warning.
But so if I didn't, then it was okay.
The tournament director.
As long as you don't disclose the exact content.
You got it, buddy.
You're lying or telling the truth. All the other stuff is fine.
But, so I can lie. I can say I have to do 7?
No.
Okay, I can't say that. Okay.
Tells him he can't talk about the content of your hand.
I'll take a penalty.
2 rounds. How about that?
It's not up to you, Mike.
You don't want 2 people in a pot if they're near the money or something. One says, I've got 2 aces, get out of here, because other players want somebody to go broke so they can get in the money. It's just not fair to other players. That's why the rule exists.
Good cards. Good cards. The button. Sam's blind. What a great combo.
Alex Keating now.
What a great combo. I usually make it 120. I'm gonna make it 125. It's special for you because I think you're the best. I'm gonna give you, it's a special Sam tax. I have to make it a little more expensive for you because I want to play you less.
Well, he raised it with the 7-11.
We used to have a guy named Mike the Mouth that was a talker. He seems like a monk compared to Alex Keating. And now it's around to Sam.
You finally got your chance, buddy.
Who has just a queen 9.
3.3. No, you can't. It's 3.3. My word is good.
You better be careful talking to this guy. Sam Savarell, 25-year-old pro from Las Vegas. Very tough. He's been crushing the 25,000 buy-in events at Aria lately. This guy's a player.
Makes the call.
What you looking at, buddy? Me? It's on you, buddy. It's not on me. You didn't leave it. You did not look at the flop.
So he's gonna announce it.
Yeah, you could hear
I
him.
didn't hear it though.
You didn't hear it? Do you want me to announce it for you? 10 of clubs,
You might
7
lie.
hearts, deuce of diamonds.
Some would say Alex can be a distraction. That's true.
Others would say he stalls the game.
But he is entertaining.
And that is also true.
All right, buddy, I'm gonna bet you 150 that my cards are better than your cards.
And he is going to make this bet.
I feel like they're better. That was a real quick look. You look at.
Now, of course, we know Sam didn't catch much there on that flop. In fact, nothing. Alex hitting 7s, of course.
Get out of here, bro. No way.
He's going to make the call here, Vince.
You gonna look at the turn card this time, or are you gonna make me do it first? Are you gonna check again?
I'm gonna look at the turn card.
Jack on the turn.
This gives Alex 2 pair, gives Sam an open-end straight draw.
I bet you 300,000, buddy.
Checks the open-end straight draw.
And there's the bet.
300,000.
Sam open-ended, floating around, and now...
He's going to check raise, Vince.
There you go. 800,000.
You can see the concerned look of Alex. He said, "You kidding me? This guy didn't really make a straight on me. Did he flop a set? What is going on here? I don't know, but I'm going to call."
Sam would love to catch lucky here, but he does not. 3 of diamonds.
Go, buddy. You want to bluff? Bluff. Go ahead and bluff.
Well, Sam would be bluffing.
Yep, he's going to slow down.
Is that a check? You going for a double check raise? Wait. You bet 800,000 on the turn, and now you're checking.
He's going to berate him, too.
What kind of person are you? They're laughing at you. What kind of person check raises 800,000 on the turn and then checks the river? Give me that funny look, too.
The funny thing, Alex came over to us and said, "Oh, I like everything he said, but, I'm not really a trash talker." Well, I beg to differ.
I think you got pocket aces. No good. Go ahead, buddy. I'll check.
Well, he is checking. So Sam turns up the queen high. Alex turns up the 2 pair, and he's going to take down the pot.
So the chatty Cathy, Alex Keating, talking his way through that hand, taking down a good one.
My girlfriend bought tickets to a hockey game. We had really, really good seats. I decided after that it was gonna be like a hockey enthusiast. I saw the goalie gear and I said, you know what? I think that's what I want to do. Playing a team called the Irish Car Bombs. I'll compare 2 hours of poker to 4 minutes playing ice hockey, where you're actually just kind of patiently waiting. But it doesn't mean you can just lose focus. You can't just sit there and do nothing in the net. You can't just sit there and do nothing at the table. You got to kind of still watch and keep up and everything, because you have to be ready any second. The next hand might be important, or they might break out and come at you real quick.
What kind of person? What kind of person? What kind of person would do that, huh, Sam?
How long were you gonna tank before calling if I shoved?
20 minutes. I definitely would have waited for the clock. I would have thought it might have been my last hand, so I would have taken as much like TV time as I can get. I might not have called you.
You had a pretty big hand over there.
I had a pretty big hand, right, buddy?
Yeah, that was a great turn for you, and then teaser for him.
This guy's big bluffing over here. I talked him out of a bluff. Maybe I shouldn't have.
You just don't want to call, so that's why he did it.
Blinds are up to 30 and 60,000 with a $10,000 ante.
Can I start
Alex
raise?
quickly going out.
Have you ever seen this show? It's
Dietrich
terrible.
picks up the ace high. He's going to raise it. Makes it 135,000 to go.
And to Sam, who's got to be aggravated over that last pot. Getting involved with a talker. He goes out. Fareed folds.
Some of these guys like Sam and Fareed never say a word at the table. Alex makes up for all of it.
And now Mike Shariati.
He's got the ace-jack. Do you re-raise or not? That's the question. He takes the conservative route, just makes the call.
Flop is a king 8-6.
Dietrich has outflopped him. He did the same thing earlier at this final table. When Dietrich had ace-jack, Mike had ace-queen. He flopped the jack to beat him there.
They go check, check. 3 of clubs on the turn.
Well, again, Mike checks. Dietrich, very confident. 2-8s of the best hand now. Is going to make a bet. 160,000. Just as the last hand they played this similar situation. Mike called him on the turn, as he's doing here. Must catch a jack to win the pot. Doesn't happen as the 3 comes off. Again, he checks. Dietrich is going to bet 330,000, and now Mike has got to figure out, is the guy bluffing? Was he on a spade draw? Did he have a straight draw? Does he have something like queen jack suited?
Call.
He calls him with the ace high. Not going to be good as Dietrich shows him the eights up.
Pair of 8.
And you see the frustration of Mike, seeing that he got out-flopped once again.
I should have known me this dealer. You only have 3 outs and you hit it. Yeah, ace doesn't help you. Nice hand, nice catch.
In addition to getting out-flopped, Vince, he's frustrated with himself for paying him off on the turn and the river. The guy got his BS in molecular biology, a master's in biochemistry. He's a genetic engineer, Mike Sherriotti. But right there, the test tube blew up on him.
He is starting to tilt a little bit. Fold by Sam. Farid now with king 9 of clubs. He will make the raise to 150 to go. Mike takes a rest.
Back to normal.
Alex out.
Over to Dietrich. He looks down at the 7 deuce. We know the 7 deuce unsuited. The worst 2-card hand you can start with and hold 'em in a ring game. Dietrich looks like he's getting out raising chips, and he's going to raise it with a 7 deuce to 485,000. Now this is a very large raise. It's going to pique Farid's attention here.
On in.
And he's going all in over the top. He spotted it right off the bat, Vince. It was an unusually high raise, just didn't believe he had a hand, went with his gut, showing his buddies at king 9. I moved all in over the top of this guy. I know what they've got. I'll just outplay him.
Don't mess with the mafioso.
What a play by Farid. Vince to 4-bet all in with the king 9 in this spot when there's $1 million first place prize. That takes some moxie, I can tell you.
Yeah, real strong by him. I'm very impressed. Into the next hand. Alex now with a pair of deuces. Makes it 125 to go, but Dietrich fast behind him with a pair of aces.
Wow. Went from the worst hand to the best hand just like that. He is going to raise it here.
Total of 350. Sam goes out, Farid out. Mike going away. And back on Alex.
Good luck, buddy.
Yes, he will make this call. Yes.
You know I'm good for it.
Alex would love to get lucky. Can he get it here? Flop is an ace, 8-3, 3 of a kind here for fast.
Go ahead, buddy. Want to bluff? Bluff. Go ahead and bluff.
He's not going to bluff, but he is going to check. I love this check by him. Now the board spares ace. Now he's got aces full. Alex with 2 deuces checks again. You hate to check again because you want something in the pot, but on the other hand...
You got to wait. You kidding?
You have to wait. He does check again, and a king comes off on the river.
What you got, buddy? Good hand or a bad hand? Got something good over there?
And now Alex...
Bet you 500,000.
Oh boy, he is going to make a bet. So all that waiting finally induced a bet.
Bets 500,000.
I don't think you can call it. 500,000 was too much for you.
You're right, Alex. He's not going to call it. That you can be sure of. It's just a matter of how much he's going to raise it.
Got you on the river. That's all there is to it. He wants to look me up with queen high so bad.
Oh boy, Alex. You're down the wrong track tonight. On this hand, at least.
The talking's going to stop shortly, Vince.
I like how you put the glasses on for everyone else, but not me. How come I don't deserve it? It feels a little disrespectful.
Hold on.
There you go.
How's that for disrespect? Well, all of a sudden, the cat caught the canary there. He is done talking for now. He's just stalling, but there they go in the muck.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. Go ahead.
Alex wanting him to show him. Fast is too smart for that.
Nice hand, buddy.
Thank you.
Nice play.
You made a show. You knew you wouldn't call.
I thought about it for a second, and then I realized it would be kind of dumb.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
We're here with some lucky Commerce Casino Facebook fans. We got a great sit and go set up, and I'm really looking forward to it.
So am I. We have real money on the line. I'm playing to win, and I'm taking it down.
Welcome, folks.
We're putting tickets for the Clipper game. Clippers and the Nets tonight. So winner of the next spot. Right here, baby. Yeah!
We're here with Frank, the winner of our Facebook Royal Flush Girl Sit and Go. How are you feeling, Frank?
Pretty good.
Good, congratulations.
It was a great table.
You had
Pay
fun?
for the drinks. Make money, have fun with the girls, and then we're going to the game, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Let's go.
Well, there you go. Drinking, playing poker with the Royal Flush Girls, going to the NBA game. How sweet is it here in L.A.?
A lot of fun for all these guys at the final table. 5 players competing for the first place prize of $1 million tonight.
I love a bet for 500K for free. You know what I mean?
Are you talking? Good for you.
Yeah, I mean,
This is good.
Yeah.
This is good. I'm starting.
Like an average.
I like this Dietrich.
The average is nice to get 500, you know?
All right, let's go to the felt. Mike Shariati folds his hand. Alex, who you love his beard.
Oh, the bearded wonder out as well.
Dietrich Fast not playing. And now Sam with a queen 10 in the small blind. He's calling.
Yeah, limps in the small blind. And
Fareed Jatton from Colombia.
He's the #1 rated player of all time from Colombia. Happy to see a free flop.
Flop is a 9-4 deuce.
So Fareed takes the lead with 2 deuces here. Sam is going to check the queen high. And Fareed is going to bet the 2 deuces. 80,000.
But Sam can afford to make this call. He's going to splash around.
And he has 2 overcards, and there is one of them as a 10 comes off on the turn. Sam now with the best hand. 2 10s, he's going to check them. By checking, Fareed doesn't think he's got a pair. Might have something like King 8, so not going to give him a free card.
Yeah, Fareed's bet 165. And Sam calls. Fareed can't like that much. And the river card is a queen of clubs.
This gives Sam the top 2 pair. Well, again, he checks. Could be a check raise on the river here, but Fareed happy that he checked, just happy to show down the 2 deuces and sees it to get outdrawn on the turn in the river. Sam Savarell taking down that pot.
Sam Savarell finished second at Season 10's WPT Jacksonville event.
Says he enjoys the competition at tournaments, but he's mostly a cash game player. His favorite game, Pot Limit Omaha. There you see 2 former WPT Players of the Year, Joe Sirac and Anthony Zeno. Anthony, defending champion of this event as well. But they're on the rail tonight.
Sam has raised to 125. Fareed and Mike going away. Alex going to take a breather. And now Dietrich Fast with a pair of 10s.
Yeah, Dietrich catching some cards here. Has his opponent dominated.
Used to own a pizzeria, and now he plays a lot of poker. Now he's going to call. Does not raise with the 10s. Here we go with the flop. And the flop is an ace. 10 deuce, 3 of a kind for Dietrich.
Oh, eventually we could see real fireworks on the flop here. Dietrich with 3 10s checks. Sam with a pair and a flush draw bets. If Dietrich raises here, Vince, this pot could swell up to all Sam's chips.
And he is going to raise. Makes a total of 250. But you're right, with 10s and a 4 flush.
Yeah, Vince, most players would just get it in here.
Could jam it.
Or raise here, but notice Sam is just calling. Does not re-raise here where many players would.
Very interesting. Makes the call. Going to the turn. 5 of clubs, no heart. 3 of a kind for Dietrich Fast, and he's coming out with a bet of 575.
Well, Vince, because he didn't re-raise on the flop, I don't see him raising here. Probably just going to call, take the conservative route. Indeed, that's what he's doing. Try to peel off a heart.
Here we go to the river. It's an ace.
This gives Dietrich a full house. But Vince, he could well put his opponent on an ace. That's what he's hoping he's got.
All in.
That's why he's betting all in here, thinking he's going to get called with 3 aces.
Well, Sam, 10s and aces, has a big problem.
I think he's going to fold.
Yeah, he's probably going to fold, yeah.
Well, they don't know what he's got, but probably going to fold, do an all-in bet. And indeed, that's my guess as well.
They would be putting all his chips on the line. He's going to make a good lay down.
So yet another full house for Dietrich. He is catching some cards tonight.
Before Black Friday, all American players were way better than the European players. But because they don't play online anymore, there's no progress in their game, and we can abuse that more or less. I was just imagining if all American players played like that, would be an awesome trip to go to LA and play with them and try to win money.
5 players remain at the LAPC, and we're coming right back. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're here at the Commerce Casino for the LA Poker Classic. Dietrich Fast out in front with $4.8 million in chips.
Yeah, these are the 5 players left fighting it out for the $1 million first place prize and a WPT title.
All right, down to the money pit we go. Blinds are 40 and 80. Antes are 10.
4 of these guys going for their first WPT title. This guy right here, Mike Sherriotti, going for his second this season. He's out here, though, but Alex Keating will not be out. He looks at ace-queen of diamonds on the button.
That's so funny for me.
The very social, talkative Chuckles the Clown. Alex Keating gonna make the raise. 200,000 total. Into Dietrich Fast, who has ace-9.
Well, Dietrich might just think he's making a standard button raise, so looks like he's going to 3-bet it here with the ace-9. He's got raising chips out. Indeed, he does raise it. 675,000 now the bet.
Sam gets out of the way, so back on Keating, making this call.
Here comes the flop. King 7-4, rainbow flop. Action is on Dietrich, who checked.
You checked, Dietrich? Good for you, buddy.
And will Keating get brave?
All right, bring us one.
Nope. Wants a free card as well.
10 of diamonds comes off. What a card for Alex. Now has the nut flush draw and a straight draw. And again,
Check's good. Alex check.
Dietrich checks. And again, Alex checks. A little puzzled by that check.
Deuce of clubs, so Alex doesn't get there, but he's actually in front.
Dietrich, who's checked on the flop and checked on the turn.
How much is this?
This is not a value bet. I think he specifically puts his opponent on ace-queen or ace-jack the way this hand's been played.
Well, it's 875.
You have a good hand or a bad hand? How about that smile, Dietrich? I want to see that smile.
And Keating trying so hard to get a reaction.
I want to see that smile, Dietrich. Come on, you got a good hand. You're about to win some money. Let's see that smile. That's so serious, man.
This is the talent of a good table talker. Make them display some type of emotion that you can get a read on.
You don't believe what I have. I actually have aces. I'm thinking about laying it down. I think you're that strong.
Uh-oh.
I slow played you before the flop. I have aces.
Well, again, he says he has aces, which he would never lay down in this spot.
Sorry if this feels like a slow roll.
But Vince, he's in a predicament here in my mind because he didn't bet the turn here with the nut flush draw and a straight draw.
Oh, he's got to lay it down.
Wow, outplayed by Dietrich Fast right there. Dietrich taking the pot down. What a bet on the river by Dietrich, Vince. He checks, he loses the pot.
Oh, I didn't mean to. Okay. I had to take a lap. Can it be one hand for the first one?
He lied anyways.
I lied, yeah. I was not telling the truth. It was like such an obvious joke in this situation. It was like so obvious.
One thing you can't do when you're talking.
I have to take a whole lap. It's gonna be really embarrassing. So I'm out for a round. Okay, you got it.
No one out?
I guess so.
Small break?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little break. Have fun without me, all right?
See you later, bro.
All right, you got it.
One hand?
I think he has to do all 5.
They gave him a 1-round penalty because he was warned earlier not to talk about the contents of his hand, Vince. So even though he didn't have aces, he continued to talk about his hand, got him a penalty.
And we move on. We have got a raise by Dietrich Fast. Sam folds.
He did give me a warning about it. Yeah, I just kind of forgot. It's been a long time coming. I've been deserving penalties for a while.
Alex conceding that he deserved it, but Farid goes out. So a quick pickup by Dietrich with ace-10.
Alex!
He misses his buddy.
One. Wow.
Executive Tour Director Matt Savage over there explaining to Alex You just can't do those kind of things, Alex.
You know why, right?
Yeah. It's like I was joking. It's just like it's so silly.
You just cannot. It's content to your hand.
I think it's a little. I think it's still a little extreme.
It's not embarrassing at all. We're good.
You can't do anything that influences play. Why action is incomplete.
You're already a legend, buddy.
Get the out of here.
Well, laughing about it, playing for $1 million, and the guy sitting on the rail, not allowed to play.
Here we go, Dietrich with another ace-queen.
Well, he is picking up some hands at this final table, but this time he is dominated by Sam's ace-king.
Not gonna play it cute. We raised to close to 500,000. For Reed and Mike going away.
And those two guys not catching any cards. Action back on Dietrich. What's he gonna do now with ace-queen?
He's just gonna shove all in.
I don't see Sam going anywhere. He calls him with the ace-king and has his opponent dominated. Just a great spot for Sam Soverall to double up.
Good luck, bro.
You do.
And a massive pot, Vince, the biggest of the night. Of course, if Dietrich win it, Sam will be our 5th place finisher, but if Sam wins it, he'll be the chip leader.
Let's see what happens. The flop's a king 8-6. That is good for Sam, hitting his kings.
Dietrich has to hit 2 runners to win, 2 running queens or running jack 10. Nothing else will do for him.
Turn card. He hits the queen.
Well, if he hits one more, he wins the pot and busts Sam out of this tournament.
Awful beat that would be.
Would feel bad if the queen would call.
That'd be gross.
Sam would be gone down to 4, but he's a long shot to make that happen. Going to the river. And it's a 10 of spades. That's good for Sam. And now he is the new chip leader.
We're still going to have 5 players left fighting it out for this title and that $1 million.
I'm going to take a penalty selfie.
You can't call out your hand, but you can take a selfie. Something's wrong at poker.
For dynamic online poker, head to Play WPT. It's fun, it's free, it's playtime.
Some of tonight's poker play has been interesting, to say the least. And standing by to tell us why is Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst.
The moment I heard Alex Keating made the final table at the LAPC, I knew something weird was gonna happen. Since the day I met him, it's been obvious that Alex loves to talk, and that sometimes he talks too much.
Are you talking? Good for you. My word is good. How much is this? Is that a check? They're laughing at you. You're going for a double check raise? This guy's big bluffing over here. You did not look at the flop. You guys are hilarious. Proud of yourself? Just because you said that?
So why did Alex earn the first penalty I've ever seen for talking at a WPT final table? Let's break it down.
Go, buddy. You want to bluff? Bluff. Go ahead and bluff.
Of course, you all remember earlier when Alex claimed to have pocket aces after raising pre-flop.
I have pocket aces in his hand. I'm telling you the truth.
And then received a warning from the floorman about revealing the contents of his hand.
As long as you don't disclose the exact contents.
You got it, buddy.
All the other stuff.
Oddly, you can say all kinds of things about your hand, but you can't name a specific holding.
Wow. What you looking at, buddy? I had a pretty big hand, right, buddy?
So Alex gets the warning and keeps it in mind right until a hand against Dietrich Fast.
You don't believe what I have.
When he again claims to have pocket aces.
I actually have aces. I'm thinking about laying it down. I think you're that strong.
Alex, I gotta give you one lap, bud. I told you earlier, you can't disclose the exact contents of your hand.
Okay. Gotta take a lap.
One lap penalty.
But I'll give Alex credit for taking the penalty with good humor. Most penalized players kick and scream about missing hands.
1 round penalty, don't look at it.
Everyone here's got something, jammed up there. Everyone's uptight.
You cannot talk about your hand.
What does that have to do with it? Whereas Alex tries to haggle it down from a round to a hand, and then pretty much concedes, you got me, and admits as much to his friends on the rail.
He did give me a warning about it. It's been a long time coming. I've been deserving penalties for a while.
Naturally, tournament director Matt Savage joins him on the sidelines, not to clarify the ruling, but just to make sure that Alex is appropriately needled.
You're already a legend, buddy. Get out of here.
And in a strange twist of fate, the penalty is almost beneficial for Alex, because while he's away from the table, Sam Soverall gets all in pre-flop and risks elimination. Most penalties cost a player money, but this one almost made Alex $100,000. All said, I don't think the penalty was excessive, or Alex was totally out of line, or anyone made a mistake. I'm just here to enjoy the weirdness, which is exactly what I expected.
I'm gonna take a penalty selfie.
Well, there we saw the selfie taken in the penalty box. First time that's ever happened in the history of the World Poker Tour.
He did that very professionally, too. But he is out still. Our chip leader, Sam Soverall, with close to 4.8. Blinds are 40 and 80. Action's going to go to Dietrich Fast first. Now Dietrich's hand, King Jack.
He's going to raise it right under the gun here. Makes it 160,000 to go.
Sam goes out, Fareed out, Mike also out.
Thank you, Alex. Thanks.
You're hilarious. You're so funny, Dietrich. So charming you are.
Dietrich saying, thank you, I stole your blind. Stay on the rail, I'll win all your money. The needle guy's in the penalty box, Vince.
On to the next hand, Sam. Folding, and Fareed finally picks up a quality hand, Queen Jack of Diamonds.
That's about the best hand he's held at this final table. Actually, I think it is. We saw him 4-bet all in with the King-9 earlier. Now he's going to raise it here.
And everybody going out, but Dietrich with a 5-6 makes the call. We're going to see a flop.
Flop comes 9-4 deuce, so Dietrich with a gut shot straight draw. He's going to check. Continuation bet coming by Fareed, 145,000. Dietrich is getting out raising chips. He's going to check raise with a 6-high. The gut shot straight draw makes it 415,000 to go.
Now we saw Fareed early on just shove. He has a good read on Dietrich, but this time he has to let that go.
Well, Dietrich analyzed that hand perfectly, Vince. Thought his opponent might have 2 big cards. Check raise might win it for him. It did.
Fareed makes it 180 to go.
Mike and Dietrich go out over to Sam in the big blind. He looks down at the King-6 offsuit. Stares at his opponent, stack size. And is going to defend out of the big blind.
He can afford to speculate in the big blind, King-6, and the flop is a King-Queen-10, but they're all spades.
Sam has top pair and a flush draw. He checks. Fareed, with the open-end straight draw, is going to bet 145,000. Sam going nowhere, makes the call.
Turn card is a spade, so Sam hits the flush.
Well, he's going to check it.
Fareed with no flush. Just an awful hand at this point, but he's going to continue very bravely and make a bet of 265.
And it's just hoping his opponent doesn't have a spade in his hand, will throw his hand away. Knows he's got to have a pair of kings or queens, most likely after getting called on the flop.
It's fun over here, man. I don't lose as many chips as you do.
These guys have a relationship that's building by the minute. It is beautiful to see.
Well, Sam makes the call with his flush. Fareed not happy about that, I can assure you. 6 of diamonds on the river. Sam checks his flush. Will Fareed fire again? Nope. Just checks it, just gives up the pot. Sam takes it down with a flush.
The big star of the night, Sam Soverall. He is our chip leader, and we are coming back with more action from the World Poker Tour.
There's a break in the action here at the Commerce Casino, so let's check out some more highlights of the WPT's recent journey to China. No vacation is ever complete for the WPT family without a day on the course. And the Yalong Bay Golf Club is one of the best this island has to offer.
You talk about your pebble beaches, you're talking about the great courses of the world. Well, this course is right up there. These beautiful 18 holes were designed by Robert Trent Jones Jr., and it's just a short walk away from the MGM Grand. And although it has gentle, natural terrain, it still provides a challenge to its golfers. It is so popular. They have an LPGA tournament here as well, and we are honored to be able to be out here today. Are we excited to play?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
And while Brittany and the boys were finishing up the last hole, Tuba and I were back at MGM Grand Sanya, where luxury expands well beyond the accommodation. Everywhere we went, we had no option but to relax, whether it was taking a dip in one of the oceanside pools or lapping up the sun on the beach. The MGM Grand has so many fabulous amenities. My favorite of all is Show the Spa.
Show means enjoyment of the senses, and today's goal is to get renewed energy and the ultimate relaxation experience.
And there we are. And while we indulged in a little downtime, the players were hitting it hard at the table. And weighing in on the competition was actor and our game ambassador, Raymond Wu.
In terms of competition in this field, it's really tough. Chinese players has been improving at a rapid rate. And as you can see, there's a lot of players here, a lot of fresh blood. So the games are good and the vibe is great.
The tournament would continue into the night as they played down to the final table, while Tony and the Royal Flush Girls found one of Sanya's most extravagant sights.
I heard this is the world's largest duty-free shopping center. And I believe it. This place is incredible. Not only do they have every international brand, but they also have some of the world's most incredible lighting and architecture. Look at it.
That was awesome. So what did you buy?
I got a belt for myself, some liquor for all of us, and a bottle of perfume for my mom.
Aw, you're so sweet. You know, and the best part is we don't have to carry our bags with us. It will be at the terminal when we depart.
That is so easy. Well, let's just go hang out then.
Yeah.
Well, Tony's got the life. He buys the alcohol. The girls follow him. Back here at the Commerce Casino, and look who's returning to the table.
Hey, welcome back, Alex.
You guys been having fun without me?
Yeah.
Hey, good to see you.
Nice.
Hey, Sam, what have you been up to since I've been gone?
Sam Savarol is our chip leader. He's got 5.4 million in chips.
Dietrich Fast in second, Alex Keating in third.
And Alex Keating has 3.2. Mike Sherriati, the short stack, with 1.3. Down to the felt we go. Action's going to be on Mike.
Mike looking for a second WPT title this season. Won the Legends of Poker in LA here earlier this year.
It feels so good to be back. Thanks for letting me come back and hang out with you guys.
He's going to just call. Alex folds, Dietrich goes away, and now Sam, our chip leader.
Well, Sam's in the small blind, but there's a junky 5 deuce. Just going to give it up. Fareed with King 8. Happy to see a free flop. So here we go.
Ace 5 versus King 8. Who will get lucky? How about neither? 9-7-3 on the flop.
Fareed checks, and Mike checks right behind him. Now a 4 comes off. Fareed now is going to make a bet here. 185,000. And Mike with a 2-way straight draw going to make the call. Looking for a deuce or a 6.
Can he get it? No. Queen of clubs.
Fareed is going to bet again.
He is relentless.
It's like he just knows his opponent's got ace high, and he knows to win the pot he has to bet at it. He is doing it.
I don't put you on any team. I'm not going to call you.
Oh, boy, you're right, Mike. He has nothing, but it's tough to call.
Well, now you can see why he's the #1 ranked player in Colombia. Well done.
Why just watch the World Poker Tour on TV when you can get in the game for free?
Go to clubwpt.com today and see how you can win an entry to a WPT tournament.
Clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We watched some WPT champions hit the rail early at this event, but we also witnessed the rise of an underdog.
Underdog.
Club WPT qualifier Jason Kim, he won his way here thanks to clubwpt.com.
Hi, Jason. Congratulations. Hey, Jason.
I mean, the first day, I played with the best. I played with Dylan Wilkerson, Phil Lack, Jason. He's a good player.
I made it to day 2.
Club WPT videos, I saw them all. Club WPT prepared me a lot. All in. Only one shot. That's all I need.
Oh, you bluffed me.
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, damn it. Damn it.
I bagged chips twice.
I lasted longer than Anthony Zeno. I'm gonna get another seat. I'm gonna get on Club WPT and you're gonna see me again. I won it on Club WPT and so can you.
ClubWPT.com offers up $100,000 in cash and prizes every single month, including entries into live WPT events. So sign up at ClubWPT.com today and get in the game.
Sam Salvaro well out in front, 5.1 million. Dietrich Fast just under 4 million in chips. Mike Sherriati on the short stack right now with 1.2 million.
Down to the felt we go. Action on Dietrich Fast. Quickly folding his hand.
Sam's gonna steal my blind. Here it comes.
Well, Sam not going to steal your blind as he folds.
Farid with a 7-5 of clubs. He's going to push it to 175 to go. Mike goes out, and now Alex takes a look at Queen 10 of hearts.
All in.
Well, he says all in. He wouldn't actually be all in as he has more chips than Farid, but the all-in bet wins him the pot. So nice play there by Alex to pick up the little pot. Vince, I have to say, I don't like beards normally, but I must say Alex Keating does have a nice beard if you're into beards.
For you, what's going to determine a nice beard on a man?
You know, it's a very tailored, full kind of beard. He could paint it white, be Santa Claus at Christmas, that kind of beard.
So you're saying basically you're attracted to the man's beard?
Not attracted to it at all. I don't like beards.
You're unattracted to him?
I'm unattracted to beards, but I said, if you're into beards, at least he's got a nice looking one.
Let's go back down to the table.
Yeah, please. Let's get back to the action here.
I think we've been working together too long.
Oh, boy.
All right, action on Mike. WPT champ. Can't pick up cards tonight. He folds again. And now Alex Keating looks down at a pair of aces.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't see it was Farid's blind. I gotta raise that.
He showed Jack 7 off the hand before.
Yeah, but that was a button.
Hey, one player per hand.
He's in there. He's gambling over there.
195.
Well, he's gonna make it 195.
Dietrich out.
Come on, buddy, just let it go. Take your cards, throw them into the box. Can I say that? Can I say, take his cards, throw them in the box?
He followed his advice, and wisely so.
Just want to make sure Farid doesn't jam on me.
All in.
He's gonna jam with a nothing hand.
I call.
A quick call by Alex with the 2 aces. Farid gonna have to get very lucky to stay alive.
Hey, Farid.
Alex talked him into it.
He might have, Vince.
Good luck, buddy.
Farid hadn't caught any cards at this final table, but I've been very impressed with his play. And thus far, it's been doing well, but he is in trouble here.
I love Farid. You think I would slow roll Farid? You're crazy. Good luck, Farid.
Just picked the wrong time to go for it, most likely.
Well, the tongue of Alex gets Farid to make a move, I believe. Let's see if it pays off for him. Here comes the flop.
Well, King, Queen, 8.
There's an 8.
Farid caught a piece of the flop. An 8 or a 9 now would give him the lead.
Alex still happy, still a big favorite at this point.
I don't think the percentages changed. I think it's still like 20. No, they changed. You don't have a pair. 20%. I'm learning, Sam.
Well, 20% is right.
Can Farid come from behind and get lucky with this? No, it's a jack of hearts.
Well, Farid can't catch a 10 and make a straight because his opponent would have a larger straight. He can only catch an 8 or 9 to win the pot.
All right, deuce, one time.
Going to the river.
Well, Alex calling for a deuce, and it is a deuce. That's going to do it for Farid Jatton. The guy who said he doesn't care about the fame, he just wants the fortune. Out in 5th place.
Good game, Farid.
And Mr. Jetton will take home $238,000, but he is jetting out of here. We can't even talk to this feisty rounder. He is gone. We're down to 4.
I like Farid too. I want to shake his hand. I'll get him eventually.
Well, that will end our second hour of coverage from Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino. Be sure to tune in next time when we will name an LAPC champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Tonight there will be a champion at the Commerce Casino.
Feel like $1 million.
Wow, four-handed play. When was the last time you played four-handed? I never do this.
One player will win $1 million tonight at the Commerce Casino. Hi everyone, welcome to the WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Joining me now to call the action are two of the best in the business, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Lynn, we've seen a very exciting final table thus far, and I'm sure it's going to be great to the finish line. Anthony Spinella came to this final table as the big chip leader, yet he went out in 6th chip position. Then we saw Fareed Jetton bluff his money off with a 980, went all in. He went out in 5th place. We're down to 4 players, 3 tough pros and 1 non-professional, but that's who all the eyes are on. Mike Sheriotti won his first WPT title earlier this season at the Legends of Poker in the first WPT event that he ever played. This is the 2nd WPT event he's ever played, and here he is fighting it up for this title with 4 left. Vince, that is amazing. Vince, it's mind-boggling to me that Mike Sheriotti has that opportunity.
But let's talk about this guy that is the talker at the table. That is Alex Keating. He talks more than my ex-wife at a Beverly Hills barbecue. Very excited to watch. We'll see what happens.
Thanks, guys. Let's not keep anyone waiting and get back to the action.
There you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Sam Savarall out in front with 5.1 million. Alex Keating in second with 4.6 million. Dietrich Fast right on his heels with 4.5. The winner tonight taking home over $1 million.
The antes are 10,000. Lines 40 and 80 at this point. To the table we go. Fold by Dietrich Fast. And now Sam Savarall, our chip leader.
Plays the high roller events at Aria for 25 and 50 Ks and does very well in them.
He's raised to 175.
Buddy, can I see what chips you have?
5.4 or so.
Okay.
And now Alex Keating.
Good fold.
With a horrible 4 deuces playing games here, and he goes out.
How are you so sure? How do you know everything?
Because I had all the good hands in the deck, or I had all the good cards in the deck.
Do you want to show it?
Ace,
you didn't want to
it was Ace of Clubs.
Oh yeah,
I didn't show both cards, but
I wasn't trying to get you. I thought you were showing it.
I mean, I didn't show my hand. She just turned it over.
Right, and I asked you. I said, "Did you show it?" I said, "Can you show it?" And you said, "Sure."
I said the Ace of Clubs.
Oh, I misheard you. Speak up. I know you're a little nervous. Just speak up, buddy.
And we move on. Action on this hand to Sam. He's got an attractive Queen Jack of Hearts. Makes it 175 to go. But right behind him, Mike has gone all in with a pair of 5s.
Good luck, Mike.
Alex going out, Dietrich out.
Exact count, please.
Sam says, how much is that? Well, there's $1,400,000 in the pot almost. It's going to cost him another $875,000 to make the call.
And yes, he's going to get the action by Sam.
Keep it low, but small. Thanks. 5s, small.
So Mike Sheriotti up on his feet. He's going to become a 2-time WPT champ this season. Going to have to win this hand right here, right now to stay alive.
5, just 1 5.
What a record this guy has to only play 2 events and be at 2 final tables to win 1 event. It's miraculous for the non-professional Mike. Let's see if he can hold up here. Here's the flop. It's a 4-3-3. That's good for Mike.
Yeah, very good for him.
That's our Mike. He goes on pocket 5s and he flops 3 unders.
Deuce, call a deuce.
I can't afford to give you 1 more.
1 more, I give it to you.
A long card could put Mike Sheriotti out of this event.
Okay, deuce.
Going to the turn. And it's a 6 of hearts that gives Sam a 4 flush, of course.
Deuce.
The crown moaning.
Any deuce is good.
Sam Savarall needs a queen or a jack or a heart. That's not the 3 of hearts.
4 or 5.
Will this be the end for Mike's run?
No heart. No heart, deuce.
River card is a 4 diamonds.
Mike gives it the clap. Goes over to his rail. A little high five for them. I'm still here. 4 left. Who knows? I might do it again.
Last tournament I did, when I entered, I didn't enter like I'm going to win the title.
Mike Sheriotti has done it. He is the comeback kid that has taken this title.
This tournament, I said I'm going to enter it, see how far I can go. And once I go to the, like for example, 400 per year, 300, 200, and see if I can be in the money. After all these years I've been playing, I missed so many WPT before. I should have probably played it more often. I haven't. Just only played 2 and the 2 final table.
With his win at the Legends of Poker and his second final table of the season here at the LAPC, Champions Club member Mike Shoriati has now jumped into the lead in the Hublot WPT Player of the Year race. How big of a lead he builds will depend on where he finishes tonight. We will keep you posted on any movement in the standings all season long. And now it's time to get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
I'm back, boys.
Welcome back.
What a story, this guy. 41 years old from Irvine, California, has a master's in biochemistry, plays poker for a hobby.
Nick Foles and now Alex Keating.
Oh, the button changed. I didn't realize that Sam's big blind. I have to raise Sam's big blind. Oh yeah, special tax for Sam, 200.
And he will raise it up. 200,000 to go. Dietrich fast going out. And Sam.
Protect your hand. I can see your cards. Really?
Sam folds his hand.
I've never seen it. I've never seen someone protect their hand so well.
Flashing the camera. I'm like holding it all the way up so I can see his suits.
If I say this wrong, he is delightful in a way, but he's also horrible in another way if you're sitting next to him.
Some players find him very aggravating, but if you're at a table with him, it is entertaining. As long as he's not talking to you.
Me first. Wow, four-handed play. When was the last time you played four-handed? I never do this. It's like I'm getting uncomfortable, Sam.
I believe you.
Take me at face value?
He can distract you. He can throw you off your game. That's the talent of a good table talker. And action's on him once again. He's got a nothing 10-8. But he's going to get cute with it. Makes it 200,000. Shifts gears beautifully. But Dietrich right behind him with Queen 9 of clubs is going to make this call.
Wants to flat the fish on the button.
Sam going to take a rest, as is Mike.
You remember the 7-4 suited?
That doesn't just give you the excuse to just flat Jack-8 suited. Okay?
So Queen 9 versus 10-8.
And flop King 5 deuce. No help to either player. Comes a continuation bet by Alex with just the 10 high.
You're breathing harder than normal, Dietrich. Just gonna let you know that. I'm a little nervous this hand, but I think you're more nervous.
Now Alex wants him to go out.
I think you're done with the hand, though. I think this is a fold for you. You can usually tell when you're folding. Prove me wrong, though. I'd like to. That's right, buddy. Right into the muck.
He gets his man to lay it down.
So Alex steering him the right way that time.
Well, Mike, as you know, it is non-stop action on the World Poker Tour. So let's take a look at some of our most recent stops.
Since we last saw our viewers in Las Vegas, we held 4 WPT Deep Stacks events with stops at the Hustler Casino in Los Angeles, the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, the Dragon Era Casino in Malta, and the Parks Casino in Pennsylvania, where Legends of Poker third-place finisher Brent Roberts continued his hot streak for taking down the WPT Deep Stacks Big Stacks main event.
Now, overseas, we also held a series of WPT national events with tournaments at the Aspers Casino Stratford City in London, at the Grand Casino Brussels, Riage in Belgium, and at the Solaire Resort and Casino in Manila, where England Tra won over 4 million Philippine pesos for taking down WPT National Philippines.
And Vince, while in the Philippines, there was also the largest buy-in in World Poker Tour history, where Fedor Holtz won the $200,000 buy-in Triton Super High Roller Series Cali Cup, taking home nearly $3.5 million for his impressive victory.
Now, we're not done yet, Mike, because we also added 2 new names to the WPT Champions Cup. First, in Atlantic City at Brigada Hotel Casino and Spa, where Chris Leong pocketed more than $800,000 for taking down the Brigada Winter Poker Open.
And then it was back to Falls View Casino Resort in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, where David Ormsby won the top spot at the Falls View Poker Classic.
So a big congratulations to all of our WPT winners, and you too can join us. Just log on to WPT.com to find a tournament schedule. But now, let's get back to the action here at the Commerce Casino.
I'm gonna keep your chips separate. Your chips are gonna be right here. These are Dietrich chips.
Okay. You know what? I think there's no Colombia for you.
I'll bet you there is. He'll get over it, and we'll okay. I think he's upset with himself.
Dietrich said he likes Alex at the table. He enjoys all this chatter.
Some people like going to dentists, too. Dietrich folds, and now Sam Soverall. King 5 of clubs.
Yeah, Sam going to raise it on the button here. Makes it 175,000 to go. Mike Sherriati quickly calls with King Jack. And Alex also calling with the Ace-5 of diamonds. So we have three-way action in a raised pot in a four-handed poker game.
Going to the flop, it is a Jack 5-4.
Well, Mike has flopped top pair. The other two guys have flopped middle pair. Let's see what happens. It goes check, check to the pre-flop raiser. And Sam caught a piece of that. He has the worst hand at the table, but he is going to bet 200,000. It's a quick raise by Mike Sherriati there.
Did you even count him, or did you just grab him?
I just grabbed. I didn't have time to count.
You busy tonight or something?
Yeah.
Got a trip to Disneyland planned?
Going to Disneyland.
Not.
Yeah, Alex, all smiles, gets rid of his middle pair.
Good bluffing, Mike.
Sam going to throw his 2 5s away as well, so Mike Sherriati taking down that pot with the check raise on the flop, and he did indeed have the best hand.
The antes are 15,000, blinds are 50 and 100. Down to the felt we go.
And Sam Soverall, he goes out.
Mike Sherriati again going to raise. Alex out.
230.
But Dietrich will make this call with a Jack 7.
Yeah, he's got the 7-11. Some people think it's lucky. Let's see if it is. Well, Ace 5-3, 2 diamonds. Dietrich checks. Wow, very surprised Mike checked there. Now the Ace of diamonds comes off, pairing the board, but gives both players a flush draw. Dietrich is checked. Mike looking back to see if he has a diamond in his hand. And again, Mike checks right behind him. And the diamond comes off. Both players have made a flush. Mike's flush is bigger. Dietrich thinks his flush is the best hand, so he's going to try to get a little value bet in here.
What is it, 225?
225.
Call.
Quick call by Mike Sherriati, who's going to win the pot with a bigger flush. As Dietrich proudly lays his on the table, but it's not good enough.
So non-professional Mike Sherriati with the chance of becoming a 2-time WPT champion, taking that pot down in nice fashion.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
We're getting close to crowning a champion here at the LAPC. But before we do, take a look at the World Poker Tour's trip to Sanya and see who emerged victorious at the WPT National China. Mike and I ventured about 25 miles west of Sanya City to Nanshan Temple, one of China's most outstanding attractions.
But it's the largest Buddhist preaching site established since the founding of the People's Republic of China. These prayer wheels are used to accumulate good karma and get rid of the bad karma.
The main feature of Nanshan Temple is the Guanyin Buddha statue. It stands 108 meters tall. 108 meters, that's taller than the Statue of Liberty in the US. And after a day of reflection, I wanted to complete our time at Nanshan Temple by treating Mike to some vegetarian cuisine, because a healthy lifestyle is something that is near and dear to me.
Looks like French fries and chicken nuggets to me. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to be very good. It's Wambe.
And as Mike and I finished our delicious feast, Matt, Tony, Vince, and the Royal Flush Girls took off on a private yacht to venture out to Wajuju Island for some fun in the sun.
That was amazing. I hated getting out of the water. What did you think?
Oh my gosh, I was in love with all the fish. They were so tropical.
Well, I can't wait to come back.
We have had such a great time here in Sanya, but the journey isn't over until we crown a champion. The players were all hopeful as they took their seats, ready to fight for the WPT National China title. Everyone came to the table with a strategy as they contested for each pot, but players started to fall, big stacks would collide, and hopes of poker glory would fade as the game became even more short-handed until just 2 players remained. Sun Shu from Beijing and Jin Shin from Shandong would go heads up for the title. After some back and forth play, Sun Shu emerged victorious, and I had a chance to sit down with the grateful champion. Congratulations, you have won the WPT National China.
好多次都是小筹码，慢慢上来，运气好了。
What a wonderful end to a wonderful trip. This has been such an adventure. We have explored this island far and wide, and I cannot wait to return again to Sanya next year. What do you all think? Yeah. All right. Gambay!
Well, it's a beautiful place in Sanya. We had a great time there.
We sure did. And right now, 4 players going after this title here at the LA Poker Classic.
Alex Keating out in front with 4.7 million. But all players have at least 3.2 million, so certainly anybody's game from here.
Mike Shariati, first to act, he's got 10-8. He mucks that hand. And now Alex Keating, our chip leader with King-Queen, will raise, makes it 225.
Dietrich going out. Sam Salverall, tough 25-year-old pro, looks down at ace-deuce. He's going to make the call. Doesn't 3-bet with the ace-high.
Ace-deuce versus King-Queen. Who will get lucky? It's Alex. King-Jack-9 on the flop.
Got something to look at? Like what you see?
He's hit his kings.
And the straight draw. Gonna bet 150,000 into a pot that's got 560,000 in it, so not a big bet. And because of that, Sam is gonna tag along with the ace-high. Could backdoor the heart flush, of course, but that doesn't happen as the 7 of spade comes off. So Sam is gonna check. Alex gonna bet 400,000 this time, and Sam gonna give it up.
I saw an ace. Guess I'm gonna have to assume you had ace-10. I'm just telling you the truth. You can fold your hand lower. I don't have to tell you that.
What did you, Alex? What did you do for work before you become a poker player?
I was a young man. I just played poker. That's it. But it used to be a lot. It used to be easier. It used to be a lot different.
I mean, you never worked?
No.
Really?
I have never had a job. I am what you call unemployed and unemployable.
It's on me, sorry.
Yeah. Take your time, Dietrich.
Well, Dietrich enjoying it. He was employed, owned a pizza shop. Sam, on the other hand, went to the University of Florida for 2 years, dropped out to be a poker player, and has done very well at that career.
I just call you. I'm not going to race.
Wow, that's so nice of you. You're such a nice guy.
And Mike Shariati, as we've said, a genetic engineer.
I can't afford it, buddy. I don't know what to do. I can't. Oh, I can check, though, right? Yeah, I'll check.
He knows not to fold. He's just playing games.
I check blind.
Wow.
First one today. Check blind.
I've never seen you do it in your whole life.
Now Mike Shariati checking blind, and it's come queen, 4-3 all hearts.
I got to bet you something.
I got to raise something.
100,000 bet by Alex with the opening straight draw. Quick raise to 300,000 by Mike.
You're gonna show me, right?
Sure. Show me what I see.
Oh, both of them. Come on, you said you show me.
At least one.
All right. Oh, come on, show me the other one. I'll show you.
Nah, don't worry about it. That was good enough.
Nice hand, buddy.
I'm the first person showing card today.
Nice hand, buddy.
Now Alex trying to talk him into showing cards now.
Just limps in with the old queen 9.
Queen 9?
Never stops.
Get over. Give him a 10. Good luck, guys. Pay the board. Good luck.
Once again, ClubWPT.com has teamed up with the legendary Italian automaker Fiat to give away a brand new car. And joining me is this year's Fiat winner, Lynn Tiemann from Texas. Welcome, Lynn.
Thank you, Lynn.
Now, yesterday you were here outside the Commerce. You got to meet some of the WPT family, and of course, you got to see the Fiat. What did you think of the car?
Fiat is a great car. I really absolutely love it.
And you got to take it for a spin. What did you think being behind the wheel?
It was fun, lots of fun. It's the perfect size for parking in downtown Austin. I'm looking forward to doing that.
Yeah. Now, how long have you been playing on Club WPT?
5 years. I actually learned to play on Club WPT.
Yeah, it's a perfect place.
Well, you can play at any time, and you can play in your own space. And you get to play with many people from all over the country.
Well, congratulations once again, Lynn. And if you want to play unlimited risk-free poker, sign up at ClubWPT.com. And maybe you could be the next Fiat winner.
Thanks, Club WPT and Fiat. Thanks. I'm a winner.
Congratulations to Lynn. She won her Fiat on ClubWPT.com. Sign up today, and you can play for a piece of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Visit ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Well, we are back at the Commerce Casino for the LA Poker Classic. Alex Keating is the chip leader.
Yeah, 3 of these guys going for the first WPT title. Mike Sherriotti going for his second this season. Right now, Alex Keating out in front.
Did you go to college, Sam? Where'd you go?
Florida.
What did you...
Econ.
Did you finish? Nah.
Did 2 years.
2 years? That's not bad.
Where'd you go to school?
University of Florida.
Oh, I went to University of South Florida. So you were at the Gainesville, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Gainesville. Party
It's going to be on Sam. He folds the hand.
Not much happening about the party town.
Having fun here tonight. Now, this time, Mike Sherriotti has picked up ace-9 of spades. And he'll raise it up to $250,000 to go.
Oh, you played some chess, huh? Magic the Gathering?
Mike raises 200.
Magic?
No.
Pokemon? Pogs?
Maybe a little bit Pokemon. I was like,
there we go.
12.
I found him.
I don't know the game Pokemon.
Get the yeah, you do.
I'm 30 years old, bro.
Finally going out.
Do you know the game Pokemon?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't play it, but I know it.
I could probably name 90 Pokemon.
Come on.
You play it?
That wasn't a thing in Germany.
It changed a lot.
The original 151, if you name one of their names, I'll know it.
If you threw it off a little bit and like said it wrong, I wouldn't notice.
Like if I told you like there was a Pokemon called an Albasaur or something?
Yeah, I'd probably believe you.
They bring up SpongeBob. I'm going to leave.
All right, guys, this is going to be on TV. Girls are going to be watching. Let's talk about something besides Pokemon.
You brought it up.
All right, they are having fun.
It's folded around to Dietrich in the small blind.
Well, guess who's going to get serious? That's Dietrich because he's picked up jacks. And he's just called it. Sam behind him with 5-3.
And Sam check behind him.
Here comes the flop.
Now flop comes 8-4-4. No help to either player, and here comes Dietrich betting the 2 jacks, 110,000.
You guys are all short stack here.
And Sam floating here, no hand, no draw, just calling to take the pot away from him later, but that might be tough to do as Dietrich has 2 jacks.
Well, now he's got a draw, open-ended straight draw for Sam.
Well, Dietrich gonna bet again. He's got jacks up. This time 225,000. And now with the open-end straight draw, Sam gonna make the call.
Doesn't get there. Ace on the river, so Sam doesn't connect with the straight.
Well, Dietrich's not going to put him on an ace because he didn't raise before the flop, so he's going to try to get a value bet in here, 450,000.
And of course, we know Sam only with 5 high.
Vinci cannot call, but surely you don't think a guy'd raise with 5 high here, do you?
Well, he's looking over his man.
Come on.
He has moved all in here.
Can I get a count, please?
What a play. That's the guy's risking his tournament life here.
Dietrich's not going to be able to call this. Dietrich's in a lot of pain. That's a lot of pain for Dietrich.
Dietrich has more chips than he does, meaning if Sam gets called here, he's going to be out in 4th place. But how do you make a call here for another $2.3 million with just 2 jacks?
If he feels like he's weak, he goes all in. He really takes a chance.
You're dead right about that.
I played with him the other day, day before yesterday, 3 days ago. It was that. He has a good sense for the game, though.
His poker IQ is so high.
Well, he's looking, he's trying to get some tell, studying everything, his shoes and all.
It'd be the call of the year, Vince, if he makes it. And he's done it! Dietrich has made this call and going to win this pot with 2 jacks. Well, wow, what a play by Sam Soverall. Bluffed all his money off with nothing in that spot. He put his opponent to the test, but Dietrich passed with flying colors, called him with 2 jacks.
Great game, Sam. Played really good. You're the best player.
Yeah, that is the call of the night, possibly the week, possibly the year. How about that? But Sam's out of here, going to take home $316,000. Let's go share his anger with him.
This is crazy stuff for Doug. This is crazy.
Take us a little bit through that last hand.
I don't know. I couldn't win without bluffing there, but yeah, I mean, it might be a little too risky in a tournament. I'm actually kind of surprised he called with the hand he had, but I'm not that surprised.
Well, great performance this week. It was fun to watch.
I had fun.
Well, we are one step closer to crowning a champion here at the Commerce Casino with the elimination of Sam Soverall. Find out who that'll be when we return on the WPT. Right now, it's that time of the night where Tony Dunst stops by for some choice words in this edition of The Raw Deal.
We just watched a tremendous hero call from Dietrich Fast that brought our final table down to 3. And although history is written by the victors, it's the loser of the hand that has me intrigued. It's easy to say that Dietrich made a great call when he's stacking chips, but the question is, did Sam Soverall make a great bluff? Let's break it down.
Come on.
I was introduced to Sam when he finished runner-up at WPT Jacksonville during season 10, back in his Game of Thrones days. I remember thinking how aggressive he was post-flop, and it's likely Dietrich noticed that too, because he opens the hand by limping jacks in the small blind. Though, it's worth noting that some pros limp 100% of playable hands in that spot. Sam checks in the big blind with 5-3 and flops nothing but backdoor straight draws. Sam's call on the flop is essentially a float, a call made with the intention to bluff on later streets. The turn provides Sam an open-ended straight draw, which makes calling another bet from Dietrich natural. The river brings an ace that misses the flush draw, and after thinking it over, Dietrich makes a half-pot bet for value. So, why did Sam choose to bluff here? First, he's plausibly representing strong hands that would play this way, like trips, full houses, and a straight. Second, he's reached the river with the bottom of his range, which is the best part of your range to turn into a bluff. And third, Sam knows that Dietrich can also be bluffing with missed draws of his own. But because 5-high can't win at showdown, Sam has to make the last bet.
Come on.
Of course, you know how the story ends. Dietrich thinks it over, makes the call, and eliminates Sam in 4th place.
That might be a little too risky in a tournament.
And I understand that in the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die. But if Sam keeps making plays like this, we'll see him on the Iron Throne in no time.
Well, Vince, he made a great stab at that pot. It would have won 90% of the time, I believe, against other players. Dietrich Fast just made a great hero call. Wonderful play by him. Got to give him credit.
Did you go all in on the turn? No, what's on the river?
Mike, welcome to the game, buddy.
On Alex. Wow, Alex with ace, queen of hearts.
Raise it.
Well, that's a big hand in a 3-handed poker game, so he's going to raise it. Makes it $250,000 to go.
And Dietrich looks down at a better ace-king.
It's like you're rewarded from the last hand for making a good play. Then you get good cards the next hand. And he is going to 3-bet it.
Mike Mux.
Try to bully me? Get all those chips. Now you're just a big bully all of a sudden?
Back on Alex. Be careful, Alex.
These are the 2 big chip leaders.
All in.
I call.
All in and called. They are clashing, and Dietrich is in great shape to take a commanding lead playing heads up for this title.
Ace king versus ace queen.
Alex is at risk here.
Good luck.
If he doesn't get lucky here, he's going to be out in third place.
Oh, pretty amazing. Three-handed poker, total cold deck. Right now, the great talker, Alex Keating, in a lot of trouble at this point.
Either way, buddy. Good luck. It's been a lot of fun to play with you.
Yeah, same as you.
Yeah, they give each other the phony good lucks.
Ah, you got me good, buddy. You earned it.
Deep breaths everywhere. The crowd is on its feet. Here comes the flop.
Take the flush draw.
8-5-4 with one heart.
I spotted that, yeah.
Dietrich in a great place to knock out Keating.
If the board repaired twice, they would split the pot.
Here comes the turn. Oh, it's a heart.
So Alex Keating, he gets a split if it comes 4 or 5.
We can split with a 5 and a 4.
I would love to play with you right now.
Any heart will win it for him, any queen will win it for him.
Whatever happens, I'm ready for the 5.
You too. Yeah, I would love the 5 or the 4. I want to keep playing with it.
Yeah, it's fun. As long as I win in the end.
What a sweat we've got going to the river.
Let's take a look at the last card, the possible upset card. It's a jack of diamonds.
Well, what a tournament for Alex Keating. He came to the final table in last chip position, ended up finishing in third place. Great week for the likable guy from Austin, Texas.
Yeah, he's tremendously entertaining. Alex Keating out in third place, gonna take home $423,000. Let's go talk to the talker.
Alex, $423,000, your biggest score to date.
Yeah. Oh, it was less. All right.
You had a lot of fun this week, and you know your table talk made it exciting for a lot of people. You think you'll continue this play and this table talk?
Yeah, you'll see it again.
All right, Alex. Good run.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Everybody.
All right.
With Alex Keating hitting the rail in third place, we are down to the final 2 players here at LAPC. When we return, Dietrich Fast and Mike Shariati will go heads up for the WPT title. You don't want to miss it.
All right, show me the money.
Play WPT brings true competition to online poker. Log on to Play WPT for some serious fun.
The heads-up battle is about to begin here at the Commerce Casino between Dietrich Fast and Mike Shariati. Royal Flush girls Jennifer and Jeannie have brought out the money these two are playing for, plus a pair of monster 24K headphones and an exquisite Hublot watch to be awarded to tonight's champion. Before play gets started, check out the conversation I had with both players. Dietrich, you have made some amazing reads tonight. What are your thoughts on how you're playing so far?
I'm pretty happy about my game so far. It ran really well for me, yeah.
It sure has. Now you're heads up against Mike. How do you feel going up against him for the title?
I have the chip lead, so I'm pretty confident to win this, but everything can happen in poker. He just have to win two all-ins, and he's a winner, so let's see what happens.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Mike, you are heads up for your second title this season. What are your emotions right now?
I'm very excited, happy. At the same time, I am grateful to be in this position.
Now, you've come back from quite a large chip deficit heads up before. What's it going to take to get this one done tonight?
LPD.
LPD? What does that stand for?
I have to basically get lucky, okay? And I have to be patient and I have to have this discipline. So.
Sounds like the perfect equation.
That works for me, usually. So I hope it works out tonight.
All right, well, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Really get rid of the DMP. Just keep the L. That's all there is to it.
You're right about that, Vance. Just an L is all you need here to take the title.
Here we go, Mike. The heads-up battle about to begin. Dietrich with about 12 million. Mike with 3.5. Mike has ace-10. First to act. On hand number one of the heads-up battle, he will raise it to 275. Dietrich.
Yeah, running so good. Why not call here with the 10-7?
Sure.
Comes a flop. King 9-8, 2 clubs. Dietrich with the opening straight draw. He's going to check. And Mike also checks. Does not make the continuation bet. 4 clubs comes off. Dietrich now just hoping his opponent doesn't have a club in his hand. Might throw his hand away if he bets here.
Dietrich's bet 350 with no club.
And he's got the 10 of clubs in his hand, so Mike is going to call him.
Down to the river we go.
And the ace of clubs comes off. So Dietrich knows the only way he could possibly win it is to bet at it, but not sure that's going to work for him as his opponent's made a flush, but he doesn't know it. So he's going to bet $550,000.
Taking another shot with 10 high.
There's only 2 cards in the deck that can beat Mike Sheriotti, and that's the Queen Jack of clubs.
Call.
He does make the call. He is going to win the pot with a flush. So that's the way you want to start heads-up play, especially if you're at a chip deficit. Just take down pot number 1.
Mike Sheriotti, the local. Just an amazing story for a man that's a non-professional to play only 2 WPT events, win 1, and now going after a second. This would be poker history in the making right here tonight. Mike with the button and a nothing hand, 9-6 offsuit. Does he want to speculate?
Going to make a position raise here, $225,000. Dietrich with the King Jack of spade will not go anywhere here for sure, makes the call.
And here we go with the flop. It is a Queen Jack 5, 2 spades.
It's a dream flop for Dietrich. He's got 2 jacks and a king eye flush draw. He checks.
Mike's got none of that. He checks as well. Deuce of spades. Gives a flush there to Dietrich, of course.
And he's leading right out with it, Vince. He's not slow playing it. And Mike quickly makes the call, drawing completely dead.
Down to the river we go. Wow, it's a 7 of spade, another spade.
Well, Mike has made a flush. It's going to cost him more money, probably. There's Dietrich going to lead out and bet the flush, and
I'm all in.
Mike has gone all in with his 9 of spade. This could be over.
Well, now, if you're sitting in Dietrich's seat and you've got the second best flush and the third best flush, you're saying, what could this guy be raising with without the ace of spade? There is nothing he could raise with without the ace of spade. At least that's the way you're thinking. Wow. And he throws his hand away, and I don't blame him. But how did Mike Sheriotti know to raise right there all in?
Mike proudly shows the audience.
Can I see the cards too, or it's just plays right?
Mike is mucking the hand before he shows it.
Can you hold on, please?
Ace of spades.
Ace of spades.
Whoa, and Mike tells a little fib there.
Boy, his nose is going to grow. Liar, liar, pants on fire. There are thousands of reasons to love Club WPT and become a VIP member. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
That's right. Get in the game at clubwpt.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
LA is a huge city for poker. We're in the biggest poker room in the world.
I love being here at the Commerce. This is where it all began, literally. The main course was served at Commerce Casino 12 years ago. With 2 aces? With 2 aces against Mr. Vinny Vin, that's right.
Look at this, Antonio stands up and shows the 2 aces. He's got the goods, folks.
This is kind of like where I started working on my game and getting better, so it's cool. I like coming here. I get like the goosebumps sometimes.
We are back at the Commerce Casino for the LAPC. Heads-up action. Dietrich fast with 10.8. Mike Sheriotti, 4.6.
Yeah, Mike's on the comeback trail right now. Looking to capture a second WPT title this season.
And he's at 20,000 blind, 60, 120. Mike with a king 5 of spades. Moves it up to 260 to go.
Yeah, Dietrich going to call him with an 8-3 here.
Flop is an ace 10-9, 2 spades.
Dietrich checks.
Mike with a big 4 flush.
Got the nut flush draw here. He is going to bet.
325. Dietrich with none of that. Gonna get a little crazy on us.
With an 8 high.
I'm all in.
875, but a quick all in by Mike.
Announces all in.
Well, that's going to do it for Dietrich.
Well, that is champion's blood right there. Mike Sheriotti, quick move, gets Dietrich out. Could be the first player to ever win both LA events.
Vince, how about winning the first 2 WPT events you ever played in? He could do that too.
He would be the king of LA poker.
Dietrich Faust used to own a pizzeria in Germany.
We're the kind of guys that we should have a pizzeria. Mike and Vinny's. I'm going to say it's Mike and Vinny's.
Mike and Vinny.
I'm your sidekick.
Let's do it.
We would have a great pizzeria.
Start a pizza shop. We can do it.
Right.
I want to buy you out already.
Okay. I'll take it.
The blinds moving up once again. $25,000 ante. Blinds are 1 and 200. Look at this hand.
I'm all in.
Whoa! Dietrich has raised. Mike's going all in with ace-8 of diamonds.
Tough decision for Dietrich here. Gonna cost him another $4.4 million to make this call. If he plays this pot and loses it, Mike would have like a 2-to-1 chip lead over him. You're thinking, wow, do I really have the best hand here? Maybe he's got 2 sevens, 2 8s while we're racing. That might be okay. He could also easily be dominated, Vince, up against ace-jack, ace-queen in this spot.
I call.
Oh, he's gonna make the right call.
Wow, he has done it.
They turn it up.
Any 8 is good.
Well, what a call by Dietrich. He's out in front. If it holds, he'll be our champion.
I got you. We hold it. Come on, remember.
9. Dietrich bet. 9.
And the flop is an ace-jack 4, so they both hit aces. And of course, Dietrich with his kicker out in front with a 9.
Mike's gonna have to catch an 8 to win the pot.
Jack, you can't lose.
8.
He could split it if 2 big cards came up or if the board paired 4s. But right now, he's up against it.
10 card. Can it be? It's an 8!
An 8 on the turn. Unbelievable. Now Dietrich must catch a jack or a 9 to win this pot. Right here, right now.
Jack.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing. River card coming up.
Well, Alice calling for a jack for his buddy.
Jack!
Dietrich has done it. Congratulations to both of these guys. What a battle, Vince.
Whoa! What a finish! Cannot believe this. And right now, Matt Savage over to talk to Mike Shariati. See how he feels about this tournament.
Mike, so close, an exciting final hand, but you are the WPT Hublot Player of the Year leader right now. How does it feel?
It feels great. So I'm happy. I mean, it would be great if I could win my second consecutive WPT, but I'm happy. Thank you.
Well, congratulations on the great score.
Thank you, Mike.
Mike, over to you.
Let's talk to the winner of the LA Poker Classic from Vienna, Austria, Dietrich Faust. Dietrich, congratulations on your win. Tell us how you're feeling right now.
I feel awesome. It's my biggest cash in the career, so it's overwhelming. It's a sick and a great accomplishment.
In addition to over $1 million in cash that you're going to win, you also get a beautiful customized 24K set of Monster headphones, a wonderful Hublot watch to commemorate your victory, your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. You also get an entry into the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions, where you have a chance to win a lot more money and a lot more prizes. And one more time, let's hear it for our champion, Dietrich Faust. Lynn, back to you.
What an amazing performance by Dietrich Faust, the season 14 LAPC champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
Let me tell you, that call he made with the jacks, that was money. I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The Bay 101 Shooting Star begins now.
Feel like $1 million.
So I'm obviously looking at that final table right now.
Tonight, the WPT returns to San Jose, California, as poker's brightest stars descend on the Bay 101 Casino. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. The Bay 101 Shooting Star is a tournament like no other. Top players from around the world show up, ready for action, with a $2,500 bounty on their back. And plenty of hopefuls looking to take them down on their way to achieving poker stardom.
Allow me to welcome you to the Bay 101 Casino in San Jose, California for the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament. Players, best of luck to all of you in your quest to make it to the final table. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. Good luck, players.
As players took to the felt, first-time bounty and two-time WPT finalist Kate Hall planned on changing her approach at the table.
I have never been a bounty for a tournament before, so it's going to require me to, I think, adjust my strategy a little bit. My plan is just to play a little bit tighter and let the chips come to me.
Known for its enthusiastic supporters, the die-hard fans of Bay 101 continued to impress WPT champion Will Fiala.
I gotta tell you, the crowd turnout at Bay 101 is probably the best turnout I've ever seen in poker tournaments for at least the last 6 or 7 years. They just really appreciate the guys that are on tour breaking their back, trying to make something of themselves, and this is just one spot where they really look up to the poker pros that really run.
WPT Player of the Year Daniel Negreanu didn't hesitate to make the trip to San Jose.
I commit to playing this event every year because Bay 101 for many years has been really great to the players. Before it was in vogue to roll out the red carpet for poker players.
A huge turnout meant that seats were at a premium. And when one player was knocked out, another was standing by to take his place. Past ones to watch and shooting star Maria Ho knew that the target on her back also provided some benefit.
If you play your cards right and your hands hold up, you get a lot of action.
One bounty feeling the sting of his hand not holding up was our own Mike Sexton, who was eliminated when his opponent flopped a set.
He might not have called me if I hadn't been a bounty, but I love the action. You know, he sucked down on me, but you can't get any better than that, pair over pair. You know, it's just not meant to be when you don't win those pots.
And Mike was one of just many shooting stars who saw their bounty collected as the day played out.
I haven't had much success as a bounty. If I play again tomorrow, I'll hopefully just reap the benefits of being a bounty as opposed to, like, you know, people gunning for your head. It can go both ways.
At the end of the day, 331 entrants had taken a shot, with just 125 holding on to finish the day with chips. Poker pro Ankush Mandavia captured the chip lead and earned a $10,000 bonus for his efforts.
It's awesome to free roll the tournament, but my goals are set to make the final table, so we'll see if I can keep it going.
There we go, just like that. Right at me. Very nice, just like that. There we go.
Playing day 1B of Shooting Stars. I didn't actually play yesterday, so this is my first bullet, so hopefully get through on one bullet.
A new crop of players and bounties joined the battle on the second starting day, including WPT champion Lee Marcolt.
This is the first time I've been a bounty. I think you have to bluff less and value bet more because you're going to get called later. You can use that to your advantage.
While some other bounties were back at it again.
This is bounty round 2 for me.
In addition to collecting bounties, players in the field had a chance to win a free cruise for 2, courtesy of the Royal Caribbean International Royal Flush bonus, if they hit a Royal Flush during the tournament. Another shooting star taking his second stab at advancing was 3-time WPT champion Anthony Zeno.
Bounties inside this tournament's amazing. Gets a big field. A lot of wealthy Silicon Valley people, a lot of big names to clash with, and battle of ego. A lot of people like to watch from the rail. It's pretty cool. They've never really seen some of the big names.
The huge field also attracted plenty of international players, like poker pro Kitty Kuo, who was trying to fly under the radar.
I want to look like a fish, like a little girl. I don't understand poker because not many people know me in US, but most people know me in Europe, so I cannot hide it. I still can hide it here.
Unable to stay hidden, bounties were picked off without mercy, including poker pro Brian Rast, 3-time WPT finalist Byron Carverman, and our own Vince Van Patten.
Oh, tough day at the office. I almost talked him into folding. Would have been so nice, but he made a good call.
Season 5 Bay 101 finalist Amir Shayesta pulled off the rare double bounty bust.
Yes!
When his ace-king held in a multi-way pot to eliminate both Kevin McPhee and Aaron Mermelstein, picking up $5,000 for his effort.
Busted 2 bounty. Couldn't get better than this.
More shooting stars would continue to fall, including 2-time WPT champion and bounty Antonio Esfandiari.
It makes me sad to bust this tournament because this is where I started playing poker many moons ago, and I always really want to do well in the Bay Area just because it's my home.
When play ended for the day, 422 entrants had bought in, with 155 players surviving. Poker pro and bounty Ari Engel finished at the top of the leaderboard with nearly 300,000 in chips, giving him the $10,000 chip leader bonus.
It's all a blur, the hands, but yeah, I've been running like God.
As the combined 280 survivors entered the tournament room at the start of day 2, they faced a tough day of poker ahead of them that would see the field hit the money and end with just 36 players.
It's going to be a long one. As far as my approach, I'm just going to play it by ear, see my table, see who I can attack, see who I want to kind of just not play pots with, and see what materializes.
After play began, the tournament staff released the official numbers. 753 entries created a prize pool of nearly $5.4 million. 72 players would make the money, with first place taking home almost $1.3 million. Early action saw the eliminations of bounties Mohsin Charania, 2013 main event champ Ryan Reese, and two-time WPT champion Daniel Negreanu, who had some advice for the remaining players.
You better be nourished, you better have gotten good sleep, and you better be fresh and ready when it matters most, late in the evening.
But while some bounties were hitting the rail, others, like WPT champion Dominic Nietzsche, were having better days.
Gone absolutely perfectly. I think I won every hand. I had aces like 4 times. I busted Todd Brunson and I busted Chris Moorman, so I've also got 2 bounties.
With some bounty players on the rise, others, like Maria Ho, were doing their best to stay alive.
20 big blinds and a dream, I believe is what they say. No, I always like to think positive in these things because you can't hurt it, right?
The field continued to thin, and when software engineer Chang Lau knocked out shooting star Liv Boeri in 74th place to collect his 3rd bounty, play went hand for hand on the money bubble. Down to his last 1,000 in chips, Stuart Marshak was all in the small blind in a 4-way pot with Ari Engel, Jim Colopy, and Stefan Schilhubel. Jim bet on the river into the side pot and got Stefan and Ari to fold. When the hands were tabled, Stuart's pair of 10s were no match to Jim's Broadway straight, and Stuart was eliminated in 73rd place.
Congratulations, players, you're in the money.
The first player to hit the payout line was bounty Lonnie Harwood, who was eliminated by poker pro Brian Pacholi. Still hours away from the end of play, 2 friends and poker pros Angelko Andreevich and Jake Schindler were in for the long haul.
It is going to take a while, so yeah, we're trying to stay highly caffeinated.
But it wouldn't be too late of a night for Jake Schindler, who was knocked out after running his ace-queen into poker pro Alex Roka's ace-king. Short-stacked for most of the day, Garrett Greer was eliminated in 52nd place, earning him an impressive 4th cash in a row at Bay 101.
I made a little bit of chips last a long time.
When play ended after a long day, the final 36 players bagged their chips. After a strong start, Dominic Nietzsche finished in 8th place, Noah Schwartz finished in 2nd, and at the top of the chip counts was Dylan Lind with over $1.5 million.
Feel good. Big spot today. Chance to make another WPT final table, win 1.2 million. Puts fuel in the jet, I think, or whatever. Or buy Matt a new suit because he needs one. It's not tapered properly.
Thanks, buddy.
You're a gentleman, a scholar, bro.
Noah was just one of 7 WPT champions still alive in the field. He was also one of the 5 shooting star bounties yet to be claimed. WPT finalist Angelko Andreevich, hoping to add some points and move up the Ublo WPT Player of the Year leaderboard, felt confident in the Day 3 format that Bay 101 has.
It's 6-handed, which is unlike any other WPTs with 6 tables left. I prefer short-handed, like mostly cash games. I think it's definitely something that's going to help me. 4 clubs.
One WPT champion on the upswing was Matt Salzberg, who knocked out 2 players to increase his short stack to a more comfortable level. While Stefan Schilhubel found a double through Noah Schwartz to jump into the early chip lead. After another deep run, WPT finalist Jake Schwartz was sent to the rail by Angelko Andreevich, falling short of making his 3rd WPT final table in season 14.
Pretty gutted. Never happy to bust a tournament this deep.
As the field continued to shrink, Day 1A chip leader Ankush Mandavia and Day 2 chip leader Dylan Lind both saw the end of their tournament run, but players like Maria Ho remained focused.
After the day I had yesterday, I'm so glad to be here, but of course, you know, you gotta set your sights on bigger goals day after day, so I'm obviously looking at that final table right now.
Bounties and WPT champions fell when Griffin Paul knocked out Dominic Nietzsche and Angelko Andreevich knocked out Noah Schwartz. Griffin took out another fellow WPT champion when his pocket jacks held against the ace-queen of a disappointed Matt Salzberg.
I was playing to win the tournament. I didn't want to just like ladder up. Good game, guys. So I kind of took a spot there and, you know, lost the flip when it mattered.
With Matt's elimination, just 2 bounties remained, Maria Ho and poker pro Connor Drynan. Connor was amongst the chip leaders when he got into a massive pot with Stefan Schilhubel. Stefan let it out on a 9-high flop. Connor went all in and was quickly called by Stefan. Stefan was in the lead with his pocket aces and needed to fade Connor's inside straight draw. A 6 of clubs on the turn gave Connor some more outs, but no help on the river knocked Connor out in 8th place. Down to 7 players, the field was combined to 1 table. Stefan continued to roll in a pot against Anthony Gregg. Anthony's pocket kings were in the lead. But Stefan spiked an ace on the river to knock out the WPT champion in 7th place. And with that, the final 6 were set. Stefan would take a big chip lead into a final table that featured 1 WPT champion and 1 shooting star, all with a chance at capturing one of the most prestigious titles on the tour and nearly $1.3 million. Now ready to shed some light on tonight's competition are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, it is thrilling to see bounty Maria Ho at this final table. Rate her chances here tonight.
Well, Lynn, Maria Ho gets a lot of respect in the poker world, no doubt about it. She deserves it. She's made $1.7 million in total tournament earnings. She's been a 2-time WPT ones to watch, but tonight is the night that she gets to shine on the WPT because she's made her first final table. She's in 3rd chip position. She's not intimidated by any of these guys, believe me. And tonight could be the night she becomes a WPT champion. It's going to be fun to see.
It could be the night, but Mike, it sure looks like Maria will have her hands full in an attempt to win this WPT title.
Well, Lynn, this is a terrific final table. 5 out of 6 of these players have over $1 million in tournament winnings, and the only guy that doesn't in seed 4 is the big chip leader, Stefan Schilhubel. But he's starting out with $8.7 million in chips, far more than anybody else at the table. That makes him the favorite tonight. But keep your eye on the guy in seat 1. That's Griffin Paul. He's in 2nd chip position with $5.2 million in chips, and he's going for his 2nd WPT title in 2 seasons. That's pretty impressive. Lynn, there's a lot of talent at this table. This is going to be a good one tonight.
It sure will be. So who will earn their place amongst the stars here at Bay 101? Action begins right after this.
It would mean so much to be a WPT champion. Obviously, there have been just some of the best poker players in the world come through this stage and have taken down a WPT title.
It would be great to win a title. A major tournament like this would be very good to win. So I think the plan is to put a lot of pressure on the other guys because 1.3 million would be life-changing money.
I was thinking of that, yeah, if 1 million would be life-changing. I mean, I'm not gonna go buy every car and golden toilet like MC Hammer or anything if I win, you know.
It's hard to keep up in tournaments because there's so many good players and the variance is huge, and I've been fortunate enough to run very well in the past year or 2.
To win WPT would be a huge deal. I've been playing almost 6 years now, and I'm finally here, so I feel like I'm ready.
I'm definitely up for the challenge. I know I'm a little bit short, but I've been in this spot before playing for this amount of money, so hopefully this is the one.
Well, there you see the ClubWPT.com chip count. Stefan Schilhubel out in front, $8.7 million. Vince, that's 145 big blinds. That is a huge number.
First place prize close to $1.3 million. And the champ will also get the beautiful U-Blow watch, as you can see right there. The antes are 10,000, blinds are 30 and 60. Here we go with the Shooting Star event.
One of the most fun events on the World Poker Tour all season, and with some of the biggest prize money at stake.
No problem.
First to act, Adam Geyer from Austin, Texas, likes his ace-9. Gonna raise to 125. Stefan Schilhubel from Germany. He's gonna quickly fold. Maria Ho also going away.
Actions around to Griffin Paul, going for his 2nd WPT title tonight. Griffin's in the small blind with 2 threes, and he is gonna make the call.
Brian Piccioli from Vegas, 26 years old, also going out. Ace-9 versus a pair of threes. Queen 6-4 on the flop.
Well, Griffin Paul has the best hand with 2 threes, but checks. See if Adam makes the continuation bet. Looks like he's going to. And this puts Griffin Paul in a very tough spot here as to what to do with 2 threes.
125 bet into Griffin from Calabasas, California.
It's not just this bet he's worried about, but there's 2 more streets of action to come. It's just tough to play with 2 threes in this spot. Griffin gives it up, so well done there by Adam Geyer, taking down pot number 1.
Adam Geyer plays mostly cash, he says, lately, but he never misses the Bay 101 event. He's out of Austin, Texas.
He has a political science degree from Trinity University. Vince, he's trying to become president of this table tonight.
Oh, okay. All right, on to the next hand. Maria Ho now with a little pair of threes.
Well, Maria, one of the most popular people in the poker world and the poker community, lucky to have her. She does great things on and off the felt.
She's raised a 140, bunch of folds, and now around to Adam Geyer, who has a real hand. Pair of 10s.
Well, just calls. Does not 3-bet with the 2 10s.
Pair over pair. Who will get lucky? Neither one. Ace, queen, 4 on the flop.
2 diamonds. Adam checks. And Maria going to make the continuation bet with 2 threes. That is going to put a lot of pressure on Adam Geyer now.
Up 180,000.
Tough to call with 2 10s in this spot. After your opponent raised before the flop and bet on the flop. But Adam is doing it. What a call by this guy.
To the complete discomfort of Maria Ho right there. Turn cards a queen, pairs the board.
Well, again, Adam checks. Maria now hoping that Adam's on some kind of flush draw or straight draw. Checks behind him.
7 on the river, irrelevant. And now Adam checking again. Maria is thinking about it, but no.
Well, she's got a hand she could beat a flush draw or a straight draw with, so she checked it down. Adam Geyer taking down pot number 2.
2 for 2. Hopefully goes 60 for 60.
Adam Geyer all chuckles. Maria Ho not enjoying that moment. And we move on. Action on. Angelico quickly folds his hand. Griffin Paul with a Jack 10.
And he's going to be aggressive with it. Makes it 140,000 to go.
Pacholi out. Adam Geyer with a king, 7 of diamonds.
And he's 2 for 2 so far. Opts to give this one up.
Stefan Schilhabel out of Dusseldorf, Germany, won't play. And now Maria Ho.
And she's got the 6, 10 of diamonds here.
You know, she'll splash around with it.
Well, she's in the big blind, so she's opting to make the call out of the blind to defend.
Here comes the flop. It is a king 8 deuce.
No help to either player. Maria checks. Griffin going to make the continuation bet. 185,000.
And Maria Ho heaves hose out of there. Griffin Paul going to steal that one. Crowd loving that for Griffin. And we're just getting started at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. We'll be back in just a moment here on the World Poker Tour.
Tonight's episode is sponsored by Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour.
You know, we've noticed a growing number of bright young players showing up at our events on the World Poker Tour with something in common. They're all members of ClubWPT.com.
I'm here with Carrie Kung, our youngest ever Club WPT qualifier. Congrats.
Thank you. Feels really good to cash my first live tournament.
Won the free roll in the Club WPT, and yes, I made $4,800.
And won the package here, which covered 4 nights stay and spending cash and an entry to the tournament.
Let's hear it for Vina Greco.
I decided to log into clubwpt.com and become a member because I can just watch all the poker tournaments that way. It's a great website. It has a lot of information, a lot of videos, a lot of everything. So I love it. It's great. Yeah.
They are playing, they are winning, and head on over to clubwpt.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour at the Bay 101 Shooting Star event, and Stefan Schilhabel is the chip leader with close to 8.6 million in chips.
This is called the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament because a number of players are designated as shooting stars. When you knock them out, you receive a bounty of $2,500 in cash. The lone remaining bounty in this tournament, Maria Ho.
All right. A bunch of folds now. Adam Geyer, who's done quite well so far tonight. Jack 7 of diamonds. He'll raise with it to 125. Stefan goes out, and now Maria Ho has a pretty solid ace 9 of clubs.
Well, when she takes chips out of the pot, that means she's going to raise it. She does 3-bet it to $400,000 here. Those plaques, $100,000 each.
And Chilko with an ace 8 will not play it. Back on Geyer.
All of a sudden, the 7-11 doesn't look so good. He folds. Maria Ho taking down that pot.
I have an easy last name to come up with chance for, so.
It's more difficult with my name, I think.
Yeah. Can't wait to hear what your friends say.
They're kind of boring, so I don't think they have much fun.
Stefan Schilhabel learned to play poker with friends in Germany, living in Brighton, England right now. He's 29 years old.
Was a student for 8 years, been playing poker for 8 years. It's his second WPT cash, his first final table.
On to the next hand, couple folds, and now Maria Ho with a very strong ace-queen of spades.
Well, certainly going to raise with this hand on the button.
Yeah, 140 to go. And Jelko now with ace-5 behind her.
Tough player, originally from Serbia, now lives in Miami, Florida, just 24 years old. Hasn't played a pot yet tonight, but here he goes. He's going to 3-bet here with the ace-5. He makes it $400,000 to go.
Yeah, trying to make a stand here. Griffin Paul goes out, so back on Maria.
Now what do you do with ace-queen?
All in.
She has gone all in.
All right, see you later, Angelco. Maria Ho taking down that pot by 4-betting all in. Well done by the lady from Arcadia, California, who is so popular in the poker world.
Professionally, I've been playing poker coming on 11 years now. I've played enough WPTs, let's just put it that way. Had a few deep runs, cashed a few times, been a once to watch, but never made a WPT final table. And I want it so bad, and I feel like so many people come here and sit in this chair and say, I want it more than anybody else. But I actually do. I want to make the most of this opportunity that I have today.
Well, Maria's highest finish on the WPT was 10th. This was back at the Bellagio Cup in 2010. Got a shot tonight.
Yeah, she's also a great personality on TV. She's been on The Amazing Race. She's hosted poker shows.
A very talented, Vince. You're right about that. Singer, dancer, entertainer, and quite a poker player.
Okay, on to this next hand. Adam Geyer quickly folds his hand. Stefan not going to play now. Maria Ho with a 9-7 of spades.
Well, she's back in position by the button. Is one of those hands you like to see a flop with, so she's going to raise it here. Makes it $140,000 to go.
And Jelko just got pushed out of that last pot. This time he's got a pretty solid king-queen.
Well, he 3-bet a minute ago, and she 4-bet him all in, but he's the one going all in this time with the king-queen.
Griffin out.
And Brown out as well.
And now Maria getting squeezed there. Obviously, she cannot call with a 9-7.
Yeah. She gives it up, so well done.
Yeah, hats off to Angelco making a strong move there.
He says his hobbies are traveling and jet skiing. Now, he just doesn't look like a jet skier from the back, Vince, I got to tell you.
You ever jet ski?
Yes, Vince, I have.
I don't believe it.
Oh, yeah. I ride those waves.
Do you enjoy it?
Just jump the waves.
Did you have a good time? You wanted to get off? Get back to the clicker.
All right, Vince, you got me. I haven't been on a jet ski in 20 years.
We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour. Welcome back to Season 14 on the World Poker Tour. I'm Vince Van Patten with Mike Sexton, a Hall of Famer, and we are watching the Bay 101 shooting star. Stefan Schilhabel is the chip leader. He's from Germany. He has 8.5 million in chips.
Yeah, came to the final table as the big chip leader, is still the big chip leader. All right, back to the action on Maria Ho. Well, she looks down at two snowmen, the pair of eights, under the gun. She is going to raise it, and it looks like 140,000 is the bet.
To her left, Angelco with an attractive king, 10 of clubs. No, he won't play that. Interesting. Griffin Paul goes out.
Brian Piccoli out as well.
Adam Geyer taking a rest. And now Stefan Schilhabel.
He is the big chip leader. He will not be going out with the ace-4 diamonds. Certainly going to look at a flop. That's what he's done. Makes the call.
He's a student out of Dusseldorf, Germany. He plays online all the time. And here is the flop, and there's a king 6-3, two of them diamonds.
Well, Stefan with the nut flush draw.
And he's checked it, and Maria with a pair of eights.
Well, Vince, he's checked it for the check raise, I'm sure.
Maria, though.
Well, she's going to make a continuation bet with two eights for sure. 140,000 is the bet. See what Stefan does now. He's just going to call, Vince. Very surprised by this, especially with his chip count. How the guy doesn't raise here. Well, Queen of Spade comes off. Well, Stefan checks again. See if Maria slows down. She does. She checks behind him. Now a 4 comes off. This gives Stefan 2 4s. So he might think they're the best hand in case she's got ace-jack, ace-10.
Yep, no diamond for Stefan. Now he's going to check.
And Maria checks it down behind him. He's going to be happy to win this pot with 2 8s. And then Stefan, I would think, has got to be kicking himself for not check raising on the flop there. That would have put a lot of pressure on Maria against the chip leader as to what to do. But as it turns out, Maria stacking more chips.
Nice when you can win a hand with a pair of 8s when there's a lot of stuff out there. So she's got to be happy. She's on a nice flurry.
All right, back to the action.
A couple folds. Brian Piccoli from Vegas also folding. Adam Geyer, who's done well tonight so far, moving up his chip stack. He will make it 125 to go. Stefan out. And only one to beat is Maria with a jack 8, already invested somewhat. So she will stick around.
Well, as the cards lie, Maria's got way the best of it. But we have a slot machine flop, all 7s.
Wow.
7, 7, 7. Maria checks. This is going to be pretty much an automatic continuation bet, I'm guessing, by Adam. Indeed it is. 100,000 he bets. And Maria just can't stand it. Almost could hit none of that flop. Gives it up. Adam Geyer taking it down. Shows you the power of raising before the flop and making the continuation bet. Regardless what you have, you win a lot of pots that way.
Yeah, until you lose them. It's so true, though. As Maria knows tonight so far. Okay, we move on. Brian Piccoli can't pick up a hand. He folds.
And Adam Geyer looks down at King Jack. He's going to bet 135,000 on the Kojak.
Yep, Stefan out. Now Maria Ho with a pretty solid ace-10 and the button.
Well, she's an aggressive player, Vince. We can see that. Going to 3-bet here with the ace-10 offsuit. 375,000.
Uh-oh, that could be a bad move because Angelco on the left of her with ace-king.
Yeah, and he's one of the short stacks, Vince.
Oh, there's a shove. All in. Griffin Paul going all out. Adam also folding, and now Maria, who has some good bread in there so far.
Well, she's asking for a count here, Vince.
Is she priced in? She's thinking.
Well, with his bet, there's just over 2.2 million in the pot.
Thank you.
Nearly 2.3 going to cost her nearly 1.3 million more to make the call. So she's not quite getting 2-to-1 odds on her money. What do you do here with the ace-10 offsuit? Anytime you have an ace in your hand and you're not up against specifically 2 aces, you're never more than a 2-to-1 dog. Maria knows that, but still, do you want to put another 1.3 million in here where you can be dominated as she is?
Just be a nice solid lay down if she can do it. Just get away from the hand. Don't get creative. Don't try to be a hero. Do the right thing. And yes, she does. She's going to lay that down. Give it up to Angelco.
And Vince, this is the third time this season that this guy has finished in the top 7 on the WPT. That's impressive.
Good things happening for Angelco Andrejevic. We have a good one here at the Bay 101 Shooting Star, and we're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
There are thousands of reasons to love Club WPT. Become a VIP and play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every single month. Get in the game at clubwpt.com.
This is my first time playing Bay 101, so it's cool to get a bounty and a final table.
This is my second year at Bay 101. I came here last year and I loved it, so I decided to come back. It's very unique with a bunch of bounties on the line and everyone's having a good time.
I've been a shooting star, I think 5 or 6 times now, and every single time it's amazing. The fans here are great. It's really fun.
We are back here at the Bay 101 Shooting Star event.
Well, this Shooting Star tournament is certainly one of the most fun events on the WPT all season, primarily because of the shooting stars, the bounties, the electricity that it creates. As Maria pointed out earlier, this is a fun event, and the fans here are as good as they get anywhere in the world.
Down to the felt. Adam Geyer has picked up a pair of aces in first position. He's going to raise to 135.
Well, Stefan, who's played very conservatively here at this final table, just calling here with King, Queen of Hearts.
Now Maria Ho. Oh, wow. She's got a pair of jacks.
This could spell big trouble for Maria here, especially if she 3-bets right now. Well, she's just calling here, Vince.
Maria makes the call.
Doesn't 3-bet it.
Good for her. That's going to save her some dough.
You know, Griffin goes out. And Brian now, looking at the size of that pot, over $550,000 in there. He's just got the 4 deuce of hearts. It cost him $75,000 more to call, but he's going to do it, and we're going to have 4-way action.
Amazing it was unraised. 3 quality hands up against a junk hand. Let's see who will get lucky. The flop is a 10-9 deuce, all diamonds.
Well, Adam so far out in front. 2 aces, the best hand with the best draw, the nut flush draw. Brian is checked, and Adam is going to make a bet of $300,000.
Stefan catching none of that. Luckily, he's going to fold his hand. Now Maria, though.
Well, she has the overpair, Vince. Vince, she didn't raise pre-flop, so there's no way her opponent's going to put her on a hand this strong. She's going to make the call.
Yeah. Brian folding his hand now.
Now, as the cards lie, Maria has 1 out to win this pot.
5 on the turn, no diamond, and Adam's going to check.
She could only catch the jack of hearts to have the best hand.
She checks as well.
Now the board pairs 9s.
No diamond.
And I'm certain Adam is going to bet the river here, just a matter of how much. A little over 1.2 million in the pot, and wow, what a bet. 850,000.
How much do you have behind?
1-6.
And Vince, I'll tell you, the way this hand was played, after getting checked on the turn, hard to get away from 2 jacks here.
I agree.
It really is.
Almost impossible. If she does so, if she could lay this down, this would be the fold of the year.
Well, it'd certainly be one of them.
I mean, it's just hand over hand setup.
Well, it is certainly a tough decision for her.
Look at this, Brian.
Well, he's called the clock on her.
I don't. He says, "I'm short. I got to do it. I feel bad, but."
Well, I don't blame him.
Time is ticking. Yeah, I don't blame him either.
Well, that means Maria has 1 minute to act on her hand. If she does not do so in 1 minute, her hand will be automatically folded.
You'll give me 10-second countdown, right? Yeah. Thanks.
They'll count the clock down when it reaches 10 seconds.
Now, can she make the lay down?
Well, then she better hope the clock runs out.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I call.
Oh, Vincent, she's made the call here, and it's going to cost her $850,000.
It's 800 left.
850.
Well, eventually almost folded the hand. Just decided to call at the last second, and unfortunately for her, it cost her.
Yep, a cold deck there for Maria Ho. Adam Geyer gonna take down that pot. We have 6 players remaining here at the Bay 101 Shooting Star, where one of these players will take home a whopping $1.3 million in cash. Who will it be? We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Play WPT is authentic, state-of-the-art online poker. Come and play WPT today.
Welcome back to the Bay 101 Shooting Star, Season 14 here on the World Poker Tour. Stefan Schilhabel is the chip leader.
Yeah, Griffin Paul, Adam Geyer making their moves. 6 players left fighting it up for this coveted title. Let's get back to the table.
Blinds of 30 and 60,000. Action on Stefan.
I don't know whether
folds.
to feel good or bad about that, though, because I should have just folded the river.
Maria also going out. She's still second guessing that last hand. Around to Griffin Paul with the Queen 8 of clubs.
Well, he's on the button in position, going to raise it up to 140,000.
Brian Piccioli can't play that. And now Adam Geyer already has some chips in there. Has it 8-6, and he will call.
Well, Vince, when you're running well as he is, why not?
And the flop is a 7-5-5.
Adam has flopped an open-end straight draw. He's going to check.
Griffin getting none of that. But he will make the continuation bet like he should, 150.
Let's see how Adam's going to play the open-end straight draw. Looks like he's just going to call it. And that is the case.
Yeah, hoping to catch that straight. Turn card, Jack of spades.
No help to either player. Adam checks. Will Griffin fire another shell?
Well, the bravery of the 23-year-old. Yes, he does. 255 with queen high.
Well, that will put some pressure on the open-end straight draw. Not only is there a pair out there, there's now a possible flush if a spade comes off. Meaning if the 4 or 9 of spade came off, the straight might not be good anyway if his opponent had 2 spades, but Adam is going to make the call with just the straight draw.
He's going to speculate. Can he get his straight? Yes, he does. 9 of hearts on the river. He's caught the straight.
This guy is running good. How's he going to play it? Well, Vince, because his opponent raised before the flop, bet on the flop, bet on the turn. Adam doesn't know he has nothing. So he's going to bet out 700,000 in hopes to get paid off on the river after making his straight.
What disappointment for Griffin Paul. Has nothing in his hand. Took a heroic stab at it twice.
Well, Vince, he hasn't jettisoned his hand yet, meaning he could be contemplating a raise here. That would spell big trouble for him.
He is thinking it through. Don't make that mistake. No, finally laying it down.
So Adam Geyer takes down yet another pot, Vince. His stack just continues to climb. What a night Adam Geyer's having so far.
Yeah, he really is. And the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000. Adam quickly folding, and now Stefan, our chip leader.
Yeah, looks down at ace-5 of spade.
170.
He's going to raise it. Makes it 170,000 to go.
Maria Ho folds her hand, and Jelko now with an ace-8 with the button.
No respect for the chip leader. He is going to 3-bet it here with an ace-8 offsuit, a bold bet by Angelco.
Griffin taking a breather. Now Brian on a short stack here, has a pair of 5s. Will he shove? Nope.
He knows if he moved in, he'd get called by one of the guys, so opted to lay it down. But Stefan lays his ace-5 of spade down as well, so bold play by Angelco, winning the pot for him there.
Angelco living in Miami. When he gets involved, he gets very aggressive.
He's just 24, been a pro for 3 years. Angelco says his favorite game, however, is Pot Limit Omaha, but if he wins this title, he may change his mind on that.
That's what they all say. All right, we have a bunch of folds around to Griffin Paul, who has a very attractive ace-10 of hearts.
Well, everybody going to raise on the button with this hand, that's for sure. He makes it 180,000 to go.
Brian gets out of the way, and now Adam with a king-jack. He just punished Griffin before.
Doesn't just call, Vince. 3 bets it here with King Jack to a half mil. 500,000 to bet. And a quick call here by Griffin Paul with just the ace-10.
Griffin would love to get a little revenge right now. Can it happen? A flop is a king 10-7.
What a flop for Adam. He's flopped top pair, but his opponent has flopped middle pair. And he is going to lead out and bet 400,000. And Vince with 1.5 million in the pot now. I don't see Griffin going anywhere with 2 10s here and a backdoor flush draw. And backdoor straight draw, actually, but
makes this call.
4 diamonds comes off. Now, neither player going to like that because neither have a diamond in their hand. Adam is going to check the top pair. And because of that, I'm sure Griffin feels like his 2 10s are the best hand now, Vince. You just think a guy would bet 2 kings in this spot if he had them. So Griffin not betting to bluff here, betting for what he thinks is value, 675,000.
Big moment for Adam. He's in front.
He's got no flush draw, Vince, but he does have top pair. And he is going to make the call. So we are going to the river. And a jack comes off. This gives Adam the top 2 pair. Vince, the guy seemingly helps on the river every time he's in a pot. Because of the straight and flush possibilities out there, and the bluff possibilities you want to give your opponent, can't imagine he's going to bet, but he is.
Adam bets.
850,000. Well, with so many possibilities of straights and flushes, a couple overcards, just can't imagine Griffin's going to call here with 2 10s.
No, he is running to the wrong guy tonight. Griffin Paul gives it a true shot in all these hands, plays him well, but just...
Well, going for his 2nd WPT title tonight, but...
Not going to happen for him. He's going to fold the hand, rightly so.
Wow. Adam Geyer just dominating this final table right now. It is absolutely a one-man show, Vince.
Yeah, with that pot, we have a new chip leader. That is Adam. He's gone ahead. Everything is going right for him so far. Big hit for Griffin Paul.
That's right now, Adam Geyer marching with more precision than the Ohio State marching band, and that is hard to do.
And with that, we have to say goodnight from San Jose, California. Be sure to join us for continuing coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The Bay 101 Shooting Star continues right now.
Feel like $1 million.
I have an easy last name to come up with chance for, so...
Tonight, the stars align once again in Northern California for continuing coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. The Bay 101 Shooting Star has always proven to be a stellar event, and this season is no different. Joining me tonight to call the action are 2 of the brightest stars in poker, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Lynn, we have seen incredible action at this final table so far, no doubt about it. But it's been a one-man show. Adam Geyer is the man so far at this final table. He came in with just $2 million in chips. He now has $7.6 million. He has dominated the final table. The question is, can he keep it going and take down his first WPT title?
It's going to be interesting, but you know what? These guys are gambling at this Bay 101 tonight. Absolutely, but the one that's shocking that gambled the most was Maria Ho. But she has been chopped in half. She is running colder than the mashed potatoes at summer camp. Can she come back? We'll see.
Thanks, guys. And with the nearly $1.3 million first place prize still up for grabs, we are sure to see some fireworks here tonight. So let's check the standings and get back to the game.
There you see the chip count brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Adam Geyer out front, $7.6 million. That's what they're playing for. The winner tonight, taking home nearly $1.3 million.
All right, Andy's going to start at 10,000. Blinds are 40 at 80. Here we go at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Action on. the very lovely Maria Ho, and she's going to quickly fold an ace-9.
Let me add, she's the last remaining shooting star in this tournament.
Bunch of folds. Brian Pacholi from Vegas on the short stack, won't play, and now...
Well, the man of the night so far, Adam Geyer, is the chip leader. And just has a 9-6 offsuit, but he is going to call here.
The German Stefan Schilhabel with queen 3, not going to raise, and we are going to the flop. Flop is ace queen 5.
Well, these are the two chip leaders here. Adam checks, Stefan checks 2 queens. And now a deuce comes off.
Adam with zip and pip, absolutely nothing. Not going to take a play here. Checks it. And Stefan also checking.
Board pairs deuces on the river. Now Adam's got to realize that the only way he could possibly win the pot is to bet at it. Is it too late to do so and get away with it? That's the question.
Well, because of the soft play by Stefan, he is going to take a stab. He makes a bet of 125. And the German with queens will make the insta call.
Easy call with 2 queens here. Stefan going to take down this pot.
Stefan Schilhabel, living in Brighton, England right now. He's 29 years old. Learned to play poker with friends in Germany.
Yeah, he's been playing for 8 years. It's his second WPT cash, his first final table.
On to the next hand. Angelico, who lives in Miami right now, has a jack 8. He'll quickly fold that. Griffin Paul from LA goes out. Brian taking a rest.
Back to Adam. He's got a jack 8 on the button. Just calls. Stefan with the garbage 9-4 offsuit. Now, Vince, I'm surprised he's calling here as tight as he's played all night long. But he is calling, and Maria looks down at a 9-5 offsuit, happy to get a free flop, so we're going to have 3-way action here going to the flop.
Yep, 3 junk hands up against each other. And the flop is a king 9-5, 2 pair for Maria Ho.
Stefan checks his 2 9s. Maria checks 2 pair. She's hoping Adam's going to bluff at the pot. That doesn't happen. He checks also. Now an ace comes off. And because nobody raised before the flop, you're not really going to put anybody on an ace here.
Stefan checks it, and Maria...
She's going to bet on the turn here to try to get some value out of this hand. Doesn't want to get checked in all the way to the river.
Got to stick out 165.
Adam is out. Now will Stefan call her with 2 9s? Probably she didn't bet the flop. You don't put her on a king. She didn't re-raise before the flop out of the big blind, so you're not really going to put her on an ace. Might call with the 2 9s here, Vince. He's drawing dead.
Maria has been very aggressive tonight so far, but hasn't worked out too well. But finally, she's going to pick up the hand with a junk hand, 9-5. Crowd loves it. Well respected, entertaining Maria Ho.
Well, one of the most beloved people in the poker world, Vince. Not only a good player, but what she does for poker charity tournaments, attend so many of them. Just a great asset for the poker world, Maria Ho.
Into the next hand, on the money pit, couple folds, around to Adam Geyer, and Adam has picked up the best hand in poker before the flop. Pair of aces. Gotta love it. Makes it 175 to go. Now right behind him, Stefan with a little pair of 3s.
This guy's been so conservative all night long, and now all of a sudden he's going to 3-bet the one time his opponent's got 2 aces. With his 2 little 3s here, at least it looks like he's going to. Indeed he does. 460,000 to bet.
Yep. Oh, no, wow, wow, wow. Maria Ho sucked in with ace-king big slick. A tremendous hand as well.
All in.
She's got a shove.
Yeah, you can't blame her for going all in here, Vince. You have to do it with this hand.
Of course.
How much?
And Adam.
He asked how much, Vince, like he cares how much it is. He's got 2 aces, but the reason he's asking is he's trying to get Stefan, who 3-bet behind him, to come into this pot as well. He knows he's going to play with Maria, but It's Stefan he's trying to lure in here.
Yep. Acting jobs allowed.
Call.
He's just calling. Stefan doesn't bite. He lays his hand down, and poor Maria up against it here. Ace King versus two aces. That's the one hand you just can't stand to see if you have Ace King. What a horrible night for Maria so far. Can she possibly get lucky to stay alive, Vince? Adam Geyer running so well, it's unbelievable.
Two giant hands up against each other. Maria now, long shot to win this. 5 cards to come. Here we go, Mike. Oh, and the flop is a 9-5-4. Uneventful for Maria Ho.
It's got to come king-king for Maria to win the pot. If it comes deuce-3, they would split the pot. And I'm certain Maria would love to do just that.
Yeah, just a bad flop. Here we go to the turn.
Yeah, she could be drawn dead after this card.
And it's a 6. It's over.
6 of clubs comes off, so that's going to do it for Maria Ho. Vince, you got to hand it to her. She didn't come to this final table looking to move up. She came to win. Unfortunately, the card didn't fall away, nor did anything else. Maria Ho out in 6th place.
That's right. She's the last bounty. She is gone. Going to take home $179,000.
Well, she's signing her bounty right now, Vince, as you can see. Adam going to collect $2,500 in cash to go along with that huge pot. But he's got his eyes set right now on the $1.3 million that goes to the champion.
The great Maria Ho out right now. Let's go talk to Maria.
Maria, obviously a tough night tonight. It didn't go your way. Does it make it any easier that you have your family here?
Yeah, for sure. I have so many people that flew in just to come watch this. I wish I could have put on a little better of a show for them, but honestly, I just got cooler today, so there's nothing you could do about that.
Well, 5 players left. Adam Geyer, the nice chip leader now with $9.6 million. Vince, he's had aces twice. Both times Maria had big hands. Once she had 2 jacks against him. The other time the ace king of hearts, they cost her.
Yeah, unfortunate for her. She's gone. We are down to 5. Action on Brian Baccioli. He's on the short stack at this point. He will fold the hand.
Adam going out as well. Stefan has an 8-7 offsuit, but he is going to raise it to $180,000.
Wow, Angelco has a pair of aces this time.
Well, just incredible how many times we're seeing aces here.
Angelco re-raises.
What an exciting moment. Has to be for Angelco. He's going to raise the 500. Griffin Paul folds his hand, so back on Stefan.
And he's going to get out as well. So Angelco Andrejevic taking down that pot.
The season 14 Hublot WPT Player of the Year race is approaching its final lap. And currently it is season 14 Legends of Poker champion and LAPC runner-up Mike Shariati sitting in the top spot on the leaderboard. But close on his heels is Angelco Andrejevic, who could jump into the point lead with a victory here at Bay 101 tonight. We'll let you know how this race finishes, but now action is starting back up, so let's get down to the game.
Well, as mentioned, Angelco in the hunt to take the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race. This is the 3rd time this season the guy's finished in the top 7. That is pretty impressive.
All right, back down to the money pit. Now Stefan with Jack